Tangan aku kenapa ni?
Aduh, lemu lagi, gatal sangat.
Gunalah Head and Shoulders. 100% keyakinan, kelumamu dan kegatalan.
Wiped out. Unstoppable.
Aku hembus kata simat. Bila terjatuh aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon-calon. Biar apa menghalang aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Langkahlah sama-sama langkah, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool, they got me and I got them too. Api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita sehaluan. Jangan simpan-simpan, kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Yeah. Are you ready? Can you feel me now? Yeah, 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 yeah. Let me hear you say.
Oh, yeah. Langkahlah sama-sama langkah, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Masih lagi bersama saya Sid dan juga pelakon-pelakon untuk movie MLBB di mana kita ada Zik, kita ada Ikmam di Malaysia ni. First of all, apa khabar?
Baik.
Sihat, Ini saya percaya ini merupakan kali pertama anda semua berada dekat pentas MLBB ataupun Liga MLBB. Apa perasaan? Kita mulakan dengan Zik dulu.
Sangat teruja. Ini first time tengok face to face game yang sangat best pula tu.
Ikmal?
Perasaan macam nervous bila tengok ramai orang macam kita tengok game bola, macam tak sangka MLBB sebesar ini. So macam proud lah to be a Malaysian.
Saya nampak vibe dalam e-sport ni makin maju dah 2024 ni. Yang paling penting vibe juara tu wujud pada hari ni. So tak rugi kita orang datang lah.
Boleh jangka tak yang sebenarnya nanti satu hari nanti, which is hari ni, game ataupun e-sport boleh jadi sebesar ni sampai dah ada movie?
Sebenarnya bila awal-awal Mobile Legends Bang Bang ni berada di Malaysia, saya tak expect bahawa penerimaan masyarakat khususnya peringkat remaja ni boleh sampai ke tahap ni. Ini dah boleh challenge bola dah ni. Sikit hari lagi saya tak heran 2025 yang akan datang population Mobile Legends ni akan jadi lebih besar.
Kita tahu anda bertiga sekarang ini terlibat dengan penggambaran untuk movie terbaru khas untuk MLBB. Boleh tak?
For Malaysia ini movie MLBB yang pertama kan. So untuk kita orang pun dapat duduk di stage macam player, it's an amazing experience lah for us.
Pengalaman sangat best lah sebab berlakon dengan kawan-kawan dalam industri, and then ini macam impian saya lah menjadi seorang pro player walaupun pelakon je. So macam excited lah nak tunggu filem ni keluar.
Ya, itu semestinya apa yang kita ingin harapkan. Alright, kita masih lagi bercakap tentang movie. Boleh tak cerita sedikit sebanyak watak ataupun karakter yang anda bertiga dan mungkin Puan Lisdawati juga bagi tahu apa yang terlibat ataupun watak dalam filem tersebut.
Okay, so kita orang sama team.
Kita orang daripada pro player daripada Singapore.
Yes sir.
So saya tak nak cakap banyak tentang watak saya bawa watak
Jahat lah.
Sangat-sangat
paling jahat lah. Orang akan menyampah lah tengok dia sebab saya sendiri pun menyampah tengok dia masa syuting.
Okey, watak Cik Fauzi.
Tanyalah buat saya pula. Ibu
kepada watak hero dalam story. So dia sebenarnya ada true story yang telah di-plan untuk jadi lebih menarik untuk tayangan filem Mobile Legends.
Alright, jadi anda semua dah dengar daripada pelakon-pelakon sendiri. Terima kasih diucapkan kepada Zik, Iqmah dan juga Fauzi bersama dengan isi Puan Lisdawati. Jadi stay tune, keep in touch dengan kita orang punya social media untuk saksikan movie terbaru untuk MLBB. Nak tahu dengan lebih lanjut, stay tune dekat kita punya social media. Bye-bye. Alright, Assalamualaikum, anda bersama saya Sid dan sekarang ni kita ada tetamu istimewa iaitu pelakon terkenal daripada Pascal. Iaitu saudara Hairul Azrin. Apa khabar Hairul?
Alhamdulillah, sihat bro.
Okey, so apa perkembangan terbaru? Ada filem ke ataupun ada drama ke upcoming?
Sekarang saya dah tak berlakon. So saya sekarang tengah cari tim lah untuk nak main ML.
Faham. Okey, alright. Bercakap tentang cari tim. Saya dah tengok awak pun ada bermain sama dengan pasukan Selangor Giant, tapi berlakon cerita-cerita yang gempak. Tapi kenapa pakai Nana bro?
Ni banyak baca komen Tak lah, sebab saya tahu pakai tank, saya tahu pakai mage je. Yang lain saya tak tahu.
Faham.
So kalau tanya saya, Nana paling senang nak ni lah. Sebab sebelum ni saya biasa pakai Cyclops, lepas tu Zaz. Tapi sekarang Nana macam dia kena dengan jiwa lah. Sebab Sky sebagai tahu saya, kalau nak jadi jungler yang terbaik, kena training pada Nana. Itu dia punya skill dia.
Permulaan Nana barulah boleh jadi macam Sky.
Yeah.
Okey, tadi dah kita tengok pasukan Selangor Giant dapatkan kemenangan 2-0. Bagi pendapat Hairul sendiri, adakah itu satu perlawanan yang sengit ataupun Hairul memang dah jangka Selangor memang boleh menang 2-0?
Saya tengoklah SRG punya game sebab saya tak pandai sangat, tapi saya tengok daripada apa yang diorang main tadi. So memang diorang ada je cara ataupun ada je teknik yang nak masukkan kalau kata sesuatu problem tu. So untuk tengok first game tu cakap ni menang mudah ni 2-0. Tak boleh nafikan SRG antara tim yang sangat kuat lah di Malaysia sekarang.
Ya, kita pun memang dah boleh nampak sebab mereka pun dah menang untuk kejuaraan dunia pada tempoh hari. Alright, tadi Hairul Azrin pun ini kali pertama datang dekat venue MPL.
Saya first time sebab saya tak pernah sangka macam tengok perlawanan bola sepak di final tau. Ini bukan final kan?
Ini bukan final.
Bukan final tapi dah macam final tadi. Dia ada tukang sorak daripada tim SRG. So best lah.
Best lah. Memang ini vibe. Benda ni dah berlaku dah few season dan kita boleh nampak lepas kemenangan Selangor Giant dekat tempoh hari, tambah lagi vibe tersebut. Right, sebelum saya nak lepaskan Hairul, mungkin ada kata-kata terakhir ataupun kata-kata semangat kepada pasukan Selangor Giant sebab kita ada beberapa minggu sebelum kita pergi ke peringkat play-off.
Betul. Okey, untuk tim SRG kat dalam tu semua kebanyakannya yang saya kenal dan diorang kenal saya. So saya nak wish korang good luck. Dan untuk Mobile Legend ataupun Montun, saya rasa sekarang ni artis ramai main Mobile Legend. So mungkin kita boleh buat satu tournament ke. Come on lah Montun. Sebab kita ada ramai Fat, Aceh, Challenge Zero, Fauzi Nawawi, Iqmal, semua boleh main Mobile Legend. So kita boleh fight lah. Saya rasa untuk nak lawan tim pro player tak susah kot untuk kami.
Tapi diorang tak boleh nak berlakon. Nanti diorang tak ada job. Korang dah boleh berlakon, korang boleh main game. Alright, thank you so much Hairul. InsyaAllah kita akan jumpa lagi dekat playoff.
InsyaAllah.
Okay, alright.
Okay, bye.
Alright, thank you so much. Jadi apa-apa, stay tune dengan MPL Malaysia.
Semua orang boleh menyarung jersey kebangsaan. Jadi once you pakai menyarung jersey kebangsaan, you rasa sangat-sangat berbangga, you dipilih atau diberi tanggungjawab untuk mewakili negara Indonesia. Perasaan bangga tu you tak terangkan dekat semua orang. Cuma feeling you pakai saja, once you pakai saja jersey tu, you akan rasa macam you want to give something to Malaysia.
I think if you guys have any issues, so make sure lean on to each other, talk to each other as much as you can. I think just be proud because tak semua orang dapat this opportunity, and also kena ada that winning mentality, tak kisah pun dekat level mana you guys pergi, and jangan rasa takut, jangan rasa macam you guys are not good enough. Apapun, just ingat bila you guys enter the arena, just do your best and all the Malaysians will be behind you and supporting you guys.
Saya tak ada nasihat, saya kagum dengan apa yang anda semua lakukan. You
why Season 14 Playoffs is happening in Indoor Arena, Educity Sports Complex, Iskandar Puteri, Johor. Powered by Moonton and KPRJ. Official 5G mobile internet, Hotlink. Best for 5G, lightning fast, MLBB gaming. Official gaming phone, ROG Phone 8. King of performance for mobile gaming. Official lifestyle fashion partner. Up your game with JD Sports. And thank you to all our partners in esports and strategic partners.
Selamat datang ke Playoffs MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. Nama saya Rose, host anda sepanjang hari ini. Guys, in a span of 2 days, kita sudah saksikan banyak perlawanan yang memang buat region luar pun terkejut. Kita nampak playstyle baru daripada Red Esports. Todak dapat kemenangan atas Selangor Red Giants, dropping the defending champions to the lower bracket. And of course, Vamos dapat kemenangan atas Red Esports 3-1. Perlawanan yang sangat hype, sangat intens. Tapi those all have passed. Sebab hari ini adalah hari yang sangat-sangat penting untuk keempat pasukan. Kenapa? Well, that's because 2 pasukan sahaja akan dapat tiket mereka ke M6. And of course, pasukan yang akan dapat tiket ke M6 will bring the name of Malaysia to the international stage in hopes that we too can be jago dunia. Guys, perlawanan pertama ini adalah perlawanan yang sangat penting because the first M6 ticket is up for grabs. Adakah Todak akan dapat trofi mereka yang keempat dan M-Series appearance yang kelima? Ataupun Vamos will rise through the rumbles and claim their sweet victory? Nampaknya hari ini ramai yang hadir ke Edu City. Guys, honestly, look at the crowd. I love Johor so much. So, how about kita buat vibe check? Sikit je. I nak players dengar macam mana semangat Johorians nak tengok dorang main. So, side ni, side Todak. Guys, Todak, are you guys ready? Whoa, goosebumps guys, goosebumps. Untuk side ni pula, side Vamos. Guys, ini adalah home ground korang, Team Vamos. Hala Vamos, are you guys ready? And obviously, I want the entire Edu City. I nak dengar sorakan daripada entire stadium. Guys, biar bergegas sikit. I nak dengar Edu City. Are you guys ready for the upper bracket finals? I love the energy. It is electrifying here. So, tanpa membuang masa, mari kita throw to the casters untuk dapat tahu pasukan mana akan dapat first ticket ke M6.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie, I was afraid the light wasn't gonna come out. But welcome, we are at the upper finals bracket. Here's the thing, welcome. My name is Abel. Alongside with me is Staffa, Shut Up Husky, and Deadeye, where we are about to witness one of the teams to get their first ticket to go to M6. And this is something new because all the while only the champion gets to go. But now we also gotta say thank you very much to Holly because the best 5G for lightning fast MLBB gaming with Holly. Enjoy unmatched 5G network, low latency, and improved gameplay only with Holly. But now we got to talk about Vamos as well as Team Todak. If there's any way for me to describe these teams, it's about unfiltered aggression, both teams just want to go at it, Deadeye.
That aggression, you've mentioned it, one LaFell. I think this is a story of the playoffs right now. Whoever is the team controlling the aggression in the matches, most likely to win the game. And we've noticed that. I've noticed that personally. I've watched the games yesterday, and it is intense aggression indeed, making the teams move their way into the playoffs.
Yep, we're starting Todak against Vamos and then SRG going up against Red. And afterwards, the final match of the day will secure the other slot for the grand finals. The other slot for M6. Now Husky jumping on that as well. The aggression coming in from Todak against Vamos. I do agree with Deadeye. Who moves faster?
I think overall, Vamos always moves faster. You just look at overall statistics and play style, but let me remind everyone out there, right? Yesterday when Todak played against SRG, all 4 games Todak has won the early game. But the most important part is, can they slow down Vamos? I think that's the most important factor in preventing Vamos from accelerating the game, because Red Esports clearly couldn't do it.
Yeah, no, honestly, Deadeye, looking at the game yesterday, Chibi's Martes, 8 kills in 4 minutes. That was against SRG. So, is it still logical that they can do the same thing against Todak?
Okay, I can compare with the MPL SG. Well, me representing this one. Martes, mid-Martes, been no courtesy on Team Flash using that one. And it's the same aggression that the side there of Todak has been showing up. Martes is pretty good in the early stage of the game. With the supporting role, obviously, makes to be very aggressive as well. 8 kills in 4 minutes? Man, it's visible, and we saw that one.
Dude, that's basically unheard of. By the way, looking at the playoffs here, what do you see the biggest difference coming in from the Singapore region and here in Malaysia that we've seen in the past 3 days?
Oh man, when I came here, I was smiling the whole time. Man, I mean, MPLSG, we already know Team Flash will take the slot into the M6, but here, SRG lost yesterday? Dude. What?
Stop it. What was your reaction when SRG lost to Todak?
I was agape. I was sitting in the audience yesterday watching because I was on break from the cast, and I just could not believe what I was watching when they dropped game 1, when they dropped more and more, when their performance just didn't seem up to par. It seemed like the same thing that we're seeing in other regions was happening here, where the champions, the titans, are being overcome all over the globe.
Let me just say, I don't know if it's because of the fans, but all the players, they're playing in a different level.
Oh, yeah.
Because again, SRG was once top of the world. And I think this is good for the Malaysian region because clearly all the other teams have stepped up.
I'm happy for you guys. To be honest, I'm happy for you guys. As a fan, Malaysian MPL Malaysia Season 14 playoffs, this is one of the best because the competition is very tight. And you know, Sadafa, I was with Sadafa yesterday. We were screaming with the fans, and Sadafa said, "Oh, hold on, Dad. I have to cast tomorrow. I need to save my breath."
You know, I think the craziest thing is it's also a tribute, a service to all the fans out there, because when SRG dominated last season, they won MSC, they dominated our regular season for the most part, people were setting SRG at such a high bar and saying that if no teams can beat SRG, we only have SRG. Well, guess what? Multiple teams have been at SRG. Maybe we are moving forward.
Yeah, now the thing is, what if Red beats SRG as well?
We're moving even more forward.
Oh boy.
Even more for it now. Look at the crowd here at Educity Johor. I came here, guys, the match is at 12. I came here at 9 and they were already lining up. That's like what? 4 hours! 4 hours, Deadeye, before the game starts, and they're already here.
I know.
There's so much fans that me and Sadafa had to climb through the window to get into the green room.
Oh,
because there's too many people out there.
They're actually not lying, but I thought it was just a story, but all right, let's share it with the world. Now let's look at the lineup here. Zaim Senpoi, Momo, Zai, Young Lord, and Chiku, guys. Deadeye. Everyone here is impressive, but who caught your eye?
Caught my eye is actually Zaim Senpoi on the mid, plus Yan Lord on the show. I asked Sadafa also yesterday, man, Yan Lord, is Joe his comfort pick? Man, he's one of the best. Oh my goodness, and it shows on the game. Oh, the sets, the way he just manages to find those perfect openings for the team to get that winning moments is impressive. And Zam Sempoy on the mid, his clutch plays as well, his positioning is incredibly good, which is now in the assassin meta, it's hard to find for a player.
Yeah, it's very hard for you to survive as a mid laner, but Zaim Senpai does it, and he's the shot caller of the team. What are your thoughts on Zaim Senpai, Stafa?
I've always been a big fan of Zaim Senpai. I feel like he's had difficulty really meshing with Todak, but after all this time, I can see that synergy, I can see the chemistry. He is the glue that holds everyone together, making sure they don't go too far. And there's always a third eye watching the map.
And now we got Vamos, Warlord, Smooth, GB, Zorn, as well as Nets. Now, obviously, Deadeye, GB had an amazing game yesterday, but in your personal Deadeye, who's really setting up for GB? Like, who's making GB's plays possible?
Again, I've got to say, it's going to be, again, the roaming, which is Sorn, as well as, to be honest, Warlord also. He's in the back seat there. He's not having the highlights reel, but again, the same playstyle we're seeing on the opposing team. Comparing it to MPLSG, highlight players usually on the EXP and on the core. Here on MPL Malaysia, it's the roamers and the mid laners. Impressive in how the shift of the meta and the gameplay, the play style from MPL MY here right now, I'm witnessing firsthand.
Very impressive, huh, Husky? Like, looking at all the roamers now, making such big plays. And we're seeing MPLMY has its own roamer meta.
Yeah, it's a lot more demanding for you to have mobility, to be able to set up plays. Cho, Matilda, we've seen Jawhead at the start of the regular season. Tigro is always a big contention also. If you want to sandbag, you go for high loss, but most of the time, it's all about being active.
And now we got to talk about Todak going up against Vamos. Which team is better at adapting within a series? Now, here's the thing. We've seen more games coming in from Todak, not enough games from Vamos. So personally for me, I kind of feel like Todak has a better chance at adapting within a series, because going up against MV 5 games, that's got to change you. Right, Stafa?
Yeah, I agree with you. I think Todak has shown that they're very flexible and their drafting style has evolved quite a lot to change to address certain facets of the opponent that they are facing. I wouldn't say that we can count Vamos out entirely though, because they already brought some interesting stuff, such as the Martis yesterday, showing they still got some hidden stuff in the back pocket.
Yeah, Todak brought out the Harley, Martis. Martis coming in from Vamos. Is there any other picks that we don't think might show up but would show up?
Belleric.
Belleric?
That's actually interesting because Zorn did bring the Belleric and it worked.
But I've seen Belleric, Chakdu from MLPH. It was impressive as well. And it was a time where a front-to-back composition is very common. Belleric is also going to shine in such situation here. But now that you've mentioned it, Husky, I'm really curious if this game we'll see a Belleric.
This is a meta where anything can happen. We've seen Mias as well. For you guys can join the fight. Make sure you guys scan the QR code to grab your gift. Now, we're just moments away from introducing both teams onto the stage. Now, do you guys want 5 games?
Oh man, give me 15.
That would be great.
Just give me the full series, the entire day. I'm ready.
MPLSG, it's Sarah's old sweep. Yes, give me 5, man. I'm enjoying here.
You know what? I like your idea. Go all the way. Make it 15.
Yeah, make it 15.
Make it 15. You know what? If it has to be a 4-1 for it to go all 5 games, we'll do it. But for now, we got a video between both teams to really rile us up before we go into the game. So make sure you guys check it out because this video is coming right up.
Todak dah berusaha tapi gagal untuk dapatkan kemenangan. Sejarah berulang kembali. Sedikit sedih di mana Todak masih lagi belum mampu untuk menewaskan Malaysia. Dimudahkan dengan kemenangan bersih. The Valley 2 berbalas dengan 0. Kesedihan berganda. Malaysia berduka. Tapi sekarang Lot masuk.
Alamak, lompatan daripada yang Lot mencari pemain. Tapi kali ini situasi berbeza. Sekat didatangkan begitu saja. Chris Thomas lagi cuba memberikan fokus. Indonesia cuba datangkan Malaysia 2. Tapi tak cukup. Baskan Todak.
Saya rasa SRG season ni tak macam season sebelum ni. Orang punya expectation tu betul lah. Macam kita orang ni tak ada apa-apa untuk M5 tu. Sebab M5 memang kita orang punya performance betul-betul drop lah.
Magic sebenarnya wakil daripada ECA mengejutkan champion juara daripada MPL Malaysia
harap untuk M Series kali ni kita orang boleh buat yang terbaik.
Kita orang akan pastikanlah kita orang akan dapatkan gelaran champion tu kali ni sebab kita orang nak ke M6 guys.
Kita tahu Zord pun cow padu.
Kalau cow paling ori ada kat saya lah.
Zon dengan Yums pun makan nasi, saya pun makan nasi. Kita sama-sama pun manusia je. Kalau lawan siapa pun mindset je. Chow dia memang useless lah. So sampai 10 saya bagi 0.1 je untuk Chow dia.
Betul lah kau cakap sama-sama makan nasi. Kita tengoklah besok siapa yang betul-betul makan nasi. Sebagaimana kau lawan SRG kau pakai Chow. Saya rate dia punya Chow Okay, disebabkan dia kalahkan SRG, kita letak 1 lah.
Next. Bahasa dia regular tu dia terlampau beria.
Itulah esok kita guys. Kalau kau menang, kau menang. Kalau kau menang, kau menang.
Cibi, tembak je lah nanti kita adu retri lagi. Kalahan dekat regular season, so revenge lah kat playoff ni.
Dia cakap nak revenge retri dekat playoff. Boleh. Kau boleh tengok Cibi baru dekat playoff, bukan Cibi dekat regular.
Vamos, tolong mainkan sempat. Sebab kita orang nak free win. Kalau adik Ipan main, Angah dah tentu-tentu kalah. Kalau Alik main pun, Angah pun dah tentu-tentu kalah. Siapa yang the best, pasti akan pergi game 6. Untuk fans-fans Vamos, korang boleh belajar untuk cheers macam Todak, okay? Apapun, Todak!
Introducing Head of League Ops, Res, and the Marshal that will ensure fair play and professional integrity in the upcoming matches.
Todak. Their unpredictable chaos, strategy, providing their adaptability and prowess. They aim to carry the banner even further on an international stage. No stranger to intense comebacks and high-stake battles. Give it up for Todak!
Yanlord as the tip of the spear has been sharpened. Let's see if he can pierce through Vamos today.
And it would not be possible without Zion Sempoy as the glue holding the team together.
They now stride confidently into the arena. This is their home turf. With support on their side, they are poised to prove their strength and resilience. Their sights are set on taking Todak down. 1, 2, 3, vamos!
And the one in the lead is gonna be Zorn. Let's see if the legend inductee can match up against Yanlord.
But I'm sure their goal laner is looking to cast a wide net to capture the swordfishes.
Introducing the coach and analyst of the two teams, Kuja and Saiful from Todak, Pat and Paui Bam from Team Vamos. In this best of 5, who adapts the fastest can be the best. And now we're going through the fist bumps where both teams, this is the fight for the M6 ticket.
Two chronicles about to collide, but only one will have an epilogue that is worthy of the world stage by the end of this best of 5. Todak's return to the global stage, Vamos' new name with old faces.
This is a rivalry that has lasted between rosters, between titles, between organizations entirely. But only one of them will secure that first slot to the M Series.
Right now we're about 3 minutes into the draft, and this is going to be very critical, especially we see Vamos performing exceptionally well, having that Jushin. From your point of view, do you feel like the Jushin has to go?
100%. No, make it 200%.
200%.
Zushin, and of course we know that Zushin has been performing very well. The stats are very high for the win rate of this hero as
90%.
well. 90%.
90% win rate.
Who in the world, this mind of the world here, not gonna ban a Zushin with a kind of win rate, man? Zushin is gonna be taken away for sure. But then again, I'm looking also for the Cho pick here. Yanlord and as well as the side here of Todak is also comfortable with his hero.
Yeah, definitely we see like both mid laners here, Stafa, Zaim Senpoi, going up against Warlord. Both have really shown their prowess as the supporting role. They're making sure that everyone else shines. Do you see any other I would say differences between both of them because I feel like they share more similarities than differences.
There's definitely similarities, but I actually think what Zion Senpai brings to the table is a little bit more of a different perspective because Warlord plays quite similarly to the rest of Vamos.
Yeah, now we got to look at a head-to-head here. Zaid going up against Chibi. I kind of feel like this is the matchup that a lot of people have been waiting for because Zaid has proven himself on the playoff stage that he might be the best jungler in Malaysia. But the upcoming legend, Chibi, 8 kills in 4 minutes, highest GPM in Malaysia, second highest in the world. If Zaid can beat Chibi, that's a statement.
Yeah, he's held the highest GPM for 2 seasons in a row, right? Like locally, but globally, just second to Skylar. But I think overall, for Chibi, he has shown a wide variety of hero pools, going down to the Martyrs itself. Whereas for Zaid, we don't know how deep it goes. Aside from the Lancelot Pocket Pit, which didn't work against
He brought out the Harley.
He did bring out the Harley. That one was also a loss.
Yeah.
So I think when you look at that itself, I think Chibi does have a bit more of that option.
So Deadeye, we saw the Harley, and yes, it lost. But do you feel like it's still a good pick?
I can say it's a good flex for Zayed. It only shows here that Zayed can also adapt to kind of composition here. Don't get me wrong, they lost that game, but it was a hard game.
Yeah.
Man, his also positioning on that Harley is pretty good. He knows the timing where to get in, pick the right target, and go back out.
Yeah, personally for me, I kind of feel like you can give the Harley another try in the best of 5. You can catch Vamos off guard, but Vamos is also known for this very untraditional style of drafting where Zorn, so far, his hero pool has been pretty standard, right? The Gata Kacha, the Cho, we haven't seen something. I mean, the craziest thing is the Franco, but that really didn't work out, Husky.
You talk about deep hero pools, I think Vamos show a bit more of that compared to Todak overall. But if you compare mid lane itself, I want to see more from Warlord because he's only been playing Jushin yesterday. At least Iron Senpai played 2 different heroes, Jushin and Eve. So I want to, and Valentina, 3 heroes, right? So I want to see that diversity for Vamos.
And now we're jumping straight into the draft here, folks. Vamos betting out Fanny, Phovius, Toda betting out a chip. And as requested, the Jushin has been banned out as well.
Thank goodness.
Honestly, right now, right now, I'm really considering here, if a lot of prior picks are banned out, do we live in a world where Vamos might even consider first picking the Cho?
We have seen that in the regular season. Vamos, SRG, Todak. I wouldn't be surprised, but I do feel like it's better as a red side first phase pick because we have 2 options rather than that blue side. It would be a show of confidence if Vamos just say, you know what, let's give Zorn a Cho.
I mean, it's Zorn. He is the original Cho. He's the originator of the spam recall here in MPL Malaysia. So if anyone's gonna do it, I would see that from them. But we are seeing some variations here in the final bans of the first phase.
Give Suyo, take Cho. What do you think about that? I mean, it hasn't happened that night, but I'm assuming this is gonna be a Suyo trade for a Cho. What do you think about that?
Go. Oh no, okay. We've seen the contest of both this first phase of picks and the second one. It's always the Suyo and the Zushi giveaway.
There you go.
Okay,
we saw that yesterday.
Go to Cho. And I think Cho is impressive for both teams. We've mentioned it before the draft happens that this is one of the most contested hero right now between these 2 teams.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like, they're so impactful, Husky.
Yeah, when they went up against SRG yesterday, it was the exact same motion from Todak, right? We let the Suyo go, we take Cho and Eve, and in these crucial fights, we know Yanlor can find a target. So every time when we catch the Suyo, he instantly either goes down or is forced to disengage from the fight, so he cannot contribute at all.
Yeah, both these teams are quite well known for wanting to control the flow of team fights. As long as they are the ones initiating and keeping control of the battle zone, then they will have the advantage. In this case, having more utility, like Cho and Eve, is going to be great, so Vamos will want to respond to that.
For me, this Hylos and Herf pick, I'm not a big fan because the Hylos can get countered by the Eve. Unless this is a high-loss roam where you're just preventing the Cho from initiating. But now we got to look at Chibi stats. 3 out of 4 games with the Ling. 3 out of 4 games with Ling, but with an average KD of 20.
That's high, bro.
Disgusting. Absolutely.
All right. Zayed, though, has a 100% win rate with Ling and an average KD of 18.5. What is up with this junglers, man?
Equally disgusting.
20.5, 18.5?
I mean, Zayed said it during the interview yesterday. Malaysian junglers are pretty good. And I think we're seeing proof of that.
I think this is how we tell people about the junglers in Malaysia, right?
High kill count.
The MSC champion, the MVP is the jungler. and he lost to someone else that hasn't become champion yet.
The hunt begins.
Only shows you like how solid we are, right? How we are evolving as a region.
So now Deadeye, looking at the first 3 picks coming in from Vamos, coming in from Todak, looking at the trend going on in MPL Malaysia, who controls the early game better, has a better chance of winning the game. So with these 3 heroes coming in from both teams, what do you think? Which one would have higher pressure in the early game?
Okay, we've seen the pressure coming in from the Cho. It's indeed a great pick here for the side of Todak, but I can see also that the Soyo has been picked here for the side of Vamos. Now with the Harith pick as well, gold lane, they have a stabilized lane here. They just need to have an additional bully hero to compensate, of course, this Cho aggressiveness. I think the Valentina is pretty much opening. I think this is also a feasible pick here for the side of Vamos, if I may say.
Yeah, I want to add on to that as well. And Lafel brought up the Harith and the Hylos into Yves Cho. I think the reason they went for it was because they banned the Gatot and Foves, especially the Gatot, right, which is a big zoner that works incredibly well with the Yves. So now there's lesser options for Todak to kind of deal with any sort of dive, and Vamos don't have to worry too much about it. I'm looking at a Beatrix right now for Todak, but I'm also considering if Vamos would ban that out just so that this Harith has the best possible lane. It's either between Beatrix and Natan.
Yeah, I agree with you. Beatrix or Natan would make the most sense overall. Todak going to ban out even more team fight control, getting rid of Warlord's signature Faramis here, so that they are able to initiate more easily.
What if Vamos does something crazy? Brings out the Sicilian again?
I wouldn't be surprised, right? Sicilian Carmilla was one of their things, but that leaves the Valentina open. You can take the real world manipulation if you are Warlord, if they do go down the Valentina route, which does look pretty nice.
Yeah. So right now, Vamos, final ban here, probably considering whether they want to ban out the Nathan, maybe even the Beatrix. Right now, yeah, what are you thinking, Dada?
You're talking about crazy picks. Do you think Bellerin could be a crazy pick here for the side of Vamos? I mean, this is a dive heavy coming in for the side of Todak here.
Actually, now that I think about it, Hylos isn't really a Zorn hero, isn't it?
Not so right. They banned the Minsata. Hold on. Khalid
is possible. Arlet is still open as well, so we can look at both of those.
It could be just for the Harith too, because we have to remember, Momo, that Mincetar has won Momo so many games.
Yeah.
Like let's remember that. This might be just a straight up respect ban, and probably figuring out Toda is like, they have a rivalry. They know each other that well.
Oh,
Melissa. The lane with...
I didn't want to put Melissa out there because I feel like, okay, you have slightly longer range heroes, but I mean, Chico guys want to go with Melissa. Why not?
Let me put this into perspective, right? The reason why Melissa gets picked up is because Melissa wins lane against a Harith.
Oh yeah.
But Melissa inspired. Chico uses Purify, and he still wins the lane.
He's something else.
Chico builds tanky and wins the lane still. This is the difference between a legend against those that are becoming a legend.
I mean, if we're talking about legends, though, we have 2 legends here. 2 players, both candidates for the Legenda Award are on each team respectively.
Yeah, now the Arlet, you guys brought it up, and then the Valentina, Deadeye, you brought it up. So good on the draft so far, gentlemen, man. Todak right now, last pick here. This show can be flexed, but this does look like a young Lord hero. And Momo, the Phobias is out, the Gatot is out, the Mincitar is out, the Ruby is out.
Still have Glue?
Oh yeah, the Glue.
Oh wait, I'm gonna say the Glue is pretty much okay in FLSG. It's one of his major role is just to bully the lane there, provide a space for other lanes for the team to be aggressive. I think if they want to be aggressive with a Cho pick here, Glue can be a safe pick.
I think they're considering the Edith as well, but because the Valentina is there, you might give over the Primal Wrath. So they're probably thinking about it.
We have been complaining a bit.
Okay. I hear the audible acceptance of this Hilda pick.
Ah yes, Hilda Cho, Khalid Cho, right? We've seen it count plenty of times in the regular season. The moment you get lane priority, that's where you get to accelerate.
Now Deadeye, hold on. As we're going into the game, what are your thoughts about the draft so far?
Again, Hilda, man. I don't know why they didn't pick the Edith though, but this is spicy. We know what's at stake. This is the game 1. I'm looking forward for it.
Thank you very much, Deadeye. And now we're about to jump into the game. Vamos going up against Todak. Game number 1. Both teams are fighting for that M6 ticket. Game number 1. Who will have first blood? Who has the momentum? Who wins the early game? We're jumping into the land of dawn. Game 1. Vamos, Todak.
We are ready to bear witness to the clash of two legacies as they are eager to make their first imprint on the battlefield for that M6 ticket.
And keep your eyes on both the junglers. They're both starting on the orange buff. So going the opposite side of the map, you will see Chibi end up where on that bottom side. Or not Chibi, actually Zayed end up where Momo is, and Chibi end up on the gold lane. But again, mid lane priority has been a big thing, and this is why you see this Yeep Cho, you get priority over Hylos Valentina any day, and once the Hilda frees herself from that lane, you're going to see that early invade.
Something to note here, looks like Chiku guys is going for that flicker. So again, no inspires, so no big spike of damage. But yeah, you were talking about the mid lane pressure, and this high loss is used to mitigate a little bit of the pressure coming in from the Cho. Speaking of which, Zorn taking a lot of damage.
Zorn in trouble. Momo is right on top of him. Both of them have revitalized, so they're going to be able to stay alive for quite a bit as Smooth jumps onto Zayed, forcing him to retreat here. He's able to get out, but that's a lot of damage.
It's all about the revitalize that keeps Zorn alive. So much value, and with Zayed low, now Todak might have to ask him to reset before the turtle.
Yeah, right now Warlord is going to get poked down as well, taking a lot of damage here. He only has to purify. It's going to go down. Zayed Senpai secures first blood.
What do we say about priority, right? You get to move first, you get to make the first move, you get pressure over the map.
Oh, that's exactly what they're looking for. And Yan Lord really demonstrating to Zorn that this is just as much his signature pick as well. We talked about how important early game can be, and Todak makes the first move.
Lord did say he's the original Cho, but saying that in the face of Zorn is quite the statement. Zorn using his high loss, he doesn't have a lot of playmaking abilities, but let's see what he got.
And Lord with the knockup onto Zorn. He's dropping very low. He's 1v4, and they get the kill with Momo. Real world manipulation does not allow Chibi to continue the pursuit. 2 kills already for Todak.
It's a bit of a problem with the Hylos without Revitalize. The Hilda just cuts right through your health bar with the percentage damage. And on top of all these bursts, it's so tough.
Now looking at the turtle right now.
Final slash completely whiffed, so Zayed will be able to get the turtle. Smooth wants to get this kill, but he is alone. Way of the Dragon kicks him back into the jungle. Here comes the rest of Todak. Smooth flickers out. Zorn is here to bolster the defense, and that means no casualties.
In this game, I gotta say, Zorn is capped a little bit, man. Chiku guys is very low going up against Nats, but Chiku guys wants to fight back. Nats, he wants to go for it.
Oh, well, the extra defense from the get away from me actually kept Chiku guys alive alongside the Quantum.
No.
Oh, here comes Nats. He wants to go for the dive. Chiku doing a lot of damage, but no inspire means no kill. But Yan Lord will be here to trade gold laner for gold laner.
It's not the worst case scenario. I mean, you would love for Chiku guys to survive now that he lost his flicker. It's a bit of a oopsie there for Todak.
He got an assist though.
He did.
At least he didn't die for nothing. And now I gotta say, as my point was saying, Zorn, he's capped a little bit in this game because he's a playmaker going up against the high loss, going up against an Eve. Doesn't look good.
Speaking of, Way of the Dragon onto Zorn again. Revitalize used very early on. Chibi is here. Glorious Pathway drop down to stop Todak from retreating, but Real Woman is going to be used into return, and Chibi has been picked off first. Momo in some trouble, but reviving so much HP, and the 3-man knockup with the Jeet Kundo from Yanloy stops things. Final slash. Momo, will he get taken out? Smooth does get the kill, but he's going to trade his own life in return, and Zion Senpai picks that one up. Yanlord keeping the fight going, gets the knockup. Another kill on net to Zion.
So much value.
So much value, dude.
And Chiku is going to shave off the entire plating on this tier 1 as well. So that goal injection is going to keep Todak going ahead.
We're talking about early game pressure. Now, stop me if I'm wrong, but I'm guessing it's on Todak now. They get the pressure going, and Team Vamos, they're probably not playing this draft the way that they wanted to play. You have the CEO, you really want to secure those objectives, but right now, Todak, they're zoning them away just by winning the mid lane.
Most important thing is that Suyo requires a setup, right? Who sets up from Team Vamos? Smooth. Zorn can't really do that because you're running straight into an Eve, and even if Smooth has the final slash, you need to commit a flicker. It's not easy for Vamos to pull it off.
I think that's why we were worried about this Hylos pickup, right? But Vamos starts on the turtle. Yanlord is there. Wave the Dragon once again dodges the Blade Surge, but he is alone right here. Warlord to get the kill. Chibi gonna be able to finish him off, but Zorn now gonna be left by his lonesome killing spree for Zion. Momo still alive. Crushes Warlord with the front of his axe, and Todak continues the fight. They're so low. Zion with the double kill. Momo finally traded. Chibi wants to keep the fight going. Triple kill for the Nolan! KB gets his own double, and Nets finishes off Zyme Sempoy, but the damage is done.
This is the battle of the junglers here. And right now, Zide's winning 5-0-2, going up against Chibi 3-2-0. The way that I would describe Todak's fighting is they're dancing, they're coming in, they're going out, they're trading places, they're just poking. Touch and go, touch and go, touch and go.
The story of that fight was who presses RWM first loses. The kick does miss from Yanlor, but again, priority over the turtle. Zorn zone out.
Trouble. Momo gonna zone him out. Nets drops the Summon Force. Not able to kill Zayev, and Tico guys punishes him in return. Now there was a 1v1 Chibi versus Momo. He's gonna be able to zone out the Suyo. Glorious pathway to cut off Zayev, but he's already at the very edge, so he's able to get out. Yanlord buying more time. Vamos cannot find the initiation. Todak is facing so well, and Yanlord is taunting in their faces.
And Chico guys with the ultimate, the no-no zone, keeping Nets away and causing Nets to die. Momo is being a nuisance right now. Good thing about Hilda, you don't really need to be at the same level as your counterpart XP laner, but you can still cause a lot of damage just by being present.
He stole it!
He stole it!
He stole
And he stole the buff!
And he runs away like a bandit.
Momo.
What did we say about Todak winning all early games yesterday?
Right now, Todak, they're being as impressive as they can be. Right now, in terms of the team fight, they're on top. But we're talking about Team Vamos, number 2 of the regular season. The team with unprecedented aggression. Vamos can still do this. They just need a bit of time. They need a lot of discipline, but they can do it.
The fight's gonna start over the turtle. Momo already in the backline. Yanlord with the flicker kick gets GB into the real world manipulation. Glorious pathway.
What?
GB still gets the turtle though. He will eventually fall, but he got the objective. Momo gonna be traded at the same time for Yanlord too. Vamos coming out on top. Warlord jumping in, forces a flicker out of Zyme Sempoy.
No!
With the godlike! Goes from the backline, but he is now 1v3. He will finally be shut down.
Hit bit more than he can chew, Husky.
Yeah, and also the difference maker was Smooth getting on top of Zion Sempoy, so this Ye was not part of majority of the fight, and that's how Team Vamos won. They won by outnumbering Todak.
But Zion Sempoy still a slither of health, still able to get away. Something about Zion Sempoy, man. He wants people to come after him.
Oh,
because he can survive.
Trouble. Zaman Force, he's gonna be able to dash out. Todak, unfortunately, no kill here.
Right now, Todak, I saw 3,000 gold. It's gone.
It's an equalizer.
It's an equalizer just with one team fight. Just by taking down Zayed. How much shutdown goal was that? That 3K is now nothing.
Probably got like more than 1,000, right? You take out someone who has an average kill of 1 per minute. That is a lot of bounty on top of his hit.
Yeah, overall big mistake from Zayed. Impressive flank, but giving over a kill now equalizes it. Now Vamos has a legit chance. As long as Nets plays it carefully, because more often than not, in my personal opinion, he's being a little bit too aggressive.
Yanlord looking for the kick, does find one. Warlord jumps in, but Zorn gonna be able to drop the glorious pathway. Real World Manipulation drop down as well, but Chico guys is here. He finishes off TB. Zyme Sempoy will be traded in the meantime by Smooth. It's gonna be 1-for-1, and both teams disengage.
I love the shift of focus from Team Vamos. They see Zyme Sempoy drop the RWM. Zorn just puts the glorious pathway now and say, let's take out this old man. We take care of the Eve, we win the fight.
Yeah. Nets now as well able to actually dish damage, but not too much damage for himself. Zayed misses Nets, but again, all good for Nets here. It's 8 minutes going into the 9 minutes of the game. The Lord has pawned, and now I would say this is actually an advantage for the Suyo. We saw how the Way of the Dragon connected, and Chibi was still able to get the turtle. So it's not impossible that he can do the same thing for this Lord.
Yanlord, does he want to engage? Nope, not going to use the kick on Zorn this time, but that means he's out. He turns around the 1v2! Chico finally gets the killing spree, but how does he do that?
Dude, I blinked. What happened?
We don't even know, but here comes Yanlord. Flicker kick, Way of the Dragon onto the Arlet, right into the RWM. Is it going to be enough? Final slash going to disrupt Todak in the backline as Vamos now looking to run them down. Summon Force doing a lot of damage. Zorn chases down Zyme Sempoy, and it is Vamos trading 2-for-4.
Smooth once more. Flicker final slash to stop Zyme Sempoy. The focus from Team Vamos. Understanding Yiv is the difference maker. Take out the Chess Master, and then you have full control of the fight.
Let me just say, I was the one that said, look at Vamos, they can come back for this. As I was saying, I had my doubt, but now as it's happening, I'm like, how?
We will maybe not know the end. Oh! Almost executes Warlord, but nice movement to get him out. And Vamos get the Lord.
Husky, do you love Assassins, man?
I love it.
Stafa, do you love Assassins, man?
It's so fun to watch.
Oh, it's so fun.
It's fun to watch, but not fun to play against.
Dude, Zayed and Chibi, man, trading blows, trading kills, and every single time, I legit blink and I missed it.
And also the fact that Chibi has Impure Rage. That percentage health damage on top of a Soul 7 if you proc it at the right time is devastating.
Dude, I mean...
He's about to go BOD. Both of them will go BOD.
Dude, this is just who gets caught first.
Yeah.
If anyone is taking their breath at the wrong time, they're gone. Like,
you exhale wrongly, you die.
The amount of damage this Nolan and Suyo deals. Look at Zorn. Even Zorn's taking a lot of damage, and he's the tank.
I think Zion needs to readjust where he stands in these fights because they are on him. They have been on him for the past 2-3 fights, and that's why Todak couldn't get full control of the area that they want to fight in.
Yeah. I think Nets is also starting to become quite scary. He just finished his Holy Crystal a while ago, and we can see Todak having difficulty jumping on this Harif in fights. Zorn, is he gonna... Yep, he's just gonna zone them out. Vamos is invading Todak's jungle now.
Yeah. Right now, Vamos, they're controlling everything very well. They're using this lore to be able to actually get inside of the jungle of Vamos and securing a lot of objectives for themselves.
So Yan Lord was found with the Blade Surge, not going to be able to engage. That means trading all of their tier 2 towers at the same time. Vamos controls the map.
Amazing control after getting the Lord. This is spectacular. Usually Vamos is a team that flexes their micro skills, just using brute force.
Yeah.
But this time they're being very calculated to make sure that any advantage they get, they maximize it.
It's a good time to talk about the difference between Momo and Zorn with the Revitalize. Is a lot more selfish on Momo, and the fact that this Hilda runs out of damage when her abilities are on cooldown in comparison to Zorn, who can always have the Ring of Punishment online. You plus that Revitalize. Zorn prefers to stick with the team. Momo wants to hit the backline, but he cannot do that effectively now the Team Vamos has gotten the items.
We don't usually talk about this, but we gotta talk about a mid-laner power spike because Wishing Lantern is not there yet for Zyme Senpai. The moment Wishing Lantern has been finished, then we're gonna start seeing Zorn as well as Move's HP go down very, very fast. So, in a way, Vamos, they're playing with a timer. Todak is waiting for that one item for Zyme Senpai, and all of a sudden, amazing damage will be dealt.
He already got the components. He just needs that extra gold to combine them together for the Wishing Lantern. Just in time for the next Lord, I assume.
Yeah, as long as Todak doesn't fall too much further behind in gold, their late game scaling is actually pretty strong. So Vamos has to keep them on a tight grip to make sure they don't lose control of this.
You want to know how close this game is? I knocked my chair into the gutter and now I can't get it out. Okay, now I can.
Oh, okay.
Now it's out.
Yeah.
That was close.
Yeah.
I mean, both gold laners also have pretty disgusting power spikes. Like Nets, big burst can two-shot squishy targets, but Chigu guys will tear through tanks when he hits that spike.
The Lord has been started here, but look at Todak. They want a flank angle. This is what they've been doing. They want a flank.
Yeah, and Lord going in, looking for the kick, gets the flicker kick, gets purified though, so Warlord's able to jump out. Glorious Pathway comes out, stopping Yan Lord, so he's caught out by himself, and now Momo as well has been abandoned by the rest of Todak. Unstoppable is Vamos.
Good positioning from Zorn. They turned onto Yan Lord, but Zorn kept Zayed away. So Zayed was only hitting the front lines, and he's like, I can't one-shot these guys. I gotta abandon my teammates. Second Lord for Vamos, it's time to crack some inhibitors.
Unlike Selangor Red Giants, Vamos saw it coming. They knew Todak was coming in for a flank. Smooth misses the final slash.
Yep, the flicker slash going to miss, but it doesn't matter because they get the inhibitor anyway. And now the Lord pushing down mid lane. Oh, hold on, Blade Surge gonna find Zyme Senpai, but not a real elimination. Traps them in the funnel. Kick onto Warlord away, but it's gonna be enough for Yan Lord to get that kill. And Todak will even up the odds just a little bit.
But did you see that Eve damage though?
Yeah, a bit of an overextension from Team Vamos. If Todak can keep this turret alive, it would be great for them. And I think they can. They have the damage to do so. Oh, never mind, they don't. The Lord charges, what to do, right? It's a cheat code.
No, I mean, like, I saw Zyme Senpai trying to leash the Lord to the side. The Vamos, they push Zyme Senpai back into the turret, and that's how the push trigger from the Lord. If Vamos wasn't there, pushing Zaim Senpai aside. Zaim Senpai might actually leash the Lord far enough to make sure that the mid lane turret survived.
Yeah. You see the difference when Zaim Senpai gets a full out off without being interrupted, right? That is the exact situation that Todak needs to look for Zaim Senpai. So he's so important. But you are also looking at Yanlord and Momo, because every time they go in, Zoran's going to block them. Smooth is going to stop them in their tracks. Todak needs to change that approach a little bit. Play around Zaim Senpai and Chiku, guys.
You can see right now the risk, the calculation in Zaim Senpai's head. He's thinking about Blood Wings, but he's also thinking about Divine Glaive, right? And I kind of feel like he wants to go for that Divine Glaive. Like, I just have to protect myself. I don't need an item to do it. I need to risk my positioning just to have more damage.
Yeah, I agree. I think the Divine Glaive would do a bit more than the Blood Wings, because your position is more on you as the Eve than your front lines, right? Your composition wants to be able to threaten Vamos' backline, but now that's not possible. So if you want to play a front to back, the Yee's position becomes even more crucial. So you're relying a lot on the flicker and positioning itself than the Blood Wings.
You can't kill me if I kill you first.
Exactly.
That's the mentality here, man.
Pretty much. I think Todak needs to play a little bit more patient, because Vamos is just waiting for Yanlord and Momo to run at them and then cut things off with the glorious pathway. And Todak needs to understand that and adapt.
Todak so far has been winning a lot of games with their flanks. But Vamos, they're always aware. They have this spider sense. But the moment Todak gets it, they might win this game.
It's hard to flank this comp though. Here we go.
Glorious pathway comes out. Zaim Senpai kind of trapped, but they're not going to full engage. Final slash onto him, forces the flicker out. Meanwhile, Yanlord in the back line. Smooth going to be separated from the rest of the team. Yanlord gets the kick. Unfortunately, he's going to be one picked off instead. And now Zayed has to get away from Sword with the blade surge. Chibi almost burst down Chiku, guys, but he'll survive for now.
Yanlord took the risk. He got the kick. But again, Vamos is aware. Vamos, they definitely watched yesterday's game, man. Like, they took this game seriously.
I don't think Todak can contest this. They're not going to reach that in time. And also, without crucial flickers, I don't think they want to fight this.
They can't. They just have to back off, and they just have to hope a good defense is in their future. Zaim Senpai Chiku, guys, they can clear the lane very, very fast. But the question is, I know Todak. They want to figure out a way to counter fight whatever Vamos is going to do. So they got to hope for Vamos to overextend and Todak to capitalize on it. But will Vamos do it? Will they overextend?
That is a good question. Lord going in. Crystal is already at half HP. Momo is going to drag it away to the bottom side, but will it be enough as the rest of Team Vamos come in? The Yanlord with the two-man knockup, but he's exposed. The kick not going to save him. Glorious pathway comes out to slow down the rest of Todak, and Crystal is wide open for Vamos to knock it down and claim game number 1.
Todak started off very impressive, but Vamos showing their style. They understand the aggression. They just need an opportunity, and they got it. They got game number 1.
Todak stepped on the gas, but they ran out at the very end. Just could not make the final lap as Homeboys starts ramping up the power spikes, the positioning, the change of target, right? Zaim Senpai as the focal point, and once they figured that out, Todak still kept it the same play, and that's what made the difference in that mid game.
1 kill. They killed Zayed 1 time. Equalized the goal. And after the goal was equalized, it's Vamos' turn.
Oh yes.
How strong of a team are you when you get 1 kill and you take that game? Deadeye, welcome back into the table. What did you think about that game, man?
We've talked about the teams whoever controls the aggression in the early stages of the game most likely going to win, but surprise, surprise, ladies and gentlemen, it was the side here of Vamos. Adaptability also is going to be the key here in winning the series.
Right now we're looking at the highlights here, Husky, and again, a very good start coming in from Todak, but Vamos, they just needed 1 kill. Again, Vamos usually just shows off their muscle, and now they're showing off their instinct as well.
You mentioned something about Todak being good at flanking, right? We saw that against SRG throughout the whole series yesterday, but against Vamos' comp, it is so hard to flank. You're never going to be able to get to the back line without compromising someone. We saw that on the Yanlord and Momo being made an example out of.
I think adaptability really was the name of the game here. We talked about it before the game started. Which team is able to figure out and change their style based on what is necessary during the game. And that's what Vamos did. They saw that Todak wanted to be the aggressors, and they made sure to punish them for it.
Yeah, and Nance being the MVP of the game. Grab that coffee as well. Get caffeinated. But let me just talk to you guys. Right now, this is the analyst portion. But I want to talk about storyline here. Vamos has been vocal. They said they need to win this. Not they want to win this. Not they have to win this. They need to win this because they understand themselves better than everyone else. Yeah. They have this feeling if they drop to the lower bracket, they might not be able to beat Selangor Red Giants or Red Esports. So for them, it's go big or go home. So are they just hungrier than Todak at this point?
I think Vamos has always been hungry, right? Like you look at all of the players, essentially, this Vamos is a new team. This is their first season, but all the players are vets, right? So I think if they can win this, why not just go for it? Because you don't want to end up playing another best of 5 after a long wait. You might as well go for the express pass to M6.
I agree. I also feel like this is a slightly different approach to the tournament that Vamos is taking, where in the past there was this sense of whimsy in their gameplay, regardless of where they were. They have their gaze set on the finals, on championship, on M6. They're still, recall spamming a little bit, but they're not messing around.
Yeah, so that watching the game, you watch from minute 1 until 17 minutes and 53 seconds. Like, talk us through some of the moments that really wowed you in the game.
Okay, we expected, of course, Cho been picked to be aggressive. We saw that one, and the Hilda will be the last pick as well. And I've seen 3 heroes using the Wilderness Blessing. It only shows that they want to be aggressive, move around the map very quickly as well, and we did saw that. However, with this type of composition, they want to control team fights in the early game, but you need also to secure the objectives of the game, which, however, the third turtle team fight, it was countered by Team Vamos.
Yeah, something to think about as well, all right? Hylos and Eve interaction. Eve deals with Hylos because her items are naturally used to counter the Hylos' kit, the high HP tank. Hylos has his ult to nullify any kind of slows that make it so that the RWM slow doesn't really apply, which kind of made me think that maybe Zyme Senpai should have went straight for that Wishing Lantern instead of going for the Ice Queen 1, because you have a way to mitigate one of the biggest strengths of the RWM. And I don't know, I kind of feel like if there's a misplay in terms of decision here, might be Zyme Senpai going for more utility on the Ice Queen 1 instead of going for raw damage immediately.
I agree with that. I feel like we've seen 2 iterations, right? You go for Glowing 1 Wishing Lantern, or you go for Glowing 1 Ice Queen's 1. I think for this game, maybe because they felt like they were ahead, way ahead than they were, so they went for the utility. But I do agree Wishing Lantern would have accelerated the game a lot more.
Yeah. I agree as well. I am pretty sure that Zyme Senpai went for the usual utility build because Zayed was already doing enough, Momo was already doing enough. He didn't feel like he needed to add up more damage on top of that. But when Vamos shifted their gameplay style to target the divers instead, then the damage issue started popping up, and by that time, it was too late.
Yeah, I feel bad not bringing up the interaction between the Glorious Pathway and the RWM, but yeah, now that I see the stats, it just came to my mind. I feel like it's something that Todak has to review as well. And this is one of those games that's just a small detail. It's just the priority in the items. And yet he can have that big of an impact.
That's true. And I think right now, for the side of Todak, they have the play style, they have the gameplay that they think they could win. Again, we've mentioned, of course, adaptability here. Don't get me wrong. It was total control there for the side of Todak in the early stage of the game. But Vamos, again, they adapted to the formation. It's hard right now for the Cho to find an opening because Zorn was everywhere here. His Hylos just blocks the side flanks. The defensive formation is pretty big as well. Not only the items, their adaptability for the formation as well.
So right now, looking at how close game number 1 is going to be, do you feel like there is a chance we're going to go for all 5 games?
Of course, man. That's not a question. I mean, we need to have a double, to think that double there, because we've seen Todak, of course, having the first day in the playoffs reach game 5. And then yesterday as well is stretched. And now here against Vamos, there's still a chance.
And now a legacy in the making. One of the most successful coaches in Malaysia, Coach Pabs. Look at his local, like his international has been getting better, but hasn't been there yet. And I kind of feel like internationally, that's all that he needs to be crowned as the best coach in Malaysia. Because look at his local accomplishments. In season 9, 2nd place. Season 10, champion. Season 12, champion. Season 13, champion. That's 2nd place. But still, he has made a statement that he's one of the best coaches here. All he needs is a better performance than 5th and 6th place in the international season.
Yeah, even when he won in season 10, that was Team Huck's first season, right? The debut season, he won a champion. I think he's the only coach that has won a championship title in MPL MY with 2 different teams. There's a chance to go for a 3rd team if Vamos ends up winning the trophy. You spoke about hunger. I think this is the hunger right there, right? They've been to an international event. Warlock won season 12 with most of the players except for Nets. Nets came in 2nd last season. They've attended M5, they've attended MSC, but they always fell short. Lost to Daewoo in the group stage in M5. Lost to NIP Flash during MSC 2024. How could you not be hungry to go back to M6?
Exactly. Now looking at this matchup, do you feel like any of the heroes just now needs to be respected?
Joe, man.
Joe. Like, even though they lost, it's still pretty good.
I think. But, of course, I have to point out, if only Team Todak has been looking ahead, they controlled, yes, check. Victory conditions, they controlled the early stage of the game, but they did not look out on the far edge. Yeah, they have the Melissa, right. But the scaling for the other heroes, I don't think so. Edith can be one. Edith is a better scaling compared to Hilda.
Yeah, but the thing is, that Valentine, I'm pretty sure that's the only reason why they hesitated on the Edith. Now, gentlemen, man, we're going to need more time here to really talk about the game. For now, we're going to talk to Moon, a member of Todak, one of the legendaries as well. We're going to talk to him. But Rose and Poji, they're going to be the one talking.
Selamat kembali ke MPL Offstage yang dibawa khas oleh Hotlink. Anda bersama dengan saya, Rose, Poji dan juga Moon daripada Todak.
Hello, hi. Hi Rose, hi Puji.
Alright Moon, first of all, how are you? Apa khabar? Macam mana sekarang?
Kau baik, Alhamdulillah.
Alright, now Moon, kita tahu sekarang Todak sikit lagi kena menang lah. Tapi sikit lagi nak dapat tiket ke M6. Kenapa makin lama makin pendek?
Tangga.
Okay, tangga. Alright, now sikit lagi dah nak dapat tiket ke M6. Now ini kalau dapat 5 kali appearance dah dekat M Series. Now you rasa macam mana prestasi Todak ni, this lineup of Todak kalau korang layak ke M6?
Saya rasa prestasi Todak, inilah prestasi Todak yang paling baik yang pernah ada dekat MPL season 14 ni lah. Kita ke depan sikit
Nampak
aku pendek sangat.
Kan, makin lama makin ke belakang pula.
Betul lah tu.
Macam aku tenggelam sebenarnya, macam pendek.
Agak lah.
Nak heels.
So ini adalah in your opinion the best lineup of Todak as of now.
Yep.
I rasa kita boleh nampak that actually patch ni memang sesuai dengan Todak. Maybe you boleh explain ataupun share sikit why this is so. Kita boleh nampak dari region lain mana top teams actually struggle adapt dengan patch ni. Tapi untuk Todak dia macam sesuai sebab memang langgar.
Okay, dia satu je sebenarnya. Sebab kita ada Prime Zahid season 9. Sebab itu je. Tim lain tak ada Prime ni. Dia seorang je.
Ciku tak ada Prime?
Ciku dia start season Prime.
Sebab orang ada cakap juga, Todak is Ciku, Ciku is Todak.
Yes sir.
Tapi sekarang kita nak tanya sikit lah sebab resepinya selalu menjadi, macam Rose cakap sebelum ni 7 kali ke Grand Final. Dan kali ni lagi satu je langkah untuk ke M Series. Persoalannya sekarang, apakah resepi sebenar untuk membolehkan korang sentiasa konsisten kuat sebenarnya dekat MPL?
Basically mungkin kita kena banyak bergaduh kot. Benda tu memang penting bang. Benda tu memang penting. Sebab bila kita bergaduh ni kita faham antara satu sama lain tau. Okay, dia ni nak apa? Kita gaduh dulu. Sebab setiap orang ada pendapat masing-masing kan.
Bergaduh tangan ke gaduh di Land of Dawn?
Tak, I rasa verbal kot. Verbal. I rasa it's like relationship kalau tak gaduh memang tak jadi because you have to communicate what you guys want. Betul tak?
Betul.
Tengok, I faham Moon. Alright, now Moon, apa yang Moon nak cakap kepada fans? Mungkin stay tuned for M6, anything. Silakan.
Kepada fans-fans Todak, first kali thank you datang pagi-pagi support kita punya game, dan insyaAllah Todak akan dapatkan kad MC lah season ni.
InsyaAllah. Dan sekarang selesai, sudah Moon memberikan ucapan dan juga kata-kata semangat kepada semua orang, dan semoga korang mendoakan semangat Todak di sini. Dan let's go untuk kita pergi ke Kasedas.
Shout out to Moon. Leo created the Moon Addicts back in Philippines. They had their own crowd, but yes, right now this is a whole different Todak. And that game was close. That game, Todak could have done it. And if that's gonna be the flow of the game, I also feel like this can go game 5, Stafa.
I feel like it could. We've already seen that Todak is more than capable of adjusting their draft and game plan between games when they went to a full series against Monster Fishes. So considering the disappointment they faced here, I expect something different in game 2. It's just whether or not they can outpace Vamos, because I'm sure they're doing the same thing.
Yeah. And I want to echo what Deadeye mentioned early on about Todak.
It's called Liquid now. Get it? Do you get a joke? There's no echo anymore now, it's Liquid.
Oh yeah.
Get it?
See. I want to...
Okay.
I want to solid what Deadeye said.
All right, okay.
Well, what do you say about adaptability, right? But before that, we gotta look at the legends first, because I think it comes down to this, especially these two guys.
Now, we're looking at greatness on screen. Chiku guys against Zoran. The battle of two legendas. This is such a great statement that it's not even a question.
No.
Right? It's not asking like who's better, who's the more legenda. No, it's just a fact. Both of these are legends.
We should give it to both of them, honestly.
Yeah.
Right, like can we just have two plaques for Chiku guys and Zorn, like one each?
I mean, honestly, if they can give one for me, I'll.
Yeah, one for you, one for Gideon.
Because I'm nominated for Legenda Award.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Take it.
Give it to all the nominees, you know?
Yeah,
we have a
you know, I'll take that. I'll take that.
Yeah, give it to all the nominees.
Yeah.
But yeah, to my point.
Shout out to Gideon. He's nominated.
He's nominated as well. He's gonna be here later on. Did I say that Todak didn't look far ahead enough, right? That's why the Melissa, like we talk about them wanting Melissa just to win lane against Harif. I'm fine with that. But this is where I would much prefer that Beatrix be a part of that draft at game 1, right? You get to plan far ahead, jack of all trades. I hope game 2 will see that adjustment.
Let me just say, I don't think I'm the only one. I know that Suyo can contest the Turtle Lord. I know that Suyo can burst heroes fast, but the way Chibi did it was different. Like Deda, you saw how Chibi used the Suyo, and he's there, and then he's not, and then he got a kill. Like, how does he do that?
I mean, in MPL we were the first region who have just given the test bed. You mean test bed on using the Suyo. It's not that very much impressive here, but as the moment goes by, I mean, Suyo, the players themselves have been very comfortable for this one. We have seen Suyo uncontested when it comes to objective takedowns because of the burst damage. But Chibi, you have mentioned of this one, I know he's comfortable for this hero as well. But let's see if he can manage to be consistent as well with his gameplay.
Let me share something with you guys. Chibi taught me a little bit how to use Suyo.
Okay.
Oh,
no,
okay.
This is legit thing. We had an event, and then I'm just hanging out with him, and it's like, oh, how do you think about Suyo? This is when Suyo just got released, and then he told me all the combos and everything, and I'm like, he did his own work. He really wanted to use this hero on stage, and now looking at the draft, Todak, we talk about adapting. Talk about this adaptation, Husky. Banning out the Alpha, banning out the Eve. What are they aiming for?
Potential Jushin pick if Vamos lets it through.
Or Suyo?
Jushin or Suyo, but if Jushin and Suyo are let through, you better take Jushin, man. Yeah. It's too good of a pick to give up.
I am not the only one bound.
What ban is
like
that?
it's the
obvious. Like Vamos let both of them through, right? You gotta pick a choice. You gotta pick your poison.
Two veteran
Thank
coaching
goodness.
lines as well. We're talking about coaches that's been here for the better half of the decade here. So now they're like, we're the kind of coaches that will let all the heroes through and then see what each other got. Toda picking up the Jushin. Warlord doesn't have that Jushin now. Now Suyo on Chibi's hand again. What do you think about this, Deadeye?
Chill. Let's go. Cho is going to be picked here.
I agree.
Cho!
I agree.
Zorn, why are you thinking about it, Zorn? Don't think about it.
Yeah.
This is your time,
Auto
buddy.
pick. Auto pick. Auto pick.
It has to be a show, right? There's no high-lows anymore. There's no phobias.
Yeah, it just makes the most sense. Order. Oh. The cutout was open, but you would think that show had slightly higher priority.
I had a feeling they weren't picking the Cho because they're taking that time. Vamos isn't a team to hesitate on the Cho. So the fact that the hero wasn't locked instantly, a lot of conversation was going on in that pick.
I think also you have a good flex pick for Vamos, but at the same time, we saw the value of Gato Kacha, right? So much zone control. You could really split the battle lines if an enemy team wants to play together. So you see the Nolan Arlet as a response. I do like the Arlet. We've seen the impact that Smooth had in Game 1. You want to control the backline, Arlet gets the job done.
Deadeye, bring us into your head now. What are you thinking?
Okay, Zushin is having a much of an advantage here, especially on how we've seen how it can control the lane and as well as the early game. Plus, with this Nolan pick as well, they could be very, very aggressive. But the Arlo pick, yeah, you mentioned, of course, Husky. This could be a potential great pick as well when it comes to the team fight. But with the aggressiveness as well, with the Cho being much open, I think this is pretty good pick here for the side of Todak, but no one's been picking it.
Probably would ban a Cho if you're Vamos, I think.
Yeah.
Unless you want to 4-pick it and leave Nexus Hero for last. We've seen that priorities a couple of times where you put the gold lane for last pick if you're Vamos.
I'm thinking crazy here. Kaja for Zorn.
Actually, it's not too bad of a choice.
Going for Jushin is a good idea. Going for the Arlet is a good idea. Going for the Nolan is a good idea. Pair it with a Beatrix. Pair it with a Lunox. Sounds like something Vamos can do. It sounds like something that Toda would do as well.
We have already seen how well a Kaja can mess with a Zusin in the hands of a player like Grace, for example. So it is not completely impossible here. The Vama is already trying to limit some of those possibilities. Chiku's Comfort Lunox being banned out.
So it's alluding to a Harry pick for Nets. That's probably going to come in 4th pick. I think what the Kaja does also is it minimizes interaction with the Jushin, right? The lesser time you spend being beamed by the Lantern Flare, the more opportunities you have to make a play.
Edith getting banned out, so perhaps Soda wants more beefy members in the front line. So right now we already have crowd control coming in with the Arlet. I'm noticing something as well. I'm just double confirming because I don't think Matilda has gotten any attention yet.
No, Matilda would be a pretty decent pick as well for Vamos. Good for Vamos and Todak, honestly.
Yeah.
You know what? I look at Todak and I'm thinking to myself, the Irritel really doesn't look too bad.
I agree.
Yeah, but they typically would pick Irritel only after the opposing goal lane would have been revealed. So Chiku does still quite like it a lot.
So Vamos should not... Okay,
yeah,
the heroes we were talking about has been banned out.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it looks like Vamos is reading into Toda that they wanted this Kaja and Burst combo. Now Vamos, if they pick up the Harif, then okay, maybe Toda won't pick up that Irritel. But the moment Vamos picks up the Natan, then I do agree. I think that's the moment where they're gonna lock in the Irritel.
I think there's a world where they let Harif go over to Todak because they do have decent ways to do with it, right? Mid-range hero, you got so many zone controls.
Nets Moskov as well. It's an
Moskov, yeah. I think probably Natan is the safest pick if they want to go down that route, but I don't see a reason why you won't pick the Harif 4th.
So now Deadeye looking at the Lunox ban and Beatrix ban. And looking at the ban here, looks like the Hilda gets banned as well.
Yep.
Looks like they're thinking this Gato Kacha is going roam.
Well, I can say it's still going to be a flex here, but man, I'm comparing again to MPL SG. You guys been talking about the gold lane heroes here, most likely marksmen. In our time for the playoffs, we haven't had the freedom to really pick the marksman. It's always going to be double fighter side lane, or a Harith pick. But this time around, you mentioned, of course, the Irritel here. I think Irritel can be great when it comes to the damage potential as well. The scaling it can give to either the teams here, because, man, most likely you're going to go for the Todak though.
Oh, and they take Irritel.
Oh,
I love this. 2 steps ahead of Todak.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. If Vamos pick Nathan, Todak will definitely lock in Iritel straight away.
Yeah.
So by Vamos going for it themselves, it makes the Nathan harder to pick up for Chiku. And with Beatrix and Lunox already taken off the table, viable options against it in the lane are very few.
It's very heartwarming for me, gentlemen, man, when we've casted enough of their games to roughly see the heroes that's gonna get picked. And it's heartwarming as well, where we're predicting the other team to take it. So the other team just takes it first, right? We know this is a pick you want. We're taking it away.
Todak playing checkers, Vamos playing chess in this draft. Now you're left with
Chiku is happy.
Harif, Moskov, Nathan. Yeah, they're gonna go for Harif. It's the safer pick, honestly.
And the Cho. The Cho was ignored, and now Todak got it again. Vamos, got the Kacha is an option. You want to go EXP? You want to go Rome?
Kaja is still not too bad, you know.
Yeah, Deadeye, what do you think about Todak's draft so far?
Todak is still going to be a pick-off play. We've seen this one comparison here for the game 1, and Vamos still going to go for the team fight as well. But with this Earthel pick, again, I'm looking forward for Chiku here, for the side of the gold laner to actually scale in the later stage of the game here for the side of Vamos. But last pick, CC, I rarely going to seeing here for FLSG. What is this a common pick here in FLMY?
The only other player that's picked up the CC is Iris, and that's the #1 of this playoff. So what do you think about the drafts overall, Deadeye, before we jump into the game?
I'm looking forward for the CC pick here. CC can stable the lane here, and I'm looking forward as well for the scaling for this Earthel pick.
Again, we talked about this the last time we saw a CC pick. It was on the Iris, and Iris had an MVP-worthy performance. We're about to enter game number 2. Todak, they were able to win the early game, but unable to maintain the momentum. Now will Vamos continue their stride and win game number 2? Let's enter the Land of Dawn.
They're going to be eager to forge a path forward to get closer and closer to that M6 slot. And it is only Todak standing in the way of them and that international stage.
Let me just say, this is not going to be a great time for Young Lord. I'm looking at 3 Purifies. Oh wait, no, 2 Purifies. Oh my goodness. That revitalized looked like it looked like a Purifies.
It's the same color.
Yeah, I'm colorblind. I'm sorry, guys.
It can be a bit of a headache with Smooth running around, right? Smooth, Chibi, Zorn. Oh my goodness, Team Vamos has a comp that, like, Todak's comp isn't really durable to begin with, and now you have Vamos who can literally run in your face and are durable. I agree, it's going to be tough for Todak.
Here we see a bit of a scuffle over the Little Wanderer. Zorn taking a bulk of the damage, but he's a good thought. He'll be fine. In fact, here comes Chibi from the other side. 2-man taunt, and Chibi jumps right in. Yanlor gets a knock up under the tower, but he's got enough HP. First blood claimed by the Suyo.
Now, we can see the same thing going on if Zide does it, because here's the thing. 2 Purifies. That's a happy day for the Nolan, because once he gets on you, you can't run away. So Zai is just waiting for his time, man. We know Zai. We know how he plays here in the playoff. He's just waiting for an opportunity. This time, GB got the first opportunity, but Zai, I think he's not going to be discouraged. He wants to do the same thing.
I'm surprised that Zyme Senpai and Yanlord committed so hard onto Zorn, even though they have not seen the Revitalize out yet. You just don't have damage to kill him, and they kind of paid the price, so very unfortunate. GB finds Yanlord.
We see how much damage Suyo already has built in, and because of the fact he hits his peak at level 3, he's able to go for off timings. That's why he spaced his gank from Zayed.
Yeah, right now Nets is doing quite well in the lane. He's actually facing the lane in his side. Smooth as well as Warlord, just taking some poke damage coming in from Zayed as well as Momo. Mostly just checking how much damage can he really do, and as of right now, not so much.
And Lord doing some damage to Chibi, trying to chase him away from the turtle, but 4 members of Vamos are right here in the turtle pit. Todak needs to try and disjoint them. Flicker, final slash for Chibi, dodges it with the iframes, and now Todak are completely surrounded. Yanlord and Momo instantly fall to the red side.
This game has sort of collapsed for Todak, right? I know he's only 2.5 minutes in, first turtle, but this is the worst case scenario for Todak to deal with, because right now, your entire jungle is compromised, even though your mid lane Taeon is still up, just because Vamos can just outpace you with their speed and health bar.
This is currently a little bit unfair for Todak, because they got the Jushin. Jushin wants to lift people up, but they're moving so fast. And the burst is so high as well that the Jushin doesn't have an easy time spreading the Lantern Flare. Like, the moment the Lantern Flare is about to have full stacks and lift you up, either they dash away or they kill someone first, and then by that time, the damage isn't going to be there. So even if you get CC'd, it doesn't matter.
Zorn getting bursted at half HP, but he's a good tot. He is fine. Chibi is here as well, so Todak cannot continue to place pressure on the top lane.
You always gotta ask yourself, when you pick a Jushin, what keeps you from dying? What allows you to be effective? Drawn out fights, right? People to stall out the enemy. Bulky front lines, anti-divers. Todak has neither of them. You're not exactly bulky as a frontliner. You're relying on a lot of pickoffs. But if that's the case, who's gonna protect the Jushin? It looks like it's a bit too, I feel like Todak's cooking too much with this draft, and the fact that they're behind makes it even harder to pull off.
Yeah, the only one they can really realistically aim for is the Gatakacha, even the CC.
Here comes Chibi, jumps in on Zayat, does so much damage. Avatar the Guardian will miss. That's a two-man pickup into the Zaman Force. The Way of the Dragon onto Zorn, into the tower. Revitalize keeps him alive for a while, but not for long, as Zyme Senpai gets a kill.
I think that's a clear indication of what a Caster Curse looks like. The moment we say like, oh, it's hard for her to carry anyone, instantly gets two.
But they have to keep doing that, right? That's in the notion that Vamos was standing in the lantern for a long time, and the front line pickup came in after the fight started, not during the engage.
Yeah, right now.
Chigu dropping Zaman Force very early. He wants to kill on Warlord, but he's jumping in. Final Slash gets the kill, so Chigu will be traded in return. Not too sure if that's worth it for Todak.
Yeah, I don't think that's worth it at all, especially because Nets, he's free here. And now, Vamos, they're probably going to secure this turtle.
They will. You use a flicker, you lose a gold laner for the enemy mid lane, but the fact that Vamos ended up getting an objective afterwards, and now proxies your jungle camp, Todak sort of kind of messed up the cost-risk benefit of that one.
It looked cool. Ooh, Momo in some trouble. 1v3 under the tower. He has a lot of sustainability, so he should be able to survive for a while, but Chibi is coming in to do the finisher, and the kill will be given to Nets. Chigu now jumping in a bit too late to join the party. He's in trouble. Nets wants to chase him down, but he doesn't have sprint. Never mind though. Smooth is here, and he gets the killing spree.
Vamos right now, they're just running it down. No, Warlord's gonna get taken down. Zayat gets the kill, but Warlord gets a return kill on Zyme Senpai.
I have a feeling he probably stole the Jushin ultimate, and Zayat, he's not even gonna get this bot tier 1, or is he? Yeah, he's not gonna get it.
He wants to get it, but Zorn is right there, and Smooth is now looking to cut him off. Zayat being slowed down. Smooth jumping into the tower, pops the CC out, chases him down. Mega kill for the CC. Way of the Dragon though kicks Smooth into the tower, so Yanlord secures a shutdown.
Can I just say that Zorn tanks so much terror shots on the top side without Revitalize is not even fair.
Yeah, it's really not fair. Now you guys wants to take down Zorn. Zorn uses the Revitalize.
Look at how much he's healing. Final slash on 2 people, but Nets is the one doing the more damage.
No.
But Chibi with the 2-man! Blade Surge done! Both members of Todak disemboweled in an instant!
Todak needs to understand they don't have the damage to kill Zorn when he has Revitalized. They've done it with Yanlord and Zyme Senpai, and now Chigu guys tasted that himself. If anything, I think Todak will have to really recognize the fact that this is a tough position to play in.
Yeah, right now, Smooth and Warlord, they want to just run on Zyme Senpai. Gentlemen, man, let me just say, we've seen how Vamos looks from behind, but now Smooth gets kicked.
Yep, Way of the Dragon onto the CC. Will it be enough? Looks like Yanlord will be able to finally finish him off, but Zayat is left abandoned. Killing spree for Nets. Is it worth it? Yanlord himself trying to escape with Conceal. Really nice Shunpo dodge on the stun. They will only lose one. Never mind. Chibi found Chiku in the mid lane. Gets the kill 1v1.
Yeah, quell the Chiku. So third turtle for Team Vamos, and we also just saw the perfect display of Gato's value. Man, I cannot believe it.
So low!
Snipe him! Ah, so close.
I mean, he hit it, just not enough damage. And I was saying, gentlemen, man, we've seen how Vamos plays from behind, and now we're seeing when they're ahead. Yeah. I don't know about you, but Vamos ahead is different, man. They don't stop.
Oh, Warlord
they don't
steals the Zeus in ult. Uses it to dodge the Nolan.
We say that a slow Vamos is their weakest form, but now they're in their strongest form.
Dude, right now Chibi 2-0-7. He doesn't get a lot of kills, but my goodness, he does a lot in this game.
I mean, he's 3 levels ahead of Zai. He's so deep in the jungle. Zai is essentially starving. He gets nothing. He needs like 2 of his teammates minimum to even secure a camp for himself.
Look at Zorn, he's just going in, trying to steal the buff. Not able to do so. Avatar the Guardian used, misses as well. Chibi with the Blade Surge, stuns Zion Senpoi under the tower. He's not going to try and chase that down. Todak, no casualties, but Vamos is really showing off in front of them.
Chibi is looking like the best Rio player right now.
Zion tried to find Ness, but Zorn taunted him instantly, and now Chibi from the flank. Killing spree on Zion Senpoi. Todak walks right into a trap.
Vamos has broken Todak. That was an unwarranted play. You do not need to do that. You just saw the guitar. What makes you think you could get away?
Now Vamos, they're just playing with their food. This is upper bracket finals, and Vamos is making it look easy.
Final slash stolen by Warlord, not able to get a kill, but they stun Yanlord. He has to flicker away. Final slash into the tower, but Vamos is so bulky, so tanky. The revitalize from Zorn is topping all of them up, and they don't even mind that they're in Todak's base.
I don't think they can get any inhibitor, but they don't need to. The Lord's coming up. That's the main objective. Clock of Destiny just got done by Zion Senpoi, but the timing has been completely missed. Todak are so far behind. If you can't even take down Zorn, you have no chance in accessing the backline.
Dude, like, I can't imagine I'm watching a game where Team Vamos is just outclassing Todak when Todak had amazing games against MV, amazing games against Selangor Red Giants. Vamos, they were hiding quite a bit in yesterday's matches, and today we're looking at them being very serious here.
That's why Coach Pass is a good. This is one of the best.
Oh, final slash on 2 into the Diamond Force. It's gonna be enough though because Warlord's in the backline and Smooth already picked up Zion Senpoi. Blade Surge on 2 again. Chibi making it happen every single time, and he's just whittling down Momo from afar. Mega kill for Chibi.
Smooth doesn't even go down.
He's still going. He's looking for Chiku, guys, and he's just gone. Blown up by Nets with the mega kill.
I'm blown away.
I mean, now I don't feel so bad saying that this game is already out of control. 2.5 minutes in.
Dude, 10 minutes, 8,000 gold lead, 17 kills to 5.
Oh my goodness.
Todak, they got a plan for something different here, man. They need something. How can they shut down Vamos? Vamos, they're moving forward and they're not stopping. This is the unstoppable force from Vamos.
They're going for a full push with the Lord down mid lane. Warlord already baiting out some resources. Zorn just standing there menacingly, zoning out Todak entirely. The Lord gonna be bursted down quite quickly. Flicker, final slash is gonna be enough though because Momo is left by his lonesome. Nets is doing too much damage. Unstoppable for the Irizel. Lord is already gone. Minion wave has been cleared up, but another one is coming up top. So Vamos, eager to set their hands on another inhibitor, will be able to get it. Will they continue to push? Looks like they're not intent on leaving. Yanlord with the flicker kick finds way of the dragon on the TB, but he just blows up. Unstoppable for TV. The crystal is open. Todak is melting. Vamos, they don't even have enemies. The crystal is the only thing in the base for them.
No. Did you see what I see, Husky?
Yeah, I did.
Chibi was locked out. He got a kill.
Iframes, man. Iframes. Iframes and a bit of just a dash of damage reduction, but I don't think he's even in the immortal form, right? It's just pure burst in the iframes. What do I say about the value of the guitar? There was a reason that it was banned on blue side by Vamos. Todak knew that was the exact pick that they used to break open SRG, and yet in this game too, they sort of made the same error of letting the guitar through, knowing the value that he brings.
We have 2 legends, Zorn and Chiku, guys, and Chibi is outshining them.
Holy cow.
This is a future legend in the making. As of right now, as of game number 2, Chibi might be the best jungler in Malaysia, man.
Yeah, gotta prove you wrong, right? We brought up Zai and now Chibi is like, no. You call me a legend, but you say Zai is better. Are you crazy, LaFell?
What
crazy, LaFell?
What do you do?
I mean, Zai is performing very well, man. Especially here during the playoffs. Chibi, you mentioned, of course, he's shining here, but there's a reason. We have been talking about the mid lane and roam combination, aggressiveness. It was... Look at this one. I put it here. Zorn MVP. He was incredible here in the Gacha, man. He's unstoppable. And of course, I've talked about the CC pick. What's the use of a CC pick here? he stopped the rotations here of the Arlots because on the game 1, we've seen the Hilda roaming in, but now it's been stopped.
Jaga mulut ya.
Post it. Post it right now. Post it. Press post, Chibi. Don't delete it. Post.
You know what? GB has the buff. When people doubt him, he gets stronger, man. And now he's flaming the fade. He's flaming.
He's
fanning
the flame. I thought you wanted to say he's flaming the fan. And I'm like, oh.
he's fanning the flame.
Just for our international viewers, what Chibi said there was, watch your mouth.
Yeah, watch the tongue. And I mean,
another podcast again?
Isn't this roster sort of built on the doubts of the masses?
Yeah. The more people doubt them, the stronger they get. They understand what is essentially the caster curse. The more people say good things about them, they do bad. The moment people say, you guys suck, they might be going to M6.
Nice.
Then, what do you think about that game? Like, I don't know, man. I'm still. I just want to see Chibi play.
Yeah, Chibi, great performance, MVP. And again, I could not discount how Sorn and Warlord did a pretty good job, especially during the early CDB, as well as the side here of the CC. On the game 1, we've seen the Hilda again, aggressiveness.
Oh, look at this.
Okay.
He got kicked inside the base and he instantly shut down. Oh
man,
that was.
That's why I like about certain heroes, like percentage damage, HP damage, burst damage, no cap, execution damage. Give them everything. Iframes.
How discouraging is it? How discouraging is it? You kicked him inside your crystal
and he kills you.
And he kills you. You don't kill him. He is 5-0-10. How is that fair, Deadeye?
It not only kills you, it kills your hope. It kills your heart. It's disgusting, man. I mean, it only shows here at the game goes by. Momentum coming in from Vamos. It's going up and up and up from here.
I mean, it's what? It's like 11 minutes game. I didn't even notice it was this fast, right? I mean, Zyme is on the ropes.
21 kills in 11 minutes.
My goodness.
Vamos had 21 kills in 11 minutes.
Every single player was popping off, literally. We're talking about Zorn, we're talking about Chibi, but Smooth was playing out of his mind, Net was playing out of his mind, Warlord being there, stealing ults left and right to get those pickoffs. Vamos has always been a team that knows how to get under their opponent's skin, and I think Todak is feeling the goosebumps.
I mean, can you believe it, right? Like 2 seasons ago, this majority of this Vamos roster, 4 out of 5, right, excluding the coach, denied Smooth of his MPL Season 12 trophy. They beat him 4-3, and now there's a chance that Smooth wins with them. And there's so many storylines going on, but I think this also changes what Todak feels, because before Todak came to the venue today, they were feeling really good about themselves, right? Like Zaya was telling his team, guys, today is M6. Today we are going to M6. Yanlord woke up and he was telling his team it was a dream. It felt like a dream that we beat SRG, but right now, they might have to take the longer road.
Let me just say, Vamos right now, like Toda are swordfishes, but Vamos feels like a calamity.
Man,
they feel like a natural disaster. They don't stop.
Man, they have nets.
They have nets, right?
They can do some fishing themselves. It's very, very easy for them. And I think even in the draft, we are seeing why Pav's got a bit of a feature there. He knew the heroes that were being contested, being left open by Todak. They saw the Zeus in immediately. High mobility composition, impossible to catch. It's so good.
Yeah, you want to pick, Arlet, Cho. Guess what? Irithel. We take that Irithel away. We know you want it. We've seen that happen. You want to force that matchup. We're gonna do it the opposite way, right? Now you get into a losing matchup, but the rest of your lanes are losing. So what are you gonna do?
Deadeye, I gotta take something what Stafa just said just now. Like, he didn't mean it that way, but his statement is true. Vamos made it look easy going up against Todak. Like what do you think? Todak again defeated world champs and Vamos is making this look easy.
For me, they maybe defined the groove already here in this, especially here in the game 2. Again, Todak, you've met easy game, yes. Todak also, we've seen the show comfort pick of Yanlord. The high pick win rates of Azushin, still lost. Under this kind of minute game time, looks easy. It's a statement, man.
It is.
Vamos is here to win. And of course, we've mentioned, of course, how they perceive this match, right? We don't want to lose. We need to win here because we don't want to go for SRG against SRG here. But I think this time around, they are sticking to that gun. They are sticking to that mentality, and they are indeed here to win the series.
We clearly know who is being targeted. Look at the assists, right? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Nets is always helping him out, man.
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
Nets, like this shows how fast that Vamos is moving around the map when your goal laner is assisting you this much.
He has 8 assists solely just on Chiku, guys.
Poor Chiku, guys.
Oh yeah, sorry, yeah, Chiku. Yeah, okay, dude.
Like look at his movements, right? He exists purely on Todak's side of the jungle. He was uncontested, he was uncontrolled, unrestrained. Every single time Todak thought they were fighting on one angle, Chibi just jumps in with his sword from another, and they're just gone.
I don't want to go into a rank game and see Chibi's name. Especially if I'm a goal laner, it's like, yeah, you know what? I'll stay in my base.
I mean,
you guys have fun. I'm gonna stay in my base.
I mean, it might be the land of Dawn, but it is still Vamos' home ground, right? It's in Johor, and that's the buff right there. You're playing on their turf.
Lafel, I kind of doubt myself right now. Are we really going into 5-game series here? Oh no!
I don't know, man.
I want it to happen, but man, it's not looking good. The odds are not looking good.
Imagine if Vamos actually gets a 3-0 ticket to M6.
You know, this would be the biggest statement that Vamos has ever made the entire season.
Right now, let's look at Deadeye's M6 top 6 power ranking. You got Onyx Philippines Aurora. Flash, okay, I see you. Tell ID RQ and BTK.
Okay.
You want to explain yourself?
I think first it's Pinoy Pride. Pinoy Pride, Pinas lang malakas, man. I mean, Fnatic Onyx, Aurora, they've taken down the former champions, man. And now FNOC is looking pretty good. I've seen how they play, taking down also Aurora, or both of these teams in the PH, taking the former champions there. It's a statement. And of course, we know that the best region is Philippines.
Say that again. Say that again.
Best region is the Philippines. And then, of course, NIP Flash. NIP Flash. Of course, no one's talking about NIP Flash, but watch out. M6, watch out. Clip this one and hopefully I'm right.
I can think of 4 people who just clipped that part.
Oh my goodness.
Like off the top of my head, I can think of 4 people who clipped it.
It's very easy for me. DJY, just screenshot this and vote for these teams, and then we're good.
Yeah, and then we're good.
We have DJY.
Then we have a good chance. Yeah.
I still don't have the customer's curse, guys. So
no. You don't know DJY.
But someone out there.
Okay.
Oh, he really doesn't know who DJY is.
So TLDR, he not only cursed our team, he cursed every single region.
He watched MPLPH, the curse work. MPL ID, the curse work. MPL MY, curse work. So now we gotta go off stage with Rose and Poji. This time, going with Vamos, they're gonna talk to Sapat. So let's see what they got for us. Rose and Poji, you guys.
Selamat kembali ke MPL Offstage yang dibawa khas oleh Hotleague bersama Rose dengan Poji ni. Kita ada yang dia kata substitute sebenar. Kita ada Sepat. Alright.
It's not substitute. SS, support system sebenar.
Support system yang sebenar. I rasa kan kita punya kita punya offstage hari ni semua support system je lah.
Okay.
Betul. Alright. Now Sepat, 1 game lagi.
Okay.
1 game. Sekarang tengah 2-0. 1 game lagi dah nak dapat tiket ke M6 lah orang kata.
Betul.
You rasa tengah hype ke sekarang?
Sangat-sangat hype sebab kita orang nak sangat pergi ke M6 dan kita orang nak main dekat ICT Mall.
Dan juga
Axiata Arena. Let's go!
Let's go! Alright. Now, I nak tanya Sepat, kalau korang layak ke M6, pasukan mana yang sudah layak lah dah dapat kunci ke M6 kan? Yang korang memang nak jumpa?
Jangan Abah. Mungkin Aurora.
Wow.
Aurora, Fnatic Onyx, Philippines and RRQ.
Kenapa?
Mungkin sebab dorang antara big contender untuk kita orang dekat M6 nanti.
I see.
Soalan macam baik, soalan terlampau baik. Kita up sikit.
Okay.
Semalam Zon cakap tak nak jumpa SRG sebab SRG kuat. Tapi sekarang kalau kata Todak kalahkan SRG, korang kalahkan Todak, kalau ikut graf korang paling tinggi. So korang lah number 1 dekat Malaysia sekarang.
InsyaAllah. Tak berani nak cakap lebih-lebih, belum champion lagi kan.
Okey,
so untuk semua doakan kita orang untuk kita orang champion season ni untuk Vamos guys.
Spat tiba-tiba takut bila
Betul,
dia keluarkan ayat macam tu. Nombor 1 di Malaysia. Tiba-tiba takut.
Takut juga.
Okay, now Spat. Macam biasalah kalau Rose ambil Spat untuk off stage, macam biasalah. Apa Spat nak cakap dekat Abang Ngah?
Okay. Untuk Angah, lupakan je lah game lawan dengan Vamos ni Angah. Fokus yang lawan kat bawah nanti. Okay? So untuk Angah, all the best, bounce back dekat bawah sebab yang atas ni via Vamos dia ada.
Alright, hala Vamos, hala Vamos.
Hala. Hala. Let's go.
Alright, sekarang kita tengok game seterusnya. Let's go, love you all.
Everyone from Vamos, they know how to generate heat. If we ever had a heel in the MLBBC, it is Vamos, man. Like, they know how to work the mic. I mean, you guys didn't understand it, but basically what he said, because right now the coach of Todak is the brother of Sepat, and Sepat is a player of Vamos. And he just said, like, nah, don't stress yourself over this game. Just think about the lower brackets, you know, like, I mean, just keep up. Just keep up.
There's only one team deserving at the top, right? And that's Vamos. One more game. 3-0. I still cannot believe that this is one of the permutations I never thought would be possible before this happened.
Hey, this is why we say unos, dos, tres, vamos.
Oh wait, vamos, not cuatro. My bad.
Best of 7. We need to change it up. I get you. But this is for the best of 5, okay? But now, before we move on our conversation, we got a WhatsApp coming in from Momo where we're talking to Momo, and we asked, could you tell us about Todak's current strategy? And he said, we're starting playing Protect the King since Chiku is our hard carry. We really trust him, and we all just focus on doing our job. And let's go back to what Suyo Chibi did.
Is it bad to say that they're not doing their jobs too well?
No, Chibi is just too much. What do you think?
Protect the King, I'm not seeing that as well. I think they have not being... Protect the King, for me personally, in my opinion, it's protect one. The kind of strategy. Because they have a king, they have a single player there they want to protect and have to carry the game all throughout. But it shows that when they do want to be aggressive instead, they're not protecting the king. They are protecting their lanes. They are controlling the game. I'm not sure what his strategy all about though.
I mean, they went through if that is their direction, they went through 6 dynasties in game 2 because Chiku died 6 times. Yep.
I mean, in his defense, Chiku is a hard king to protect, man. Like he's like a kid. It's like no, don't play with fire. No, come, Timmy, no.
Don't worry.
It is basically telling your king, there's assassins out to get you, and he says, but I need to see my people.
He's like, what's the worst that could happen?
I am going to hold my rally regardless.
Shout out Chiku guys, man. A legenda for sure. But now we're jumping straight into the draft here. Dude, even the fans, they just know how to generate heat.
Vamos fans are built different, man.
Yeah, built different.
The sibling rivalry is being brought onto the MPL stage.
How do they coexist? Like,
I feel bad at it. I can't understand what's going on. It's a meme. But anyways, Vamos, Fanny, Phobius, as well as Gata Kacha has been banned out.
Yeah.
Todak banning out the Chip, as well as the Jushin. What do you think about the opening banter, Deadeye?
Okay, without the Gata Kacha, I think now the Cho will be visible in this kind of situation. Gata Kacha has been a menace. Cannot be easy indeed to have an aggressive opening because in how he puts himself forward here. But I think if Todak is not going to ban the Cho here, Vamos going in for the first pick, Suyo, they can go for it.
Now Todak. Do they ban the Suyo? I mean...
No banning Suyo, I'm not sure.
Valentina. So Vamos, Suyo, Todak, Eve?
Yeah, they want the Eve.
Yep.
It's a very clear indicator that they want the Eve. and they don't want Warlord to be stealing big ultimates. But
oh, look at Chibi.
Suyo, right? Like
he wants Suyo. He definitely wants Suyo. Yeah.
After that game, you don't pick him Suyo, like you're trolling.
Yeah, I feel like Pops was asking him, if they pick up the Eve, can you kill her? And it's like, what kind of question is that?
Like, are you crazy?
What kind of question is that?
I thought they might go Eve Cho like game 1, but looks like they've gone Eve Hylos instead. So even more team fight control, and we talked about the interaction between these two heroes. You don't have to worry about that if they're both on your side.
What do you think about the opener of Hylos and Eve here?
That's true. I agree with Sudafa here. You're creating the box of death here, plus the glorious pathway, too much slows. Now I can say that the Ice Queen 1 priority here for the Eve will be very, very, very visible and good synergy here with the Hylos.
All right, let's grab the Rafaela then. Never mind, it's Cho!
See, here's the thing.
It's Zorn Cho.
Right,
Zorn
here's the
Cho.
thing. We saw that interaction in game 1 where there's the interaction between Hylos and Cho,
Oh,
right?
look at Zorn. He's just like, yeah, I know.
The fans are letting him know.
I mean,
he's like, yeah, I know.
It takes a lot of guts to pick the Cho into these kind of lineups, you know?
No, think about it. The slow effect dashes.
What?
The slow effect dashes.
No.
Look at the dashes in Vamos. Suyo has a dash. Hardev has a dash. Cho has a dash. The slows interact with dashes. It doesn't.
So that means Momo should play Mincetar.
But they pick up the Lunons. I actually like the
You have to, because they've been banning Chigu's second phase every game.
And this time you can't. The king can protect himself. Right?
Yeah.
Right?
It's okay.
Yeah.
Wow, nice.
Right,
I get it.
Kuja was like, clearly we couldn't protect you, so you gotta do it yourself.
What do you think about this?
Sadafa mentioned about a Mincetar, right? But having a Mincetar in this lineup as well, it takes this team composition, having long ultimate cooldowns. So they rely for such scenarios for them to win such games. So I think if you want to go for the team fight, make sure all those ultimates hits its spot.
Yeah.
If not, it's going to be punishing here against them.
Light me up and watch the world burn. Oh, I love the export light. I think I had a cosplay him soon. But either way, Paramis gets banned out, and now Luluyi banned out as well. Honestly, it's curious for me because traditionally Eve is the counter for the Paramis, but they're really respecting Warlord's picks here because right now we see 4 mage bans. The Luyi, the Paramis, the Valentina, and the Jushin. The thing gets banned out as well, but they're really pushing Warlord deep into his hero pool. The Aurora and the Vexana is still open, but again, this shows how much Todak really respects Warlord.
I mean, there is Sicilian. I don't think it's that good against Todak's current lineup.
And I don't think it's necessary as well, because I feel like Suyo and Harv can carry.
Yeah, I agree.
What does the Todak have? I mean, for Zayed, I think Vamos wants to force him to go Nolan. Given the Nolan Suyo matchup, right?
Wait, there's a chance for the Hayabusa, but that will be a trap. Because I asked Chibi and it's like, yeah, if I pick Suyo, don't pick the Hayabusa. I know 10,001 ways to deal with the Hayabusa. Mincetar gets picked up.
And there it is.
It's a Momo specialty.
It has to.
It's a Momo specialty.
Sorry guys, I have that expression. I haven't seen really a Mincetar popping off in the playoffs, but yeah.
Well, let's hope he can do it here because Todak needs something, right?
Yeah, okay. I stick to my opinion here. They need to hit the spot when it comes to a team fight here. These are big ultimates. It's not a short cooldown for such heroes. Mincetar, Eve, as well as the Hylos here.
Todak has a massive box of death. So Vamos wants to play around it. And so far, they've been pretty good at doing that. They're splitting up the map. Todak needs to funnel them into the team fight they're looking for.
There's one more. The Alpha is still open, right? If Dai wants to play a bit safer and not get the Nolan matchup, you can go Alpha. The Kali, Vexana, we kind of saw this coming since the options were limited. Yeah, I'm digging the Alpha for Todak now.
So what do you think about this full lineup coming in from Vamos Deadeye?
Okay, Khalid. We've seen, if this is a Khalid with the Wilderness Blessing and Agility here, gotta expect, of course, gonna support Zorn's show here when it comes to aggressiveness. But what's surprising for me is game 1, game 2, we've seen Todak going for the pick-off comp. Now they are going for the team fight one. So this is a big change right now for the side of Todak. If they manage to pull it through, they manage to win this game, specific game, there will be a momentum shift, man. I'm feeling it.
No!
No!
You're kidding me.
No, you cannot do this.
You are kidding me.
No, guys, we're talking about protect the king. You need a knight. You need a Leo Mord. They told us the strat without telling us the
Last
strat.
season.
Here's the thing. The king is Minsatai in this situation.
Yeah.
He's an actual king.
Yeah.
I think that's the wrong king of L.
Deadeye. Find the words before we jump in the game.
Man, I'm surprised with the Minsatar pick, but now we are seeing here a new Leo Mord. Let's go! Todak and vamos!
I cannot contain the excitement I have for this match because match point for Vamos. One more win. They go to M6. Todak is risking it all with the team fight composition. They're gonna protect the king with the king of Minsatar and the knight of Leomord.
Vamos are looking to pave their path, one victory away from M6. But Todak are bringing in the box of death powered by 2 high horsepower engines. Will they be able to stop them?
First critique, Zai ain't using the Ducati skin, and that's minus points.
Big L.
Yep.
Second of all, it would be how crazy would it be if Zai wins this game as Leomord, because that was a hero that Chibi brought out first 2 seasons ago.
Chibi kept trying to bring it out and it didn't work.
He really wanted to make it work, but you know, it is what it is. Oh, Zorn taking quite a lot of damage from Zai. Now, one thing that we have to consider, if the team fight does happen, Todak should win this, right? They 100% should win this because they have a lot of ways to drop down the enemy below 50%. And once 50% threshold has been... look at him.
He's fine. He's got a quick trend guard. So he will be able to survive that. In the mid lane, Yanlord also taking a lot of pokes. I don't think we should see any big fights until the turtle, right?
Yeah. But looking at... Yes, that really should be the case. Zayed right now, I'm just wondering what is the power spike that Todak has for this Leomord, because I talk to a lot of professional players and they feel like Leomord is a farming kind of hero. You need some items before you can really do anything. It's not a hero that you really force fights on.
Zaya needs to get out, pops the Phantom Steed. Will it be enough though? Because Chibi is severing the entirety of Todak. The stacking, the damage, it is too much. Chiku's already popped his Purify. He's still surviving off of the Brilliance heal, but that's a double kill for Chibi. And 3 deaths already before 2 minutes.
Talk about a major setback if you are a Leomord. Not only does he need big ticket items to start dealing devastating damage, the fact that you are put behind against a Suyo, and now your mid lane is compromised, your goal lane is compromised, Yanlord is not going to hit 4 before the first objective, which is something that the Leomord needs. Vamos, I think we're looking at game 2 scenario again, where they are just accelerating the game.
Someone stop Chibi, man. Like, this guy is having too much fun. Fun is great, but it's only great for one person.
Only one side has fun.
You can certainly see that. For now, the turtle has officially come up. Both teams are going to be eager to try and contest it. Momo misses the Spear of Glory. Smooth is in the backline. RWM comes out. Raging Stanthrow not able to cancel. Phantom Steed doing a lot of damage. Warlord going to be the first one picked off, and Zayed gets the turtle on top of all of it. Chibi going to be chased down as well with the glorious pathway. And Todak takes 2 and the first turtle.
Dude, that was amazing. Like, Momo dropping the ult around the turtle. It was impressive that Chibi was able to get out of it. He still used the Ivern to get out of it, but... Oh, hold on.
Way of the Dragon kicked into the tower, but he's not able to follow up because of the stun, and Smooth not able to disrupt either. Beautiful Terrify from Warlord. Can they continue chasing? Zorn will make sure of it. The flicker forward from Smooth with the Desert Tornado! And JB's coming in for some vengeance! Spear of Glory pulls Smooth in, gives Ziam the kill. That's gonna be it for now.
Man, they bought so much time. Smooth and Zorn all teetering on the edge. But they understood that Todak cannot kill them in an instant. The concussive blast damage added up and bought enough time for Warlord and Chibi to return.
Can I just say, Chibi looks like a superhero, man. Like, fight. Boom, he comes in. Boom, he gets the kill. Like, he did it in game 1, game 2, and now game 3.
Zorn with the 2-man flicker. Jikungo knocked up. Real World Manipulation has already come out, and the Glorious Pathway will keep Yanlord topped up. Here comes Zayed as well. Vamos will make a hasty retreat.
Oh, but Zayed, he wants to use this as much as he can. Zayed right now has... Oh,
Here comes the Nets with the... Oh, that's a lot of damage. Zayed pops the glorious pathway. Is he going to be able to get away? No, Smooth comes in from the side with the Desert Tornado. Double kill for the Khalid.
Dude.
Literally drowning them in quicksand.
Vamos right now is a force of nature, man. Todak, they're in the ocean, but the currents are too strong. They can't move through. Vamos just keep marching forward. And Todak tries to fight back, but...
It's drying up. Ocean is drying up. There's too much sand. And Todak, they just can't breathe. It feels so suffocating that Vamos, like you say, LaBelle, is constantly trying to fight.
I mean, dude, Todak has to figure out a way, slow down the game, get some items onto Zayed, because Zayed right now is 1-3-1. If he force fights any more than this, Chibi is going to burst him down so fast, and it's just going to be good for Vamos.
Here comes Zorn again, gets the kick onto Yanlord, into the RWM, into the King's Calling. Todak looking for the fight that they want, but Warlord has already picked off one person. Chibi, though, will be traded, not able to escape from the King's Calling. Move in the backline, Desert Tornado picks off one more kill on Momo. It's a 2-for-2 trade in the mid lane. Oh, he found Zorn! Can he get the kill? Yes, he does! Double kill for Todak!
Good recovery. Good recovery from Todak. Like what Deadeye said, Todak relies a lot on cooldowns, but when those cooldowns are online, fighting into them, it feels like a death sentence. But even then, Vamos somehow is still retaining a sizable lead. Zorn even went for the Thunderbell first item on the choke.
Yeah, right now, honestly, Todak, we can definitely see they're starting to equalize. The goal lead is shrinking, and it's shrinking fast. Todak, they're trying to secure this objective as well as they can, but you guys are taking a lot of damage.
Fear of Glory into Smooth, Raging Sandstorm dodged by the Brilliance. Great timing from Chiku, guys, but Zorn looking for vengeance. Way of the Dragon kicks Momo into the tower, and Smooth just heals up with his Quicksand Guard.
That was a clear mistake, right?
Yeah.
That was overextension at its finest.
It's a clear mistake. You see the choke coming. Momo didn't even commit the King's Calling because it's such an important resource with the cooldown. And Zorn just caught him off guard. Didn't even have to commit the flicker.
Yeah. Now Zorn waiting for the backline. Finds Zyme Senpoi. And Zyme Senpoi has to be a little bit more careful. Zai comes in.
Used on Smooth. Phantom Steed. They want to chase down Khalid, and they finally shut down this annoying EXP laner.
Look at Chibi though. He's already pushing the top side. And the jungle is wide open, so he can steal the orange buff, he can steal the Beetle camp. Whereas for Zayed, he's still trying to get bottom tier 1, and what makes it worse, the turtle is on top side, so Vamos gains priority.
This is why Chibi has the highest GPM, man. He has an eye for opportunity when it comes to farm. He does it so well. It almost looks like there's no fog of war for him. He knows exactly where everyone is.
The enemy jungle is included in Chibi's rotation. That's just how he plays the game.
Plans ahead, man. Plans ahead. He probably has like 10 different sets of rotations in enemy jungle.
Here comes the Phantom Seed for the turtle once again. Zayed gets it quite easily. Vamo is actually not looking to contest, but Zorn flickers and gets the kick on the Momo. Can he get the King's Calling out? He cannot. RWM. Smooth in the backline doing so much damage because Todak is stacked up. They get the killing spree on Nets though. That's going to be one. Todak looking to respawn. They're still alive. Chibi on a sliver of HP somehow dashing away. Smooth re-engaging on Zayed. That's one kill. Mega kill though.
Chibi!
He gets a triple, trading his own life in the process.
Now this is an entertaining match.
Finally,
this is trading blows for blows.
Finally a close match. Quite unfortunate that Chibi ran straight into the darkness and got clipped at the end, but still, to trade even when you're off to a poor start is impressive. Smooth being the MVP of that match, sitting on Zyme Senpoi, again delaying the RWM and just constantly putting pressure on the backline.
Let's talk about how our legenda Chiku, guys, is out farming Nats like crazy. 1.6k ahead when Todak is losing in gold. He has more gold when they're losing. How does that happen?
Guess you play better from behind. Right? You need a bit of that pressure.
Ooh, Spear of Glory. Almost picked off Warlord, but he still had Flicker, so he's able to escape. But we can see macro play. Smooth getting a free tier 2 up top.
Right now, Team Vamos, they're pressuring. But Todak, they're fighting back. 2,000 goal lead for Vamos, but it doesn't feel like a losing matchup for Todak. Right now, Todak, they just have to play just play together and hope for a good team fight. And if the King's Calling hits Chibi, then that's a W.
Zayed in trouble. 1v2 Phantom Steed comes out. He's able to dodge a Raging Sandstorm. Now wants to chase down Chibi. But Suyo able to dash away quite easily. Now with the snipe, Zayed is quite low as well. He cannot continue chasing. The rest of his team is actually in the mid lane. On top of Warlord, they found him, but that's a lot of ultimates used just for that one kill.
They can go for Chibi though. Chibi is now cornered.
He's dueling against Zayed. He jumps back in. He knows he doesn't have so much damage. That's the Leomord passive for you right there.
Dude, that Leomord is a secret. And now Todak's like, I don't care about the secret. I'm going to M6. I got to get this win.
Lord going to drop quite easily. Phantom Steed already available again. And Momo zoning out Zorn. So Todak gets an objective and evens up the goal difference.
First ever even net worth game for both teams. And I mean, Vamos getting a bit sloppy, right? We talked about this. Even when they're behind, they like to fight because that's just the Vamos way. And Chibi overstaying in a duel to fight against Zayed, thinking that he doesn't have Phantom Steed, I can beat him. But you look at the itemizations, right? Double Brute Force Breastplate, one on Zayed Senpoi, one for Zayed. They are not squishy by any means.
And it's hard to control them. I think that's the more important thing because it has resilience. So even though Warlord is able to hit them, the CC isn't going to be that long. Imagine this, guys. Like, if Todak wins with this kind of draft, they've really been cooking. Like, this draft is very innovative coming in from Todak.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of it as well, and we can see it's working wonders. We already know Chiku is super comfortable on the Lunox, but this is just a clear demonstration.
Yeah, let's remind ourselves, Chiku was the inventor of the Lunox jungle.
Yep. Well, here comes the Lord colliding with the bot inhibitor. Spear of Glory misses move with the Raging Sandstorm. They're going to be able to clear that up quite easily, and Zayed was actually there to zone out Zorn. Chibi not able to look for the flank he wants. Real manipulation, he wants to burn down Warlord, but he's able to flicker away. Inhibitor dropping low. Spear of Glory forces Purify from Nets, but no minions to take the tower.
I think they can keep going, right? Take the mid tier 2 at least. Not a problem for Todak. I mean, top wave thankfully was shoved out by Vamos very early on, so they keep something. But Todak, I think they want to keep up putting the pressure.
Wouldn't be too bad an idea, but they have to be careful. Terrify Chiku! The brilliance just in time now! Momo jumps forward with King's Calling to keep him alive. Smooth though, dive the back line looking for the Lunox. Nets is trapped inside the King's Calling. He's able to fire just in time to trade. Chibi in the meantime is dismantling the other side of the map. And 4 members of Todak have been surgically extracted from the Vamos bot lane.
Oh my goodness, I thought Chiku guys escaped and that would be the chance, but he just does not have the health bar to stay in the fight long enough. Cool movements from Todak, catching this with the King's Calling, but the fact that you had Chibi taking out 2 of the members, he took out Zaim, he took out Zayed, there is just not enough focus from Todak to win that fight. And what makes it worse, they didn't even get the bot inhibitor.
You want to know why they lost that fight? They were unsynchronized.
Yeah.
They didn't have the RWM. They used it trying to get a kill onto Warlord, and then the Chaos Assault was used trying to kill Warlord, didn't get it, and then they still continued to fight. Right? I feel like Momo sacrificed himself with the King's Calling, understand that he might die, but he wants the rest of them to survive. But they're like, no, we have pressure, we have the advantage, we can push through. They really overheated in that situation when they used the majority of their skills, and they're trying to force it. That was a bad call from Todak.
I agree. Again, what makes them strong is having ultimates. When they don't have it, you see that clear difference, that dip in power. This could be the last fight, and Vamos had priority over Lord.
Todak has to be very, very careful right now. Team Vamos has gained a little bit more of a net worth lead, but it's not too much yet. Yanlord starts the fight with Glorious Pathway, but Zorn and Warlord just walk away. Chibi still looking for the flank positioning. Yanlord way too deep here. Look at Smooth, he's in the backline. Wave the dragon, and Yanlord kicks it forward. Zayed though bursts down Nets, but here comes Smooth. King Calling RWM gonna be used in backline. Zayed already took down Warlord, and Chibi has been shut down too. Smooth has to get away with the Raging Sandstorm. He still has immortality, but he's surrounded by 4 members of Todak. He has to flicker away, buy as much time as possible, but I don't think he's going to be able to do anything as Momo gets the shutdown. And Yanlord is just keeping an eye on Zorn so that they can go for the Lord.
Risky play by Todak, man. I feel like everyone on the desk was thinking this could make or break it. But Todak, they did it. We saw where Smooth was. We saw what could happen. But Todak was able to catch Warlord. They were able to capitalize. They're able to secure the Lord. Now, no more mistakes. Todak can't afford any more mistakes. They have a chance to end this game and push us to game number 4. One mistake and Vamos is going to get a clean sweep here.
Yeah. Very good call by Todak, right? Yanlor drops the Glorious Pathway. You think that he overextended, but he was baiting out every resource from Warlord. Once all those crowd controls were out, Zai calls the Phantom Steed and just jumps on Warlord. And Momo catching Chibi with the King's Calling prevented Chibi from doing much in that fight. He couldn't get away with his mobility skills, and that's how Todak won the fight and stopped the flank from Vamos.
Yeah, the box of death working for Todak right now as long as they can keep Vamos inside it. Nets and Chibi being their main targets. Lord though, pushing down bottom. They're gonna escort the minion wave mid to get another inhibitor. Chibi and Zorn in the back line. Can they cut them off? No, King's Calling. Traps Chibi. He's able to dash out just in time, but Zorn is not so lucky. He will be picked off. Never mind. He still flickers away by some time. But we can see Chiku in the base. Zayed has already finished off the enemy roamer. They're still continuing the pursuit. Nets doing some damage, but he's very far out. Todak looks like this is where the assault ends.
Dude, Vamos played that so well. They were able to dodge a lot of the damage coming in from Todak, making it so that now there's a possibility that Todak might make a mistake because they use all their skills.
But they're still trying to push it. Brilliance comes out to clear the minion wave. Glorious Pathway to slow down Nets, but here comes the damage. Momo, the first victim. Yanlor, the second. But Zayed, the trample from the flank, takes out Nets.
They save the top inhibitor. That's what matters for Vamos, right? You take out only the roamers and the XP laner from Todak. That's the best case scenario, but Vamos have earned themselves a breathing chance in this game.
Dude, we haven't seen the Leomord. It's surprising how much damage the Leomord can do with a full stack of War Axe and the Blade of Despair as well.
The Warcry too.
Yeah, the Warcry as well. Is Zayed
stole the bar.
Oh yeah.
I mean, Zayed doesn't really need it, you know.
Yeah.
It's fine.
They use swords, not magics.
Dude, you want to know how close this game is? 21 kills to 21 kills.
Yeah.
How even can it be at this point? 60 minutes in, no goal difference, 21 minutes. Saying that this is not close. This is symmetry.
Closest we have, even, right?
There's been a long rivalry between some of these players, and we're really seeing it on full display here. M6 is on the line. Vamos can taste it. But Todak right now holding the door shut. They need to break it open.
Yalo right now separated from his team, but they're just waiting. They're baiting. Both teams are trying to force some kind of mistake. Yanlor goes in, he wants Warlord.
But he gets terrified. Phantom Steed used as well. Vamos just needs to disengage from this. They are running away until the cooldowns are used. Todak in a very awkward timing now.
Yeah. Still left with the RWM and King's Calling. To some resource to work with, but ideally you want to wait for both Zai and Yanlor's abilities to come back up, especially Yanlor.
Doesn't take that much time. 20 more seconds and it's back up. I would say 15 seconds is back up.
Wait, Chibi is not big enough for the wave at the bottom. If not, he probably would have went for the inhibitor, but he can cut the wave though. You proxy that bottom wave, you set up some sort of a push for your minion wave to do damage. Look at Todak, right? They're pivoting to Chibi.
Yeah, they understand. Like, Todak understand how wave management could be the death of you, right? In their previous match, going up against MV, MV's lack of wave management was the reason why they lost to Todak. So they understand the importance of managing your waves. And now Vamos, they're playing that wave management very well.
Glorious Pathway used again. Chiku with the Darkening. Tries to take out Zorn, but Smooth jumps in. Raging Sands for two members. Chibi is way too deep!
What?
He's in the King's Calling. Immortality pop! And Zayed gets the unstoppable! Now they're doing AoE damage because the rest of Vamos has followed up too close to try and save him! Triple kill for the Leomord! And the door is wide open! Only 2 members of Vamos alive in order to defend this Zorn and Smooth, and I don't think they have enough damage to really threaten this. They have to clear out the minion wave. Zorn going in, RWM being used, Smooth trying to clear the minions, but he's being picked off by Zayed. Immortality gone. Chiku on the crystal with the brilliance, and Zorn is recall spamming. He knows that they've been bested this time. Todak will not permit The clean sweep.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's not over. Todak Angar with the Leomord. They've hid this strat for the longest time in the playoffs, but Vamos forced their hand. And with that, victory, game number 3, goes to Todak.
What do we say about desperation play from Vamos, right? They have only one mindset, and that is fight, 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 fight when we're ahead, fight more when we're behind. But it's a fatal mistake from Chibi. He's a lunatic for diving into 4-man like that as the Suyo when the King's Calling isn't even out yet. But desperation was what costed the defeat. Thankfully, it's just game 3. They still just need to win one more.
So was that a satisfying match to watch?
A big YES, bro. Man, I'm enjoying this kind of series.
Yeah.
And man, Todak, I mentioned a while ago, if they win this game, momentum shifts and I can feel it. Man, the fans here behind, I cannot even hear them, man. I'm near them, but man, the fans are all pump up here in the series.
Can you hear better now?
Yeah.
Okay. Should have told me, man. But anyways, let's talk about this Leomord pick. 11 kills at the end of the game, but the thing that changed it all, Chibi went in, Momo was lightning fast with that King's Calling, man. Like, I know Chibi's coming because we have good vision of the minimap. I don't know how Momo had vision, but the moment he dashed in, that's when the King's Calling dropped. We're going to look at it in the highlight here. I remember it's around the Lord pit, but yeah, for me, that was impressive coming in from Momo.
Yeah. And you can see that Vamos were pretty unsynchronized in that final fight. They saw the glorious pathway. They thought, okay, maybe we have a chance, right? Look at this one.
Chibi went in and all of a sudden, it's already dropped.
His team wasn't ready to fight. Like Zorn had to flicker. Smooth went in with the Raging Sandstorm and had to flicker to run away. That's where you call off the fight. You cannot do it. You cannot just dive like that one by one into Todak.
And now the MVP. We've been talking about Chibi, but if he brings the Leomord, 11 kills in, Zayed is challenging that best jungler spot. I love watching a jungler matchup, guys.
I can't believe the storyline here as well, where Zayed makes the hero pick that Chibi could not win a single game on last season work against them in the upper bracket finals.
Let's ask Deadeye his opinion. You've seen the Leomord play from minute 1 all the way to the end of the game. What do you think about this Leomord pick?
I can't compare him to Curtizi. Curtizi has been a flexible player, but that is mid-roll.
Yeah.
I've seen Fanny mid lane.
Yeah.
The Martis mid. But Zayed is doing the same thing. Flexibility, but he made it work this time around on the Leomord. It's impressive.
That damage, man. It surprises me how much damage the Leomord can do. Like, rewinding back with the meta when we see a lot of Leomord, it makes sense. But we haven't seen it in a good minute. And in 18 minutes here. Okay, so Zayed is great. But let's talk about Chico, guys. Todak is losing by 1,000 gold, and Chico is 1,000 gold ahead of Nets. Like, that's a different kind of impressive stuff.
And Lunox is already touted as the lane counter to Harif, so it's expected that he would have a good time there when you add on the fact that this is one of Chico's pocket picks. But his presence, his positioning, his aggression with this hero is scary. He knows that he can be bait with that brilliance.
I mean, that as well. Chico, guys, has been able to join these early fights. Most of the time comes out of it with assists and kills, right? Contrary to Nets, who suffered the same fate as Chico's last game, died 6 times.
Yeah.
In these environments, it's so hard. We talk about the mid-range heroes in general. Pretty hard to function when you have all these AoE controls that Todak has. You fight into the ultimate, you can't really get out of it.
So, gentlemen, we were talking about the Mincentar throughout the draft. Was it a mistake that Vamos didn't ban the Mincentar?
I think they did just not expect that one.
I mean, but they should though, because it's Momo's pocket pick.
I have a different take. I think that they want to draft around dealing with the Mincetar, but they didn't do it cleanly enough, right? Clearly, there were certain moments that Momo was a null factor, right? You pick him off, you burst him down, but there were moments that they stopped keeping track of the King's calling, and that's why Momo has been catching Chibi, going for a backline dive, catching nets when they least expect it. That's when things get, well, when the team fight starts and Todak presses 5 ultimate buttons at once, it gets really murky, and that's where, you know, Vamos loses their focus.
But look at the total damage dealt here. 299, 287. This is such a close game. Todak going up against Vamos, but I have a feeling Vamos can close out the next game. What do you feel, Deadeye? No?
Okay, 50-50.
All right.
Todak's fire is here. What you guys say? Todak Langar?
Yeah, Langar, yeah.
I think it also pertains to momentum as well. So I think this is the start here that we are going to see Todak really pump off. But yeah, it is a hard game against this composition coming in front of the side of Vamos, because man, Todak, there are some things there they want to consider as well, because Vamos knows how to counter this kind of composition. We've seen that one, especially on the early stage of the game. Power spike level 4 was not there. The Vamos team takes advantage of it. They had a win in the early game.
What about you guys? Let's start with Stafa. Do you feel like this momentum is going to be enough for Todak to push through and push us to Game 4 going to Game 5?
It was definitely much needed, and I think it is possible for Todak to get to a Game 5. But you have to admit that their draft this game was a little bit cheesy, and I think Vamos wanted to contest it because their draft is a lot harder to pull off. They have to play around all of these cooldowns and big death boxes, which they unfortunately were not able to do. The next game, I'm pretty sure they're not gonna let Todak have Hylos, Eve, Mincetar all together again.
Yeah, I agree with Stafa. It's hard for you to get cheese twice. So again, like, does Todak has a deep enough pocket? I feel like this is for the table, right? Because I agree with Stafa, you're not gonna see the same composition again. So Todak has to come up with something different. Is it possible?
A different kind of cheese.
100%. I mean, if you talk about cheese, I'm pretty sure Todak has more than just one set of cheese, right? We saw the Hardy yesterday, didn't win, but could have won the game in many occasions. But also, you talk about momentum, Todak has been touted as the comeback kings. We see a reverse sweep in the upper bracket finals, and that team is Todak. Oh my goodness.
I'm going to pertain again with regards to the cheese. Guys, I think this cheese is equals to team fight. Because Game 1, Game 2, it was Vamos having a team fight composition. Now Todak adapting to this team fight composition here in the Game 3. They won. I mean, is this the cheese that we are been talking about?
And again, I kind of feel like the secret ingredient towards this cheese is that you don't have to protect Chico, guys. I feel like that's the key. Right now, we're looking at the Todak lineup. Let's remind ourselves, this organization has been here since Season 4. They've won multiple MPL titles. They've represented Malaysia multiple times in the M Series. The highest they've gotten is 3rd place. And now they want to redeem themselves where they started. They want to go back to Axiata Arena, where the last time they were there, they got 3rd. Now they want higher than that. They want to be champions.
Absolutely. And they were only one out of the 2 full local teams, but the only one that has been there back to back 4 years in a row, missing out on M5. And now it's about to come full circle for them, right? You got veterans like Chiku, guys. He wants to go back there for his 5th appearance, and he's bringing along 4 new faces with him.
Yeah, honestly, even though Selangor Giants won MSC for Malaysia, I feel like everyone agrees Todak is the face of Malaysia. If you talk about MPL MY, Todak is probably the first name you think of.
That's the spirit, the trailblazer, right? Like, that's why the Todak fans, the family, they are known as the Patriots, because they literally carry the flag of Malaysia on their shoulders.
They are the spearhead that has represented Malaysian capabilities since the beginning of the M Series. They were the gatekeepers that were eventually dethroned for new talent to take their place, but now eager to regain their monarchy. And it is so close.
But the one standing in their way, Vamos,
right? The ultimate villain.
They're
the Patriots against the villains.
And again, Vamos is hungry, and Todak showed their hunger as well as creativity in this matchup. Let's talk about game number 4. What do you think Vamos needs to do to close out this series?
Vamos, I think they gotta keep their consistency here, and I think this should not break their momentum on their side. But more because of this win, I'm leaning more towards Todak, because you guys speaking about the Todak here. I can see the dream still having its own journey here, man. I can see Todak, if Todak wins this series, what a dream indeed.
Yeah.
New legends born. I'm happy for MPL Malaysia, and I'm here witnessing it firsthand with you guys. It's a great journey indeed. However, again, Vamos, pretty good. If they are going to maintain their aggression here, I think it's going to be...
Ooh! Oh, we got Pachu here.
Pachu.
We got Pachu.
Pachu.
We've already hit 465,000 Pachu.
Pachu. Shut up, Husky.
What? Shut up, LaFell.
No, you shut up.
You shut up.
Like, what are you talking about? The Pachu?
Yeah, the pew. 465,000.
Hold on here.
Shut up, Husky.
I think we gotta calm down.
Yeah.
Are you done?
No.
Man, this is what I love about MPL Malaysia, man. There are so many incredible features.
We're back.
What was that? Sorry, possession.
Oh.
Is the stadium haunted?
Oh.
I mean, I kind of...
Maybe it was Halloween.
Wait.
Can I try?
MPL Malaysia. Season 14. The best playoffs there is.
I didn't know.
Well, that one came all the way from Philippines.
I didn't know someone on the table could control position.
Hey, pass it over to him.
I don't want to be possessed though. I feel like I need to maintain a certain degree of sanity on this table.
Safa, usually you don't get to choose whether you get possessed or not.
That is fair.
I'm just like...
You know. I'm just letting you know, alright? Why does my voice keep changing?
I mean, like, ah!
Yeah, the spirits don't choose timing, right?
Maybe you guys need some some cough drops.
Cough drops?
That might be good.
Maybe too much cough drops. I had like 5 yesterday.
Oh man.
I don't think that will make a difference. Personally, I feel like that will make a difference. But now let's talk about the game here. 3 minutes going into the draft. I stand my ground. If Chiku guys can protect himself, then it's going to be a tough battle for Vamos, because the moment Chiku guys is handled with, then I don't know. I kind of feel like Todak's lineup crumbles.
Yeah, I do too. I think it's an extra morale boost when you win on red side, right? And most of the time, people look at the side selections. Blue side is the more favored one, but sometimes you can pull out surprises on that red side just because you have that last pick. And the fact that the Minnesota came in 4th and was kind of the winning factor, I think this time for Todak, they're going to feel really good about achieving a potential Game 5.
I think this is one of the great advantage here for the side of Todak right now. Their flexibility, they're also showing how to adapt again against the side of Vamos. If, again, it is... Oh, sorry guys. Who's going to be the first pick here in this Game 4? Do you have any idea here?
I would assume it's
gonna be Vamos.
Wait, hold on. Vamos did lose that game, right? There's a chance it's Vamos again.
Okay, so most likely here, and we've seen the teams having the first pick will be having the high win rate here. Going to go for the Suyo again, and man, Zushin still gonna be prior ban. That's what I'm expecting here. Got a Kacha also.
Okay, Todak first pick.
Okay, Todak first pick. All right. Now that makes it different.
Yep.
75%.
Yep.
Pretty good.
I mean, blue side is so strong. Like you really have to fumble big time in the draft to not have an innate advantage going in.
Yep.
I think this one, I feel like if you are Todak and you still want the Eve, Valentina probably has to be in the first phase.
Correct.
But with Vamos on red side, they can easily take out the Eve as well. So we haven't really seen Zion play much of the Valentina. I know they played once yesterday against SRG, but aside from that, it was Yeef and Jushin.
Yeah, I feel like if there's no other choice, he will pick up the Valentina with the Brace Mine and the Sarlim side. So it's more of a zoning of Valentina rather than being more sportive. So first pick here for Todak. I looked at the faces of Todak. Right now, they're looking in better spirits. I'm looking at the faces of Vamos, and they're sweating, man. Like right now, their faces are much more serious than before.
Yeah.
Like looking at how they play, recalling everywhere, you would assume that they're in high spirits, but look at how serious. Look at how tight their faces are.
You've unlocked the second form of Vamos.
Oh, yeah.
right?
You
You've
did mention earlier, Vamos needs this ticket. They're afraid of their performance if they drop into the lower bracket. And if they end up dropping this game as well, momentum will completely escape their grasp. That's not something they can afford.
So Deadeye, do you feel like fear is a good motivator?
I've learned this quote. Fear is just an imagination. It is the absence of
depression is not real.
Depression is not
Poverty is a mindset.
mindset. Exactly. I think.
Okay. I mean,
okay.
Quote that, I guess.
Mindset issue.
I think this is where I'm going to say that Vamos should change their mindset. It's not about needing to win because they don't want to face SRG. Needing to win because they want the M6 slot. That should be that mindset they want to have this game.
It's all about the mindset, man.
Yeah, I mean, Vamos has always been playing to win instead of playing not to lose, right? Like, they like to play at the level of their enemies. So if the fact that you can push them to the next stage means that Todak have unlocked a new form of Vamos. Suyo, Jushin is open.
Whoa.
Jushin also.
Wait.
Wow.
Wait, Eve Suyo? Are they baiting something?
Wait.
What?
Yeah,
Eve
wait.
Suyo?
Eve Suyo, yeah.
Wait, guys, we've been talking about how high win rate it is when you are in the first player to pick, but Hylo's first pick?
Do you want to flex that?
Yanwar played a really good Hylos last game, that's for sure. But that was in combo.
If Vamos doesn't take the Eve right now, it would. Wow, I would be shocked.
No, I mean, like, Vamos should pick up the Eve, and then Todak picks up a Lunox.
Because Todak can't really take Cho second, third, so you take Eve right now. Please? Vamos, Pops? Hello?
Okay.
Okay, I think that's the Eve.
Yeah.
Okay.
Valentina.
Valentina's banned.
Banned. Oh, sorry. Okay.
That's why Todak banned it.
Oh. But there has to be some kind of plan here.
I got scared for a moment. I was like, if Pops doesn't pick Eve, then we get the Pops effect.
I'm thinking Lunox.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can Lunox, yeah.
Yeah.
You probably take your jungler here too.
Unless they want to flex something else. Unless the cheese is always in the jungle.
You're
Right?
on blue side though. You don't really have that luxury.
Arlet, you pick up the Arlet here, or the Khalid, or the Mincetar.
Or just mid and go.
Yeah, Mincetar is not. Oh, the
Louis!
Yeah, right. Mid and go, right?
Louis
You've already seen the Eve. You don't really have much to lose, so you keep Zayed's pick for next phase.
You pick up a gold laner here, and then ban everything else. Because if you don't pick up a gold laner for Vamos, Todak's gonna ban it out.
Yeah.
Pick up something like the Nathan.
Yeah, I think they might have to do that.
Unless they want to go for something cheesy like a Bruno or Clint later. What do you think, Deadeye?
This second phase, opening up. Okay. Irithel.
Oh wait, no Nathan. Louis is there. Louis, it's scary for Nathan to face against Louis. Never mind.
I can see the intention of having a Louis though. We've seen Louis can turn the battle around like the backdoor plays, surprise attacks, yes, and paired up with a Lunox, you can burst out easily anyone here across the map there. But yeah, I think it's too early for me, in my opinion, for Vamos to go for the gold lane now. But the Cho is pretty good here. At least they could have that vision game. They need this vision game. Cho is one of the heroes that could go for this opportunity to find Louis.
I agree. What Todak has is huge burst, right? But what Vamos needs right now is some sort of a burst damage. And then you look at Suyo, sure he has, but it's not consistent enough. It's not something that, like a Loi or a Lunox, it feels really bad if you want to go for the Harrier, so I think that's out of the equation as well. Beatrix, I think for Vamos?
Should be banned. Todak should ban the Beatrix.
Yeah, I
ban the
think
Beatrix, ban the Bruno. Like,
Beatrix, Bruno, yeah.
Like, the Nathan is a very strong hero. If you want to ban that, that's good as well. And looks like they're banning
the Irithel.
Irithel
You also need to ban Irithel.
Ban the gold leaders here.
Irithel and Beatrix, I think those two are good bans.
This one I agree with you guys. This is the priority for Todak right now, to ban the gold laners here. But if you mentioned, of course, Husky, if the Beatrix is pretty much open, I think I agree with you with Vamos taking it in.
Have we seen Ness play Beatrix? Not much,
He
right?
can. I'm pretty sure he can.
He can, but not much.
Yeah, not much.
I think he played it this playoff and he popped out. I could be wrong. Oh wait, no, that was Chiku guys. That was Chiku guys.
Yep. As for Vamos, there's still things like Alpha and Nolan, or they ban X-Borg instead. Makes a lot of sense. We already saw how effective this was when Todak used it to counter SRG.
So no got taught, no Phobias, high loss taken, probably looking at a Khalid again.
It is in despair.
Is it a good time for a banner tank? No, right?
Wait. Tigreal is...
Oh, the Tigreal is still open, right? With the X... But Cho... Tigreal open for Todak for sure. Unless Smooth plays a Cho MP.
I was about to ask.
What?
Carry. All right, Carry can win lane against Lunox, but I don't think it's the best matchup here. Like,
wow.
Carry is designed to fight against the Lunox, to fight against the Hylos, but the Louis can control the carry so well. I really don't like this carry pick. I mean, they can prove me wrong for sure.
The last time we saw a Smooth Cho, it went terribly for Vamos. So I think it's most likely the Zorn Cho
You
again.
can honestly go Mincetar again too for Todak. There's so much dashing on Vamos.
I mean, why not?
Why not, right?
Why not?
I think you just Mincetar. Mincetar Leomot?
They
mean,
could.
carry short range, right? You just trample her.
We see how he shut down Zasuyo.
Yeah.
You have an Eve? Oh boy, it's time to run it down. 2 horses.
Mincetar again.
One. Given a Leomot? Okay, I'll go back to Nolan. I mean, it's fine.
something about the carry maybe that he feels like maybe not a Leomord game, or they just want to go.
Glue. The glue.
No, this glue is gonna be a problem.
Somehow I can see an intention here. If glue is gonna be picked against an EXP Mincetar here, it's not gonna be easy for the Mincetar to actually join the team fights here, which is one of the victory conditions. You don't want that, of course, the ultimate coming in from Mincetar going head on against the side here of Amos.
All right, thank you very much, Deadeye. And even though carry is not favored in this meta, we have to remind ourselves this is a signature Nets pick. So now it is all about the comfort. Toda bringing back the Mincetar. But now Vamos, can they actually do this? They got Suyo, they got the Eve, and now we're jumping into game number 4. Welcome to the land of dawn, where again it's still match point for Vamos. But Toda, they have the momentum. Can they push us from a best of 5 to a best of 1?
That M6 ticket is so close. Vamos can almost taste it, but Todak is telling them no. Have some cheese instead. Will they be able to bring this to game number 5? We shall find out very soon.
The Nets better play the game of his life, taking sprint on carry. Understanding that there's a Mincetar flicker, not really what you want to go for, so it's all about the movement speed to weave around these team fights that will happen in that late game.
I thought you were gonna say move around these nets.
Yeah, but Nets is the one that needs to move around.
Ah, right.
No, but the way that you do fishing is you actually drag the net around.
He drags himself, it's fine.
Yeah.
I don't fish.
Yeah, me neither. I eat fish.
Zorn, 2-man knockout mid lane. TB Blade Surge comes in. Soul Sever, first blood, easy pickings on Yanlord.
Am I having deja vu?
Yeah, the timing is so good from Vamos. They saw Todak overcommitting. All right, send Chibi in.
All right, so this is the rotation from Chibi. Take note. Orange, purple, kill mid laner. Or roamer. Whoever is there. But that's it. That's been his rotation for quite a while. 1 buff, 2 buff, go mid kill.
I think especially when the roamer cannot facilitate the push as good as your own roamer, that's where you get a lot more space, right? Like you're holding the enemy roamer hostage. Oh my goodness.
Suyo is a complete hero, man. I don't know what to tell you. He has everything.
You can't walk up because I just cannot walk up.
Yanlord has to open up the map for him. Sees 4 members of Vamos in this top lane. Immediately telling Momo, you gotta play safe, man.
Let me just say this glue pickup is genius. Chiku guys can fight against it because Chiku guys can heal a lot by all the mini glues going around. But dealing damage to a glue, it's going to be near impossible.
Smooth already zoning out the back line, so Momo and Yanlord are here. They make the box, but RWM traps them inside. They're not able to get Chibi into King's Calling, so the Yanlord drops. The turtle dropping real low, though. Zion will be able to get it because Chibi is afraid of getting picked off. Zorn still sticking on top of him, but Warlord already got the double kill.
Very unfortunate. Zorn, is he going to go down here? No. Very unfortunate that Momo committed his flicker King's Calling. and he clipped Chibi on the air, so he just walked out of it and ended up surviving. Sure, they lost the turtle, but still, Vamos got 2 kills off of that.
Vamos has a total of 3 kills now. Again, Vamos having amazing early game, and I feel like Todak wants that position. So the fact that they don't get it, I think it throws a wrench into their game plan. But again, it's all about adapting. How does Todak deal with a bad early game, transitioning him back to the mid? Chiku guys so far having a pretty good lane going up against Nat, so it's not all that's lost. It's just that Vamos is controlling EXP and mid, and that's the majority of the map here, Husky.
They had to commit a lot. They're gonna do it again.
Glorious pathway used quite early on. Chiku wants Warlord, but he flickers back and right into the claws of Zayed. But Zayed gets kicked with the way of the dragon right into Nets. He's going to be surrounded by 4 members. And now Yanlord has gone too far as well. Double kill for Chibi.
Oh man, Zayed went down. Nets found 2 assists and Chibi finds a double kill. Still slightly more work for Team Vamos, and Chiku guys completely forced out of the lane. So that's free goal for Nets and Chibi.
Yeah, but again, like I like the idea coming in from Todak, which is boxing in Team Vamos, making sure you cover both angles, the front side as well as the back side. But the speed from Vamos, man, the fact that Smooth was there in that fight, that was huge. This shows that Vamos, they're one of the fastest rotating teams in MPL M1.
And also Nets able to join as a carry, right? Like usually you want some time, but every single extra goal injection is an acceleration factor for Nets.
And that's not a hero you should allow to accelerate. Lunox should be able to hold somewhat okay and just make sure he doesn't farm too well. Diversion play comes to join the rest of the team. They spot Move but miss the Spear of Glory.
Oh no.
That's a big whiff, but while you're here, you might as well contest for the turtle, right?
Yep.
They're going to try and do so, but all 5 members of Amos are here. Glorious Pathway comes out. King's calling flickers on top of TV. He cannot escape. Shut down by Chiku guys. And now the Glorious Pathway is stopping the rest of Team Vamos. Warlord is already gone. The split catches Yanlord. But Todak are just going to wait until he pops out because there's no way he's taking down the high-lows. A definitive victory for Todak.
If you fail once, try again. Except this time, maybe go for the Suyo. That was brilliant from Todak.
Looking so much better in that fight also.
Zorn getting stunned a little bit. He should be fine. Vamos actually able to hold this tower. Smooth getting pulled back. Has to flicker away. Chiku does a lot of damage.
Yeah, Zai got the top turret here. So right now, Vamos, that was a big loss. Losing your jungler, losing your top lane, and now losing your turtle as well. Now Todak is starting to accelerate.
Yeah. That and also Warlord didn't have the best position to use the RWM. He just stood there and took everything. Zyme Sandpoint kept triggering the yin-yang reaction on top of him. So Warlord wasn't really able to fully utilize his kit. He just got the glowing wand. So when the next fight rolls around, Yanlord might not be able to do the run it down style play.
Yeah, and again, Chiku guys on this Lunox might be the key. First item is the Blood Wings, making sure that he can outplay any bad situation. Goal difference relatively not there at this point. And Smooth, he still shows that it's hard for you to take him down. And right now, both teams, they're just trading equally, trying to accelerate the goal that they have. Maybe looking for the second item before the next fight.
Yeah, it's gone back to a bit of a clean slate, diversion to the top, but we can see on the map that no one from Vamos is actually up here, so they're just going to clear out the wave.
Yeah, good read. I think it was a hard read from Todak, but a good rotation from Vamos.
Chiku.
Ooh.
Chiku guys, probably one of the only goal laners that wants to 1v1 an assassin when he's 2 levels ahead of you.
Suyo especially. Yanlord in trouble though. Glorious Pathway, will he be able to get away? Zorn gets stunned by the yin-yang reaction. He can't get the kick in time. So Yanlord survives.
The damage from Nets is already ramping up at under 7 minutes.
Uh-oh. Chiku gets kicked with the way of the dragon. Does he have Brilliance? No, he gets stunned straight away. Brilliance comes out just in time, and Momo jumps in with the King's Calling. But now Chiku is trapped in the RWM. Picked off eventually. Momo also way too far to the rest of his team. Split guarantees the kill. Zayed will trade for Turtle.
Man, Smooth is so tanky. He ran through the entire backline of Todak just to get the Chiku guys and left the fight alive.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I thought you guys would survive for a second there. Oh, they go!
They play right on top of Smooth. Glorious Pathway to chase down Nets. They didn't realize he was in the front. And TV comes in to separate ISF Boy. A massive misplay by Todak.
Am I the only one that thought they wouldn't take it?
That was madness. Did they forget that Nets has sprint? You are not getting him. They dropped the glorious pathway, but Nets just ran against the current and got away.
Yeah, that must be very discouraging, man.
That might be the ticket. You might just see the ticket from the upper bracket burn just because of that play. Because Vamos now, they took mid tier 1. This entire map is their oyster.
Their mental fortitude has to be rock solid not to get tilted after that misplay. Like, this is going to be a test of how they maintain their composure. If they do that, they still have a chance. Oh, they want to try.
They're still trying to go for it. Diversion, where are they? They're in the top lane, seeing if anyone from Vamos wants to hunt down Chiku, but it's unlikely.
This is tough because you're essentially going back to what Kuja said, right? What Momo said in the WhatsApp text. Protect the king. You're literally going, dialing it back to the original Todak, centering the entire playstyle around Chiku, guys.
Chibi as well is going to be much more careful whenever he actually wants to go for the fight. Probably going to wait for that King's Calling to be dropped down first before fully engaging on his kills. Chibi 5-1-3, still MVP performance so far. Zorn 0-0-6. Opening up the map, making it so that it's hard for Todak to actually find an angle. I don't know, man. Even in terms of the late game, I kind of feel like Vamos is stronger there.
Even Warlord actually did go for Wishing Lantern as a second item, so he's going for the damage build on Eve.
It only makes the problem worse.
A glorious pathway now, contesting the Lord. RWM used very early on. Warlord gets the Lord, but Chibi's just gone. King's Calling inside the Lord pit. Yan Lord will be picked off at the same time, but so far it's a good trade. Zorn trying to look for a kick, but he's not able to find it. Momo already picked off by the split. Double kill for Nets. Concealed play, chasing down Todak, trying to punish them. Todak will get away with the remaining members, but the grip is closing.
Oh my goodness. I never thought that a carry with sprint could be that scary. Nets was running at turbo speed and there's nothing that Todak can do. They are now facing the problem of getting to Team Vamos' backline, courtesy of Smooth and Warlord. So Nets is just free hitting and Yenlord, there's still no chance. Nets just tear through his health bar. So this high loss, not really, paying off in terms of value.
I was questioning whether the carry can do it this game, but this is a Nets specialty. He really likes this carry pick when there's no better option. When you just need to go for comfort, he'll go for it. Right now, he's 3-0-3, basically untouched in this game because the front lines and the back lines of Todak, they just get deleted so fast.
Here comes every ultimate being used at once. Zorn gets stunned in the backline. King's Calling actually denying him. He gets picked off behind the tower. A beautiful Spear of Glory pulls 2 forward. JB gonna be trapped, but he's able to dash out. Smooth gonna be melted away. Meanwhile, the Diversion play in the backline delivers Zayed right to Net's doorstep. They get the shutdown.
Only Momo was sacrificed in that fight, and now Chiku, guys, having the Holy Crystal as well. Zaim Senpai on this Louis. He's the commander. He's calling the shots. He's telling where to fight.
Perfect execution from Todak. Vamos committed so much bodies to get an inhibitor. While they did get the inhibitor, it still gives them a macro advantage, but they lost track of the Loi diversion, and with Nets going down, that's going to give Todak some breathing space. At least a 3k goal swing just off of that fight.
Glorious pathway just to get away from Zorn. Definitely worth it at this point. Todak has found a little bit more tempo. They gotta keep it in their hands or Vamos will run away with the series.
This game is so intense. I can't imagine being in the seats of those players. Like, I thought elimination matches is gonna be intense. This fight for M6, man, palms are sweaty.
But yeah.
That's all I remember. I'm sorry.
These are heavy.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Vomit on my sweater already. Mom's spaghetti. They're nervous.
There you go, Getty. No, that's not it.
It could be a cover.
All right. Well, purple buff contested. RWM comes out. Zaim Senpai flickers out, but Yellow gets kicked in. King's Calling right in between Team Vamos. Chibi able to escape. The rest of Todak completely scattered as Zion looking for executes in the back line. They've lost Yanlord, but Chiku has been traded for Warlord. Net's still alive though. On the opposite side of the map, 3 members of Todak down for only 1 on Vamos.
Dude, Chibi helped Net. If Chibi wasn't there, Chiku would have gotten that kill. And now Vamos, they're looking for an end angle.
It's a 4v2. Can Zayed and Zion Sempo clear up 2 waves at once? The blade surge, the flicker in with the G couldn't dominate the dragon. They've taken out the remaining defenders. Ladies and gentlemen, your first Malaysian M6 representative is none other than Team Vamos.
They've defied the chronicles of the local heroes. A new organization, first in the season, but immediately onto the world stage with familiar faces. What a series by Vamos! Unos, dos, tres, Vamos!
Vamos in their home turf. This is their ground. This is where they stand. This is where they get the support. Here in Johor, they qualify for M6. Let's throw it to Rose.
Pasukan pertama untuk mendapatkan slot ke M6 Educity. Ini adalah pasukan awak. Guys, give it up for Vamos! Zorn?
Siapa? Saya Zorn.
Zorn. Alright, Zorn, first of all, tengok crowd macam ni. Lagi semangat nak main. Zorn, first of all, I want you to address the crowd. This is the buff of Vamos hari ini. Address sikit.
Korang semua memang mantap, guys. Hari ini kita orang akan ke M6.
Guys, congratulations on clinching the first M6 ticket. Alright, Zorn, I akan start with you dulu. Sebab sebelum match mula tadi, kita nampak satu video mana dalam video tu Zorn cakap the reason why korang pulang awal masa M5 was that korang kurang preparation. Sekarang korang layak ke M6. Korang ada setahun untuk prep. M6 akan dibuat dekat Malaysia. So, with this, was 1 year enough for you guys to prepare for M6?
Rasanya kita orang semua dah bersedia lama dah. Start daripada regular season, kita orang dah cakap yang kita orang punya target adalah M6 punya champion, bukannya MPL.
And one more question. How confident is Vamos that korang takkan kecewakan Malaysia in representing Malaysia dekat pentas dunia?
Oh, confident tapi betul lah. Macam kalau korang tetap support kita orang macam sekarang penuh, sentiasa sokong kita orang sampai habis, InsyaAllah kita orang akan buat yang terbaik juga untuk M6 nanti.
Alright, terima kasih Zorn. Kita boleh nampak perlawanan yang menarik dan pasukan ini akan mewakili Malaysia ke M6. Tapi Educity, siapa yang shine untuk perlawanan ini? Siapakah MVP anda? Mari kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada Chibi.
Wow.
Alright, Chibi. Kita boleh nampak dari segi prestasi Chibi keluarkan daripada regular season. Lagi mengganas dekat playoffs dan sekarang dah dapat wakil Malaysia ke M6. Now in M6, kita tahu kita banyak jungler new faces dengan old faces. So, siapa Chibi excited sangat nak jumpa dekat jungle?
Profesional?
Yes.
King Kong lah, King Kong. Sebab dia punya mekanik tinggi.
So awak rasa memang nak jumpa dia dekat M6?
Betul.
Alright, now Warlord.
Saya ada kata-kata sikit ya.
Boleh, silakan.
Untuk Young Lord, kalau boleh mulut jaga Sebab kalau saya cakap satu nanti saya kena kecam. Kalau dia cakap dia tak kena kecam. Macam mana tu?
Alright, Warlord. Now guys, Warlord is the only Indonesian import dekat M6. So that is already impressive on its own. Tapi Indonesia ada wakil baru, mana RRQ full local lineup, CLID full young blood. Semua muda, semua baru. Warlord, in your opinion, berapa confident Vamos kalau korang jumpa the new Indo era?
Confident mungkin, kalau training kita bagus mungkin 100% boleh menang.
Oh, okay. 100% win. I like that. Now, Pabs, Coach.
Hello.
Alright, now guys. Pubs is a coach. Tapi, dia selalu kena kecam dengan netizen. But guys, numbers don't lie. Stats don't lie. 3 M series berturut-turut Pubs ada. Now, Pubs, ramai orang kata third time is the charm. Untuk kali ketiga Pubs, apa janji Pubs kepada rakyat Malaysia?
Okay. Apa yang kita orang boleh janjikan adalah kita orang akan buat yang terbaik. Kita orang akan ambil inspirasi daripada Selangor Red Giant menang MSC. Kita orang selama ni mungkin orang rasa kita Malaysia ni mental block, tapi lepas kita nampak SRG dah buktikan apa yang dia mampu buat, jadi tak mustahil untuk kita orang buat yang terbaik dekat MSC nanti.
Alright guys, Educity, this is your M6 representative. Give it up for Vamos!
Bo. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you very much, Vamos. You guys may now go celebrate your victory. M6 representative yang pertama, tapi kita ada lagi lower bracket finals mana kita akan tahu siapa lagi akan mewakili Malaysia ke M6. Sebelum tu, mari kita dengar mic check daripada side Vamos dan juga Todak.
Kaiting guys.
Baik tengok aku lah guys.
Sekejap, aku kena. Nice cik. Dapat 2. Dapat.
Hari dia free tau guys.
Cik kaya guys. Atas guys. Hari dah aku boleh lock kalau dia dah ulti tau.
Boleh.
Zaid. Go. Nice. Nice, Lip. Melissa guys.
Ya, aku dapat 2 belakang.
Nice, Syam. Mati baik. Nice, Syam.
Nice one. Boleh tak?
Baik lah kawan, woi. Mekanik. Boleh. Sabar, ada nak.
Tak pakai mati, tak ada ulti.
Aku atas guys.
Boleh bunuh dah.
Ada plus guys. Ada makanan.
Hari nak ulti.
Ada makanan.
Dapat dua.
Apa dia?
Korang end ke macam mana?
Aku dari kanan.
Depan. Cok.
Jangan sprint.
Cik. Aku lari. Guys, kamu pakai. Mau, nanti jemur.
Dapat hari. Dua. Boleh agak hari.
Kenapa? Kau pakai.
Hari ni.
Tadi. Nice. Aku mati. Guys. Dah. Lari sini. Lari Omo.
Dari sini mo.
Knock.
Nice, go.
Knock sana.
Target.
Mati lu knock.
Tak. Lesi.
Liamot. Guys, liamot kat belakang guys. Nice one.
Misi nak pelik.
Aku jaga.
Bawa.
Defend lah.
Push.
Aku atas.
Di belakang.
Dapat Chow. Boleh tak Chow?
Boleh.
Chow lah siap.
Aku dapat belakang guys.
Cik, kat belakang ni cik. Kat belakang cik. Hari tengah.
Boleh kait 3. Alti aku 10 guys.
Tengok hari kan?
Hari tak ada alti. Kait balik. Boleh lagi agak. Boleh.
Tengok dia dekat aku.
Boleh guys. Col mati. Ini depan. Depan ini. Sorry dah boleh. Hai. Boleh lagi. Hai. Boleh end ke guys? Kita replay ke? Nah, mi. Boleh end ke guys? Mid. Ini kita TP 3 orang pun boleh tau. Boleh. Diorang tak ada skill guys. Sini. Boleh. Diorang tak ada skill guys. Long nak masuk. Tabrak je. Jom.
Sakit.
Sakit.
Kenapa tak TP bawah ni guys? Tu nak flicker kan? 9.
Tak sure.
Dia punya nak flicker?
Misi tak.
Duduk. Aku rasa duduk flicker.
Sini aku TP. Boleh.
Boleh fight.
Go.
Ui, mau ai.
Go guys.
Nice one. Ui, gila tu. Mid, free guys.
Jom.
Aku mid.
Boleh. Sabar. Dua nak flicker.
Ya, aku masuk terus.
Ada minute.
Aku san.
Okey, tak.
Aku san. Tahu.
That was an insightful mic check. Okay, so we got to translate this. More of the important things, that TP dumb bot it was 100% planned by Todak, and they legit thought they could go for it.
Yeah.
But Vamos thought the same thing. They're like, oh, they're tipping here. And they're like, no, we can fight this. Both teams said we can fight this. They had the same idea. Vamos just executed better.
Yeah, I mean, the aftermath was very different, right? Todak was like, yeah, we can take this. Go, go, go. They arrived at the destination, and the next few sentences were just, oh, this hurts, this hurts, this hurts.
Yep, pretty much. Because it did feel like they could have taken it. I think they wanted to try and jump on nets as soon as possible and then deal with the rest later. Unfortunately, they happened to teleport all together as a group right on top of Smooth, and GB was nearby as well.
Hey, hold on. What we have finally we have dealt with the LaFell curse. We've dealt with LaFell's curse. You
Give me the context this time around.
So he is the king of curses. He's like Sukuna, you know? He's the king of curses.
Okay.
Teams that he praises usually goes down. So we decided we remove his right to predict.
How does that make you feel, LaFell?
I feel proud. I feel proud.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I am the master here.
Okay.
I worked hard. I worked hard to get to where I am today.
Any words for the teams that you cursed?
My ranking? Oh.
What?
Suck it.
Suck it. Suck it. Suck it. Suck it.
Suck it. Suck it means hurt. Hurt.
Okay.
Suck it.
Pain.
I thought suck it. Sorry.
No, suck it. Suck it.
it.
It hurts. Suck it.
Forgive me. Okay.
Right, Husky?
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, I agree.
Suck it is, a real thing in Malaysia.
Yeah. In Tagalog, it is also.
Oh, see.
Suck it. Yeah.
Oh,
suck it.
But
Okay.
it's suck it.
Suck it.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, we're on the same page.
Okay.
Look at it.
Yeah, to all the teams that I cursed.
Here's the teleport right here. You can really see that it went downhill for Todak so quickly because they just melted.
Yeah, that was one of those moments where, you know, for any clippers out there, you could just put a freeze frame. It was at that moment that Todak knew.
Yep.
They really messed up.
I like that you use mess.
Yeah, because they overcooked.
Yeah. Yeah.
I could also highlight that Warlord's positioning here is immaculate on the Eve, man. I think his real-world manipulation turned the battle around every time.
And now we got to talk about GB as well, MVP of the match. He said he wants to go up against King Kong. He had an opportunity to say he wants to go up against Demon Kite again, but GB has evolved, he has matured, and he just wants to go up against the best. And you're talking about mentality here.
Yeah, I love it. Actually, it only shows the maturity as well of the player. We have seen also in the MPL PH, some of the players grow up. They admit their mistakes on the previous seasons. Their mentality changed as well. And I love how Chibi is looking forward for this one. He's now targeting the top jungler in the world. That is
Chibi's the only guy that I can see using 200 strikes and get away with it.
Yeah, I know, right? I feel like the only reason he didn't say Demon Kai is because Demon Kai finished second.
Yeah.
But I think if Demon Kai finished first, he would still choose King Kong.
Okay.
Just out of spite.
Just
Or
out of
maybe
spite.
he's just
out
had
of
enough,
spite.
you know? Like
He-
all the hullabaloo around TV and Demon Kite
He's
happened a
sick
while
of Demon
ago.
Kai because, like, in season 12, Demon Kai was the man.
No, I think I know why. Because he's in Aurora now. If he's in RSG, you know what? Go for it.
There's double the reason, right?
Double the reason.
suck it.
Suck it.
Suck it.
Can that be taken any way? Like, does it sound different in English than it is in VM?
No, I don't think so, right?
Suck it, right?
Does
Suck
suck
it.
it sound weird in English?
I don't think there's a
suck it.
phrase that sounds like
I mean,
it in
like,
English,
you know,
right?
Like, I'm mostly a Bahasa caster, you know?
I guess you cannot take... Well, if it exists in Tagalog and it's the same meaning, I think it's fine.
I'm pretty sure it's the same in Indo as well.
Suck it, right?
Okay.
Suck it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so,
Yeah,
you know,
I think
all the
we're-
teams
We should be
suck it.
fine. We're totally good.
What's the worst that can happen, right?
the
LaFell,
worst that can
about the
happen?
mindset.
What's the worst that can happen?
Sana all.
Sana all. Sana all. 12 minutes, 43 seconds. First of all, big congratulations to Vamos winning 3-1 against Todak, now going to M6. But it's not over. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not over for Todak, where now they're moving to the lower bracket finals. And they're waiting for Selangor Giants or Red Esports to finish their match. And whoever wins the lower bracket finals, they'll get a chance to go up against Vamos, and they have a chance to go to M6.
This was not in my script at all. Like you asked me that there's a chance that this whole Todak story might end in the lower bracket finals after coming all like this entire way, beating MV, which were favored over them, beating SRG, who were favored over them as well, and right now it still might end poorly.
It's the hate buff.
it is the hate buff.
The more you hate someone, the stronger they get. So guys, if you guys are being haters, I'm just saying,
spread love.
You're empowering that person.
You're giving them energy.
Vamos has a lot of haters, and look how strong they are.
Yeah, have you seen Hollows from Bleach? They feed off of negative emotions.
Exactly. Jujutsu Kaisen as well.
Yeah.
Negative energy makes stronger curses.
Exactly.
I can just say, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. I think this is a new... The journey still continues. The dream journey still continues for Todak.
Let me just tell you guys at home, what doesn't kill you kind of puts you in the hospital. So be careful. Be careful.
Like if I fall off a 10-story building, I'd rather die. You know, I don't want to break both my legs.
This guy already broke his leg.
I sprained my ankle, right? I didn't break any bones.
Okay,
is sprained. Okay.
About to break his leg. One of these days. And I'm pretty sure he doesn't want to.
There's this norm that I can't escape. I have something called a seasonal injury, right? So last season, I sprained my ankle one day before playoffs. This season, I came in with 2 wrist injuries.
After this,
what will we get next time?
I hope none.
I'll pick that I'll be banned from predictions than Huskies.
I'd rather be banned from predictions also, right?
I'll pick every time then.
I mean, like, disease is a thing. Wolf has lupus.
Oh yeah,
I guess so. Yeah.
But I don't fall into that category, you know.
Yeah.
Not yet.
I have Hinochrolin purpura.
I'm on my way to getting gout at this point, so you know maybe next season. I'm just saying. I don't want to be there. I don't want to go there.
Okay, do you guys think we should talk about the game a little bit?
Okay, personally,
do you want to talk about it?
I mean, personally, Vamos, they deserve it, man. Regular seasons, they have been dominating. Now here, the playoffs, again, domination is there, consistency is there. They have shown how hungry they are for the M6 slot, and they will deserve. However, this series, my mind right now goes for SRG. I mean, SRG has been the talk of the town for the MLBB community.
Everyone loves them.
They lost.
But everyone loved them. That's why they lost.
Yeah,
oh my goodness.
They still have to go through ready.
Love is the weakness.
Love is the weakness.
Love is the weakness.
Yeah, like like love is for the weak.
Exactly. Look, Vamos going to M6. This will be a big buff for them because everyone hates them.
What do you think Nolan is such a strong hero? He doesn't care about his daughter.
Exactly. Nolan doesn't care about Layla.
What are you guys teaching our
that's how strong they are.
Man, one of the features here in MPL Malaysia.
So if you have a kid,
I have a kid.
Okay, I'm gonna stop there.
Oh, you do?
Okay.
Thank
you for. I love it. They're being sensitive as well.
Yeah,
thank you, Lafel.
There is a line drawn in the sand.
Thank you, Lafel.
You already walked past it a few times, but this time is a bit too much.
All right.
Thank you, Lafel.
No, I'm just, people want to be strong. They have this alpha mindset.
Deadeye is listening to this and he's like, oh my god, like what?
Who's listening?
Deadeye is just listening to this whole thing and thinking to himself,
this is a different beast.
What am I gonna go home and tell my family after this?
No. To be honest, I'm kind of honored, guys. Thank you so MPL Malaysia, MPL Singapore, thank you so much for this opportunity, man. It's an honor to be casting with Lafel, Husky, Sadafa, and I also got to witness a history here in the making for MPL Malaysia. Thank you so I enjoyed every single day here. Thank you so much.
Has this delivered though? Has this series delivered kind of like what you expect?
No, man, because again, MPL Malaysia, I thought SRG is gonna dominate the playoffs, and then on the day 1, what just happened?
Dude, as a caster, stop predicting. Stop it.
Predictions are just not good.
That's why I'm banned.
That's why he's banned.
Okay.
Staffa, stop predicting, Staffa.
All my predictions were wrong. So maybe I should.
I think you have to stop doing the weekly and playoffs ranking.
Stop it.
I think that's a bit of a.
Do something else.
Rankings this season were particularly difficult. And playoffs is just different entirely.
Yeah, but just use the different color hero item thing you do.
Wait, what happened to your predictions? Like, how much of it is still intact?
How much of it's still intact?
SRG is still around.
No, man.
Vamos is up there.
We're talking, Sadafa and I talk about it in day 1. Sadafa, what's your prediction? Oh man, day 1, my prediction already is gone.
I lost 2 of my top 3 teams on day 1.
Same.
Look at how close Zayed and Chibi are on paper, but still overall, Chibi is in terms of numbers much higher, I assume.
It's actually yeah.
Why do they always make graphs like this when you're colorblind?
I think this is on purpose.
I figured out a way. to help Rafael, right? The number on the left, right? It's Zayed. Number on the right is Chibi.
Correct.
For example, Hero Pool, Zayed has 7 versus Chibi's 8.
Wow.
So his graph is much bigger. The color overlaps him, right? You can see in the graph.
I don't know, man. I'm not racist. I don't look at color
I
that
don't
way.
see color, you know.
I don't see color.
Oh man,
He doesn't see color.
Are you racist, Deadeye?
No, no.
All right. Just check it.
I understand. I agree with
Whoa.
this time around.
No, I'm just asking a question. I'm just asking a question. What's wrong with asking a question? Guys, don't be sensitive. Mirko. I'm going to call Mirko.
You're gonna call Mirko again?
Oh, okay, sure.
You should call Trex, because it's 2 a.m. at his place. No, I think he's asleep. He needs to work. You can't call him.
Oh man.
Why do you want to work when you can watch Mobile Legends bang bang?
Yeah. Oh, you do that for work.
I do think in the end, experience did play a bit of a factor though. Because Todak was putting up a really, really solid fight overall, right? And they had potential to take it, but Vamos just figured them out.
Yeah.
They got 20 billion diamonds, by the way.
Oh, Sana all indeed.
Oh yeah. Oh dude, we have to talk about this. United for 11 mega double 11 sale. That's right. Double 11 sale. 20 billion. Robo diamonds.
Shut up, Husky.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Shut
I'm so
up,
sorry.
Husky. Husky, shut up.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Oh no, the possession is back.
Shut up. Anyways, let me do this very quickly. Complete task from November 9 to November 12 to claim
promo diamonds and earn navigation compass tokens for the Navigator event. Shut up, Husky.
Yes, master.
Man, I love the brotherly love here.
What
You
do
see
mean
love here?
What do you mean love?
Oh,
Didn't we just establish that love is
for the weak.
I like that. I like that line. You're catching up pretty quick.
Love is for the weak.
We have to hate each other on the desk too to become better casters.
Love is for the weak, guys.
Here's my pen. Sign the citizenship.
Oh. Love is for the weak.
He's not part of us.
Shout outs to all the mom and dads. We love you guys. You guys are strong. It's hard to be a parent nowadays. You know, shout outs to you. Kids, man. Kids. They're just...
I know. But I love
annoying.
But I love him.
Shout outs to parents, man.
But you don't have to do kids like that. He's already not in the playoffs.
Our parents had a good time. They had us, you know. But after us, it's like,
I think it's just a generational difference. Let's be honest.
Back in my day,
Back
we
in
don't
my
have
day.
TikTok and stuff.
Back in my
my
day.
goodness.
I'm crying with laughter here.
I don't know how you live a life without Mobile Legends bang bang though.
I sort of live my life. I play badminton. I go to tuition. I hang out with friends physically.
Wow.
Physically.
Yeah.
Sana all.
Like in their house.
Yes.
Yes. Sedap ang sabi niya.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Anyways, you're not gonna be on the desk for the next few games. This is basically the end of things. Like, do you have any final thoughts as we bring up the bracket?
No, he doesn't. We're ending the show. We'll see you guys after this. Okay, no, I'm just kidding. It's just the brackets.
Why would you do that to him, LaFell? Why would you do that to him?
I mean, I called Remar and I called him. Okay, you want?
He's a guest.
No,
we're supposed to be guests well.
Dude,
I hate you that I love you, man.
All right, well, you know, I need the hate buff. Seriously, though.
You want to say anything?
No. I think, I'm just looking forward for SRG, man. SRG's in the bad state right now. Everyone's looking around the world that SRG is gonna go into the M6. If they lose the lower bracket, another shook up here in the MLBB community for sure. That's it.
That's it?
Yeah,
that's it.
That's it.
Okay.
Usually people just like, you know, follow my Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube.
That's
no, man. The highlight here is the MPL Malaysia playoffs here. This is great. But of course, again, shout out to MPL Malaysia and MPL Singapore for inviting me. Again, great opportunity. I've enjoyed everything.
Deadeye doesn't want you to follow him, right? Because he grows stronger from hate. He can't be receiving love from the fans. It doesn't work that way.
You see, Sadafa is more sensitive, man. Thank you, Sadafa.
Yeah,
He
no
has
problem.
a bird. He has an extinct bird on the desk.
Extinct bird.
That's a dodo.
You don't have to bring it
dodo.
up like that.
Yeah,
it's a sensitive topic for him.
Okay, see? Thank you.
Yeah, going extinct is not a great thing.
I'm pretty sure they don't have a choice, but sure. Oh man.
I feel like if it was Deadeye, he would just say it's a mindset kind of thing.
Yeah. I think if we give like that like one more series,
he will say being extinct is just a mindset.
we will fully just don't be extinct, right? Like if you're homeless, just buy a house. I don't know.
Yeah.
Guys, not while the dodo is on the desk.
If you're
He doesn't
extinct, just to stay alive. Actually.
Wow, okay. It's okay, Dodo. You sit over here.
You can't lose if you win.
You can't lose if you don't fight.
Yeah. If you don't play the game, you can never lose.
Exactly.
You also
Right.
can't lose if we just end the show right here.
Like, just imagine, as we're talking, we just end the show just like that. So right now, Husky, I really think the next game, the winner is going to be...
Jago sukan apa jua? Jagokan lagi dengan rangkaian 5G termantap dan tanpa lag. Gaming sepantas kilat. Menang di Land of Dawn. Tukar ke Holling Prepaid 5G sekarang.
Kenapa ni? Android 5 lagi gatal sangat. Gunalah Head and Shoulders. 100% keyakinan, kelomomo dan kegatalan.
White out. Unstoppable.
Aku hembus kata azimat. Bila terjatuh aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon-calon. Biar apa menghalang aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Now swim my click, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool, they got me and I got them too. Rasa api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita sehaluan. Jangan simpan-simpan, kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Yeah. Are you ready? Can you feel me now? Yeah, 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 yeah. Let me hear you say.
Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Okay, Assalamualaikum. Anda masih lagi bersama saya Sid dan juga pelakon-pelakon untuk movie MLBB di mana kita ada Zik, kita ada Ikmambi dan juga encik saudara Fauzi Nawawi. Memang dah terkenal, dah lama dah berlakon dekat industri Malaysia ni. First of all, apa khabar?
Baik, baik.
Sihat,
Sihat.
Ini saya percaya ini merupakan kali pertama anda semua berada dekat pentas MLBB ataupun Liga MLBB. Apa perasaan? Kita mulakan dengan Zik dulu.
Sangat teruja. Ini first time tengok face to face game yang sangat best pula tu.
Perasaan macam nervous bila tengok ramai orang macam kita tengok game bola, macam tak sangka MLBB sebesar ini. So macam proud lah to be a Malaysian.
Saya nampak vibe dalam e-sport ni makin maju
dah 2024 ni. Yang paling penting, vibe juara tu wujud pada hari ni. So tak rugi kita orang datang lah.
Boleh jangka tak yang sebenarnya nanti satu hari nanti, which is hari ni, game ataupun e-sport boleh jadi sebesar ni sampai dah ada movie?
Sebenarnya bila awal-awal Mobile Legends Bang Bang ni berada di Malaysia, saya tak expect bahawa penerimaan masyarakat khususnya peringkat remaja ni boleh sampai ke tahap ni. Ini dah boleh challenge bola dah ni. Sikit hari lagi saya tak heran 2025 yang akan datang population Mobile Legends ni akan jadi lebih besar.
Kita tahu anda bertiga sekarang ini terlibat dengan penggambaran untuk movie terbaru khas untuk MLBB. Boleh tak cerita sedikit sebanyak pengalaman untuk shoot movie tersebut?
Pengalaman dia best, sangat unik sebab saya rasa for Malaysia ini movie MLBB yang pertama kan. So untuk kita orang pun dapat duduk di stage macam player, it's an amazing experience lah for us.
Pengalaman sangat best lah sebab berlakon dengan kawan-kawan dalam industri, and then ini macam impian saya lah menjadi seorang pro player walaupun pelakon je. So macam excited lah nak tunggu filem ni keluar.
Ya, itu semestinya apa yang kita ingin harapkan. Alright, kita masih lagi bercakap tentang movie. Boleh tak cerita sedikit sebanyak watak ataupun karakter yang anda bertiga dan mungkin Puan Lisdawati juga bagi tahu apa yang terlibat ataupun watak dalam filem tersebut.
Okay, so kita orang sama team.
Kita orang daripada pro player daripada Singapore.
Yes sir.
So saya tak nak cakap banyak tentang watak saya bawa watak
jahat lah,
jahat.
Sangat-sangat paling jahat lah. Orang akan menyampah lah tengok dia sebab saya sendiri pun menyampah tengok dia masa syuting.
Okey, watak Cik Fauzi?
Tanyalah buat saya pula. Ibu
kepada watak hero dalam story. So dia sebenarnya ada true story yang telah di-plan untuk jadi lebih menarik untuk tayangan filem Mobile Legends.
Alright, jadi anda semua dah dengar daripada pelakon-pelakon sendiri. Terima kasih ucapkan kepada Zik, Ikmah dan juga Fauzi bersama dengan isi Puan Lisdawati. Jadi stay tune, keep in touch dengan kita orang punya social media untuk saksikan movie terbaru untuk MLBB. Nak tahu dengan lebih lanjut, stay tune dekat kita punya social media. Bye-bye. Alright, Assalamualaikum, anda bersama saya Sid dan sekarang ni kita ada tetamu istimewa iaitu pelakon terkenal daripada Pascal. Iaitu saudara Hairul Azrin. Apa khabar Hairul?
Alhamdulillah, sihat bro.
Okey, so apa perkembangan terbaru? Ada filem ke ataupun ada drama ke upcoming?
Sekarang saya dah tak berlakon. So saya sekarang tengah cari tim lah untuk nak main ML.
Faham. Okey, alright. Bercakap tentang cari tim. Saya dah tengok awak pun ada bermain sama dengan pasukan Selangor Giant, tapi berlakon cerita-cerita yang gempak. Tapi kenapa pakai Nana bro?
Ni banyak baca komen Tak lah, sebab saya tahu pakai tank, saya tahu pakai mage je. Yang lain saya tak tahu.
Faham.
So kalau tanya saya, Nana paling senang nak ni lah. Sebab sebelum ni saya biasa pakai Cyclops, lepas tu Zaz. Tapi sekarang Nana macam dia kena dengan jiwa lah. Sebab Sky sebagai itu saya, kalau nak jadi jungler terbaik, kena training pada Nana. Itu dia punya skill dia.
Permulaan Nana barulah boleh jadi macam Sky.
Yeah.
Okey, tadi dah kita tengok pasukan Selangor Giant dapatkan kemenangan 2-0. Bagi pendapat Hairul sendiri, adakah itu satu perlawanan yang sengit ataupun Hairul memang dah jangka Selangor memang boleh menang 2-0?
Saya tengoklah SRG punya game sebab saya tak pandai sangat, tapi saya tengok daripada apa yang diorang main tadi. So memang diorang ada je cara ataupun ada je teknik yang nak masukkan kalau kata sesuatu problem tu. So untuk tengok first game tu cakap ni menang mudah ni 2-0. Tak boleh nafikan SRG antara tim yang sangat kuat lah di Malaysia sekarang.
Ya, kita pun memang dah boleh nampak sebab mereka pun dah menang untuk kejuaraan dunia pada tempoh hari. Alright, tadi Hairul Azrin pun ini kali pertama datang dekat venue MPL.
Saya first time sebab saya tak pernah sangka macam tengok perlawanan bola sepak di final tau. Ini bukan final kan?
Ini bukan final.
Bukan final tapi dah macam final tadi. Dia ada tukang sorak daripada tim SRG. So best lah.
Best lah. Memang ini vibe. Benda ni dah berlaku dah few season dan kita boleh nampak lepas kemenangan Selangor Giant dekat tempoh hari, tambah lagi vibe tersebut. Right, sebelum saya nak lepaskan Hairul, mungkin ada kata-kata terakhir ataupun kata-kata semangat kepada pasukan Selangor Giant sebab kita ada beberapa minggu sebelum kita pergi ke peringkat play-off.
Betul. Okey, untuk tim SRG kat dalam tu semua kebanyakannya yang saya kenal dan diorang kenal saya. So saya nak wish korang good luck. Dan untuk Mobile Legend ataupun Montun, saya rasa sekarang ni artis ramai main Mobile Legend. So mungkin kita boleh buat satu tournament ke. Come on lah Montun. Sebab kita ada ramai. Fat, Aceh, Challenge Zero, Fauzi Nawawi, Ikmal, semua boleh main Mobile Legend. So kita boleh fight lah. Saya rasa untuk nak lawan tim pro player tak susah kot untuk kami.
Tapi diorang tak boleh nak berlakon. Nanti diorang tak ada job. Korang dah boleh berlakon, korang boleh main game. Alright, thank you so much Hairul. InsyaAllah kita akan jumpa lagi dekat playoff.
InsyaAllah.
Okay, alright. Alright, thank you so much. Jadi apa-apa, stay tune dengan MPL Malaysia.
Semua orang boleh menyarung jersey kebangsaan. Jadi once you pakai menyarung jersey kebangsaan, you rasa sangat-sangat berbangga you dipilih atau diberi tanggungjawab untuk mewakili negara Malaysia. perasaan bangga tu you tak terangkan dekat semua orang, cuma feeling you pakai saja, once you pakai saja jersey tu, you akan rasa macam you want to give something to Malaysia.
I think if you guys have any issues, so make sure lean on to each other, talk to each other as much as you can. I think just be proud because tak semua orang dapat this opportunity, and also kena ada that winning mentality, tak kisah pun dekat level mana you guys pergi, and jangan rasa takut, jangan rasa macam you guys are not good enough. Apapun, just ingat bila you guys enter the arena, just do your best and all the Malaysians will be behind you and supporting you guys.
Saya tak ada nasihat, saya kagum dengan apa yang anda semua lakukan. You are all to me personal heroes because I grew up in a time where gaming was seen as a waste of time, but you prove otherwise. You put gaming and you put Malaysia on the world's map. I think you are at a better place to advise me. So again, I want to say thank you for being who you are. Thank you for fighting every day. Thank you for competing for Malaysia because it's something that I can never do. And I live vicariously through you bila I tengok atlet Malaysia compete because what you do is very, very amazing. And I wish you all the best. Deliver for Malaysia because wherever I am on the day when you win for Malaysia, I'll be proud to raise the Malaysian flag and play the negara.
Hi guys, I'm Stormy.
Hi, and I'm Rose.
And I'm Yum. Okay, so right now we are going to be playing the game called Guess the Hero, where Yums will draw and Rose will guess. Ready?
Let's go! Go, Stormy. Go.
Senang?
Aku lukis satu benda kau dah tahu dah.
Okay. Telur?
Lagi.
Kalau dia mati, dia jadi telur.
Oh, Digi.
Kenapa kau cakap? Tak boleh. Tak boleh itu. Okay, sekali lagi, satu lagi.
A few moments later.
Don't talk ah. I will remove the mic.
Oh, Ben.
Oh. Huh? What?
Ben.
Wow. Chemistry 10 out of 10. Boleh bantai.
Boleh bantai pan?
Boleh bantai. Okay, so Sepat akan melukis, Nats akan guess. Mari, let's start.
Ada aku nak lukis tau. Spell je.
Spell kepala. Ish. Tak boleh spell.
Okey dah, hero Diko main dah. Ui. Tarit. Bukan.
Ha?
Dia bawa ni dah.
Dia bawa ni.
Last dot.
Ha, last dot.
Dia combine lah. Golan.
Lagi, tambah lagi.
Tak faham. Keluar. Tarit. Ruby.
Ni Ruby ke?
Macam tak Ruby. Macam Algus.
Sini.
Kalau dapat diamond, I serius.
5 settle dia.
Okay, ready?
Balmon.
Sabar.
Penny. Nana.
Sabar.
Ni apa pun?
Estes.
Sabar. Belum tak ni.
Ni apa sia?
Macam kucing. Klorin.
Tangan, kaki.
Ni weapon apa?
Rafa.
Salah.
Tambah dia punya hiasan ke?
Telinga dia besar.
Oh, Lilia.
Salah. Tak, kau ingat, kau tengok weapon dia betul-betul. Tukul.
Balmon hammer.
Dia besar.
Dia
Naga. Oh, Yuzong.
Adik kau saya.
Hello, awak rasa ni hero apa?
Hero apa ya?
Goblin lah.
Momo, awak rasa ni hero apa?
Alot. Bang, kau punya susah dong. Haiwan ke?
Sini, Zai. Hero apa ni?
Minotaur. Oh! Bagi air lukis. Badan ni buat tough sikit.
Tak juga, kepala bulat.
Sama punya lukisan lagi cantik.
Okay guys, so selepas kita cabar 3 pasukan which is Selangor Red Giants, Todak dan juga Vamos, kita dah ada pemenang iaitu Selangor Red Giants lah kan. So kita nampak chemistry diorang memang tip-top. And that is it. I hope you guys enjoy this video and jumpa korang dekat playoff.
I got some big news, okay? So I got a leak. M6,
What does the audience want to see?
What kind of stage do we want?
What about the colors? M6 is going to be held in Malaysia. We have to be greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
How to make M6 greater than ever.
Everything are the curse breakers, the two-time world
Before we begin, I just want to say thank you very much, gentlemen, ladies, for coming today. We have something very important to discuss here, right? Because right now, imagine yourselves as Moonton. We're the publishers. M6 is going to be held in Malaysia. So I need ideas to make sure that M6 gets good. This time, it's got to be better. Like, it's in Malaysia, okay? We have to be greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
You know what? That's going to be the tagline. You like it? You like the tagline?
That's a good tagline.
That's a good tagline?
We went from
Join the fight.
Join the fight.
Join the fight to the top.
To the top.
Dare to be great.
Dare to be great. Be better than great.
And now greater than ever. You know what? You're a genius. I'm a genius. You're a genius.
Let's talk about what does the audience want to see, right? What do you guys think the audience wants to see?
More teams.
More teams?
How many are we talking? I don't know, but more regions, more teams.
How does 16 sound like to you?
I mean, it's what we had last year, right?
That's true, though. I'm too dumb.
Do we want more teams in the wild card or the main stage?
Because there's a wild card. We had it, yeah.
I'm okay with the 2 slots for the wild card.
2 slots?
And then 8 in the
Yeah,
wild card.
2 slots for wild
so
card,
total
for sure.
24. Because I'm a believer that the wild card is a legit part of the tournament.
I agree.
Do they actually want smart stuff?
Non-PH versus PH finals, I guess.
Non-PH, yeah.
Non-PH,
Oh, non-PH.
We got that in M5 though. What specific region do you want in the finals?
North America.
Wow.
That one is a bit.
I don't know about that one.
Let's take a flashback, I would say. Throwback to the days of the past. M1 was a great time. M2 was a great time. Every single tournament, it was great. He's got a lot to say about history.
I love history.
We got to talk about logistics here, and I feel like we need to include Mara for this one because we got to talk about the stage. M1, the stage was pretty good. I feel like it really sets the tone, right? Mara, you've seen the stage for M2, M3, M4 up until a few months ago. It was MSC as well, but let's not talk about MSC. We're talking about the World Series. Like, what kind of stage do we want? What about the colors?
I think the color should change depending on what stage we're in. So if it's a group stage, it'll be a different color, wild card different color, and when it's the grand final, so they know exactly, especially when you're looking back, you know exactly what, which part of the tournament
Good
it will
visual
be.
storytelling
Yes.
too.
So you just have the LED, just changing the background just a little bit.
From the past, I would go to how to make M6 greater than ever, right? Greater than ever. I would say that build up a story, because everyone loves a story, a good story to be told at the upcoming M6. So let's say, for example, not just about the players, maybe about the region itself, maybe about a team that struggled so much. We have seen a lot of teams and a lot of regions develop in the previous, I would say, M series, even MSCs, and every international tournament that we have. So why don't we focus on building a story that isn't matched to any other story that we have ever heard in our life?
I think if we're going to cover story, what about something documentary style? You know, like something that you're back in M1, you're back in the place where it all began, and you cover some of the talents who have been around since M1, some of the players who have been around since M1, who have been around through several M series.
I want to talk about music video. What do you guys want to see in this music video, right? What's the song gonna sound like? What's the story?
I think it should be player orientated. I think instead of doing like something like we've been doing where it's its whole own thing, make it about all the M series, you know? Take moments from all of those series, take player moments, you know, that's what's gonna hype up the fans, seeing those moments.
Upbeat, like for fighting, very upbeat, a catchy line, so when they hear that line, they know it's M6, and it has to be downloadable for people to use as a ringtone.
I want the music video to be playing with the BMI. I want to see like scene changes with Claude moving through. Yeah, flashbacks, future
That's
forwards.
kinda cool.
Yeah, and then
The
I
BMI, because he can go back and that would
I want
actually be
Dexter
cool.
to sing.
You want Dexter to sing?
What? You know what? Every year we seem to always, the MV, the music, something about it just misses it, right?
to not just MLBB players, but over the overall grand audience, right? Anybody outside of the MLBB space, I want to be able, same as Mara, like have that on the ringtone. I want to see random people who have no idea what Mobile Legends is playing it on their phones. I'm gonna be like, that's a dope song.
So I got a leak.
What's the leak?
M6, we're gonna use a new format.
What format?
They're changing it?
Why?
You know, all the way from M1, all the way to M5, I've always thought, especially M1 to M4.
Single limbs, we've done that before.
MSCs,
We've done double limbs, you know.
We've done group stages with
done-
no...
We also done no eliminations at the group stage.
We've done no eliminations,
Good
yeah.
times. Hate that.
This time, it's gonna be a Swiss format.
Like the cheese?
What's Swiss format?
What is that? What is that?
There's no going back from here if you start.
You know what the Swiss format is.
Actually, yeah, I do.
What is it?
Okay, so let's keep it very simple, right? So for this M6, I'm thinking we're gonna be bringing 16 teams, and then we'll make the total. If you win 3 times, you'll advance forward. Lose 3 times, you're gonna get knocked out.
Oh no, you play with everybody.
You play with everybody. 1-0 meets 1-0, so everybody starts with 2 groups. Group A, Group B. 8 teams here, 8 teams in B. Then,
every single time they have to fight, we're gonna redraw.
Wait.
That's a great idea. That's a great idea.
Wait. Who's doing the redraw?
Yeah, who's doing the redraw? I want to know this.
Don't worry.
Is it gonna be us?
Don't worry.
I don't.
I mean, I think it should be Mara. No, I think it should be Mara.
You know what? I think so too, but I've suffered.
I suffer.
We have suffered.
I cannot draw
We know.
anymore.
So
now it's Gideon's turn.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Wolf, Gideon, Wheezy.
Whoa, wait a minute.
Is we're gonna have Yasu and KB do it. Because we don't want to do it anymore. Me and LaFell,
We've had enough.
we've had enough.
Good idea.
So we will do the draws ourselves.
You will have
You
to
will do it.
suffer the wrath.
Is it alright if I had all the Filipino teams and the Indonesian teams in one group?
You know what? Nah. That's why, you know what? This is the reveal. If the players are gonna face off against their opponents, they should draw. Why put the responsibility on the league ops? Why to put the responsibility on talents? They should be the ones to decide their own fate.
Okay, let's decide this. Mara, what do you think about that?
Players?
I think the players. That's perfect. Perfect. So, well, they can't say it's biased. They can't say it's planned.
Exactly.
They know.
Not stale.
Yes, exactly. So it should be the players because, well, they're responsible for who they draw.
Wait,
We've had enough.
They changed their minds right now.
Just with you giving us that idea, I'm gonna cut you out.
But actually, hold on. We need to hear what KB has to say because, you know, he's the professor here. So what do you think about the Swiss format? Like, what do you guys feel? Do you guys feel it's fine? Because if you guys say it's okay, we're gonna run with it.
And if we say that it's not okay, you're gonna also run with it.
If only one of you says it's not okay, then we won't run with it.
I'm okay. Because you know what? We can't predict any team. Even group stage, you know who you facing on. You have 3 teams as an enemy. But in Swiss round, you can't predict tomorrow what's going on tomorrow. What if we lose?
Every round. So yeah, technically, groups are a thing of the past. Because you know what the discussion is, right? Whenever somebody makes it out of groups, oh, it was an easy group.
Exactly.
They weren't ready for that group. So now, I like it. You get to find out who really is deserving of making it.
It's time to talk about the strategy for the teams.
No, I mean like for
What do they think?
Yeah, for Swiss format, yeah. No, okay, so we're locked in, right? It's gonna be Swiss format.
Okay.
We've seen teams talk about, oh, best of 2 is a different kind of strategy, right? Best of 1, completely different strategy. So now Swiss format, like Gideon, Steph, Weezy, like, what do you guys think is gonna be the strategy when we're going for a Swiss format for this time?
Just win. That's simply what the format is asking of you, right? It's saying, hey, the faster you win, the better the more times you win, the easier it is to make it over to the next stage. That's the whole point of the format, to kind of weed them out.
Let's think about this, right? Because you're gonna play way more games in this format. Am I correct? Right?
In the group stage.
Playing more games. Imagine the first one, you're already showing everything you've got. Isn't that like, you know?
I mean, I think it's cool that the teams will be facing teams with the same record.
Yeah.
So I think it'll be even competition, so you'll see the teams scale the later we get in the Swiss format.
I'm more curious about pre-preparation, right? I don't know about you, Wolf, but for me, at least with the format that we had before this, you kind of know who's your next opponent, you can pre-prepare for it, and you honestly have a working strategy. But I think with the Swiss format, it's just every single draw, you're like, I just hope I do well.
But at the same time, like you said, it really shows us who's the best team actually, who actually deserves the upper bracket. Because if we only have like 16 teams, let's just say that 8 teams make it to the upper bracket or the lower bracket. It's always been like the upper bracket teams have a shorter way to the finals. Like you only have to win 3 series actually if you're from the upper bracket, but you can only get rewarded of that if you survive the grueling Swiss format.
Okay, now I can see that maybe we're not as close as friends because the way that I'm thinking is very different.
What is the way you're thinking?
There's 2 games, so that after this you're fighting all the easy teams.
Maybe.
Right. Think about it. The people that lose to I mean,
it's all great until a Filipino team gets beaten twice and have the same strategy.
Now that won't happen. Like imagine if Malaysia we just lose 2 times, then we can eventually fight NA.
Don't mind.
Oh wait, no.
This is where I draw the line.
Tak kisah jago sukan apa jua, jagokan lagi dengan rangkaian 5G termantap dan tanpa lag. Gaming sepantas kilat. Menang di Land of Dawn. Tukar ke Holling Prepaid 5G sekarang.
Tangan aku kenapa ni? Aduh, limumu lagi, gatal sangat. Gunalah Head and Shoulders. 100% keyakinan, kelumamu dan kegatalan.
Wiped out. Unstoppable. Kata azimat bila terjatuh aku beringat jalan dah jauh cari titik bermula. Kerak
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool, they got me and I got them too. Tak rasa api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita sehaluan, jangan simpan-simpan kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Yeah. Are you ready? Can you feel me now? Yeah, 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 yeah. Let me hear you say.
Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Okay, Assalamualaikum. Anda masih lagi bersama saya Sid dan juga pelakon-pelakon untuk movie MLBB di mana kita ada Zik, kita ada Ikmambi dan juga encik saudara Fauzi Nawawi. Memang dah terkenal, dah lama dah berlakon dekat industri Malaysia ni. First of all, apa khabar?
Baik.
Sihat Ini saya percaya ini merupakan kali pertama anda semua berada dekat pentas MLBB ataupun Liga MLBB. Apa perasaan? Kita mulakan dengan Zik dulu.
Sangat teruja. Ini first time tengok face to face game yang sangat best pula tu.
Perasaan macam nervous bila tengok ramai orang macam kita tengok game bola, macam tak sangka MLBB sebesar ini. So macam proud lah to be a Malaysian.
Saya nampak vibe dalam e-sport ni makin maju dah 2024 ni. Yang paling penting vibe juara tu wujud pada hari ni. So tak rugi kita orang datang lah.
Boleh jangka tak yang sebenarnya nanti satu hari nanti, which is hari ni, game ataupun e-sport boleh jadi sebesar ni sampai dah ada movie?
Sebenarnya bila awal-awal Mobile Legends Bang Bang ni berada di Malaysia, saya tak expect bahawa penerimaan masyarakat khususnya peringkat remaja ni boleh sampai ke tahap ni. Ini dah boleh challenge bola dah ni. Sikit hari lagi saya tak heran 2025 yang akan datang population Mobile Legends ni akan jadi lebih besar.
Kita tahu anda bertiga sekarang ini terlibat dengan penggambaran untuk movie terbaru khas untuk MLBB. Boleh tak cerita sedikit sebanyak pengalaman untuk shoot movie tersebut?
Pengalaman dia best, sangat unik sebab saya rasa for Malaysia ini movie MLBB yang pertama kan. So untuk kita orang pun dapat duduk di stage macam player, it's an amazing experience lah for us.
Pengalaman sangat best lah sebab berlakon dengan kawan-kawan dalam industri. And then ini macam impian saya lah menjadi seorang pro player walaupun pelakon je. So macam excited lah nak tunggu filem ni keluar.
Ya, itu semestinya apa yang kita ingin harapkan. Alright, kita masih lagi bercakap tentang movie. Boleh tak cerita sedikit sebanyak watak ataupun karakter yang anda bertiga dan mungkin Puan Misdawati juga bagi tahu apa yang terlibat ataupun watak dalam filem tersebut.
Okay, so kita orang sama tim.
Kita orang daripada pro player daripada Singapore.
Yes sir.
So saya tak nak cakap banyak tentang watak saya bawa watak
Jahat lah.
Sangat-sangat
paling jahat lah. Orang akan menyampah lah tengok dia sebab saya sendiri pun menyampah tengok dia masa syuting.
Okey, watak Cik Fauzi.
Tanyalah buat saya pula. Ibu
kepada watak hero dalam story. So dia sebenarnya ada true story yang telah di-plan untuk jadi lebih menarik untuk tayangan filem Mobile Legends.
Alright, jadi anda semua dah dengar daripada pelakon-pelakon sendiri. Terima kasih diucapkan kepada Zik, Iqmah dan juga Fauzinawi bersama dengan isi Puan Misdawati. Jadi stay tune, keep in touch dengan kita orang punya social media untuk saksikan movie terbaru untuk MLBB. Nak tahu dengan lebih lanjut, stay tune dekat kita punya social media. Bye-bye. Alright, Assalamualaikum, anda bersama saya Sid dan sekarang ni kita ada tetamu istimewa iaitu pelakon terkenal daripada Pascal. Iaitu saudara Hairul Azrin. Apa khabar Hairul?
Alhamdulillah, sihat bro.
Okey, so apa perkembangan terbaru? Ada filem ke ataupun ada drama ke upcoming?
Sekarang saya dah tak berlakon. So saya sekarang tengah cari tim lah untuk nak main ML.
Faham. Okey, alright. Bercakap tentang cari tim. Saya dah tengok awak pun ada bermain sama dengan pasukan Selangor Giant, tapi berlakon cerita-cerita yang gempak. Tapi kenapa pakai Nana bro?
Ni banyak baca komen Tak lah, sebab saya tahu pakai tank, saya tahu pakai mage je. Yang lain saya tak tahu.
Faham.
So kalau tanya saya, Nana paling senang nak ni lah. Sebab sebelum ni saya biasa pakai Cyclops, lepas tu Zaz. Tapi sekarang Nana macam dia kena dengan jiwa lah. Sebab Sky sebagai itu saya, kalau nak jadi jungler yang terbaik, kena training pada Nana. Itu dia punya skill dia.
Permulaan Nana barulah boleh jadi macam Sky.
Yeah.
Okey, tadi dah kita tengok pasukan Selangor Giant dapatkan kemenangan 2-0. Bagi pendapat Hairul sendiri, adakah itu satu perlawanan yang sengit ataupun Hairul memang dah jangka Selangor memang boleh menang 2-0?
Saya tengoklah SRG punya game sebab saya tak pandai sangat, tapi saya tengok daripada apa yang diorang main tadi. So memang diorang ada je cara ataupun ada je teknik yang nak masukkan kalau kata sesuatu problem tu. So untuk tengok first game tu cakap ni menang mudah ni 2-0. Tak boleh nafikan SRG antara tim yang sangat kuat lah di Malaysia sekarang.
Ya, kita pun memang dah boleh nampak sebab mereka pun dah menang untuk kejuaraan dunia pada tempoh hari. Alright, tadi Hairul Azrin pun ini kali pertama datang dekat venue MPL.
Saya first time sebab saya tak pernah sangka macam tengok perlawanan bola sepak di final tau. Ini bukan final kan?
Ini bukan final.
Bukan final tapi dah macam final tadi. Dia ada tukang sorak daripada tim SRG. So best lah.
Best lah. Memang ini vibe. Benda ni dah berlaku dah few season dan kita boleh nampak lepas kemenangan Selangor Giant dekat tempoh hari tambah lagi vibe tersebut. Right, sebelum saya nak lepaskan Hairul, mungkin ada kata-kata terakhir ataupun kata-kata semangat kepada pasukan Selangor Giant sebab kita ada beberapa minggu sebelum kita pergi ke peringkat play-off.
Betul. Okey, untuk tim SRG kat dalam tu semua kebanyakannya yang saya kenal dan diorang kenal saya. So saya nak wish korang good luck. Dan untuk Mobile Legend ataupun Montun, saya rasa sekarang ni artis ramai main Mobile Legend. So mungkin kita boleh buat satu tournament ke. Come on lah Montun. Sebab kita ada ramai. Fat, Aceh, Challenge Zero, Fauzinawi, Iqmal, semua boleh main Mobile Legend. So kita boleh fight lah. Saya rasa untuk nak lawan tim pro player tak susah kot untuk kami.
Tapi diorang tak boleh nak berlakon. Nanti diorang tak ada job. Korang dah boleh berlakon, korang boleh main game. Alright, thank you so much Hairul. InsyaAllah kita akan jumpa lagi dekat playoff.
InsyaAllah.
Okay, alright. Alright, thank you so much. Jadi apa-apa, stay tune dengan MPL Malaysia.
Semua orang boleh menyarung jersey kebangsaan. Jadi once you pakai menyarung jersey kebangsaan, you rasa sangat-sangat berbangga you dipilih atau diberi tanggungjawab untuk mewakili negara. Perasaan bangga tu you tak terangkan dekat semua orang. Cuma feeling you pakai saja, once you pakai saja jersey tu, you akan rasa macam you want to give something to Malaysia.
I think if you guys have any issues, so make sure lean on to each other, talk to each other as much as you can. I think just be proud because tak semua orang dapat this opportunity, and also kena ada that winning mentality, tak kisah pun dekat level mana you guys pergi, and jangan rasa takut, jangan rasa macam you guys are not good enough. Apapun, just ingat bila you guys enter the arena, just do your best and all the Malaysians will be behind you and supporting you guys.
saya tak ada nasihat. Saya kagum dengan apa yang anda semua lakukan. You are all to me personal heroes because I grew up in a time where gaming was seen as a waste of time, but you prove otherwise. You put gaming and you put Malaysia on the world's map. I think you are at a better place to advise me. So again, I want to say thank you for being who you are. Thank you for fighting every day. Thank you for competing for Malaysia because it's something that I can never do. And I live vicariously through you bila I tengok atlet Malaysia compete because what you do is very, very amazing. And I wish you all the best. Deliver for Malaysia because wherever I am on the day when you win for Malaysia, I'll be proud to raise the Malaysian flag and play the negara.
Hi guys, I'm Stormy.
Hi, and I'm Rose.
And I'm Yum.
Okay, so right now we are going to be playing the game called Guess the Hero, where Yums will draw and Rose will guess. Ready?
Let's go! Go, Stormy.
Aku rasa
Go.
senang.
Go.
Senang?
Aku lukis satu benda kau dah tahu dah.
Okay. Telur?
Lagi.
Kalau dia mati, dia jadi telur.
Oh, Digi.
Kenapa kau cakap? Tak boleh. Tak boleh itu. Okay, sekali lagi, satu lagi.
A few moments later.
Don't talk ah. I will remove the mic.
Oh, Ben.
Oh. Ha? What?
Ben.
Wow! Chemistry 10 out of 10. Boleh bantai.
Boleh bantai pan?
Boleh bantai. Okay, so Sepat akan melukis, Nats akan guess. Mari, let's start.
Ada aku nak lukis tau. Spell je.
Spell kepala. Ish. Tak boleh spell.
Okey tak? Ziko hero ni kau main tak? Ui. Tarit. Bukan.
Ha?
Dia bawa ni nak.
Oh. Dia bawa ni.
Lux dot.
Ha, Lux.
Dia combine ah. Golden.
Lagi, tambah lagi.
Tak faham. Keluar.
Ha?
Tarit. Ruby.
Ni Ruby ke?
Macam tak Ruby. Macam Aldous.
Sini.
Kalau dapat diamond, serius.
5 second je.
Okay, ready?
Balmon.
Sabar.
Penny. Nana.
Sabar.
Ni apa pun?
Estes.
Sabar. Belum tak ni.
Ni apa siap?
Macam kucing. Klorin.
Tangan, kaki.
Ni weapon apa?
Rafa.
Alah.
Tambah dia punya hiasan ke?
Telinga dia besar.
Oh, Lilia.
Tak, kau ingat, kau tengok weapon dia betul-betul. Tukul.
Balmon hammer.
Dia besar.
Dia
Naga. Oh, Yuzong.
Adik kau saya.
Hello, awak rasa ni hero apa?
Kau hero apa, Yan?
Gobina.
Momo, awak rasa ni hero apa?
Alat. Tak, kau punya susah dong.
Sini.
Haiwan ke?
Sini, Zai. Hero apa ni?
Minotaur.
Ha.
Oh. Bagi air lukis. Badan ni buat tough sikit.
Tak juga, kepala bulat.
Sama punya lukisan lagi cantik.
Okay guys, so selepas kita cabar 3 pasukan which is Selangor Red Giants, Todak dan juga Vamos, kita dah ada pemenang iaitu Selangor Red Giants lah kan. So kita nampak chemistry diorang memang tip-top. And that is it. I hope you guys enjoy this video and jumpa korang dekat playoff.
I got some big news, okay? So I got a leak. M6, we're gonna...
What does the audience want to see?
What kind of stage do we want? What about the colors?
M6 is going to be held in Malaysia. We have to be greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
How to make M6 greater than ever.
Setting everything up. The course breakers, the two-time world champions.
Before we begin, I just want to say thank you very much, gentlemen, ladies, for coming today. We have something very important to discuss here, right? Because right now, imagine yourselves as Moonton. We're the publishers. M6 is going to be held in Malaysia. So I need ideas to make sure that M6 gets good. This time, it's got to be better. Like, it's in Malaysia, okay? We have to be greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
You know what? That's going to be the tagline. You like it? You like the tagline?
That's a good tagline.
That's a good tagline?
We went from
Join the fight.
Join the fight.
Join the fight to the top.
To the top.
Dare to be great.
Dare to be great. Be
Better.
better than great.
And now greater than ever. You know what? You're a genius. I'm a genius. You're a genius.
Let's talk about what does the audience want to see, right? What do you guys think the audience wants to see?
More teams.
More teams?
How many are we talking?
I don't know, but more regions, more teams.
How does 16 sound like to you?
I mean, it's what we had last year, right?
That's true,
I'm too dumb.
Do we want more teams in the wild card or the main stage?
Because there's a wild card. We had it, yeah.
I'm okay with the 2 slots for the wild card.
2 slots?
And then 8 in the
Yeah,
wild card.
2 slots for wild
so
card,
total
for sure.
24. Because I'm a believer that the wild card is a legit part of the tournament.
I agree.
Do they actually want smart stuff?
non-PH versus PH finals, I guess.
Non-PH, yeah.
non-PH,
Oh,
PH
non-PH.
finals.
We got that in M5 though. What specific region do you want in the finals?
North America.
Wow.
That one is a bit.
I don't know about that one.
Let's take a flashback, I would say. Throwback to the days of the past. M1 was a great time. M2 was a great time. Every single tournament, it was great. He's got a lot to say about history.
I love history.
We've got to talk about logistics here, and I feel like we need to include Mara for this one because we got to talk about the stage. M1, the stage was pretty good. I feel like it really sets the tone, right? Mara, you've seen the stage for M2, M3, M4 up until a few months ago. It was MSC as well, but let's not talk about MSC. We're talking about the World Series. Like, what kind of stage do we want? What about the colors?
I think the color should change depending on what stage we're in.
terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik pemula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadang. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak sedang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat
Hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up. Yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool. They got me and I got them too.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi idol.
Yeah. Are you ready? Can you feel me now? Yeah, 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 yeah. Let me hear you say.
Langkahlah sama-sama langkah, bergema di kiri dan kanan, tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi idol.
The MPL MY Season 14 Playoffs is happening in Indoor Arena, Educity Sports Complex, Iskandar Puteri, Johor. Powered by Moonton and KPRJ. Official 5G mobile internet hotline. Best for 5G lightning fast MLBB gaming. Official gaming phone ROG Phone 8. King of performance for mobile gaming. Official lifestyle fashion partner. Up your game with JD Sports. And thank you to all our partners in esports and strategic partners.
Afternoon, everybody, one and all. Welcome to the MPL MY Season 14 Playoffs, day number 3. We've already had an exciting best-of-5 matchup, and our very first M6 representative qualified to go further on in the internationals. But today, we look for a second one. My name on the desk is going to be getting Q. We have today with me Sadafa as your play-by-play, and of course, the Singaporean invasion here with Abstract and as well as Jace.
Singapore invasion.
Hey, you had your time the other time, but Jason, fresh on the desk, how you feeling?
I'm feeling great. The energy in MPL Malaysia is unstoppable. I think this is a massive teaser of what you guys can bring for M6 happening very, very soon.
Very closely as well, and that's a good point because every single time I was expecting JB to be a little bit more calmer when it came down to the crowd and the energy, but it continues to surprise me. Each day has been more exciting than the last.
In terms of both gameplay as well as our audience, the MPL Malaysia Season 14 Playoffs is just a gift that keeps on giving. And now that we already know one of our M6 reps, we have even more to look forward to because there's still 3 teams remaining, but only 1 slot to fight for.
It's definitely and always going to be very heart-wrenching whenever we are looking at the lower brackets. After all, we gotta have to see some people go, but understandably looking at one of the biggest giants at the lower brackets is definitely something that is very unsettling.
I mean, if you guys are just tuning in right now and you missed out one of the most banger of series here today, don't worry, we have more excitement here in the lower bracket semifinals with SRG being knocked down by Todak previously and may have another opportunity to face against Todak if they just beat Red Esports.
It's really a shocker to see what the brackets have turned out to be here in the playoffs. If you showed this image to someone before the playoffs started, they would not believe you. That's just how ridiculous it is to see some of these things happen. Todak, they beat SRG. You would think, oh, they must have improved a lot. Maybe they're a shoo-in. But then Vamos took them down without too much issue. So power scalings, all out the window.
Honestly, that's not the only thing that is unbelievable, right? All the way from the start, when it comes down to the players, right? Looking at the fact that JP went 0-3 against Red, that is one thing, definitely. And of course, when it comes down to Todak versus MV, we can look at that in the 3-2 fashion. It's like, yeah, Todak is definitely struggling, only for them to move on to SRG. It's like, wait, Todak isn't struggling.
I mean, a lot of things have changed here, but Jace, based on what you've seen here today and the previous days, I know you've been keeping up with the MPL MY. What are your thoughts about it, especially for Red Esports?
I feel like you guys were just feeding, I don't know, Abstract a lot of lies as well in terms of Red Esports performance. Thank you for scamming the Singaporean, but I think more importantly is that Red seems like they do have some showing, right? Even taking one game away from Vamos, hopefully they should be able to at least get something away from Selangor Red Giants, because throughout the regular season, their performance are not really exactly the best.
Well, that's the thing. Here, hopefully today, we are going to see the new side of SRG, the in-form Selangor Red Giants, with Stormy, Cram, Sakai's, Yums, and as well as Innocent. Jace, I'm going to throw it back to you once again. What do you think went wrong with them the first time, and what are you expecting for this upcoming match?
I just personally feel like, you know, after watching them, their performance, stellar performance in MSC, right? I think that meta shift kind of hurt Selangor Red Giants quite a lot, right? Stormy getting caught out quite a little bit. Cram, somehow, I just feel like in terms of the tank meta, he's really gung-ho. He really wants to go around and flank, but he's just unable to find all of this. So this is basically just what I feel. But hey, maybe there's a different Selangor Red Giants that we see in playoffs.
Do you think that expectations are set too high for SRG, Stafa? I mean, you saw them. They won MSC, and now coming into the next season, everybody has set them on such a tall pedestal.
I get the feeling that that pressure does play a role in their performance. We have seen teams in MPL MY in the past succeed right off the bat and then not know how to deal with failures or setbacks. SRG, they've grown a lot, but I hope they can grow more from this.
I mean, if we're talking about growth, Red Esports showing a completely new side to us here today. I mean, even yesterday, right? They flip a coin and you don't know what you're gonna get with Kim, Iris, Sensui, Grayson, as well as Owl, Abstract. I know we scammed you the last time, but give us the true opinion about Red Esports.
Honestly, Red Esports is, as much as you guys said, ube. We haven't really quite seen the ube strat just yet. But to be fair, when it comes down to the interview, or rather the starting video, they did say that they still have a couple of tricks up their sleeve. So at least when it comes down to Red Esports in this playoffs, they are starting to slowly show some of these. They went with the hyper-aggressive Hilda kind of game with the Cho. All those were fine and dandy, but obviously when it comes down to hyper-aggression, they were still not exactly up to par against Vamos, which is where I really want to see them do the same thing to SRG.
Honestly, today we're hoping that all of these teams put up a good performance, and luckily with the ROG Phone 8, the official gaming phone of EMPL MY Season 14, that has helped the pros to constantly be at the top of their games, retaining the crown as the king of performance. It now comes with a sleek new design with a, well, improved camera as the ROG Phone 8 goes beyond gaming. Now, coming into the technical side of things, right, Jace? SRG, the fact that they lost in that fashion against Todak, do you think Red Esports could maybe replicate that success?
I feel like Red Esports, right, you know, knowing that how they can actually up their aggression, especially against Vamos, maybe they can just pull off something very interesting against Selangor Red Giants. You know, hit them when they're low, right? Especially when they're so being like raised up in the pedestal, it's tough to fall at the bottom and then get kicked again by Red.
Well, I mean, again, both teams want to kick each other when they're down, but the double Red elimination match is right here before us. Both under that same code, both looking for a chance to qualify for M6.
Only one of them can be the better Red. And no one would have expected these two teams to be facing off against one another in this position, where a single defeat will send them home and eliminate their chances of moving on to M6.
Regardless of what it is, the stage will be painted red, regardless of Red Esports winning the game or Selangor Red Giants winning the match. This is a very tough game to watch, definitely.
Well, I think that even the Land of Dawn is going to be changing color at this point. It's really, really tough to say who's going to stand up on top. My heart wants to tell me that SRG, based on their performances, based on their accolades, should win this, but Red continues to surprise us. Even their match against Todak previously, some moments were pretty close, like really good ideas and concepts.
And that's exactly what Red can always pull up against Selangor Red Giants, right?
they could. But the real question is, what are the key adjustments that both teams need to make to survive that lower bracket? I'm going to start with you, Abstract. I mean, you were watching, you had a little bit of a break as well, so at least you're coming in with a fresh new perspective.
Okay, so at least when it comes down to the lower bracket, one thing's for sure is that Selangor Red Giants, I think that they really need to get Yums in the right spot, right? As much as possible. We were talking about, oh, Yums, the show was great and all that kind of jazz, but to be very honest, we haven't been looking at too much of those opportunities being seized by Yums. There were a lot of angles where the opponents managed to kind of wiggle their way through, even when Yums was playing as the Ruby, for example. There were definitely points in time where Yums could have intercepted, and I think that Yums, if he's on point, there could be a very good chance that Red would have absolutely no way to even break through the barriers of Selangor Red Giants.
Do you agree with this, Jace, from an outside perspective?
I personally feel, I haven't done a different perspective, but I agree with what Abstract is talking about, right? I feel like in order to survive the lower brackets, this is where cheese strats go, right? Anything and everything. Just kick them way to low, just play dirty, and that's exactly what I love to watch among these two teams.
I don't know, that sounds that sounds more like a Vamos tactic to me. Guys, please join the fight now. Use that QR code if you're lazy to type in that, again, too many digits, too many letters. Save yourself the effort, but please join the fight. Now to get the insider perspective. Me and Mustafa, I mean, we've seen these teams battle it out, and Red, honestly, yes, it is shocking, but do you see that maybe Red has hit a plateau? Has SRG finally hit a ceiling?
For in the case of SRG, I think what they are encountering right now is a bit of desperation under the pressure, where they're trying to make things happen. And in the past, it always worked for them, right? We know that the Red Giants are not actually the cleanest team. They will give away kills, especially in the first few minutes, but they always claw their way back. Now, though, the meta makes that a lot more difficult. As for Red, a little more experience under their belt. I like their ideas, but it's gonna be tough.
Well, it is going to be tough. Hopefully all of you viewers from across the world are ready for our upcoming game. Our teams are ready, and they're going to be walking in right now. Introducing the head of League Ops Rez and the marshals that will ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches.
Selangor Red Giants.
After another dominating season, they face a rare setback and now fighting from the lower brackets. Today, they have Todak have bested them today, but they are fueled by resilience and experience. In the lower brackets, every match is a battle for survival, and they are prepared to go the distance. Today marks the start of their comeback, and they've got their sights set on redemption. Can SRG stage a fierce comeback? Give it up for Selangor Red Giants!
Red Esports.
Still standing tall after a cruel 3-1 defeat to Team Vamos, they're looking to bounce back in style, with Grace and Kim, the dynamic duo, leading the charge with creative angles, along with their reliable jungler Sensui and the finishing power of Owl. Iris may be shaken slightly yesterday, but he looked to regain his ultimate form for this upcoming match. Get ready, because they are determined to bring another upset to this eventful playoffs. Let's give them a roaring welcome. This is Red Esports! Introducing the coach and analysts of the two teams, Coach Arcadia and Azora Becky of SRG, and also Coach Bam and Aush from Red Esports. Let's keep it going with fist bumps between the teams, a true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. This is the Malaysian sportsmanship. Ini Gaya Kita. Good luck to both our competitors.
Luck is going to be an important factor here. We've already seen some very interesting strategies and interesting gameplays being used by every single team here in the playoffs. And the results of this match are just as unpredictable as ever.
With Jusin being one of the main pivot talking point of yesterday's matches. One thing's for sure is if whether Red Esports as well as SRG will both respect the Juicin and try to get the Juicin out of this game in order for us to be able to see a game that would be skewing to either side.
Well, let's look at the head-to-head, because so far in terms of team comparisons, total damage dealt leaning in towards SRG, and also, I would like to say the first blood rate, but Red Esports surprisingly, 65.4.
Yeah, exactly, right? This shows that Red really wants to find this early pick-up. We also mentioned how Selangor Red Giants sometimes can give a couple of kills in the earlier parts of the game, but usually they will find creative ways to claw back. But we also talk about how, Red, they can find creative angles as well. So it's a battle of desperation, a slight battle of interesting angles coming into this particular game.
Very interesting angles. Now, we asked SRG Azora Vecchi, looking back, what led to the loss against Todak? And he said, we were actually prepared for them when it came to our strategy. The heroes that we picked were not very meta, but the strategies did not work, so we needed to start discussing how we want to show off our usual mid-trio synergy. Very much like Vecchi, of course, but it at least gives us some insight what happened yesterday.
Yeah, I think a big key point of what happened was that SRG was still playing the same meta that got them through the regular season with a clean record, besides MV, of course. But the meta has changed a lot in these short few weeks between the regular season and the playoffs, with heroes like Zusin and Suyo gaining even more priority. And I'm not sure SRG was quite prepared for that.
I think as much as you could prepare for something, a lot of these teams are preparing specifically against each other, really hitting towards the identities.
Yeah, and right now, you're at the lower brackets. Anything and everything can go. This is the battle survival for both these two teams. More pressure onto SRG, though.
Now, keep in mind that the IESF World Esports Championships 2024 for both divisions of the MLBB men happening between the 12th to 15th of November and the MLBB Women's Division happening between the 16th and 19th of November. Out of 88 countries, only 16 will arrive in Saudi Arabia and only one will be crowned as the world champion. So tune in and support our Malaysian teams. Feels a bit awkward talking about that, especially with two Singaporeans, because again, you guys are also trying to qualify for this as well.
Support SG!
Wow!
We are actually 50-50 now, so honestly, I'm not too afraid of saying that.
Yeah, and the fact that we have 50% on...
Wait, he's
Do I identify as Singaporean or Malaysian here?
I don't know.
You gotta make up your mind here. Which IC are you whipping out today?
Your money's with me.
Oh, wow!
He's holding it hostage!
He's just desperate to look for support on this net. I'm being scammed and bullied by you guys.
Man, I've never been in a hostage situation, but this is how negotiations probably go.
But it's like reverse bribing.
Hey, I know, we're Malaysians, we know something about bribing here, but it's time to hop right into the draft to get this best of 5 started between both of our red color teams. SRG gonna be taking blue side, red once again opting to lean on towards second pick. Matilda and Gato Kacha insta-bans for SRG as we see Fanny and Chip as a response from red.
Alright, we're gonna see some interesting stuff here because SRG is one of those teams that has been banning a little bit differently than we've seen from Vamos and Todak. They do decide to ban out the Eve, but we don't see any of the usual priority, the things like that Zusin. Maybe they'll go for the first pick, Suyo.
There's always a lot of, okay, yay, Juicin, ban, out of there. Woo! So, okay, first pick Suyo seems like a very possible thing for the side of SRG, right? Is it like a 90% chance?
I mean, I feel like it's almost 100% chance to a certain degree, right? Because I don't think Sakai's is going to just let it through. But Jace, what about you? How do you think the meta has kind of shifted, especially within the first phase, which by far has been the most important part of the draft?
Yeah, usually back in Singapore when we're literally prioritizing a lot of these EXP laners, right? But because of the meta shifted again, especially with the Suyo priority and then the Juicin priority as well, now we have to pick up these two as a first pick, especially right now if Red decides to go for the ban on Juicin. And the best part is we get to see the Edith coming back. We haven't seen Edith in a while, especially on MPL MY, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep. I think in the first 2 days we didn't really... No, the
first day had one.
Yeah,
whole playoff.
Second day, one single Edith, right? First day is just like... Edith not there at all. Honestly, kind of a surprising thing.
Yeah, Edith, I feel like it's still a top tier pick. So, so far, I'm really liking what Red is bringing to the table. Loyi, Edith, Alpha, all very solid picks and allows them for very aggressive early play to counter the Suyo.
But it also kind of shows that Red Esports, I mean, they could have looked for the counter pick in the Irithel against Natan, but instead they lean more into the Alpha, right? So I'm guessing that Owl is pretty comfortable playing whatever they give him as the insurance policy in the late game. But coming into that second phase, Valentina ban coming in from Red Esports. They've got Loyi, they can get a little creative with it, and I think that they want to put SRG back into a corner.
Now, one thing that I have been seeing is a common trend is that whenever we're looking at the first phase of Natan pick, normally what comes after is boom, an R4 Irithel pick. Is this something really that SRG might want to consider banning out? Is it really that big of a deal?
I want to say yes, but at the same time, there is a possibility that Red, I mean, they don't need to lock in their goal laner straight away, and they're expecting SRG to ban out a majority of them, so they could still keep it flexible.
Yeah, pretty surprising Novaria ban coming out. She's been out of meta for quite some time already, suddenly taking that away. I'm loving this meta, right? Especially MPL MY has shown us that, hey, you start to see a lot more old picks coming back into the rotation. Like Hylos disappeared for quite a few playoffs, especially in the under MPL, especially in MPL Singapore. Hylos literally disappeared because it replaced by the Khalid, replaced by, I don't know, Tank Benedetta for some weird reason by Diablo. But hey, seeing a Hylos here is pretty refreshing.
Interesting. So they don't get rid of the Irithel, they instead get rid of the Kaja as well as the Wanwan. First pick on the second phase is going to be Irithel, as expected and predicted. But what do you think about this stuff? The Kaja, like, I get Wanwan, but the Kaja especially.
Yeah, the Kaja is interesting. I get that it would be very effective at separating the Hylos and basically rendering him ineffective. But when you have Suyo and Natan, I don't think you have to worry too much about your Hylos getting lassoed away. So SRG is worried about their team composition being split up.
Even more so, I think at this point, whoever picks their EXP laner is going to be on a losing matchup, because I feel like if SRG pick up Phoveus now, there's not a lot of dashes to really get max value from Red Esports. But at the same time, if you pick Khalid and then you have to play into the Phoveus, that's also pretty awful.
Is there a mage that specifically finds Kaja a big annoyance? Lilia? We haven't seen a Lilia in a long time.
Highly doubtful. I think it's probably because they were intending on bringing out this Cho. Because both Cho and Hylos would be vulnerable to Kaja. If you split them apart when they're already quite in front of the team, then it becomes difficult. Because SRG faced that issue yesterday where their front line was constantly being cut off from their back line. They couldn't take fights together.
Here's another CC as well. It's starting to become the flavor of MPL Malaysia as well, which is pretty interesting, right? Churros and I were just talking about the CC, how it can bring value in terms of its flanks, and suddenly, like, you know, it can shred through the likes of the Hylos. That's absolutely crazy coming up from Red.
All right, now, Jace, I'm going to need you to break down these compositions for us before we head into the Land of Dawn. You talked about CC. It's into the Hylos. It looks like a winning matchup for Red.
Yeah, it feels like it, right? Red is bringing in everything. Feels like they're reading SRG as an open book, especially when you're so far ahead. Everybody looking at you. You have to be careful, but SRG, trust in them. They can make it work.
All right, so I'm leaning in towards SRG because of that statement alone, but it's time to get the Red battle going here. Only one of these teams is going to be walking away with their brandished colors at M6 as we head straight into the Land of Dawn.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. It's going to be our second match of the day. The Reds are on the table, but only one shall leave alive.
Oh, I'm ready for this. I want to see SRG really turn it around. It was a huge disappointment the other day when they got knocked down to the lower bracket. Not because it's like, oh, their draft was weak. They just played really poorly. So hopefully this is going to be a competitive series.
Yeah, there needs to be some adjustment because SRG was playing kind of similarly to what they used to do, and it just doesn't work anymore these days.
Well, work is one thing. I do feel like they have more in the tank. I'm just not sure whether they've hit a plateau or, well, I thought in the regular season they only played one comp because that's what they're most comfortable with. Now, up on the top side, however, we do see that Iris did force out Cram to use his Revitalize, which is already a very good start. Looking at the battle spells as well, even Owl opting to take Master Assassin up against Innocent. It's going to be a tough lane for him.
Yeah, when you pick up the Irithel against a Natan, you are intending to win out that gold lane, and with the CC, basically having a good matchup against the Hylos as well, Red Esports will have priority over the side lanes, which will allow them to play a little bit more aggressively early on, especially with the Loyi and Alpha. Red Giants, they just want to slow down and prevent invades and aggressive ganks.
At this point in time, the main thing that I really want to take a look at is the fact that Red Esports, how much of a movement do they want to get around with, right? They do have a pretty nice priority in middle lane that is, I think, pretty rivals with SRG pretty nicely, but with the fact that they might very much lose objectives because of the fact that the Suyo on the opposite side, what could be their insurance policy?
I think it really just boils down to Innocent at this point, right? He's got to have a decent laning phase. Oh, he should have died here. Yep, there's the Purify for the extra movement speed. I don't expect Innocent to die this early on, but neither are we seeing support to his side of the map.
And right off the start, we do have Sensui just going to be opening things up onto Cram with the Spear of the Alpha, but that doesn't seem like that's going to be the over just yet. Sakai did get caught for a little bit, but Yum joins into the battle and pushes Iris back a bit.
Ooh, in the meantime, we see the 1v1 win. Innocent got dived under the tower. Owl with a huge lead in the gold lane now. And this is what we're talking about, the early aggression from Red Esports.
Speaking of early aggression, a quick TP from Kim to make sure that they don't lose tempo. And most importantly, Grace isn't level 4 just yet. I think they're going to drag this out a little bit longer here because so far Sensui has done a good job at keeping up the level against the guys. And that's what you're wanting in this Alpha Risuyo matchup.
Oh! That's not great from Yums! Not great at all! Unfortunately, well, that just happened. But at least for the side of Red Esports, they do have about 3 person that's just gonna be huddling around the turtle. But it does seem as though Cram just gonna be trying to push Grace away, immediately popping down onto the Glorious Pathway to get himself a quick exit.
Such an expensive turtle. Glorious Pathway and 2 battle spells just to make sure that Sakai's has the space. I don't want to say things are going badly for SRG because it's not yet, but it feels like we're on the precipice of things turning around.
A little bit. Yums making a mistake like that, like flickering into the wall, is very uncharacteristic. We've never seen that from him. So Red Giants are definitely a little rattled mentally. I have to feel like their loss previously has affected them a little bit. They got the turtle, that's fine. They still got to do better though.
Grace just going to be getting himself a good amount of crowd control onto Yums, but Yums is just going to be fighting right back, kicks him right into the face of Sakai's. As such, that is going to be yet another point over to the side of SRG.
Now that's the SRG I want to see here, right? You can tell Stormy knew that he had his passive, so he didn't mind taking aggression, and Sakai's was just charging up that Blade Surge, knowing that Yums was going to make that kick happen.
All things considered, I feel like Red Esports could have avoided prioritizing Stormy and maybe tried to punish Yums a little bit more. But right now, the game state is still pretty even. As long as SRG can keep this up, get a pick off here and there, play a bit more defensive, not allow Red Esports to take advantage of diversion, they should be able to scale up just fine into the mid game.
Although I am interested though, like a lot of teams, especially in MPL PH, there is a priority over Edith, whether it be support or flex into the EXP lane, but we don't see it as often. Only Red Esports being one of the few who are willing to flex it out, and honestly, the first time I'm seeing Grace actually pick it up.
Honestly, I have the same question. I was thinking the entire time throughout the early days of the playoffs, where is Edith? This is a top tier pick. There is no reason it should be just ignored in the pick and ban every single match.
Well, speaking of getting ignored here, it looks like on the bottom side of the map, early invades coming in from Sensui as we see that Sakai's is trying to influence the lanes to try and unlock Cram.
Is that a diversion? No, looks like they didn't go for it. Just use a scouting so that they can control the turtle area a little bit better. Red Esports has the slight net worth lead, and they have no more players around for now.
With the Glorious Pathway pathing themselves right into the side of him, but it doesn't seem like things are going to be working all that great as well. But unfortunately, with the Frigid Glacier, it connects down onto Sensui, and that is going to be one jungler from the side of Red Esports taken down. SRG gains priority over the turtle, but it doesn't seem like Red Esports would want to give this up yet.
Wait, Irithel is making a rotation from the bottom side to the mid lane.
And such, Yums takes a quick flicker only to be wasted as the arrow still managed to hit the target.
Okay, so they still find the trade at the very end there. I think that right now, Grace is he is being very aware of what Yums is trying to do. He had a very good cancel, unable to find the trade straight away, but now the dive on top side.
And Iris still wants to be on a hyper-aggressive. Sakai joins in, but didn't really quite land the stun down on the Iris with the Purify. The rest of the members from the side of Red Esports jumps in, but Selangor Red Giants, they are safe right underneath their turret.
Mustafa, you think that was like overly forced? Because this is starting to look bad!
Stormy, why are you still here? No reason to stay. They already successfully escaped. And you are right, Gideon. That was actually a lot of resources from Red. For SRG, if they didn't lose Stormy there, that was actually a win.
Bit of a bummer, but it doesn't mean that they can't recover. Looking at the items, War Axe already complete with no T2 boots. However, seeing Innocent, he's giving a lot of respect over to this Irithel. 1,000 gold ahead of him. Owl has got him beat in lane.
And we know how scary Owl can be when he gets the items. He is the win condition for Red Esports. Innocent has played a similar role for SRG for a very, very long time, but we've already seen what happened this playoff with SRG when they are behind.
I'm expecting Sakai to have a pretty decent burst in the early stages and wanting to play around the chose of Way of the Dragon, but so far we haven't seen very decisive playstyles yet. But as here we have Sensui down to the bottom lane with a quick little proxy that allows them to zone SRG out and take T1.
I don't know. I feel like they're getting like a little cocky here. They're kind of
Oh! Sakai's caught with his pants down. When it comes down to diversion, immediately popping the opponents out.
Beautifully played. That is information being provided in the mid lane. They saw Sky's instant TP into the bush, picks him off. Red Esports, their rotation and coordination, we can see why they put up such a strong fight this playoffs. And SRG, they're facing similar issues.
But 2.6k goal lead doesn't mean that they can't turn it around. I think Red, they just need to maintain this lead so far. With the help of Iris, it's been looking good. They've broken both T1s on top and bottom side. All they need is to unlock mid, and I think that Red Esports, they're going to snowball this out of control.
Yeah, I am of the same feeling here. You can see already confident enough to start invading the purple buff too.
Glorious pathway popped right up. Sensui immediately jumps backwards with the Spear of Alpha, while Yum's HP doesn't seem to be all that great thus. Owl just wants to jump right into the face of Yums, but didn't really quite manage to connect the last hit, while Grace goes in Earth Shatter with a flicker, but he's going to be caught and taken down by the hands of Stormy. The rest of Red Esports want to take a run for it.
They also got the Purify out of Iris, something to keep in note. 3 battle spells down for the side of Red Esports. Stormy and Cram sacrificing their own. Innocent about to get his own Purify back up. In terms of raw scaling, Owl is ahead of Innocent. And that's something that Selangor Red Giants are keeping in mind. They want to make sure that the 2 main forces of Owl and Sensui are split up because they're a lot easier to manage when they're separated rather than together.
Yeah, Red Esports seemed a little bit discoordinated in that previous fight. Grace especially going a little bit too far, flickering with the Earth Shatter between the towers, and the rest of his team just didn't know how to connect. Red Esports still has the lead, but if SRG can bait out more of those plays, they definitely can scale it back up, because we know late game Natan is pretty scary.
It is pretty scary, but looking at the damage ranking, both Iris and Kim are doing a phenomenal job in terms of pumping out damage. I mean, as much as they want to control one side... Oh!
Diversion, could it be? It is! However, it does seem like the Glorious Pathway will slow them down a tad little bit, but Red Esports taking the second hit in the middle lane, at least they cleared out the wave.
Staffat walked me through this, because again, Cram did use the Glorious Pathway as soon as he saw that TP to ensure that Sakai gets out. Is it a worthy trade?
It's definitely worth it to keep Skies alive in that point, but I also feel like he could have gotten out without needing to use it. I don't think it's a big deal because it's unlikely a big fight will pop out before Glorious Pathway comes back out, and it's just a safety net because SRG already knows they've been punished for being overconfident this tournament.
And Veil Dragon connecting down to Cram definitely will be shredding him down like a hot knife through butter.
And this is getting pretty brutal here. Oh, the kick!
And with a Dragon connecting down, doesn't seem like Grace will be able to get himself out of that, but that was just a collateral damage all the way through, as Yums is going to be the one that's taken down. Sakai's hopes that he will be able to get his kill down on the Sensui, leaving him at just a sliver. But Sakai turns it around, gets himself a kill onto Owl, just a little bit more before he will be able to turn things around, but Iris, he still managed to connect all the yo-yos right into his face, as Stormy takes the fall.
When do they call it quits, Staffat? It feels like, you know, you're handing the hot potato to one person to the other and each person keeps burning their palms.
It was a good display of skill and good confidence from Skies, thinking that he would be able to do what was necessary to poke down Red Esports, but I think he underestimated just how tenacious Iris can be on a hero like this. He is going to chase you down forever. Oh, hold on.
Whale Dragon connecting down on the Iris, but it does seem like he will not be able to get away as Innocent takes up that one kill. Innocent, though, it does seem like he's not going to be anywhere at all with the quick little atrophy to get himself right out of pinch.
Cram, it's the punching bag at this point, right? Every single time he has to open up that map because nobody else can successfully do so, and Yums' Way of the Dragon is just way too valuable to lose.
Red Esports so far showing better positioning in terms of straight up team fights. SRG ideally wants to find pickoffs if they can, because with a 3K lead, Red Esports is very comfortable going for this front to back positioning. Owl is basically not being threatened most of the time at all. SRG, they can definitely make it back into this, especially now that Innocent has his Holy Crystal, but they have to be careful about which fights they take and how long they take them.
Looking at the in-game equipment, man, Iris is really far ahead, and I thought initially that Owl had a pretty good lead of his own, but it looks like it's kind of narrowed down a little bit.
Well, Innocent fires really quickly. He is one of the best goal laners throughout the regular season so far. If you give him some time, give him some items, he will absolutely carry you with his micro mechanics.
Slowly, Red Esports onwards did not connect onto anyone at all, but Red Esports, the main thing that they want is all of these inner turrets taken down. It is definitely going to be a bonus if it's an inhibitor turret, but with the fact that a lot is already been taken down, I think that that's kind of far asked.
It kind of feels like Red Esports right now are pretty fired up, right? They're not scared. You can definitely see the confidence as they make these plays is...
Glorious pathway plus the roam, but it doesn't seem like things are going to work too well. Yums gets a kick on the Grace, but it is going to be split into two fights. As such, Yums has got no follow-up, and such is going to be taken down by both Owl as well as Kim. But it does seem like diversion from Kim will connect down onto the bottom side, but it's not quite enough to actually do anything realistic.
Whoa, look at the damage from Owl as well. Red Esports, as you mentioned, Gideon, they're feeling it, they're confident, and they're systematic. I don't think they're too worried about SRG because they have practiced this. There's some mental preparation here where they know as long as they do their thing, they come out on top.
Onward catches too, and it doesn't seem like things are going to be working too great for them as Grace is going to be taken down. Sensei is going to be next on a chopping block. Iris went too far. As such, that is going to be an easy triple for Selangor at the cost of the inhibitor turret.
Ooh, all right. At least Innocent is still here to play the video game. Right now, I think that's all they can kind of hope for. Yums, unfortunately, yes, he is a distraction, but isn't finding as much impact in comparison to Sakai's or even Stormy's at this point. But even so, Selangor Red Giants, if they drag this out, they will be able to at least go toe-to-toe against Red Esports in the late game.
Innocent, win condition for SRG as always. He's definitely getting up there. Red Esports still with a slight gold advantage, but it has been narrowed down a good amount. Red Esports, while they're pretty good at team fighting, they gotta jump on top of Innocent. And if SRG can continue to use their utilities to make sure that this Nathan is not threatened, his DPS is more than enough to keep them in this game.
Well, let's not forget about Sensui here, because again, because of how much of a goal lead he has over Sakai's, he doesn't mind looking for counter engages when he has Winter Crown active.
Dooms, as well as Cram, tries to open things up as much as possible just to find where Red Esports is. But it is definitely a pandemonium in the front line. But Sakai still manages to connect down onto the Lord, takes one for him. The Pride of Eyes pops from the side of Stormy, but still completely obliterated from the side of Owl. Red Esports now have got Selangor Red Giants running back home.
Listen, I don't know about you, Stapa, but it feels like Selangor Red Giants, they are kind of tunnel visioning on these fights.
I agree with you. It doesn't really...
Oh, the burst!
Is he alive?
Yep.
Oh my goodness, that does not feel good for SRG. You can see the damage that's coming just from the siege potential of Owl. They got that Lord, but Red Esports is controlling these fights much better. They're splitting up SRG when their opponents need to be sticking together so that they can protect this Nathan.
Honestly, when it comes down to the pre-Lord fight, we can clearly see that Yums as well as Kranz really went out of the way to open things up, but when they really try to get something connected down or trying to set up something, the rest of Selangor Red Giants is just kind of too far back.
Yeah, honestly, I think that
Oh, hold on. Oh, wait, what was that? Yums! The flicker, not the way to start things off! As such, it's gonna burn the immortality. At least when it comes down to Shumpo, you'll still be able to get away. The rest of Red Esports, they would really want to keep up chase, but we do have the diversion from Sonic Cab. It connects down on the Yums and Graham! Stormy from the side, hoping that the Frigid Glacier will be able to turn the tides around. As such, it allows the guys to at least pick one off of the Owl. As such, this might be what they want to do, and they will want to run it down in the middle lane, taking him down.
Alright, that's what SRG is looking for. Although it looked bad to start with, Red Esports started getting a little overconfident there. The diversion to try and cut them off. Beautiful disengages, beautiful movement from SRG to position themselves to punish the overextension. And now they finally hold a gold lead.
I don't know, it feels like SRG to a certain degree, they're getting pushed into a corner, and Red Esports is just preying on them, right? You see these failed engages. I don't think that it's intentional from SRG's side. They are admittedly big blunders coming out on Yoom's part, and Red Esports, yes, they are pressing the advantage, but I think they need to start thinking about what is profit and what is considered loss. Finding 2 picks off of SRG is great. 3 should be the bare minimum, but afterwards, just let it be unless you have an endgame scenario.
But it's clear that SRG is still going a little bit on their old habits. They were very good at running down the opponent and forcing mistakes out that would allow them to turn a small blunder into a huge downfall for their enemy. And while it has worked here and there, a small mistake means that it could all be turned around on them instead. The adaptation is going to be very important in the next few minutes, and now that the gold is pretty much even, and positioning and key targeting is going to be crucial.
Innocent also has to make sure that he finds that isolated 1v1 against Owl specifically, right? He can't deal with true damage from Sensui, but he has a Winds of Nature to guarantee a victory in that fight. So if he can burst them down, that would be ideal, but how do you set it up?
It's hard to say. Yooms, unfortunately, I don't know what's going on with him. He's been making mistakes left and right on a hero that should be one of his comforts. And Grace is punishing him every single time. Maybe allowing Cram to start things off might work out a little better.
The Lord coming down to half HP. Yooms wants to look for something, but he did manage to connect down onto Grace, but it does seem like the immortality is just going to be popped, and Sakai's take the Lord down. Sakai's continues onwards, and that is going to be a good amount of members from the side of Red Esports taken down. Sensui's next one onto the guillotine. Might be next. Innocent catches up, but he pops his own immortality. Owl, look at the fraction of HP. Immortality immediately bought, so even if Sakai didn't manage to catch up with the Cyclone's Eye, doesn't seem like they will be able to follow it up. Bounced up in the pixel bush. Nice! He managed to find the arrow and lands it right down on the Owl. That's gonna be great as Selangor Red Giant marches through mid.
They found the opening after 18 minutes. SRG will turn around the early game lead and claim victory in game number 1.
They got so lucky at the very end there. So very, very lucky. Oh my goodness, it's tough to say that SRG won that convincingly, but Red Esports, they really know how to push them back into a corner. It's just the end game call that Red Esports needs to figure out, that final nail in the coffin.
Oh, that is an exhilarating match, but also a nail-biting one because it could have gone either way.
It truly could, it truly could. Let's bring in Jace back into this. Jace, talk to me. What happened? What are your thoughts on this game?
It's an emotional roller coaster. You know, it's for a period of time you think that Red was able to basically win it all and basically get a very good momentum to kind of start pushing the Selangor Red Giants all the way back. But now you're shifting the beast back to the lair. They've got nowhere to go, and that's where Selangor Red Giants strikes back. And you gotta have to admit that last sequence, that orange buff going for the Irithel was super unlucky for him.
Yeah, it was. It was very unlucky for him, but he was so close to escaping. So very close because Skies, he wasn't 100% sure. It was a 50-50 on which direction he checked. Luckily, Suyo has the biggest toolbox in the game.
We saw that. It was a good response. The Red Giants finally feel a little bit more composed in that final fight. And I think Red Esports didn't do themselves any favors by splitting themselves up with the diversion. They thought they could pick off Innocent in the backline, but then Innocent just repositions and he's able to do the damage that his team needs.
Honestly, I kind of like the diversion, but it just didn't seem to. It seems to be answered by SRG pretty magnificently. It's not necessarily like Red Esports, oh, you should have done that. At least for me, it's more of Selangor Red Giants. That final call, boom, it made it.
I don't know. I don't like that though. I don't like it all boiling down to this one final call when the majority of the game was already such a struggle. Well, let's give it up to Innocent this time. Literally being the insurance policy, that's why he earns the big bucks.
Yeah, definitely right. If you notice how Red is just constantly sending members to kind of disrupt Innocent, right? They realize that if they're able to separate this particular MVP of this match away from the team fights, it is Red's game to win, right? But after a while, you can start to see the desperation of SRG, the desperation of Red. They both become desperate, and that's where they start to make a lot of mistakes.
I remember that at this one point in time, we saw what Innocent had like 2,000 gold deficit as compared to Owl.
Yep.
That was what 5 minutes into the game, was it?
Yeah, 5 minutes into the game.
So what? 5 minutes in, and then 10 minutes later, we are looking at like what 1,000 or
1,000.
The lead has just been getting smaller and smaller. How is that happening?
I feel like I feel like Innocent got a shutdown somewhere, and there was just like a little bit of like, you know, picking up on the side gold lanes. The guys is like, I'm gonna be on this side of the map anyways. You might as well take my smaller creeps.
If you ask me, Innocent is a micro and macro god. He is always there when you need him to be. Even though he was behind initially, thanks to the Irritel counter pick in lane, you could tell that he still knew where he needed to be on the map to farm while drawing less attention to himself. He joined to get assists wherever he could and slowly snowball back into relevance, forcing Red Esports to maybe overcommit to try and reach him.
Is it real? Is it more on the fact that Red gave him the space, or did Innocent find that space?
I feels like it's more like Innocent found the space, right? How Selangor Red Giants has been really trying to protect Innocent as much as possible. You saw the amount of diversions that Red was throwing literally at Selangor Red Giants, and you also saw how, to a certain extent, Yumes and even to a certain extent, Cram is basically taking a lot of this attention. Slowly and bit by bit, when Innocent unlocked the Holy Crystal, all hell broke loose. Picks up the triple kill, start picking out items left, right, center, and then start carrying the whole game.
I feel like at this point, Red, I would give it to them. They are a tempo-based team. I think everything they did was correct, right? The fact that Sensui was already looking to say, hey, War Axe, I'm going to get the Queen's Wings immediately after Winter Crown, just to make sure. I know that SRG is going to hit a power spike, but I need to survive the initial push.
Yeah, I really like the rotations and coordination coming out from Red Esports, but they did start losing their way a little bit later on. It's understandable because some of their heroes will start falling off, Alpha being the most obvious one. But Innocent found the space he needed. He got the farm he needed. Red Esports wanted to make something happen.
Yeah.
And I think that desperation did cost them a little bit.
I think there's a lot of desperation on both sides, right? Selangor Red Giants, in the earlier parts of the game, they're trying to make plays, make sure that Skies was able to just become a massive snowball in terms of the jungle. But when Red starts to shut them down, you can see how Yumes also start to feel that pressure just a little bit. But when you shift it to the later parts of the game, when Red is starting to realize, hey, Innocent's doing a lot of damage, they are starting to get a lot more desperate to really put an end in the game. They tried, you see what happened in the mid game alongside at the mid lane of Selangor Red Giant side of the base.
It feels like Red Esports is tax collectors, right? Oh, it looks like, hey, you guys are not impoverished anymore. Time to put a bigger tax on you every single time. That's why we see that at least I think one of the better players from the side of Red Esports, Kim on this Loyi, extremely dangerous. He knows how to kind of leapfrog the team into position.
Yeah.
But I do think that at the very least, SRG's fundamentals in the team fights, it's slowly getting there. I mean, it was a little weak in the early game, but once they have the items to do so, we saw in that final call what it should look like.
SRG is a team that makes things happen when you push them into a corner. And they were definitely pushed into a corner here. And we talked about this during the game as well, right? Although their lineup is better at pickoff, their goal the later the game goes is just to throw bodies to make sure Innocent does damage. And when you diversion into the backline and pincer them like that, they are just kind of grouping up too protective in a way.
Honestly, when you're talking about the throwing bodies thing, I thought that there was a growing trend from the side of SRG fights after fights whereby they have the two front lines and then the rest of the back line just couldn't seem to catch up. I thought that that was the end of it, right? SRG just implodes upon themselves because front line's always dead. And then they left with 3, oh, what can I do then?
You think that could be something that they're going to adapt to the next match here? Like find something other than high loss for Cram? Because so far, it's clear if Cram is losing out on his lane, and especially if he's like the dedicated person to open up the map. We saw the damage taken. He was already in the 200s of thousands.
Yeah, I think right now, in terms of the strategy, I feel like Selangor Red Giants, I don't think they need to change much. I feel like what they're doing right here is they're adapting on the fly. If you notice how Selangor Red Giants was able to sniff out that diversion coming out from Red, they actually protected Innocent, and Innocent became the bait. Once you protect Innocent, he's able to dish out the damage, and when Red just tunnel visions onto the Selangor Red Giants, that's where SRG shine. And I feel like Red almost could have ended the game right there and then, because that diversion at the last moment, that last call, was very scary for Innocent.
Throughout the game, I think Red Esports was making really clean plays too. Their team fighting was actually really good. I like the layering that they did with Grace initiating, then Sensui finding a different angle to get a multi-person Spirit of Alpha. There was just some drop-off, and because Al was joining a lot of team fights, it did start slowing down his farm just a little bit as well, since SRG was not dying as much anymore and he wasn't getting as much assist gold as he started the game with.
Actually, that's a really good point, because when we look at the item build progression, you see the big drop-off coming between the 14th to 18th minute of the game. That's where you see Innocent get the Wind of Nature, and then all of a sudden the rest of his items start rolling in really quickly. I think this is the point of the game where I think that Red Esports, they had no clear way to actually approach SRG despite taking a majority of the turrets.
I like the itemization there. You can, yeah, like you mentioned, Gideon, you can see it very clearly. The items really started racking up once Innocent was able to get some assist gold, some shutdown gold, because Red Esports were starting to throw bodies a little bit here and there. We even see like Skies, for example, going for that Malefic Roar before the BOD just to whittle down the tankier members of Red Esports. There's some composure that was regained by the Red Giants the later the game went. I'm just hoping they can take that composure into the start of the next game.
Now, what are your thoughts on this, Jace? Because I feel like every single composition as of right now in the meta needs to have a secondary win condition to make you feel comfortable. You have your late game insurance, and then maybe you have like somebody who plays early to mid, maybe even mid to late. But here, it felt like Sakai's that early game really had no impact at all. And yes, I know that Cram was already losing his lane, but it just felt like the mid trio, it's not working out. Something's getting in between the cogs.
Yeah, I just feel like, you know, Sakai's going on for the War Axe kind of method. It's just kind of slowing down in terms of his assassination, right? So you want to go in, try to rack up the burst damage, and then get out. That's why you're driving as a jungler. That's why he has an execution in a way. I mean, it's a little bit controversial, in my opinion, but I love an assassin Suyo, right?
I think it's. I definitely think that it's. I think he fell behind, right? He already got like the Fury Hammer. Only towards 7 minutes is when he actually did. Well, that being said, though, I am curious to see, because M6 top 6 power rankings. Where do you think Malaysia is standing amongst everybody else? I did a media interview just now, and they put me on the spot, so I'm gonna apply it to you guys too. Right now, do you think we're at that international level just yet?
I think we are. It's just not the teams I was expecting, because everyone thought SRG was going to dominate the competition and put up a really strong fight in the internationals. And yet, Vamos are the first team to qualify to M6.
What about you, Abstract?
I will definitely say that Malaysia is climbing up the power ranking.
Yeah.
And in his defense, we were told not to put any Malaysian teams yet.
Yep. That's why.
You just had to ruin it, man.
Thank you.
I was setting up for this.
Yeah.
Hey, Singaporeans with Singaporeans, I'm with you, no problem.
I gotta let Zipper know to make sure that we only have one Singaporean at a time. This is too much power here. But talk to me. Talk to me here. M6 top 6 power rankings, why are we leaning just like this?
I just feel like, you know, at the side of the Vernacular Onyx, right, in terms of how the performance in the PH has been really showing up very well.
Oh, yeah.
And of course, apart from that, I have to put NIB Flash.
Keep talking to me dirty. Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much. I love my voice. And of course, apart from that, I'm starting to feel like, you know, I trust in
the MOBA Zane factor
for the side of NACT. You know, that's why I think BTK can actually make...
Okay, yeah, you can stop right there. All right, you can. I don't need to hear anything more about a BTK or with that voice either. Abstract. Honestly, where do you think we lie? Because again, I can somewhat agree with the power rankings. I do think that, you know, as much as I like to, as long as we have this love-hate relationship with NA overall, I feel like we can do better. Hold on first, because we also asked Red Esports' Kim, what's your reaction when Todak defeated SRG? And he said, I think Todak deserved this victory. Previously, we knew no one could defeat SRG, but this season, we saw MV defeat SRG in the regular season. In the playoffs, Todak won, so it's not impossible for us to win.
Oh, wait, okay, never mind. I wanted to be a little minion, but okay.
Your question? Okay.
Okay, you ask.
There we go. The question again.
Wait, it actually does sound like
Right,
a
it
video.
does.
It's
It
pretty
does sound
accurate.
like it.
Yeah.
It's genuinely pretty accurate. Thanks, Zipper, for always being part of us here. But yeah, walk us through it. Walk us through it because again, SRG was our go-to, our pinnacle of the international.
Honestly, SRG, I'm not exactly sure where do they stand at this point in time, right? It could be the Mercers, it could be all the other curses coming in through, but I definitely tremble for SRG looking at the fact that they are kind of having problems with Red Esports, which is something that we all don't expect. While in the meantime, all the other international teams, they give a lot of respect over to SRG. So at this point in time, it's more of the fact that I know that the level of competition in Malaysia is definitely rising. But for SRG, I think that they just needed to be kicked in a corner until they can finally come out as a Superman.
Well, hopefully that Superman's going to be enough because when we're looking at the most picked heroes, our biggest problem has been Jushin, but also amongst all regions, Lo Yi. Lo Yi players are dangerous because they force you to think about the map a little bit differently. Similarly like Chip, but I feel like Lo Yi, dude, I keep remembering moments where Kim is just like, hey, let's accelerate this even further, right? Chip is like, we engage. Kim is like, no. We hopscotch and kill.
I mean, we have to look no further than Zion Senpoi speed delivering Chiku into the base to close out the series, right? That diversion lives up to the skill name. You really gotta be thinking about it at all times. And that's why teams like Todak and Vamos ban it so often.
Honestly, if I were a player, right, or a coach, I would always say that Chip and Loy is something that I would definitely want to take out just so that we don't have to keep thinking about these two heroes.
Yeah.
Because you constantly need to, the map this, the map that. There's already so much we need to do, but yet I have to be very cautious and aware about a possible diversion.
Yeah, especially when you're so focused onto your team fights. The last thing you expect is somebody coming up from the back, right?
We're only human.
Yep. Like, playing against Chip and Lo Yi is basically like when they added letters to mathematics.
Oh, that's what, wait, actually I enjoyed it.
You like the unknowns? I don't.
I love playing with variables.
I don't know.
He don't speak for all Chinese, by the way, in Singapore.
That's very oddly specific, but all right. I'll leave it at that. But currently, Red, when it comes down to their win rate, it's looking pretty decent. I do think that Red Esports has a significant chance against SRG. But what about you, Jays, right? As you heard from Kim just now, everybody technically has proven, well, two teams have proven that it's possible to knock them down before we head on over to M6. Do you think Red could do that to book a slot to M6?
Ooh, that's actually a very tall order, right? We talk about how Red, you know, throughout the regular season, their performance is still not too bad, not too shabby either. They barely made it in through the playoffs itself, but, you know, taking games from, you know, the current M6 slot secured by the side of Vamos, I think they can potentially take 1 or 2 games, but this is Selangor Red Giants we're talking about. They're carrying the hopes and dreams of the Malaysians to be able to complete that golden road.
You sound like a new MPL fan because Todak has been there for a very long time, and I think he also can make that same argument.
Hey, I've watched Todak as well. I was a massive fan of Chiku guys back then. Watching from MPL Singapore, it's so amazing to watch it.
Well, let's get right into the draft here between these two teams. Let's see what the adaptations are with Red Esports on blue side first pick up against SRG on the red side to their colors on second pick.
So we already know in this current meta, red side has to deal with a bit of a handicap in that they have to be the ones to ban heroes like Chip, Zhu Xin, Suyo, Lo Yi, and it's just impossible to get rid of all of them. That's where the strategy of the opening picks comes from, and why so many teams are toying around with Suyo, Zhu Xin. Who do I give over? What is my game plan?
I think that this is currently the very first time we see red side took the burden of all these 3 heroes into the banning pool.
Yeah. I think it's totally fine. I think it's absolutely necessary to a certain degree.
Important.
I mean, we haven't seen SRG beat Jushin or Suyo in a best of 5 series just yet, right? Maybe they had like a couple of hopes, but they inevitably lost the game. So now Red Esports, they're going to be locking in Phoveus, a strong opener at the beginning of our regular season at MPL MY, but things have kind of shifted. And 2 ways that we've seen them do it is either, hey, let's give a losing lane to Khalid anyways, but as long as he clears fast and makes an impact in the jungle, it doesn't matter. here.
Phobius as a hero has also been losing a bit of priority in the international scene because teams that are smart know that they can bait him into them and just take him out by himself.
The rat trap.
Yeah, especially in Phobius love to overstand a lot, especially when you just keep spamming your Demonic Force as well, when you keep hunting Demonic Pursuit as well. But I think right now, I just want to see more Khaleeds, right? I also feel like Loi is a really good one, especially right here to see SRG selecting it up as well. You don't want to throw it against Red, right? Every time when the duality procs, you also proc the passive of Phobius, and that could spell doom over the side of Selangor Red Giant.
Now, I've always talked about this theory of teams who like to ban, like to pick certain key heroes, also feel like it's necessary to ban them. We saw that with the Yve. Now we see the Novaria come out as a response to the Loi, the classic way to deal with the Loi, with the Astral Echoes being able to kind of open up the map for you without putting yourself in danger. But that Bane, holy, this is dangerous, because now SRG really have to think, how exactly do we engage properly?
Bane is a hero that deals very well against dive comps like an alpha pick, and when Sensui plays it, he goes into full objective mindset. Every time Deadly Catch is off cooldown, he's gonna hit a tower with it.
Do you think of Lolita here? Ooh, a way to disengage, a way to reflect projectiles, including the Deadly Catch.
Yeah, that would be very nutty, right? Especially when you know when side of Red will see a diversion, the most immediate response from the side of Bane is to just throw the Deadly Catch, and SRG could just appear, hey, I have a shield, bouncing the shock right back at you, and then just start going ham.
Well, instead, they go for the Matilda. And now here's the thing. Matilda is kind of unique and interesting, specifically to MPL M1. I know amongst the other regions, it's highly prioritized for its sustainability and mobility because of how pinpoint accurate you get into these fights. But for MPL M1, it's kind of on the low down in overall picks.
Honestly, what I was expecting is, yes, priority of Matilda. She's got kit for escape, for initiation. She's a queen when it comes down to actually being able to have so much pressure in the early games.
Besides that as well, Matilda is a pick that actually heavily enables Alpha, to the point where Matilda Alpha combo is something that international teams will give respect to. So early game is the focus for Selangor Red Giants. We mentioned it seems to be a weak point for them this playoffs. Let's see if they can change that.
I'm curious to see whether SRG is considering getting rid of the big playmakers, inclusive of Cho as well. They got rid of the Kaja, which I think, you know, fair enough. Lockdown and most importantly, suppression is kind of nasty. People are still asking for jerseys. And then cut back to Simon. He doesn't even care. He's too busy thinking about, like, man, this draft. It's all about the draft. I can't think about giving out jerseys.
Simon is stressed, and you can't blame him. SRG has not been performing the way anyone would have expected this playoff. So until they can regain their previous form, he's got other things to worry about.
So now the new trend, not new trend, sorry, but one of the trends that we have also seen is the fact that you win early game, you eventually will be able to kind of get a pretty nice snowball into the mid stages to secure you the win. And so far, when it comes down to SRG's game against Todak, clearly they don't get the early game. Is this somewhat of a kind of new thing coming into playoffs by SRG heavily drafts into the early game?
Well, I think that SRG, they have tried a couple of times, but it's more so the composition. The compositions are focused around strong laners than it is strong early games. Well, I mean, previously in their majority of their wins in the regular season, most of the time it's like, oh, Cram is doing really, really well, Innocent is doing really, really well, and the mid trio is doing really well. So there's not a lot to really falter in that area until we start thinking about the Khaleeds. And now it's not just about the laning phase, it's about the rotations in the laning phase.
Yeah, traditionally, SRG likes to draft compositions that allow them to form small independent units, especially when they win in certain parts of the map, because that allows them to spread out team fights, allows them to move on their own regardless of who they're paired up with, and slowly gain advantage through that. Nowadays, it's a little harder though, because more teams are going for team fights.
It's about finding those kill squads, right? Now coming into the second phase, Edith, Natan, we do see Kaja and as well as Khalid banned out. What is this first pick for... Oh, sorry. What is this next pick for SRG in the second phase? It looks like they've already locked it in. They're going to go for the glue.
Wow. I never thought I'd see the glue right here in MPL MY, because when Ding, for the side of MPL Singapore, brought it out, it was a monster, especially slowing everybody down. And then after that, you have that bonus possession to just cool people away. And that is really nutty coming out from SRG.
I know we're gonna lean into this Alpha because you and me both know that Cram, Yet 3 got the taste of it. Phoveus versus Glue, it is not a good matchup for Phove.
In that game, he just didn't get the play. Straight up, already zoned out of the lane at level 1. And Cram loves EXP laners that get in your face.
And honestly, Glue is one of those heroes that is pesky and annoying like a cockroach that just can't die, right? Honestly, sometimes it gets me wondering, do you even bother about this Glue at all?
Leave him alone.
Can you really afford to leave him alone?
I don't know. It's like a cockroach flying in your face. Do you deal with it or you just let it happen, right?
I think you unconsciously deal with it.
Unconscious means like you slap it right in the face?
That's my response. I gotta agree with Abstract with that one.
Actually, that is a good metaphor, isn't it? It is like a cockroach lands on your friend and then you slap him.
Oh wait, that is my literally split.
You are doing damage to your own teammate.
Why are the cockroaches multiplying? That's a horror story. I can't. That's some eldritch nonsense I don't want to deal with. But this final pick coming up from SRG is going to be important because Irithel and Arla, they're going to say, yo, we're just not going to give Glue space. We're going to make sure we can stay far, far away. And SRG is like, you know what? If you want to try and pull away from us, we're going to figure out a way to get even deeper into enemy lines with the Claude.
I am not personally a big fan of Claude anymore. I have to say, there's less stuff that directly counters him this game, but it feels like the hero's lacking something.
Is it lacking something? I mean, the whole team wants to kind of run forward into the enemy squad, and hopefully the deadly catch is going to be enough.
Man, I hope that would be the case because Red is drafting a really very scary draft to counter everything that SRG is throwing at them in terms of the dive, but we shall see how they will execute that one.
I think it's going to be a very cold war between the two. A war of information. Whoever has more information can make the better decisions as we head on over into the land of Dawn. We're jumping right into this best of 5. Game number 2 on its way. 1-0 for Red Esports. SRG looking to equalize.
Step by step, Red v Red. Hopefully, you all are ready for this because it's going to be game 2. And SRG are looking to make up for past grievances and get a huge advantage in the series.
Now, I am a little bit worried about SRG in these cases because I feel like Red Esports' composition so easy to pull off, right? You see 5 people coming at you, you press 1 button, you disengage. That's what it feels like.
I agree with you, Gideon. I feel like they have a lot of stuff, though.
Please, please, kid.
Oh. Grace. Gotta go. Grace just barely blocked that last hit from the Loyi. Otherwise, Kim was dead.
I'm telling you, the pucker factor in this game is going through the roof, man. It's just the butts. The butts, man. It's got to squeeze those buns. It's scary. It's really, really scary. And it doesn't help the fact that when looking at the emblems as well, we are expecting Cram to actually rotate much faster than this Phoveus by trying to control the lane, but even so, reach there as quick as possible. Let's not forget, even Ao, back to Master Assassin up against this Claude.
If he's able to get going, we've already seen how much damage Irithel can do. He farmed a little slower than Innocent in the previous game, but I feel like Irithel will have a greater impact compared to Claude at most stages. So farm speed, we'll have to see.
I am curious about how Grace is going to play it because, again, this is Arla. It is a huge playmaker, but at the same time, doesn't exactly have the best escape mechanics. Once you're in, you're pretty deep in there, and there's no means of escape unless Sensui drops the ult.
But I don't think Grace is too... hold on.
Oh, deadly catch all the way up to the top lane. Innocent hopes to run away, but he decides to run right into the face of Owl!
No!
That's his toy, and that worked out!
No!
Normally you want to run back, right? But he's like, no, let me face the enemy! But speaking of facing the enemy, Innocent, what are you doing? Why are you still in the lane? As he helps things out and he managed to kind of drop in an assist.
I can't.
And then Cram dies to the tower. Great. Looking for him.
But it doesn't seem like they will be able to find the Innocent at this point in time. Owl wants to catch up, but wasn't able to. What is this Pucker Fest?
Oh man, when you said Pucker Factor, The team's heard you.
It's too literal. It's too literal. I feel like my vertigo is kicking in. It feels like I'm looking at the side of like a 20-story building, and then I can't see the bottom where the pavement is, and I'm like, nah. I don't want to stand so close to the edge anymore.
At this point in time, Gideon is just inside out.
I'm about to throw up. The margins are very, very narrow, and I think that Red Esports generally should have a better way of opening up the map compared to SRG. But like, it felt like that early game. Hey, we don't need the information. It's about trading.
In comparison, I think Red Giants will be able to make stuff happen quicker because they do have this mid trio of Matilda, Loyi, Alpha compared to Red Esports. But Red, if they can keep things consistent, have a stronger mid game, in my opinion.
Circling Eagle connects down, right down onto Grace. Quick flicker away. It doesn't seem like he will be using his final sledge just yet as Cram runs right into his face and really want to do something about this. But Cram immediately gets away with the guiding wind.
Yeah, able to get away, no problem. Unfortunate, slightly missed opportunity, but honestly, they got battle spells out of Grace, which I think is good enough. He's not going to have that flicker for the upcoming turtle, and hopefully that's going to be enough for SRG to maybe find some angles. Interesting position here down on the bot side, though.
Good amount of gathering around this bottom side of the map. We know that Cram already had to recall because he joined those fights and took a lot of damage, so I guess...
Actually lands, but Yums, he did manage to just get himself away pretty simply. Red Esports doesn't seem like they have very good follow-ups even after their final slash.
I'm a little worried here. It's not unusual for Cram to join fights a lot more often than his opposing EXP laner, but he's losing a lot of lane presence.
Yeah, Sensui's getting a free push on bot side. He's got the tier 1.
And now all 5 members from the side of SRG marches himself over to the turtle side, and it does seem like Split connects down in the Grace and managed to yoink him out of commission.
I am very confused. So Sensui goes out to the bot side, gets the tier 1. What is the rest of the team doing? Like, why are we even bothering to contest this? You just need to protect them from the dive.
I agree with you. No reason for them to contest the turtle when their jungler is literally doing something.
Hey, yo,
Iris is just taking the entire wall all by himself. He wants to walk the glue underneath the turret, but he continues up with the Infernal Pursuit.
Why?
I think he wanted to have like
I get it.
Small little No, wait,
iframe.
It's no longer iframe, right? It's just untargetable, right?
He wanted a bit, because Cram was going to eventually kill him if he didn't get some extra HP from using his ult. So he had to do it, and then Cram just pulled him away.
But then you would leave Cram underneath the turret and you would force Yums to have to use the guiding winds. I don't see the value of like giving the free delivery without the guiding winds. At least force something out of them, right?
Maybe playing around with the Brave Smite is what is in his mind at a point in time.
I suppose. I think there was a hard way to punish regardless, but now Yums with the Flask of the Oasis complete. Stormy trying to TP. Where is he TPing to?
Oh, Sensui!
What?
Surprise!
Ow!
Right in there at the perfect time.
How did they know he was there and on the opposite side of the map?
And speaking of which, Grace, surprisingly, he still survived all of that. Innocent melted down right underneath his own turret.
Okay, so they do get a little bit of trade on both sides. However, Red Esports still a turret ahead of Selangor Red Giants, despite the gold lead only being 500. We haven't really broken even just yet, and Cram just showing why he is an absolute monster on this glue.
This glue is just hands down annoying, as we have talked about time and time again. The Infernal Pursuit can only get him so far, but Red Esports seems to kind of want to continue this. Grace immediately vengeance forward on the Cram, but at least they know the turtle's coming.
Wait, Stormy's opening up the map on towards the purple side.
Doesn't seem like things are going to be working. And everything else is going to be puckering out for us. Owl gets onto his motorbike and he's going to be A-okay, at least for now. The rest of the members from the side of Red Esports, there's no one down just yet, but Sensui takes the fall instead.
If Cram does not get the MVP by the end of this game, or we see a bigger play from out of the rest of the members of SRG, I'm going to be very disappointed because Cram is in full control. He is in the driver's seat. He is pushing out everybody else and telling the Tesla car, hey, I don't need that AI. I got my own 2 hands and feet.
Red Esports definitely dealing with a bit of cockroach problem right now, and Cram is not letting them go. That previous fight actually could have ended really badly because the flicker from Yums pulled them into the Deadly Cat final slash combo. When we talked about this, Red Esports needs items. They need the mid game to really do enough DPS, and because of that, Red Giants were not punished.
Yeah, let's also not forget that in terms of like AoE, E damage. Like, yes, Owl is supposed to be the big damage dealer, but sometimes he can't go into position. The worst part about Sensui, the Deadly Catch is a great idea. However, he is a melee-based hero. If he wants to get that passive off, it's kind of tough to walk up to SRG.
And we can really see that SRG as well, starting to look a bit more like SRG. They are reading their opponent's movements. That previous diversion play to find Sensui, I don't know how they tracked his position like that, but this is good. This is exactly what we want to see. And Cram, when he's on heroes like this, the Glue, the Tamus, the CC, he makes things happen.
Sensui.
Can he get out?
Check
Not
in.
again!
Oh, no!
Here's Johnny as the Raz of Selangor Red Giants knocks on the door of Sensui, bringing him down once again on his split push journey.
It's too telegraphed. I think that SRG have figured out a pattern about Red Esports. They noticed the first time the split push, the 4v5 up by Turtle side, and they haven't let it go just yet. They get confirmation with Cram, counting the number of members down on the opposite side before they make the call.
Things are looking up now for the Red Giants and looking down for Red Esports.
Everyone wants a piece of Cram. And look at this. Red Esports, they choose to slap the cockroach right in the face, but yet he's still flying around. Well, at least, well, he's kind of half dead at this point in time. But Selangor Red Giants, they still manage to get a lot of heal right out of that.
I know we keep calling him a cockroach, and some people may take offense to Cram, but you have to admit, this man is eating nukes to the face. Just like cockroaches, he survives the toughest of scenarios, even if it's radiation. Cancer, not a problem. I'm Glue. I can take it.
I feel like you guys wouldn't appreciate him in Singapore either, because he's just leaving stuff on the floor everywhere.
We're gonna find him, man. At this point, we're gonna find him.
Well, the fight is gone going here. They're rushing straight in.
And immediately Innocent manages to find one. And do we have more of this? Red Esports, 3 men taken down. Selangor Red Giants, this is just annoying from the side of Cram.
I swear, more teams are going to start picking up Glue now that the world is watching us here in playoffs. We saw this in the regular season, and I've been waiting for a time where the rest of the world is going to figure out an answer to this Phoveus. But now, at least with the meta and the way that it's positioned in the draft, especially against Red side, this is a great answer. Just look at the control he has.
You know, I can't help but see Glue and just be like, yeah, that is someone that's going into Singaporean land and just throwing chewing gum on the floor.
Well, he is in the Jellyman skin as well, straight up.
Yeah, eating it back and then throwing it back out again. Kind of the reason why we kind of banned chewing gums in the first place.
Hold on.
And
not done.
Sensui gonna be taken down once again as now Cram makes his debut right in the face of Grace, taking 2% off from the side of Red Esports while the Lord is preparing to plunder right down the middle lane.
It kind of looks like SRG has kind of found their footing. They've got their momentum again back to regular season form.
And now the rest of the Selangor Red Giants knocks onto the door on the side of Red Esports. And now the further pursuit from the side of Iris hopes that he will be able to keep people alive. But now it's just going to be left with Kim. What can he possibly do? As Selangor Red Giants knocks on the core and shattered it to the core.
This is what we've been waiting for, isn't it, Gideon? This is the Selangor Red Giants.
They've equalized at the very least. Trying their absolute best each time, but at least this is a much better showing than game number 1. In my mind, that game number 1 was gonna go to Red Esports here, but I think this redemption arc is looking much better now.
Slowly rising up, I will say. Game number 1, I definitely cower in fear for SRG. This game, I gotta say, Cram made it so convincing for SRG and like, okay, so this is what Cram is actually made of, and, well, not chewing gum, but the fact that this is how Cram normally would play.
Well, it's match point as we have it. Jace, come on back in here.
Yep.
Talk to me about this game. It's very different from game 1 coming into game 2. And it just feels like, you know, SRG, they found their footing.
Yeah, definitely. You guys talk about it's a redemption arc. Remember game number 1, we're doubting Cram in terms of capabilities, but now game number 2, they hurt you, he take offense, and he's literally showing everybody with that Glue. Because to be honest, I felt like Selangor Red Giants felt the red like an open book. Immediately when you guys mentioned that Sensui likes to throw the Deadly Catch at the turrets, hey, they went at him and caught him right down with his pants down.
I mean, let's look at the highlights one more time. Our MVP of this game going over to Sakai is kind of interesting. I mean, yes, he was catching people off guard, like Sensui for an example, time and time again, even like this moment right here.
Yep.
But generally, just the fact that they don't have an effective way to open the map sorry, when I say effective, I mean a safe way to open the map. Cram was just too big of a building.
Yeah, exactly. There's no response coming up from Red Esports, right? You talk about opening up the map, and Novara is supposed to do that role. But I think one of the biggest thing that I find from the side of Red is that these deadly catches are not deadly at all. If SRG is able to survive the first burst coming out from the deadly catch, SRG will stomp against Red, because the whole plan of Red is, hey, we see a diversion, we throw everything at it. If SRG survive that first onslaught, they will win that team fight.
Now talk to me about our MVP of the game, Sakai. He goes for an interesting build because most of the time we're expecting utility items, but instead, not Winter Crown, goes straight into the blade armor.
Yeah, he just wants to be able to counteract some of the physical damage coming at him, because this will work a little bit against Irritel, work a little bit against Bane. He knows he's going to be taking the front line behind Cram, so he will still be taking a good amount of damage, and he doesn't have to invest too heavily in DPS, since he already has a mid lane and gold lane that do quite a lot of damage on their own. The coordination between the Matilda along with this Alpha really expanded SRG's influence across the map.
Now, I know we've been tooting SRG's horn a little too much, I would say, but especially in this game with so much momentum, what can Red Esports do to actually adapt to it? I feel like, yes, this is a bit of a drafting problem coming in from Red, but like in terms of mentality, how else can they face off SRG?
Red kind of seems like they had a very good game in the first one, and I think that they can kind of get themselves back into that momentum again, I suppose, especially when it comes down to tempo, right? When it comes down to game number 2, they are kind of playing more of like a team-wide AoE kind of thing. They want to set up nice wombo combo kind of thing. We did manage to see that happening once, but now that SRG kind of takes it kind of like a tag team duel, we kind of go together kind of thing, it worked out pretty nicely for SRG.
Do you agree with this, Jace? Or do you think that, Red Esports, it's just purely the draft, that's all they need to change and they're good?
I think that's not a draft. I feel like Red coming in with a draft to kind of answer against SRG, but I feel like they're not utilizing the draft really well, right? What I want to see is big ultimates coming out, SRG get bursted down, hey, Red takes the win, right? After that, what SRG realizes is that they're really smart, right? I want to throw back to game number 1 where, Innocent was initially targeted, and immediately what SRG did, they turned around, protected Innocent, and then won the game through there. Game number 2, what they realized that, hey, Sensui starts split pushing, right? So what did they do? They start targeting down Sensui. Sensui unable to farm up. Now you lose a lot of damage. You cannot burst SRG down.
So does that mean that Sensui is most likely going to go back onto this Alpha once again to play that utility role for the team? Or do you think that they're going to completely pivot? Because I feel right now, the big issue is that Kim isn't getting his power picks.
This is another direction I kind of want to steer us into. The fact that SRG's lineup is slightly easier to use as compared to whatever that they have been using. Especially for Sakai. Sakai's using the Alpha. Technically, you have one job. Go in, be tanky, and then melt people down with true damage. As compared to the conventional Ling, Fanny, yada yada yada, high mechanics, unga bunga.
I feel like it goes both ways here. What about you, Stafa? What are your thoughts?
In regards to that specifically, I think the heroes on SRG are a little easier to play, but I think that comp from Red Esports is actually a little easier in a team fight setting.
Yeah.
But in terms of drafting, I think what happened here was that Red Esports let SRG do what they wanted.
Yes.
We prioritized. SRG loves lane priority, especially side lane priority.
Yep.
They first pick Phoveus, first mistake. Already you are letting Cram counter pick you. Then they revealed the Novaria the instant that the Loyi came out. Yes, Astral Echo is very good at scouting out diversion plays, but you are immediately giving away mid lane priority when your opponent already has Alpha and Matilda. You are allowing them too much map control, and you are putting yourself in a team composition that needs time to come online and doesn't have the tools to stop that early game.
We did see a couple, well, at least we didn't see Yum's blunder as much. It is a Matilda, it's pretty hard to blunder it on it.
Yep.
But generally, I am interested because again, with SRG playing the way that they did, especially on this Alpha, right? A lot of times, it's just picking off the two. Either Iris or they're looking for Sensui. That's where a majority of these assists do come from. And even for the kills itself, does that mean that Grace has to change from instead of Arla into something that can actually contest for that mid lane a little more safely?
I would think so. Arlet is fine, but I don't think this was the game to play it. SRG already has tools to get out of that final slash. Yes, you can punish them if like you manage to figure out where they're diversioning into, then you just sweep them all away. That actually happened once. But you have a Matilda on the opposite side. And again, you don't really have the damage to follow up on a Roam Arlet too. So rather than the pick itself, I think it's the combination of the order of drafting and the way it interacts with SRG.
All right. Would Grok, if you just switched out one pick and you put Grok instead of Arla, do you think it would have been a different game?
It would have helped, but I don't think it would have made enough of an impact. You could have slowed down Skies a bit if you got like the wall resets.
Yeah.
But if Matilda or Lo Yi push teleports the alpha behind the Grok.
Also a good point. I don't know. Adaptation is gonna be it's gonna be a little hard for Red Esports.
Exactly.
Any ideas or concepts you got for Red Esports coming into this game?
I think it's just more importantly is that Red Esports unable to adapt on the fly. In game number 1, game number 2, you saw that Selangor Red Giants was the one that's adapting on the fly. They read Red Esports like an open book. Right now, I just felt if had Red Esports stop sending Sensui off the side of the map, start joining team fights, get the farm up, they will have enough damage to maintain the same draft to win against SRG in game number 2.
So it's really just about timing. All right, with that being said, I'm getting word that we've got some, correspondent, Poji, is that you and who are you with? Somebody on the bench? Poji, please introduce your guest.
MPL Offstage yang dikuasakan oleh Hot Link. Istimewa bersama anda hari ini. Gorgeous, apa khabar Gorgeous?
Khabar baik.
Alright Gorgeous. Sikit je lagi nak melangkah. Kan? Tapi persoalannya kan, berat ke tak berat? Sebab kalau kata korang menang game lepas ni, korang kena main lagi satu game untuk ke Grand Final. Persediaannya macam mana?
Persediaan untuk lawan Todak after this, if menang lah. InsyaAllah menang lah 3-0. Kita orang akan just kekalkan momentum game ni untuk ride on to the next game lah. Semoga momentum tu tak hilang lah time kita orang tengah rest.
Alright, mungkin boleh bagi tips kekalkan momentum dengan rest yang macam mana? Game penat. Kan. Okey, mungkin ada rahsia dia sebab dia ada psikologis dia sendiri. Tapi betul. Soalan seterusnya yang saya nak tanyalah Gorgeous kan. Kalau tak diikutkan kan, persediaan sekarang bukan saja M6, korang ada juga IESF. Adakah dengan adanya game-game macam ni akan bagi korang ada satu momentum ataupun lonjakan ataupun anjakan paradigma ataupun macam mana persediaannya, preparation, movement, steadiness?
Untuk IESF
Yes.
Semestinya sambil-sambil training MPL tu dia sekali lah dengan IESF tu. Cuma tak ada lawless je lah.
Alright. Tapi okey, ni soalan yang sedikit sensitif. Region mana yang lagi susah? Malaysia ke, PH ke, Indonesia untuk kalau ke M6?
Nak based on apa? Based on screamer tak lah korang?
Jangan leak. Nanti ada orang klip marah.
Okay. Based on performance sekarang, saya boleh kata Indo lah. Indo lagi kuat lah.
Indo kuat. Clip. Gorgeous just said Indo may be the strongest region out there. Please clip. Macam tu. Tapi apa-apa pun, terima kasih. Mungkin shout out lagi sekali kepada semua peminat Gorgeous. Johor, Selangor Red Giant. Macam tu.
Okay guys, thank you kepada penyokong-penyokong Selangor Red Giant yang sudi datang ke Johor. Aku tahu juga ada yang datang dari jauh. Datang daripada mana tak tahu lah, tapi jauh tu pasti. Terima kasih sebab sanggup luangkan masa korang untuk datang ke MPL lah dekat Johor ni.
Itu dia daripada Gorgeous, begitu juga daripada saya. Terima kasih kepada segala-galanya. Let's go, kita pergi ke Castades.
Thanks, Poji. Thank you, Gorgeous. Some interesting ideas here, but it's time to get back to business. Right now, match point for SRG and one more win to eventually face off Todak later today. Ideally, Red would like to reverse sweep this, but the question is, how exactly are they going to pull that off?
Yeah, I think right now it's just all about Red just playing a little more flexible, being a little bit open-minded, because I feel like right now, the way they've been executing these kind of draft is very single-dimensional when the draft is, there's a lot of ways to engage.
There are a lot of ways to engage. So we obviously asked SRG Sakai's fans said that you have been underperforming. What do you think about that statement? And he said, I think I accept that criticism because of the new patch. They have new metas like Revitalize. I still can't adapt to it just yet. Very young, very honest in a matter of fact, and I feel like maybe to a fault.
Actually, pointing out the Revitalize, that is kind of a new thing, right? We've got Todd, Hylos, Hilda, all taking Revitalize more often now. It really catches you off guard when you are an assassin player, and when you're used to certain thresholds where like, okay, the kill's gonna go through right now, and then they suddenly heal up. That could be why Skies felt so off when the playoffs started.
And especially sometimes not only one Revitalize, we're talking about two Revitalize, and they stack together, and then you're like, oh, I'm dying. Oh wait, I'm half HP now. It's like, even I think any assassin will think that, yeah, I can't deal with this.
Yeah, it can get a little tough, but let's actually look at the head-to-head between Sakai's and as well as Sensui when it comes down to it. Average KDA is looking more over to Sakai's. Of course, this is total stats, including the regular seasons. The GPM is what's pretty close, but the average turtle leaning into Sensui.
Yeah, just kind of tells you that the fact that SRG likes to play towards the late, right? We are really focusing on, hunkering down, making sure that, hey, we got all the items up before we engage into the fight. Whereas on the other side, Red, remember before we start the game, we're also looking at the higher first blood rate, which means that Red is really aggressive in trying to find pickoffs and snowball in the early game. But we see in game number 1, they can get an early snowball, they can get a mid-game power spike, but can they end the game? That is the biggest fault.
I feel like as much as the early game kind of drives the mid and as well as the late game, I feel like SRG definitely, like the big comparisons is like, the two big two, SRG and as well as Vamos. SRG just overall the Swiss Army knife, good at what they do, very polished. And then there's Vamos who's like very much so into that early game. That's something that we don't see from a lot of teams, that early game presence.
And in the previous meta, it wasn't quite as important to get a straight-up early game snowball because it wasn't too difficult to get farm and stuff. And even if you gave up 1 or 2 turtles, you could make that comeback. I think that's why the stat was low as well. SRG gives up first turtle quite often, actually. So, a lot has changed. And it's just witnessing these teams and how they're responding to that change, I think, is the name of the playoffs.
Well, it's about evolution here as we get into our third match in this best of 5. SRG currently 2 points and match point against Red Esports. SRG on the blue side, Red Esports on the red. Matilda, Gatot, Yves being banned out for the side of SRG. Red Esports get rid of Jushin, Fanny, and Chip.
Yeah, it sounds to me like, going back to game number 1, this is the exact same ban patterns coming out from the side of Coach Arcadia from Selangor Red Giants. Immediately first pick Suyo, exactly to the script of game number 1.
But they're going to be picking up Loyi this time around. Now, I am interested to see whether Stormy is going to go back on that Aurora, and if they want to play a little bit more, well, I want to say around priority. I think that Lilia is something that we haven't seen just yet.
That is true. Lilia, still a pretty strong hero in terms of doing damage. But we're seeing a bit of a shift, very similar to the game 1 drafts with the Suyo into Loyi Edith. This time we have the Hylos Valentina for SRG.
Exactly the same here.
There is a bit of a change though. The Valentina, this used to be the Natan pick coming out from SRG's side, which Red was able to kind of respond to. Now that they've got it, the gold lanes are kind of in flux.
Injustice in the world.
It's interesting. Means that Stormy can also steal that diversion or even the Primal Wrath from Edith. And we've already seen how the Starlium Scythe can help boost that damage
significantly. And not to mention that, again, Valentina goes really well against general melee heroes, right? Anybody who is within that Shadow Strike range is going to struggle once they get feared.
Yeah, but right now, it's going into the banning phase right now. The Chol getting taken away. Both sides have selected their gold laners as of now. Both sides are not looking to ban away the gold laners, trying to limit and open up more opportunities for the gold laners. But the question is, Red in game number 1, they couldn't end the game because of the Nathan just coming up online. Are they going to spend that 1 ban slot right here, or are they looking to take it away from SRG instead?
I think it doesn't really matter because Red side will always have that last pick. So until SRG shows their full composition, they're probably going to look for a winning matchup for Owl once again. Because again, that was why game number 1 was already so heavily into Red Esports' favor from early to mid.
I think that that's a very good thing that we could look at, right? The fact that Red has got a good answer to their early game and the mid stages of the game. Technically, they lost that game only because of a couple of well thought out answers from the side of SRG. So maybe, you know, back onto the calculated risks and rewards for the side of Red. Perhaps what they have done in the early and the mid has been going great. Maybe change things out a little bit, make sure that find a way whereby they don't give Innocent that kind of farming space again.
This could come down to giving Owl more of a comfort pick, right? Like the Beatrix, for example. Once he gets a couple of items, he just carries games. Doesn't really matter what state it is in. He just does so much to contribute. Looks like SRG will ban the 1-1 instead. And now we go into the second phase of the draft. For Red Esports, I think the most important thing is to not reveal things. Don't get... Oh,
well, there it is. As you said it, Tadafa. Right as you said it.
The big combo combo into this kind of matchup is really crazy, right? There's a lot of ways that Red could basically force SRG to stay in place.
I guess, but I would have preferred the Khalid pick in this. I feel like Red Esports have opted, they could have gone for Khalid, but instead we're going to deny Beatrix off of SRG because now their final 2 picks could be very much centralized to pivot the composition to look to Wombo combo with big AoEs. Now that they don't have that, I think that SRG have to take a second look at this. Maybe they can go for Harith in this particular scenario. He will be able to kind of catch up with the rest of that team. They could go back to Claude one more time because they have the high loss and turn it into a full dive.
I think in this case, Claude is actually not too bad. And looks like SRG agrees with that. They'll go for it. And the Tigreal. It got banned out previously. This time, Yumas will have access to that. So we have Glorious Pathway and Implosion. SRG wants to go for the big Wombo combo.
It covers quite a bit of problem, especially when Tigreal have a bit of a problem when it comes down to closing up gaps.
Yeah, usually you expect a flicker implosion. Now, you know, for the side of SRG, I can just walk up to you and implode.
All right, CC being the last pick for Red Esports. This is going to be a really important matchup here. Cram got rolled the last time in this Hylos versus CC, but still needs to provide utility. And even in that game, Yums really struggled on that show. Now it's easier to execute. Jace, walk me through the compositions. What are we expecting in this matchup?
It feels like, you know, for the side of Red, they're going to try to use the same exact tools. Slight changes to the roster, especially in the Beatrix. A lot more better sieging opportunity. But for the side of Selangor Red Giants, though, that Tigreal is something you want to look at. Walking up to implode on something, that's going to be interesting to watch.
It's going to be a scary game. High ground defense, not looking too good for SRG, but the wave clear and priority from Red Esports looking much better this time round. As we head to Land of Dawn, this is match point for SRG unless Red can start the reverse sweep here today.
We start the game with quite a lineup coming from both of these two teams, and I absolutely love the way that we have kind of like a marching order from the side of Selangor Red Giants. But before we even jump on to the rest of that, we do have SRG on the blue and Red Esports on the red.
Yeah, don't worry, LaFell isn't here. We're not colorblind. We know what's blue and what's red. I'm sorry to our colorblind viewers out there. First pick always going to be a left. Second pick always going to be on the right. Now, as this game is going to progress, what are the moments that we should be looking for? Obviously, we're looking for level 4, but at the same time, we've seen time and time again that Owl, he's just going for that Master Assassin. He really wants to beat, oh my goodness, Innocent in lane. And Innocent's kind of chunked out here.
Whoa, they are really dueling up here in the gold lane. The fact that Innocent got that close when he doesn't have Master Assassin shows that he's doing a good job here.
How are they trading each other out at almost an equal number? That's the thing that I'm kind of surprised with.
It's got to be that Heart of Thievery, right? He's probably like stacking up before he gets back into these fights. I think once he's like max stacked, he gets...
Oh, that was close.
Wow.
Very, very close. A good dodge from Owl. The reaction timing on that, I definitely could not do that.
Oh no, I would have used flicker for sure. Like, I wouldn't even bother with a tactical roll. I'm just flickering out of there. Hell nah.
Instant gratification is what we want, right?
Exactly, exactly.
Yeah, but to talk about the timings here, Red Esports in this game definitely has way more damage in the first few minutes. I'm expecting them to have advantage on the first turtle, though they are dealing with a Suyo. This hero handles that very well.
Oh no, Owl. He still have flicker though, but
he's dead.
He went for the flicker, but Innocent winning this Beatrix in the gold lane under 2 minutes?
How?
That's unheard of.
Did he whiff? Did he think that he didn't see the tactical roll? I don't know. I don't know about that one, but things are not going very well right now for Red Esports. That's 2 kills going over to SRG.
Coming from comfort pick from the side of Owl.
Yeah.
He technically should know if whether that can be seen or not.
Like, Owl should understand, Beatrix wins lane against Claude any day of the week.
And he has Master Assassin.
Yeah, Innocent. How? I don't even know. I wish we had a closer look at that. But trading Turtle for 2 kills early on, not very worth it for Red Esports. They're gonna use the diversion to try and steal buff, but Yums already sees it.
He's currently still at level 3 though, don't have the implosion just yet, but the rest of the members from the side of Red Esports, especially Grace, is taking quite a beating. And now Stormy actually did manage to take away the Primal Wrath and wanted to do something on the Kim, but that is going to be a flicker of Shadow that's going to be connecting, but unfortunately not quite enough to save Kim as well as himself, as he sacrificed himself to make sure that Red Esports will be able to do a little bit more. Look at the help of the Yums as the guys, as Sensui was hoping that he'll be able to close up that fight.
It's 100% now, guys. SRG is back. This is 100% what they did all season.
Oh, this is pissing me off, man. This is
What, are you puckering too hard?
No. I don't have hemorrhoids just yet. I'll let you know and let you have a look at it when it does come. But this Revitalize is kind of bull. It's kind of BS right now. How do you survive that?
It's just great timings, great layering from the Red Giants. And one of the things that they've always been good at in fighting is understanding the nitty-gritty of their limits with every single hero.
Kinda knowing how much you can tank, how much you're gonna have to run away, or when you're gonna run away. That's kind of scary, right? You know how to like stagger the amount of damage and it goes, just kind of cycle how much I take from a certain opponent.
Yeah, but I gotta give it to Grace. He was playing that like perfectly. He tried his absolute best to keep him away, but now this next fight, it's not going to be easy against Stormy. Oh,
yep, Iris, he kind of went all the way in, but at least he does have Vengeance. Oh, there we go. That's what you want to see. The big implosion, imploding right down onto Red Esports.
Oh man, that is gross. I would not want to be in Red Esports' shoes. Iris did a good job. He bought a lot of time. Rest of the team thought, all right, let's go back up Iris. Yums rubs his hand together and says,
I can't. Let's look at the instant replay round. Just look at the beautiful feint here. We see that CC jumps on in to try and distract them, but Yums is not even looking at Iris. He's looking at the 3 juicy targets who's about to get imploded on. And they even, somehow he communicated that with Cram perfectly. Implosion straight into the glorious pathway. Really great stuff coming in from SRG. It feels like the tunnel vision has faded away and now they have their full peripherals.
It's kind of scary, the fact that he started walking towards the enemy fast enough. Even the glorious pathway came out a little bit late. But in the meantime, we're taking a look at Grace. He was terrified, but at least he was able to kind of pop himself right out of the firelight and flickers himself out of the way.
All right, good Primal Wrath there for now. 75 more seconds until we see the next turtle. So far, while this battle has been going out pretty evenly, Sensui previously, like a minute ago, was 2 levels ahead of Sakai's. Now Sakai's has caught up to him, but Sensui, technically, he still has 75% more EXP than Sakai. So almost a level. Maybe they can do something with that timing, considering... Oh, hold on. They've got information about that purple. Are they looking to force?
They could, but they have to be careful. This time Red Esports will be expecting them. So looks like SRG are going to focus on cutting off the mid and bot wave instead. While it is true that Sensui still has a bit of an EXP lead, Selangor Red Giants 3k gold lead, 8 kills to 0.
think they might be able to force here, but Red Esports, they're going to be a little late on this, right? They are expecting Yums to be in one of those bushes, and right now they don't have a guaranteed way to open up the map other than Grace. And Grace doesn't have his flicker, so he has no guarantee of survival.
So what, the only thing that he can have is Iris, since he technically does have a Vengeance and should be able to get a pretty decent damage reduction from it.
I mean, I guess, but his wave clear is not that great either, so SRG, they kind of don't mind just waiting it out.
So Iris just has to try and distract them with his yo-yo tricks. Otherwise, there's no real way of going it, because we can see that they're playing around Grace so well. Look at how they sidestepped it!
As we have the Glorious Pathway, Cram was hoping that he would kind of push himself backwards. But Stormy finds the kill down on the Grace. This Bill Alpha wasn't able to do quite much. Essentially finds himself in the heat of the battle. As Owl gets himself one, but at a sacrifice of himself. And now, Kim getting a good amount of waiting for one another. As Sakai's ends one for all. As Innocent survives with a sliver of health.
What an outplay. What an absolute monster outplay coming in from both Innocent as well as Sakai. Sakai's jumped straight into the back line, and Innocent just has to have fancy footwork. And you're right, Snafa. Look at these side steps.
Look at them!
Can't touch this. You can't touch this.
I feel so bad for Grace. It's like
it's SRG thing, right?
I mean, would you say it's out mechanics or is it just movement? I say it's movement.
Very much movement. They look at Grace, they just see like a large statue standing there. It does not matter to them. And that means Red Esports has no solid way of engaging. That previous fight, Red Giants actually made a mistake in their positioning. They got caught in like a 3-4-man Spear of Alpha into Nibiru's Passion. But because Red Esports was so behind, it didn't matter.
All right, walk me through this, because so far, huge lead for SRG, right? 5k gold lead. What do you think about the Starlium Scythe on top of the Glowing Wand for Stormy?
I mean, there's Edith on the other side. And that's all the explanation you really need. He's going to steal Primal Wrath. He's going to do damage. He is basically a second marksman when he has that ultimate stolen. So that's another thing. Grace is not only not able to contribute to his team, he's contributing more to the Red Giants.
It's like, it's so much disrespect. And it's not even his fault. He just wants to play the game. He wants to be an honest support.
Oh, he hit someone.
Onwards, connecting down the Cram, and now he re-engages again with the Glorious Pathway, but he's literally just showing himself to enemies like, come and get me.
That regen is gross.
The regen is pretty gross right now, but I think they really need to utilize Kim's diversion, right? They need to send people across the map.
Right.
They need to be able to kind of stay on top and minimize this gold lead, because they are bleeding heavily right now 9 minutes into the game.
But would that be a gamble though? Just kind of like dropping onto the opponent's side and just kind of hoping that I win a fight based on my movement?
Well, I think they just need to drop the payload somewhere. And I think in this case, dropping the payload towards bottom side, jumping towards mid is probably their safest bet.
Yeah, I think using it for macro play makes a lot more sense. Have Kim escort Owl to go split push a lane and then use it to get out once they see the rotation of the Red Giants to the other side of the map. You cannot use it to engage right now. 5k difference means you are not winning team fights, especially against the Grill.
Oh, conceal. Never mind. Not gonna be hitting Iris just yet, and I don't think that Selangor Red Giants wants to overcommit onto this either.
Agreed. They got Lord on their side. Honestly, it is just a waiting game, and I think that SRG needs all three of their waves to kind of push on in. It's free economy, right? I'm expecting all the T2s to actually fall down here. Maybe Red Esports could look for a macro play to maybe save a T2, or better yet, save a Holy Barrier at the very least.
But we can see now Red Esports really does not have much control anymore. Even with a low Yi, they are losing out in macro just because of how well the Red Giants have played around them throughout this entire game. This is the return to form we were all waiting for, and unfortunately, Red Esports are on the receiving end.
Oh, what? They saved the barrier! How did that... Huh? That minion... I thought that minion for sure was poking its nose forward. So they lose the barrier on that top side. The second wave will trigger it this time, unless Iris...
Oh!
You're
okay, Holy Defense.
Good try.
1.5 minutes to go until the Holy Defense would have dropped down anyways. But there's the... Grace start things out with the Earth Shatter.
Oh!
For Stormy, he did manage to get himself away with just that a little bit, but unfortunately the yo-yo tricks as well as the entanglement just make sure that Stormy, oh wait, hold a second, the Neighbor's Passion is not quite enough to bring Stormy out just quite yet. It's now Red Esports, they made sure that they will be able to get a little bit more value out of that fight.
Finally, a punish coming in from Red Esports. A really good play coming in from both Iris and as well as Grace. Obviously, Grace being the sacrificial lamb, but entangling them together really slowed down the retreat. So maybe at this point of time, Red Esports, they've got an angle. It's just really hard to set up unless SRG are moving towards them.
Oh wow, fleeting time, second item on Yums. He's just feeling it. He wants to go for those implosion plays. But we can see, if Grace is actually able to get things started, Red Esports has the damage. It's just that this Edith has been sidestepped so many times. The Red Giants got punished a bit for their positioning there. Let's see if it'll happen again.
Now, Trinity already complete for Innocent, and he's got the Winsome Nature. Smart enough Owl, he's been catching up. He got his first two, BOD and as well as Malefic, straight into the Winsome Nature to protect himself from the Blazing Duet, if not Sakai's at a bare minimum. But I don't see a scenario where Red Esports can actually force spawn SRG unless SRG whiff it, like entirely whiff the engage.
I think it would require quite a lot of whiffs from SRG, and especially since Red Esports, they don't have a way to really make sure that, okay, everyone's gonna get hit by the Nibiru's Passion or the Bandit's Rage at one go.
Yeah, they're, again, depending very heavily on Grace to get that catch on the right target here. SRG has a lot more leeway to play around, but we've already seen that it is possible to get under their skin just a little bit. Both teams positioning on opposite sides of the Lord Pit right now. They don't know where each other are, but Kram is starting to scout.
Yumes really wants to get himself in the face of Iris. Sakai still continues to take the Lord away for himself. Sensui definitely tried, but right now he's within the Lord Pit and it doesn't seem like he will be able to get out at all. As now the rest of the members for the Southern Red Esports, they want to tuck their tail and run away, but Owl flicks forward, only to be punished by Sakai, as that is offensive footwork once again. Sakai's found one, and now the rest of the members from the side of Red Esports, they are just unable to turn things around. Iris pops a vengeance at that low amount of HP, and the arrow seals the deal for Sakai's.
Oh, with that being said, you know it's going to happen. They don't even need the Lord. GG! Well played for the Selangor Red Giants as they move on in the lower brackets, knocking out Red Esports.
This is what the SRG fans have been waiting for here. A clean sweep in the lower bracket, eliminating Red Esports. SRG shall move on to the lower bracket finals to once again fight for a slot at M6.
At this point in time, we can just completely forgot how game number one felt like, because a 3-0 win is definitely valuable.
Oh, stressful. With that being said, let's have an interview with our winners. Throwing it over to our host up on stage.
3-0 clean sweep untuk gergasi merah Educity. Ini adalah defending champions anda untuk MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. Give it up for Selangor Red Giants. Guys, congratulations. Masih lagi ada nyawa untuk lower bracket final sekejap lagi. Adik, sini adik. Alright, first of all adik, kita boleh nampak crowd dekat Johor ni memang all out support untuk SRG. Apa adik nak cakap kepada diorang dulu?
Saya nak cakap, dia ni macam luar biasa lah sebab kita tahu apa tu Selangor. Saya rasa macam luar biasa je lah yang orang Selangor akan datang ke Johor.
Alright, now semalam kita tahu there was a little bit of disappointment in your side, tapi hari ini clean sweep sending Red Esports home 3-0. What difference will you as a player bring to the table nanti dekat lower bracket finals?
Saya rasa apa tu kita orang akan pergi ke grand final sebab game semalam tu saja nak cakap minta maaf sebab saya rasa saya apa tu orang cakap apa tak panas badan lagi. So Asaji is back.
Alright. Educity loves that. Tapi Educity, I nak tanya pendapat korang. Korang rasa siapakah MVP perlawanan ini? Mari kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada Innocent, the half man, half Roger. All right. Hi, Sent.
Hello.
Okay, now Innocent, simple question. We know that last season, your road to championship was fairly easier. This season, what are the struggles you've faced as a gold laner in this current patch? And why is it tougher for you guys?
I think there's a lot of heroes in gold lane now because you need to adjust based on your jungler if they're using assassin or fighter. And I think it's better because I can use a lot of heroes.
All right, so it's better for you. You enjoy it much more. All right, now maybe we can pass the mic to Becky. Okay, Becky, first of all, bouncing back after yesterday's loss. Now, today you guys managed to clean sweep Red Esports 3-0. Now, how are you gonna assist your players' mentality and momentum? Because once again, they will be facing Todak in the lower bracket. How do you ensure they don't have like PTSD or they're nervous up against the upcoming rematch?
Saya rasa momentum ni sangat-sangat penting lah sebab kita kalah tadi lawan Todak tapi we were expecting that we want to have a 3-0 against Red. Like before the preparation, we told them like yesterday that's not how SRG play. Everybody knows, right? That's not how SRG play. And then when we play against Red today, we don't even need to discuss like how we are gonna play. We just basically slap them, wake them up like, oh, this is how SRG play. So this is the mid trio that we know. This is the Innocent and Crumb that we know. So we will bring this momentum and Todak, watch out. Watch out, watch out.
I love that. It's going to be electrifying. And maybe to wrap things up, can you pass the mic to Coach Ark? Coach, we know that so many people, not only in Malaysia, but also internationally, are rooting for Selangor Red Giants to make it to the M6. And they even called SRG one of the top contenders. Coach, what do you want to say to these people that has been supporting you guys and want you guys back on the international stage?
Okay, first of all, I just want to say thank you to all of the fans that went here in the stadium to support us. It really means a lot to us. All of your support, especially after our loss yesterday, it kind of boosts our morale. So thank you so much. And also to all of the international viewers in different regions, thank you also for supporting us. Even though you guys are far away, we still feel your support. So we really appreciate this support. Thank you guys.
All right, guys, Educity, sekali lagi, Selangor Red Giants. Thank you, guys. You guys may now go celebrate your victory. Clean sweep against Red Esports, going up to face Todak later in the lower bracket finals. Pasukan mana akan dapat tiket kedua untuk mewakili Malaysia ke M6? We will find out later on. Tapi sebelum tu, mari kita dengar mic check daripada side Selangor Red Giants dan juga Red Esports.
Main 5 je.
Itu basket mid dulu guys sampai per Victor.
JTP here. Aman. Dollar 20.
13 Nathan, 830.
ATP.
Gan. 830 Nathan, 830. No des.
Go. Nice.
Sabar.
Dollar is low half. Chill.
Kena.
Hey, wait.
I can TP 5 ah.
Okay.
I just send you. Lalo ko ala pagka-clear pa. Kena.
GG.
I got to.
Choke me. I got him. Stick.
I lost.
Choke me, bro. Natan.
LT.
Aja.
Bye. Tipa, box.
They fly.
Agak. Tipa. Aman. Dah. Aku tang. Boleh. I coming. Tapi baik. I coming. Fokus ah. Dah.
Lasi.
Dah.
Lasi kau.
Dah.
Jadi mau. Flamation.
Boleh minta.
Dia dalam tu, Dik.
Just mid guys ah.
Bawa Dik. Oh.
Mana? Red bush.
Ardem.
Yeah.
Nice one.
Di sini guys ah.
Di atas tadi, kita TP merah.
Jom. We can try.
Sini, Dik.
Ada Ben eh?
Ya. Ada tadi kat atas.
Ada.
Ini, Dik.
Aku hati.
Nice.
Santai bawah. Ben show back, we go Ben ah guys.
Lepas ni ulti guys, we can play.
Jom.
Boleh.
We go ba.
Yeah.
You ready to see ya?
Boleh.
Cek, 1, 3. Dapat. Kalau aku tarik kau ke depan
Ada Krims.
Ada
Fokus.
Ayo cancel set.
Retel.
Dah.
Oh my god, easy hero. Don't give me down.
Tahu.
Nice one.
Cici. Box.
Agak. Oh my god.
Nice Yum.
Tap.
Chill.
Boleh.
Mas, almost.
Tengok ko ba?
Agak.
Satu ah.
Boleh.
Aman guys.
Next time. Boleh.
I'm low.
Ben pikir.
Dah.
Masih, aman.
Play.
Ada pikir deh.
Ni. Wait Lord dah.
Bapak kau.
Wait Lord.
Relo, bapak kau relo. Akan. Todak. Nice one, guys. We found edit.
And that's mic check. A good insight into what was happening there. I don't know, it feels weird hearing you going, easy hero, don't give me Joe!
Sometimes you just have those days, right? You think you're good at Cho, you realize, oh, I'm not good at Cho, don't give me Cho.
Don't give it to him. What are your thoughts here? A 3-0, a successful victory for SRG and our MVP obviously going to Innocent, but Jace, your thoughts on this game?
Man, apart from this game is just so like, it's a redemption arc and also like a growing arc for the side of Selangor Red Giants, right? We saw them enter the playoffs a little bit down, just a little bit. Then after that, they kind of get that momentum away, stepping onto red, and now I think we have to look at what's coming up next.
I don't know, it feels like a bit of a slow roll for SRG, right? Like they haven't fully gotten into that playoff mindset until here today, where you really see them warm up.
It kind of feels as though they don't feel the stakes at the upper bracket, and then now they're down in the bottom side, and it's like, okay, we gotta have to go all the way.
That's what it is. Yeah, sometimes you just gotta live life dangerously.
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta be down bad.
Maybe they're the new Goku, right? They're just trying to play on the opponent's level at this point in time. It's kind of like a Vamos thing.
No, this is more like Vegeta dealing with Cell. It's like, I'm not even in my perfect form. Oh yeah? I'll wait for you to get into your perfect form.
Oh well, we can definitely see that, but Innocent once again proving to us why so many teams have their eye on him specifically. That first game, his Natan was what saved SRG from the brink of destruction. And then after that, we talked about how we weren't big fans of Claude in this meta, and Innocent winning against Owl on his signature hero in a losing matchup at level 2.
I don't know. I cannot blame Red Esports for this matchup. I wish we were in a different universe where they would put up an amazing fight against SRG, but so many things just went wrong for them. The laning phase completely shattered them.
Yeah, and not only just the laning phase, I feel like completely shattered them. I think game number 1 was what shattered them, right? When Innocent just started to become this unstoppable Nathan, that's when you start to see Red starting to lose a lot of momentum. Game number 2, they're having a little bit good fight in the early game, but when game number 3 came in, we talk about this all the time, repeatedly on this broadcast. A Beatrix losing up against a Claude and you have like Thrill and also Master Assassin. That's a little bit unorthodox. You don't see that ever happening.
It's unforgivable. It's illegal, some may say.
You cannot let that happen, and unfortunately Owl did, so that had to affect him somewhat.
And on top of that, later on, I just want to also ask you guys to kind of focus on to Innocent's emblems as well. His emblem choice is quite interesting. After the rework for the side of Claude, doesn't need mana anymore, right? But Innocent still continue on using the common emblem, right? When he could have just gone even more attack speed. That's exactly what the Claude is looking for.
Well, I mean, it's sustain in the lane as well. I think that's one of the few things that we can keep in consideration. Because again, if you have common emblems plus having the quantum charge, the heal from the quantum charge is slightly more because of the healing effect that you get from the emblem set itself. So that's something to keep in mind. It's small. It's not as good as like the support emblems, for an example. But I mean, it clearly made a difference here.
He also had tenacity.
Tenacity.
So I think all of this put together may have given him that small edge over Owl, who was going for that full damage 1v1.
I don't know. I feel like Owl should have probably like called it, be like, hey, my phone is lagging or something, because it was just so bizarre. There's no way you tactically roll into that bush in that manner in front of Innocent.
But I think there was definitely some mental impact here. Like, easiest example to see, just compare the number of diversions Kim did in Game 1 and Game 3. There was no low Yi play here at all. They were so afraid of teleporting to the wrong place, of splitting themselves up, of giving Yums a free implosion, that it just didn't feel like he was present.
Yeah, I don't know. I wish game number 2 was this game number 3, because they put up one hell of a fight in game number 2, and you could really see that the slightest difference was just mechanical execution for SRG. Such tiny margins, because they were playing the team fight almost perfect from both sides.
Yeah, coming into game number 3, there's quite a lot of utility that weren't really used, but it really just rocked them to the bone. They're afraid that if we kind of do a little bit of macro play, Yums might just go in and just kind of work it out on them with a single person implosion and then eventually run them over. Or perhaps, on at least for Owl, confidence all the way down. Maybe he just don't have the confidence anymore to kind of do anything from that point in time.
I wouldn't say that, because again, when the team decided to go for these big engages, when Iris is dropping in entangling, 2 Gracie for flickering forward, we did see that Owl bother to flicker forward Nibiru's Passion or flicker forward, go for the Bennett's Rage.
And this time,
he was trying his best, but not quite good enough.
And this time, for the side of Cram, this is a very different high-loss game, Cram, well, as compared to game number 1, right? Game number 1, he's getting bullied by the CC, but game number 3, you saw when, you know, Iris just land down the ultimate and then start yo-yoing him down, and Cram is just laughing off the damage.
They're just that behind.
I guess. I mean, the gold also plays like a very big part of it. I think that Sensui, honestly, they should have played off of the lead of Sensui specifically. He was already 2 levels ahead of Sakai's. He just needed his laners to kind of hold strong.
I feel like Cram found a missing piece of himself in that glue game. Like, when you compare his gameplay between game 1 and 2, it's just different entirely. And Cram just looks so much more like Cram. He's running at them. He's being the biggest nuisance he can be. He's laughing. He's like in that flower field as a child once again. It's like, this is it. This is my moment.
You like the wordplay, Jays?
Yeah, I can totally imagine like this glue in a very nice field of flowers just jumping around in the split form, all laughing at the same time, and you have that compounding laughter. And the fact that you're kind of right. Game number 2 was a little bit soul searching for the side of Cram. And game number 3, he came out as a very different pony. And yeah, I think I'm loving what I'm seeing for the side of SRG this time around.
Hopefully, I mean, other teams who are going to be watching, notably Todak, who is their next opponent, probably looking at this matchup. Also, listening to that mic check does give a bit of information that maybe Tro might not be worth banning.
That is true. That's true.
SRG?
Yeah.
Easy hero, huh?
Yums just doesn't seem to be feeling it, right? He himself admitted it. I was like, don't give me Cho. It's like, it's just not a Cho day for him. And that's fine, you know, you are going to have those off days, but they figured out how to work around it. And you could just see how many more items they had compared to Red.
So much of a difference here. Yeah. Even Sensui and Iris, interestingly enough, opting to go for, well, at least for Sensui, a bit of a diversification here. I think he felt like he had enough to go for Brute Force Breastplate early on, rather than going for the traditional Ice Queen, sorry, not Ice Queen's one, but the Queen's Wings instead.
Yeah, and you also kind of have to compare the item power spikes with the side of Innocent Owl, right? Innocent was literally skyrocketed into like power spikes, right? Once he secured his corrosive side, and then starts going on ham. And Owl, even though yes, the BOD is really a massive item for the side of Owl, it just feels like you're not doing enough damage during these team fights.
Yeah, it really does compound all together. Stormy as well. Starlium, glowing, divine. He was doing so much damage on this Valentina. It's one of his classic signatures. Glad to see him back at it. But with that, we are officially down to our top 3 teams of MPL Malaysia Season 14.
It's crazy. It's crazy. It's Todak up against SRG next after this. And one of these teams is going to represent us for M6. And I didn't think the bracket would turn out this way. And honestly, with all the upsets in day number 1, I think everybody has taken a huge loss or having the time of their lives just drowning in guest coins.
I'm having a time of my life just watching all of these pan out.
Yeah, we're just basically just letting them fight. Them fight.
Yeah, exactly. And just kind of maybe like make Malaysia implode on one another because whatever that's happening, at least we might not see SRG in the M6. Yay.
But you
Hooray,
gotta
NIP
admit,
Flash.
but you gotta admit, this is pretty exciting, right? SRG needs to drop all the way to the lower brackets in order to redeem themselves, in order to be at their, good form, usual form. We're not even seeing them in the final form yet. Maybe that will happen tomorrow.
I don't know.
Later on.
Later on, yeah.
It kind of feels, it always feels like Malaysians always view themselves as underdogs. So it's unless we're doing the underdog story, we're not doing it at all.
There's too much pressure if you are like the favorite. Right?
Exactly. I mean,
when
like,
you're the underdog, there's no pressure on you.
I think the only exception to that rule is probably going to be Vamos. I think, you know, they're definitely interesting to watch and their egos are high for a reason. And I love the fact that this team has so much personality. But only one team is going to face them off in the grand finals, and only one team gets an opportunity for M6. And I want to get your thoughts on here, especially you, Jace.
I don't know, man.
I'm gonna put you on the spot. I'm sorry.
Putting me on the spot, but to be honest,
SRG, which you leaning to?
I'm leaning against SRG because first of all, I want to see the Golden Road. I want to see that Golden Road story. But when I started watching MPL MY, it's when Todak was really in his prime, really strong, right? But now I'm really glad to see Todak stepping back up again into the pedestal. My heart still leans over to SRG because I want to see the Golden Road.
What happened to the I'm a Todak, I used to be a Todak?
I used to be a Todak. I want to see the Golden Road. It has never almost been done before.
Yeah, I mean, look, Todak has had some rough days, but I think things have kind of, progressed. With that being said, this is going to be enough here for the desk. This has been Jace. Thank you so much for being our guest here, for our guest for MPL SG. Abstract, and as well as Stafa. My name is Gideon Q. The desk has been an absolute blast here today at MPL MY, and hopefully we can continue to provide plenty of entertainment. Well, I mean, I'm still trying to get over the fact all of these things have happened so quickly in such a short span of time. But with that being said, I'm hoping that, the BM side would kind of chill because I can hear them all the way from here. With that being said, we're going to be closing it out. Another best of 5 and more MLBB action here at the MPL MY Season 14. We'll see you for our qualification match.
Jago sukan apa jua? Jagokan lagi dengan rangkaian 5G termantap dan tak pelik. Gaming sepantas kilat. Menang di Land of Dawn. Tukar ke Holling Prepaid 5G sekarang.
Tangan aku kenapa ni? Aduh, lima lagi gatal sangat. Gunalah Head and Shoulders. 100% keyakinan, kelumamu dan kegatalan.
Wiped out. Unstoppable.
Aku hembus kata simat. Bila terjatuh aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Langkahlah sama-sama langkah. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up. Yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool. They got me and I got them too. Api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita sehaluan. Jangan simpan-simpan, kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Yeah. Are you ready? Can you feel it now? Yeah, 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 yeah. Let me hear you say.
Langkahlah sama-sama langkah. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Okay, Assalamualaikum. Anda masih lagi bersama saya Sid dan juga pelakon-pelakon untuk movie MLBB di mana kita ada Zik, kita ada Ikmamri dan juga encik saudara Fauzi Nawawi. Memang dah terkenal, dah lama dah berlakon dekat industri Malaysia ni. First of all, apa khabar?
Baik, baik.
Sihat, Ini saya percaya ini merupakan kali pertama anda semua berada dekat pentas MLBB ataupun Liga MLBB. Apa perasaan? Kita mulakan dengan Zik dulu.
Sangat teruja. Ini first time tengok face to face game yang sangat best pula tu.
Perasaan macam nervous bila tengok ramai orang macam kita tengok game bola, macam tak sangka MLBB sebesar ini. So macam proud lah to be a Malaysian.
Saya nampak vibe dalam e-sport ni makin maju
dah 2024 ni. Yang paling penting buat juara tu wujud pada hari ni. So tak rugi kita orang datang lah.
Boleh jangka tak yang sebenarnya nanti satu hari nanti, which is hari ni, game ataupun e-sport boleh jadi sebesar ni sampai dah ada movie?
Sebenarnya bila awal-awal Mobile Legends Bang Bang ni berada di Malaysia, saya tak expect bahawa penerimaan masyarakat khususnya peringkat remaja ni boleh sampai ke tahap ni. Ini dah boleh challenge bola dah ni. Sikit hari lagi saya tak heran 2025 yang akan datang population Mobile Legends ni akan jadi lebih besar.
Kita tahu anda bertiga sekarang ini terlibat dengan penggambaran untuk movie terbaru khas untuk MLBB. Boleh tak cerita sedikit sebanyak?
Tambah kan. So untuk kita orang pun dapat duduk di stage macam player, it's an amazing experience lah for us.
Pengalaman sangat best lah sebab berlakon dengan kawan-kawan dalam industri, and then ini macam impian saya lah menjadi seorang pro player walaupun pelakon je. So macam excited lah nak tunggu filem ni keluar.
Ya, itu semestinya apa yang kita ingin harapkan. Alright, kita masih lagi bercakap tentang movie. Boleh tak cerita sedikit sebanyak watak ataupun karakter yang anda bertiga dan mungkin Puan Lisdawati juga bagi tahu apa yang terlibat ataupun watak dalam filem tersebut.
Okay, so kita orang sama team.
Kita orang daripada pro player daripada Singapore.
Yes sir.
So saya tak nak cakap banyak tentang watak saya bawa watak
jahat.
Sangat-sangat
paling jahat lah. Okay, orang akan menyampah lah tengok dia sebab saya sendiri pun menyampah tengok dia masa syuting.
Okey, watak Cik Fauzi.
Tanyalah buat saya pula. Ibu
kepada watak hero dalam story. So dia sebenarnya ada true story yang telah di-blend untuk jadi lebih menarik untuk tayangan filem Mobile Legends.
Alright, jadi anda semua dah dengar daripada pelakon-pelakon sendiri. Terima kasih diucapkan kepada Zik, Iqmah dan juga Fauzi bersama dengan isi Puan Lisdawati. Jadi stay tune, keep in touch dengan kita orang punya social media untuk saksikan movie terbaru untuk MLBB. Nak tahu dengan lebih lanjut, stay tune dekat kita punya social media. Bye-bye. Alright, Assalamualaikum, anda bersama saya Sid dan sekarang ni kita ada tetamu istimewa iaitu pelakon terkenal daripada Pascal. Iaitu saudara Hairul Azrin. Apa khabar Hairul?
Alhamdulillah, sihat bro.
Okay, so apa perkembangan terbaru? Ada filem ke ataupun ada drama ke upcoming?
Sekarang saya dah tak berlakon. So saya sekarang tengah cari tim lah untuk nak main ML.
Faham. Okay, alright. Bercakap tentang cari tim, saya dah tengok awak pun ada bermain sama dengan pasukan Selangor Giant, tapi berlakon cerita-cerita yang gempak. Tapi kenapa pakai Nana bro?
Ni banyak baca komen Taklah, sebab saya tahu pakai tank, saya tahu pakai mage je. Yang lain saya tak tahu. So kalau tanya saya, Nana paling senang nak ni lah. Sebab sebelum ni saya biasa pakai Cyclops, lepas tu Zaz. Tapi sekarang Nana macam dia kena dengan jiwa. Sebab Sky sebagai itu saya, kalau nak jadi jungler yang terbaik, kena training pada Nana. Itu dia punya skill dia.
Permulaan Nana barulah boleh jadi macam Sky. Okey, tadi dah kita tengok pasukan Selangor Giant dapatkan kemenangan 2-0. Bagi pendapat Hairul sendiri, adakah itu satu perlawanan yang sengit ataupun Hairul memang dah jangka Selangor memang boleh menang 2-0?
Saya tengoklah SRG punya game sebab saya tak pandai sangat, tapi saya tengok daripada apa yang diorang main tadi. So memang diorang ada je cara ataupun ada je teknik yang nak masukkan kalau kata sesuatu problem tu. So untuk tengok first game tu cakap ni menang mudah ni 2-0. Tak boleh nafikan SRG antara tim yang sangat kuat lah di Malaysia sekarang.
Ya, kita pun memang dah boleh nampak sebab mereka pun dah menang untuk kejuaraan dunia pada tempoh hari. Alright, tadi Hairul Azrin pun ini kali pertama datang dekat venue MPL.
Saya first time sebab saya tak pernah sangka macam tengok perlawanan bola sepak di final tau. Ini bukan final kan?
Ini bukan final.
Bukan final tapi dah macam final tadi. Dia ada tukang sorak daripada tim SRG. So best lah.
Best lah. Memang ini vibe. Benda ni dah berlaku dah few season dan kita boleh nampak lepas kemenangan Selangor Giant dekat tempoh hari, tambah lagi vibe tersebut. Right, sebelum saya nak lepaskan Hairul, mungkin ada kata-kata terakhir ataupun kata-kata semangat kepada pasukan Selangor Giant sebab kita ada beberapa minggu sebelum kita pergi ke peringkat play-off.
Betul. Okey, untuk tim SRG kat dalam tu semua kebanyakannya yang saya kenal dan diorang kenal saya. So saya nak wish korang good luck. Dan untuk Mobile Legend ataupun Montun, saya rasa sekarang ni artis ramai main Mobile Legend. So mungkin kita boleh buat satu tournament ke. Come on lah Montun. Sebab kita ada ramai. Fat, Aceh, Challenge Zero, Fauzi Nawawi, Iqmal, semua boleh main Mobile Legend. So kita boleh fight lah. Saya rasa untuk nak lawan tim pro player tak susah kot untuk kami.
Tapi diorang tak boleh nak berlakon. Nanti diorang tak ada job. Korang dah boleh berlakon, korang boleh main game. Alright, thank you so much Hairul. InsyaAllah kita akan jumpa lagi dekat playoff.
InsyaAllah.
Okay, alright. Alright, thank you so much. Jadi apa-apa, stay tune dengan MPL Malaysia.
Semua orang boleh menyarung jersey kebangsaan. Jadi once you pakai menyarung jersey kebangsaan, you rasa sangat-sangat berbangga, you dipilih atau diberi tanggungjawab. Cuma feeling you pakai saja, once you pakai saja jersey tu, you akan rasa macam you want to give something to Malaysia.
I think if you guys have any issues, so make sure lean on to each other, talk to each other as much as you can. I think just be proud because tak semua orang dapat this opportunity, and also kena ada that winning mentality, tak kisah pun dekat level mana you guys pergi, and jangan rasa takut, jangan rasa macam you guys are not good enough. Apapun, just ingat bila you guys enter the arena, just do your best and all the Malaysians will be behind you and supporting you guys.
Saya tak ada nasihat, saya kagum dengan apa yang anda semua lakukan. You are all to me personal heroes because I grew up in a time where gaming was seen as a waste of time, but you prove otherwise. You put gaming and you put Malaysia on the world's map. I think you are at a better place to advise me. So again, I want to say thank you for being who you are. Thank you for fighting every day. Thank you for competing for Malaysia because it's something that I can never do. And I live vicariously through you bila I tengok atlet Malaysia compete because what you do is very, very amazing. And I wish you all the best. Deliver for Malaysia because wherever I am on the day when you win for Malaysia, I'll be proud to raise the Malaysian flag and play the negara.
Hi guys, I'm Stormy.
Hi, and I'm Rose.
And I'm Yum. Okay, so right now we are going to be playing the game called Guess the Hero, where Yums will draw and Rose will guess. Ready?
Let's go! Go, Stormy. Go.
Senang?
Aku lukis satu benda kau dah tahu dah. Okay. Telur?
Lagi.
Kalau dia mati, dia jadi telur. Oh, Digi.
Kenapa kau cakap? Tak boleh. Tak boleh itu. Okay, sekali lagi, satu lagi.
A few moments later.
Don't talk. I will remove the mic.
Oh, Ben.
Oh. Huh?
Ben.
Wow! Chemistry 10 out of 10. Boleh bantai.
Boleh bantai tanah.
Boleh bantai. Okay, so Sepat akan melukis, Nats akan guess. Mari, let's start.
Ada aku nak lukis tau. Spell je.
Spell kepala. Ish. Tak boleh spell.
Okey dah, Diko hero Diko main dah. Ui. Tarit. Bukan.
Ha?
Dia bawa ni dah.
Oh. Dia bawa ni.
Last dot.
Halas.
Dia main ah. Golden.
Lagi tambah lagi.
Tak faham. Keluar. Tarit. Ruby!
Ni Ruby ke?
Macam tak Ruby. Macam Algus.
Sini.
Kalau dapat diamond, serius?
5 second dia. Okay, ready?
Balmon. Penny. Nana.
Ni apa pun?
Estes.
Sabar, belum tak ni. Ni apa siap?
Macam kucing. Klorin.
Tangan, kaki. Ni weapon apa?
Rafa.
Salah.
Tambah dia punya hiasan ke?
Telinga dia besar.
Oh, Lilia.
Tak, kau ingat, kau tengok weapon dia betul-betul. Tukul.
Balmon no, Balmon mak hammer.
Dia besar. Dia
Naga. Oh, Yuzong.
Aleko saya. Hello, awak rasa ni hero apa? Hero apa ya?
Goblin lah.
Momo, awak rasa ni hero apa?
Salot. Tak, kau punya susah tu.
Sini.
Haiwan ke?
Sini, Zai. Hero apa ni?
Minotaur.
Ha.
Oh, banyak yang lukis.
Badan ni buat tough sikit.
Tak juga, kepala bulat.
Sama punya lukisan lagi cantik.
Okay guys, so selepas kita cabar 3 pasukan which is Selangor Red Giants, Todak dan juga Vamos, kita dah ada pemenang iaitu Selangor Red Giants lah kan. So kita nampak chemistry diorang memang tip-top. And that is it. I hope you guys enjoy this video and jumpa korang dekat playoff.
I cannot think of anyone, Chok. I think it's me. Alright guys, so we are gonna do what do you think of when you see these heroes. For the first one, definitely $1 million pick, Innocent.
Sheesh. Next one, Hayabusa. Let's not be biased. Sige.
Don't be biased lah.
So next we have Nolan. I also don't want to be biased. Is Chibi, highest BPM in the world.
Farid, it's me. I will take it. So for Julian, definitely Phil, because he's the only mid laner player that play Julian.
Hylos, I think JP, because I always see him in MPL playing Hylos.
Next we have Edit, si Yums. Ultimate Edit always carry us. Yeah, Yums.
Mas kau I cannot think of anyone, Chok. I think it's me.
Ling, you know, the final MVP MSC, I don't know who is it, but I think I'm gonna give Kyle TZ.
This one so hard to think. For sure, Stormy. He's been playing this hero since birth.
Guys, thank you for watching. Hope to see you guys at M6. Watch us, please.
I got some big news, okay? So I got a leak. M6, we're gonna...
What does the audience want to see? What kind of stage do we want? What about the colors? M6 is gonna be held in Malaysia. We have to be greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
How to make M6 greater than ever.
They are the curse breakers, the two-time world champions!
Before we begin, I just want to say thank you very much, gentlemen, ladies, for coming today. We have something very important to discuss here, right? Because right now, imagine yourselves as Moonton. We're the publishers. M6 is going to be held in Malaysia. So I need ideas to make sure that M6 gets good. This time, it's gotta be better. Like, it's in Malaysia, okay? We have to be greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
You know what? That's gonna be the tagline. You like it? You like the tagline?
That's a good tagline.
That's a good tagline?
We went from...
Join the fight.
Join the fight.
Join the fight to the top.
To the top.
Dare to be great.
Dare to be great. Be better than great.
And now greater than ever. You know what? You're a genius. I'm a genius. You're a genius.
Let's talk about what does the audience want to see, right? What do you guys think the audience wants to see?
More teams.
More teams?
How many are we talking? I don't know, but more regions, more teams.
How does 16 sound like to you?
I mean, it's what we had last year, right?
That's true.
I'm too dumb.
Do we want more teams in the wild card or the main stage?
Because there's a wild card. We had it, yeah.
I'm okay with the 2 slots for the wild card.
2 slots?
And then 8 in the wild card. 2 slots for wild
card.
So total 24. Because I'm a believer that the wild card is a legit part of the tournament.
I agree.
Do they actually want more stuff?
Non-PH versus PH finals, I guess.
Non-PH, yeah.
Non-PH.
Oh, non-PH.
We got that in M5 though. What specific region do you want in the finals? North America.
Wow.
That one is a bit...
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
Let's take a flashback, I would say. Throwback to the days of the past. M1 was a great time. M2 was a great time. Every single tournament, it was great. He's got a lot to say about history.
I love history.
We gotta talk about logistics here, and I feel like we need to include Mara for this one because we gotta talk about the stage. M1, the stage was pretty good. I feel like it really sets the tone, right? Mara, you've seen the stage for M2, M3, M4 up until a few months ago. It was MSC as well, but let's not talk about MSC. We're talking about the World Series. Like, what kind of stage do we want? What about the colors?
I think the color should change depending on what stage we're in. So if it's a group stage, it'll be a different color, wild card different color, and when it's the grand final, so they know exactly, especially with So you just have the LED just changing the background just a little bit.
From the past, I would go to how to make M6 greater than ever, right? Greater than ever. I would say that build up a story, because everyone loves a story, a good story to be told at the upcoming M6. So let's say, for example, not just about the players, maybe about the region itself, maybe about a team that struggled so much. We have seen a lot of teams and a lot of regions develop in the previous, I would say, M series, even MSCs and every international tournament that we have. So why don't we focus on building a story that isn't matched to any other story that we have ever heard in our life?
I think if we're going to cover story, what about something documentary style? You know, like something that you're back in M1, you're back in the place where it all began, and you cover some of the talents who have been around since M1, some of the players who have been around since M1, who have been around through several M series.
I want to talk about music video. What do you guys want to see in this music video, right? What's the song gonna sound like? What's the story?
I think it should be player orientated. I think instead of doing like something like we've been doing where it's its whole own thing, make it about all the M series, you know? Take moments from all of those series, take player moments, you know, that's what's gonna hype up the fans, seeing those moments.
Upbeat, like for fighting. Very upbeat, a catchy line, so when they hear that line, they know it's M6, and it has to be downloadable for people to use as a ringtone.
I want the music video to be playing with the BMI. I want to see like scene changes with Claude moving through. Yeah, flashbacks, future
That's
forwards.
kinda cool.
Yeah, and then
The
I want-
BMI, because he can go back and
Yeah,
that would
I want
actually be
Dexter
cool.
to sing.
You want Dexter to sing?
What?
You know what? Every year we seem to always, the MV, the music, something about it just misses it, right? So not just MLBB players, but the overall grand audience, right? Anybody outside of the MLBB space, I want to be able, same as Mara, like have that on the ringtone. I want to see random people who have no idea what Mobile Legends is playing it on their phones. I'm gonna be like, that's a dope song. So I got a leak.
What's the leak?
M6, we're gonna use a new format.
What format?
They're changing it?
Why?
You know, all the way from M1, all the way to M5, I've always thought, especially M1 to M4.
Single limbs, we've done that before.
MSCs,
We've done double limbs, you know.
We've done group stages with
done-
no...
We
no
also
eliminations.
done no eliminations at the group stage.
We've done no eliminations,
Good
yeah.
times. Hate that.
This time, it's gonna be a Swiss format.
Like the cheese?
What's Swiss format?
What is that? What is that?
There's no going back from here if you start.
You know what the Swiss format is?
Actually, yeah, I do.
What is it?
Okay, so let's keep it very simple, right? So for this M6, I'm thinking we're gonna be bringing 16 teams, and then we'll make the total. If you win 3 times, you'll advance forward. Lose 3 times, you're gonna get knocked out.
Oh no, you play with everybody.
You play with everybody. 1-0 beats 1-0, so everybody starts with 2 groups. Group A, Group B. 8 teams here, 8 teams in B. Then,
every single time they have to fight, we're gonna redraw.
Wait.
That's a great idea. That's a great idea.
Wait. Who's doing the redraw?
Yeah, who's doing the redraw? I want to know this.
Don't worry.
Because is it gonna be us?
Don't worry.
I don't.
I mean, I think it should be Mara. No, I think it should be Mara.
You know what? I think so too, but I've suffered.
I suffer.
We have suffered.
I cannot draw
We know.
anymore.
So
now it's Gideon's turn.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Wolf, Gideon, Wheezy.
Whoa, wait a minute.
Is we're gonna have Yasu and KB do it. Because we don't want to do it anymore. Me and LaFell,
We've had enough.
we've had enough.
Good idea.
So we will do the draws ourselves.
You will have to suffer the wrath.
Is it alright if I had all the Filipino teams and the Indonesian teams in one group?
You know what? Nah. That's why, you know what? This is the reveal. If the players are gonna face off against their opponents, they should draw. Why put the responsibility on the league ops? Why to put the responsibility on the talents? They should be the ones to decide their own fate.
Okay, let's decide this. Mara, what do you think about that?
Players?
I think the players, that's perfect. Perfect. So, well, they can't say it's biased. They can't say it's planned.
Exactly.
They know.
Not stale.
Yes, exactly. So it should be the players because, well, they're responsible for who they draw.
Wait,
We've had enough.
They changed their minds right now.
Just with you giving us that idea, I'm gonna cut you out.
But actually, hold on. We need to hear what KB has to say because, you know, he's the professor here. So what do you think about the Swiss format? Like, what do you guys feel? Do you guys feel it's fine? Because if you guys say it's okay, we're gonna run with it.
And if we say that it's not okay, you gotta also run with it.
If only one of you says it's not okay, then we won't run with it.
I'm okay. Because you know what? We can't predict any team. Even in the group stage, you know who you facing on.
Yeah.
You have 3 teams as an enemy. But in Swiss round, you can't predict tomorrow what's going on tomorrow. What if we lose?
Every round. So yeah, technically, groups are a thing of the past. Because you know what the discussion is, right? Whenever somebody makes it out of groups, oh, it was an easy group.
Exactly.
They weren't ready for that group. So now, I like it. You get to find out who really is deserving of making it.
It's time to talk about the strategy for the teams.
No, I mean like for
they think
for Swiss format, yeah. No, okay, we're locked in, right? It's gonna be Swiss format.
Okay.
We've seen teams talk about, oh, best of 2 is a different kind of strategy, right? Best of 1, completely different strategy. So now Swiss format, like Gideon, Steph, Weezy, like, what do you guys think is gonna be the strategy when we're going for a Swiss format for this time?
Just win. That's simply what the format is asking of you, right? It's saying, hey, the faster you win, the better the more times you win, the easier it is to make it over to the next stage. That's the whole point of the format, to kind of weed them out.
Let's think about this, right? Because you're gonna play way more games in this format. Am I correct? Right?
In the group stage.
Playing more games. Imagine the first one, you're already showing everything you've got. Isn't that like,
I mean, I think it's cool that the teams will be facing teams with the same record. So I think it'll be even competition, so you'll see the teams scale the later we get in the Swiss format.
I'm more curious about pre-preparation, right? I don't know about you, Wolf, but for me, at least with the format that we had before this, you kind of know who's your next opponent. You can pre-prepare for it and honestly have a working strategy. But I think with the Swiss format, it's just every single draw, you're like, I just hope I do well.
But at the same time, like you said, it really shows us who's the best team actually, who actually deserves the upper bracket. Because if we only have like 16 teams, let's just say that 8 teams make it to the upper bracket or the lower bracket. It's always been like the upper bracket teams have a shorter way to the finals. Like you only have to win 3 series actually if you're from the upper bracket. But you can only get rewarded of that if you survive the grueling Swiss format.
Okay, now I can see that maybe we're not as close as friends because the way that I'm thinking is way different.
What is the way you're thinking?
There's 2 games, so that after this you're fighting all the easy teams.
Maybe.
Right. Think about it. The people that lose to I mean,
it's all great until a Filipino team gets beaten twice and have the same strategy.
Now that won't happen though. Like imagine if Malaysia we just lose 2 times, then we can eventually fight NA.
Don't mind.
Oh wait, no.
This is where I draw the line.
Tak kisah jago sukan apa jua, jagokan lagi dengan rangkaian 5G termantap dan tanpa lag. Gaming sepantas kilat. Menang di Land of Dawn. Tukar ke Holling Prepaid 5G sekarang.
Aku kenapa ni? Aduh, lemu lagi gatal sangat. Gunalah Head and Shoulders. 100% keyakinan, keluarmu dan kegatalan.
Wiped out. Unstoppable. Bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadang. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool. They got me and I got them too. Rundung terpaksa, api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita, sehaluan jangan simpan-simpan. Kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama.
Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo. Yeah. Are you ready? Can you feel me now? Yeah, 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 yeah. Let me hear you say.
Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga,
Jaga, kita jaga.
jaga.
Jaga, kita jaga.
Jadi ayo.
Okay, Assalamualaikum. Anda masih lagi bersama saya Sid dan juga pelakon-pelakon untuk movie MLBB di mana kita ada Zik, kita ada Ikmambi dan juga encik saudara Fauzi Nawawi. Memang dah terkenal, dah lama dah berlakon dekat industri Malaysia ni. First of all, apa khabar?
Baik.
Sihat, Ini saya percaya ini merupakan kali pertama anda semua berada dekat pentas MLBB ataupun Liga MLBB. Apa perasaan? Kita mulakan dengan Zik dulu.
Sangat teruja. Ini first time tengok face to face game yang sangat best pula tu.
Perasaan macam nervous bila tengok ramai orang macam kita tengok game bola, macam tak sangka MLBB sebesar ini. So macam proud lah to be a Malaysian.
Saya nampak
vibe dalam e-sport ni makin maju dah 2024 ni. Yang paling penting vibe juara tu wujud pada hari ni. So tak rugi kita orang datang lah.
Boleh jangka tak yang sebenarnya nanti satu hari nanti, which is hari ni, game ataupun e-sport boleh jadi sebesar ni sampai dah ada movie?
Sebenarnya bila awal-awal Mobile Legends Bang Bang ni berada di Malaysia, saya tak expect bahawa penerimaan masyarakat khususnya peringkat remaja ni boleh sampai ke tahap ni. Ini dah boleh challenge bola dah ni. Sikit hari lagi saya tak heran 2025 yang akan datang population Mobile Legends ni akan jadi lebih besar.
Kita tahu anda bertiga sekarang ini terlibat dengan penggambaran untuk movie terbaru khas untuk MLBB. Boleh tak cerita sedikit sebanyak pengalaman untuk shoot movie tersebut?
Pengalaman dia best, sangat unik sebab saya rasa for Malaysia ini movie MLBB yang pertama kan. So untuk kita orang pun dapat duduk di stage macam player, it's an amazing experience lah for us.
Pengalaman sangat best lah sebab berlakon dengan kawan-kawan dalam industri, and then ini macam impian saya lah menjadi seorang pro player walaupun berlakon je. So macam excited lah nak tunggu filem ni keluar.
Ya, itu semestinya apa yang kita ingin harapkan. Alright, kita masih lagi bercakap tentang movie. Boleh tak cerita sedikit sebanyak watak ataupun karakter yang anda bertiga dan mungkin Puan Lisnawati juga bagi tahu apa yang terlibat ataupun watak dalam filem tersebut.
Okay, so kita orang sama tim.
Kita orang daripada pro player daripada Singapore.
Yes sir.
So saya tak nak cakap banyak tentang watak saya bawa watak
jahat.
Sangat-sangat
paling jahat lah. Okay, orang akan menyampah lah tengok dia sebab saya sendiri pun menyampah tengok dia masa syuting.
Okey, watak Cik Fauzi?
Tanyalah buat saya pula. Ibu
kepada watak hero dalam story. So, dia sebenarnya ada true story yang telah di-blend untuk jadi lebih menarik untuk tayangan filem Mobile Legends.
Alright, jadi anda semua dah dengar daripada pelakon-pelakon sendiri. Terima kasih diucapkan kepada Zik, Iqmah dan juga Fauzi bersama dengan isi Puan Lisnawati. Jadi stay tune, keep in touch dengan kita orang punya social media untuk saksikan movie terbaru untuk MLBB. Nak tahu dengan lebih lanjut, stay tune dekat kita punya social media. Bye-bye. Alright, Assalamualaikum, anda bersama saya Sid dan sekarang ni kita ada tetamu istimewa iaitu pelakon terkenal daripada Pascal. Iaitu saudara Hairul Azrin. Apa khabar Hairul?
Alhamdulillah, sihat bro.
Okey, so apa perkembangan terbaru? Ada filem ke ataupun ada drama ke upcoming?
Sekarang saya dah tak berlakon. So saya sekarang tengah cari tim lah untuk nak main ML.
Faham. Okey, alright. Bercakap tentang cari tim. Saya dah tengok awak pun ada bermain sama dengan pasukan Selangor Giant, tapi berlakon cerita-cerita yang gempak. Tapi kenapa pakai Nana bro?
Ni banyak baca komen Taklah, sebab saya tahu pakai tank, saya tahu pakai mage je. Yang lain saya tak tahu. Faham. So kalau tanya saya Nana paling senang nak ni lah. Sebab sebelum ni saya biasa pakai Cyclops, lepas tu Zaz. Tapi sekarang Nana macam dia kena dengan jiwa lah. Sebab Sky sebagai itu saya, kalau nak jadi jungler yang terbaik, kena training pada Nana. Itu dia punya skill dia.
Permulaan Nana barulah boleh jadi macam Sky.
Yeah.
Okey, tadi dah kita tengok pasukan Selangor Giant dapatkan kemenangan 2-0. Bagi pendapat Hairul sendiri, adakah itu satu perlawanan yang sengit ataupun Hairul memang dah jangka Selangor memang boleh menang 2-0?
Saya tengoklah SRG punya game sebab saya tak pandai sangat, tapi saya tengok daripada apa yang diorang main tadi. So memang diorang ada je cara ataupun ada je teknik yang nak masukkan kalau kata sesuatu problem tu. So untuk tengok first game tu cakap ni menang mudah ni 2-0. Tak boleh nafikan SRG antara tim yang sangat kuat lah di Malaysia sekarang.
Ya, kita pun memang dah boleh nampak sebab mereka pun dah menang untuk kejuaraan dunia pada tempoh hari. Alright, tadi Hairul Azrin pun ini kali pertama datang dekat venue MPL.
Saya first time sebab saya tak pernah sangka macam tengok perlawanan bola sepak di final tau. Ini bukan final kan?
Ini bukan final.
Bukan final tapi dah macam final tadi. Dia ada tukang sorak daripada tim SRG. So best lah.
Best lah. Memang ini vibe. Benda ni dah berlaku dah few season dan kita boleh nampak lepas kemenangan Selangor Giant dekat tempoh hari tambah lagi vibe tersebut. Right, sebelum saya nak lepaskan Hairul, mungkin ada kata-kata terakhir ataupun kata-kata semangat kepada pasukan Selangor Giant sebab kita ada beberapa minggu sebelum kita pergi ke peringkat play-off.
Betul. Okey, untuk tim SRG kat dalam tu semua kebanyakannya yang saya kenal dan diorang kenal saya. So saya nak wish korang good luck. Dan untuk Mobile Legend ataupun Montun, saya rasa sekarang ni artis ramai main Mobile Legend. So mungkin kita boleh buat satu tournament ke. Come on lah Montun. Sebab kita ada ramai. Fat, Aceh, Challenge Zero, Fauzi Nawawi, Iqmal, semua boleh main Mobile Legend. So kita boleh fight lah. Saya rasa untuk nak lawan tim pro player tak susah kot untuk kami.
Tapi diorang tak boleh nak berlakon. Nanti diorang tak ada job. Korang dah boleh berlakon, korang boleh main game. Alright, thank you so much Hairul. InsyaAllah kita akan jumpa lagi dekat playoff.
InsyaAllah.
Okay, alright. Alright, thank you so much. Jadi apa-apa, stay tune dengan MPL Malaysia.
Semua orang boleh menyarung jersey kebangsaan. Jadi once you pakai menyarung jersey kebangsaan, you rasa sangat-sangat berbangga you dipilih atau diberi tanggungjawab untuk mewakili negara Indonesia. Perasaan bangga tu you tak terangkan dekat semua orang. Cuma feeling you pakai saja, once you pakai saja jersey tu, you akan rasa macam you want to give something to Malaysia.
I think if you guys have any issues, so make sure lean on to each other, talk to each other as much as you can. I think just be proud because tak semua orang dapat this opportunity, and also kena ada that winning mentality, tak kisah pun dekat level mana you guys pergi, and jangan rasa takut, jangan rasa macam you guys are not good enough. Apapun, just ingat bila you guys enter the arena, just do your best and all the Malaysians will be behind you and supporting you guys.
Saya tak ada nasihat, saya kagum dengan apa yang anda semua lakukan. You are all to me personal heroes because I grew up in a time where gaming was seen as a waste of time, but you prove otherwise. You put gaming and you put Malaysia on the world's map. I think you are at a better place to advise me. So again, I want to say thank you for being who you are. Thank you for fighting every day. Thank you for competing for Malaysia because it's something that I can never do. And I live vicariously through you bila I tengok atlet Malaysia compete because what you do is very, very amazing. And I wish you all the best. Deliver for Malaysia because wherever I am on the day when you win for Malaysia, I'll be proud to raise the Malaysian flag and play the negara.
Hi guys, I'm Stormy.
Hi, and I'm Rose.
And I'm Yums. Okay, so right now we are going to be playing the game called Guess the Hero, where Yums will draw and Rose will guess. Ready?
Let's go! Go, Stormy. Go, go.
Senang?
Aku lukis satu benda kau dah tahu dah. Okay. Telur?
Lagi.
Kalau dia mati, dia jadi telur. Oh, Digi.
Kenapa kau cakap? Tak boleh. Tak boleh itu. Okay, sekali lagi, satu lagi.
A few moments later.
Don't talk, ah. I will remove the mic.
Oh, Ben.
Oh. Huh? What?
Ben.
Wow! Chemistry 10 out of 10. Boleh bantai.
Boleh bantai pan?
Boleh bantai. Okay, so Sepat akan melukis, Nets akan guess. Mari, let's start.
Ada aku nak lukis tau. Spell je.
Spell kepala. Ish. Tak boleh spell.
Okey nak Ziko hero ni kau main tak? Ui. Tarit. Bukan.
Ha?
Dia bawa ni nak.
Oh. Dia bawa ni.
Last dot.
Ha, last dot.
Dia combine lah. Golin.
Lagi, tampal lagi.
Tak faham. Keluar.
Ha?
Tarit. Ruby.
Ni Ruby ke?
Macam tak Ruby. Macam Algus.
Sini.
Kalau dapat diamond, serius.
5 second game.
Okay, ready?
Balmon. Penny. Nana.
Sabar.
Ni apa pun?
Estes.
Sabar. Belum tak ni.
Ni apa siap?
Macam kucing. Klorin.
Tangan, kaki.
Ni weapon apa?
Rafa.
Salah.
Tambah dia punya hiasan ke?
Telinga dia besar.
Oh, Lilia.
Salah. Tak, kau ingat kau tengok weapon dia betul-betul. Tukul.
Balmon hammer.
Dia besar.
Dia
Naga. Oh, Yuzong.
Alaikum Zahib.
Hello, awak rasa ni hero
Kau
apa?
rasa hero apa, Yan?
Gobina.
Momo, awak rasa ni hero apa?
Alot. Kau punya yang susah tu.
Sini.
Aiman ke?
Sini, Zahid. Hero apa ni?
Minotaur.
Ha.
Oh. Bagi air lukis. Badan ni buat tough sikit.
Tak juga, kepala bulat.
Siapa punya lukisan lagi cantik?
Okay guys, so selepas kita cabar 3 pasukan which is Selangor Red Giants, Todak dan juga Vamos, kita dah ada pemenang iaitu Selangor Red Giants lah kan. So kita nampak chemistry diorang memang tip-top. And that is it. I hope you guys enjoy this video and jumpa korang dekat playoff.
I cannot think of anyone, Chok. I think it's me. Alright guys, so we are gonna do what do you think of when you see these heroes. For the first one, definitely $1 million pick, Innocent.
Sheesh. Next one, Hayabusa. Let's not be biased. Sige.
Let's not be biased lah.
So next we have Nolan. I also don't want to be biased. Is Chibi, highest BPM in the world.
Farid, it's me. I will take it. So for Julian, definitely Phil, because he's the only mid laner player that play Julian.
Pilot, I think JP, because I always see him in MPL playing Hylos.
Next we have Edit, si Yums. Ultimate Edit always carry us. Yeah, Yums.
Moscow. I cannot think of anyone, Chok. I think it's me.
Ling, you know the final MVP MSC? I don't know who is it, but I think I'm gonna give Kyle TZ.
This one, so hard to think. For sure, Stormy. He's been playing this hero since birth.
Guys, thank you for watching. Hope to see you guys at M6. Watch us, please.
I got some big news, okay? So I got a leak. M6, we're gonna...
What does the audience want to see?
What kind of stage do we want? What about the colors?
M6 is going to be held in Malaysia. We have to be greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
How to make M6 greater than ever.
They are the curse breakers, the two-time world champions!
Before we begin, I just want to say thank you very much, gentlemen, ladies, for coming today. We have something very important to discuss here, right? Because right now, imagine yourselves as Moonton. We're the publishers. M6 is going to be held in Malaysia. So I need ideas to make sure that M6 gets good. This time, it's gotta be better. Like, it's in Malaysia, okay? We have to be greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
You know what? That's gonna be the tagline. You like it? You like the tagline?
That's a good tagline.
That's a good tagline?
We went from...
Join the fight.
Join the fight.
Join the fight to the top.
To the top.
Dare to be great.
Dare to be great. Be better than great.
And now greater than ever. You know what? You're a genius. I'm a genius. You're a genius.
Let's talk about what does the audience want to see, right? What do you guys think the audience wants to see?
More teams.
More teams?
How many are we talking? I don't know, but more regions, more teams.
How does 16 sound like to you?
I mean, it's what we had last year, right?
That's true though. I'm too dumb.
Do we want more teams in the wild card or the main stage?
Because there's a wild card. We had it, yeah.
I'm okay with the 2 slots for the wild card.
2 slots?
And then 8 in the wild card.
2 slots for wild
so
card.
So total
for sure.
24. Because I'm a believer that the wild card is a legit part of the tournament.
I agree.
Do they actually want smart stuff?
Non-PH versus PH finals, I guess.
Non-PH, yeah.
Non-PH,
Oh, non-PH.
We got that in M5 though. What specific region do you want in the finals?
North America.
Wow.
That one is a bit...
yeah, I don't know about that one.
Let's take a flashback, I would say. Throwback to the days of the past. M1 was a great time. M2 was a great time. Every single tournament, it was great. He's got a lot to say about history.
I love history.
We got to talk about logistics here, and I feel like we need to include Mara for this one because we got to talk about the stage. M1, the stage was pretty good. I feel like it really sets the tone, right? Mara, you've seen the stage for M2, M3, M4 up until a few months ago. It was MSC as well, but let's not talk about MSC. We're talking about the World Series. Like, what kind of stage do we want? What about the colors?
I think the color should change depending on what stage we're in. So if it's a group stage, it'll be a different color, wild card different color, and when it's the grand final, so they know exactly, especially when you're looking back, you know exactly what, which part of the tournament
Good
it will
visual
be.
storytelling
Yes.
too.
So you just have the LED, just changing the background just a little bit.
From the past, I would go to how to make M6 greater than ever, right? Greater than ever. I would say that build up a story, because everyone loves a story, a good story to be told at the upcoming M6. So let's say, for example, not just about the players, maybe about the region itself, maybe about a team that struggled so much. We have seen a lot of teams and a lot of regions develop in the previous, I would say, M series, even MSCs and every international tournament that we have. So why don't we focus on building a story that isn't matched to any other story that we have ever heard in our life?
I think if we're going to cover story, what about something
documentary style, you know? Like something that you're back in M1, you're back in the place where it all began, and you cover some of the talents who have been around since M1, some of the players who have been around since M1, who have been around through several M series.
I want to talk about music video. What do you guys want to see in this music video, right? What's the song gonna sound like? What's the story?
I think it should be player orientated. I think it should still, I think instead of doing like something like we've been doing where it's its whole own thing, make it about all the M series, you know? Take moments from all of those series, take player moments, you know, that's what's gonna hype up the fans, seeing those moments.
Upbeat, like for fighting, very upbeat, a catchy line, so when they hear that line, they know it's M6, and it has to be downloadable for people to use as a ringtone.
I want the music video to be playing with the BMI. I want to see like scene changes with Claude moving through. Yeah, flashbacks, future
That's
forwards.
kinda cool.
Yeah, and then
The
I
BMI, because he can go back and
Yeah,
that would
I want
actually be
Dexter
cool.
to sing.
You want Dexter to
What?
sing? You know what? Every year we seem to always, the MV, the music, something about it just misses it, right? So not just MLBB players, but the overall grand audience, right? Anybody outside of the MLBB space, I want to be able, same as Mara, like have that on the ringtone. I want to see random people who have no idea what Mobile Legends is playing it on their phones. I'm gonna be like, that's a dope song. So I got a leak.
What's the leak?
M6, we're gonna use a new format.
What format?
They're changing it?
Why?
You know, all the way from M1, all the way to M5, I've always thought, especially M1 to M4.
Single elims, we've done that before.
MSCs,
We've done double elims, you know.
We've done group stages with
done-
no...
We also
eliminations.
done no eliminations at the group stage.
We've done no eliminations,
Good
yeah.
times. Hate that.
This time, it's gonna be a Swiss format.
Like the cheese?
What's Swiss format?
What is that? What is that?
There's no going back from here if you start.
You know what the Swiss format is.
Actually, yeah, I do.
What is it?
Okay, so let's keep it very simple, right? So for this M6, I'm thinking we're gonna be bringing 16 teams, and then we'll make the total. If you win 3 times, you'll advance forward. Lose 3 times, you're gonna get knocked out.
Oh no, you play with everybody.
You play with everybody. 1-0 meets 1-0, so everybody starts with 2 groups. Group A, Group B. 8 teams here, 8 teams in B. Then,
every single time they have to fight, we're gonna redraw.
That's a great idea. That's a great idea. Wait. Who's doing the redraw?
Yeah, who's doing the redraw? I want to know this.
Don't worry.
Because is it gonna be us?
Don't worry.
I don't.
I mean, I think it should be Mara. No, I think it should be Mara.
You know what? I think so too, but I've suffered.
I suffer.
We have suffered.
I cannot draw
We know.
anymore.
So
now it's Gideon's turn.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Wolf, Gideon, Wheezy.
Whoa, wait a minute.
Is we're gonna have Yasu and KB do it. Because we don't want to do it anymore. Me and LaFell,
we've had enough.
We've had enough.
Good idea.
So we will do the draws ourselves.
You will have to suffer the wrath.
Is it alright if I had all the Filipino teams and the Indonesian teams in one group?
You know what? Nah. That's why, you know what? This is the reveal. If the players are gonna face off against their opponents, they should draw. Why put the responsibility on the league ops? Why to put the responsibility on talents? They should be the ones to decide their own fate.
Okay, let's decide this. Mara, what do you think about that?
Players?
I think the players, that's perfect. Perfect. So, well, they can't say it's biased. They can't say it's planned.
Exactly.
They know.
Not stale.
Yes, exactly. So it should be the players because, well, they're responsible for who they draw.
Wait,
we've had enough.
They changed their minds right now.
Just with you giving us that idea, I'm gonna cut you.
But actually, hold on. We need to hear what KB has to say because, you know, he's the professor here. So what do you think about the Swiss format? Like, what do you guys feel? Do you guys feel it's fine? Because if you guys say it's okay, we're gonna run with it.
And if we say that it's not okay, you gotta also run with it.
If only one of you says it's not okay, then we won't run with it.
I'm okay. Because you know what? We can't predict any team. Even group stage, you know who you facing on.
Yeah.
You have 3 teams as an enemy. But in Swiss round, you can't predict tomorrow what's going on tomorrow. What if we lose?
Every round. So yeah, technically, groups are a thing of the past. Because you know what the discussion is, right? Whenever somebody makes it out of groups, oh, it was an easy group.
Exactly.
They weren't ready for that group. So now, I like it. You get to find out who really is deserving of making it.
It's time to talk about the strategy for the teams.
No, I mean like
How do they think?
yeah, for
the
Swiss
format's
format,
gonna play
yeah.
out?
No, okay, we're locked in, right? It's gonna be Swiss format.
Okay.
We've seen teams talk about, oh, best of 2 is a different kind of strategy, right? Best of 1, completely different strategy. So now Swiss format, like Gideon, Steffizi, like, what do you guys think is going to be the strategy when we're going for a Swiss format for this time?
Just win. That's simply what the format is asking of you, right? It's saying, hey, the faster you win, the better the more times you win, the easier it is to make it over to the next stage. That's the whole point of the format, to kind of weed them out.
Let's think about this, right? Because you're going to play way more games in this format. Am I correct, right?
In the group stage.
Playing more games. Imagine the first one, you're already showing everything you've got. Isn't that like,
I mean, I think it's cool that the teams will be facing teams with the same record.
Yeah.
So I think it'll be even competition, so you'll see the teams scale the later we get in the Swiss format.
I'm more curious about pre-preparation, right? I don't know about you, Wolf, but for me, at least with the format that we had before this, you kind of know who's your next opponent. You can pre-prepare for it, and you honestly have a working strategy. But I think with the Swiss format, it's just every single draw, you're like, I just hope I do well.
But at the same time, like you said, it really shows us who's the best team actually, who actually deserves the upper bracket. Because if we only have like 16 teams, let's just say that 8 teams make it to the upper bracket or the lower bracket. It's always been like the upper bracket teams have a shorter way to the finals. Like you only have to win 3 series actually if you're from the upper bracket, but you can only get rewarded of that if you survive the grueling Swiss format.
Okay, now I can see that maybe we're not as close as friends because the way that I'm thinking is way different.
What is the way you're thinking?
There's 2 games, so that after this you're fighting all the easy teams.
Maybe.
Right. Think about it. The people that lose to I mean,
It's all great until a Filipino team gets beaten twice and have the same strategy.
now that won't happen. Like imagine if Malaysia we just lose 2 times, then we can eventually fight NA.
Don't mind.
Oh wait, no.
This is where I draw the line.
Tak kisah jago sukan apa jua, jagokan lagi dengan rangkaian 5G termantap dan tanpa lag. Gaming sepantas kilat. Menang di Land of Dawn. Tukar ke Holling Prepaid 5G sekarang.
Tangan aku kenapa ni? Aduh, lemu lagi, gatal sangat. Gunalah Head and Shoulders. 100% keyakinan, kelumamu dan kegatalan.
White out. Unstoppable.
Aku hembus kata azimat. Bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadang. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool, they got me and I got them too. Rundung terasa, api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita, sehaluan jangan simpan-simpan. Kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Yeah. Are you ready? Can you feel me now? Yeah, 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 yeah. Let me hear you say.
Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Okay, Assalamualaikum. Anda masih lagi bersama saya Sid dan juga pelakon-pelakon untuk movie MLBB di mana kita ada Zik, kita ada Iqmam Amri dan juga encik saudara Fauzi Nawawi. Memang dah terkenal, dah lama dah berlakon dekat industri Malaysia ni. First of all, apa khabar?
Baik. Alhamdulillah.
Sihat, Ini saya percaya ini merupakan kali pertama anda semua berada dekat pentas MLBB ataupun Liga MLBB. Apa perasaan? Kita mulakan dengan Zik dulu.
Sangat teruja. Ini first time tengok face to face game yang sangat best pula tu.
Perasaan macam nervous bila tengok ramai orang macam kita tengok game bola, macam tak sangka MLBB sebesar ini. So macam proud lah to be a Malaysian.
Saya nampak vibe dalam e-sport ni makin maju
dah 2024 ni, yang paling penting vibe juara tu wujud pada hari ni. So tak rugi kita orang datang lah.
Boleh jangka tak yang sebenarnya nanti satu hari nanti, which is hari ni, game ataupun e-sport boleh jadi sebesar ni sampai dah ada movie?
Sebenarnya bila awal-awal Mobile Legends Bang Bang ni berada di Malaysia, saya tak expect bahawa penerimaan masyarakat khususnya peringkat remaja ni boleh sampai ke tahap ni. Ini dah boleh challenge bola dah ni. Sikit hari lagi saya tak heran 2025 yang akan datang population Mobile Legends ni akan jadi lebih besar.
Kita tahu anda bertiga sekarang ini terlibat dengan penggambaran untuk movie terbaru khas untuk MLBB. Boleh tak cerita sedikit sebanyak pengalaman untuk shoot movie tersebut?
Pengalaman dia best, sangat unik sebab saya rasa for Malaysia ini movie MLBB yang pertama kan. So untuk kita orang pun dapat duduk di stage macam player, it's an amazing experience lah for us.
Pengalaman sangat best lah sebab berlakon dengan kawan-kawan dalam industri, and then ini macam impian saya lah menjadi seorang pro player walaupun pelakon je. So macam excited lah nak tunggu filem ni keluar.
Ya, itu semestinya apa yang kita ingin harapkan. Alright, kita masih lagi bercakap tentang movie. Boleh tak cerita sedikit sebanyak watak ataupun karakter yang anda bertiga dan mungkin Puan Lisdawati juga bagi tahu apa yang terlibat ataupun watak dalam filem tersebut.
Okay, so kita orang sama team.
Kita orang daripada pro player daripada Singapore.
Yes sir.
So saya tak nak cakap banyak tentang watak saya bawa watak
jahat.
Sangat-sangat
paling jahat lah. Okay, orang akan menyampah lah tengok dia sebab saya sendiri pun menyampah tengok dia masa syuting.
Okey, watak Cik Fauzi?
Tanyalah buat saya pula. Ibu
kepada watak hero dalam story. So dia sebenarnya ada true story yang telah di-plan untuk jadi lebih menarik untuk tayangan filem Mobile Legends.
Alright, jadi anda semua dah dengar daripada pelakon-pelakon sendiri. Terima kasih ucapkan kepada Zik, Iqmah dan juga Fauzi bersama dengan isi Puan Lisdawati. Jadi stay tune, keep in touch dengan kita orang punya social media untuk saksikan movie terbaru untuk MLBB. Nak tahu dengan lebih lanjut, stay tune dekat kita punya social media. Bye-bye. Alright, Assalamualaikum, anda bersama saya Sid dan sekarang ni kita ada tetamu istimewa iaitu pelakon terkenal daripada Pascal. Iaitu saudara Hairul Azrin. Apa khabar Hairul?
Alhamdulillah, sihat bro.
Okey, so apa perkembangan terbaru? Ada filem ke ataupun ada drama ke upcoming?
Sekarang saya dah tak berlakon. So saya sekarang tengah cari tim lah untuk nak main ML.
Faham. Okey, alright. Bercakap tentang cari tim. Saya dah tengok awak pun ada bermain sama dengan pasukan Selangor Giant, tapi berlakon cerita-cerita yang gempak. Tapi kenapa pakai Nana bro?
Ni banyak baca komen Taklah, sebab saya tahu pakai tank, saya tahu pakai mage je. Yang lain saya tak tahu.
Faham.
So kalau tanya saya, Nana paling senang nak ni lah. Sebab sebelum ni saya biasa pakai Cyclops, lepas tu Zaz. Tapi sekarang Nana macam dia kena dengan jiwa lah. Sebab Sky sebagai itu saya, kalau nak jadi jungler yang terbaik, kena training pada Nana. Itu dia punya skill dia.
Permulaan Nana barulah boleh jadi macam Sky.
Yeah.
Okey, tadi dah kita tengok pasukan Selangor Giant dapatkan kemenangan 2-0. Bagi pendapat Hairul sendiri, adakah itu satu perlawanan yang sengit ataupun Hairul memang dah jangka Selangor memang boleh menang 2-0?
Saya tengoklah SRG punya game sebab saya tak pandai sangat, tapi saya tengok daripada apa yang diorang main tadi. So memang diorang ada je cara ataupun ada je teknik yang nak masukkan kalau kata sesuatu problem tu. So untuk tengok first game tu cakap ni menang mudah ni 2-0. Tak boleh nafikan SRG antara tim yang sangat kuat lah di Indonesia sekarang.
Ya, kita pun memang dah boleh nampak sebab mereka pun dah menang untuk kejuaraan dunia pada tempoh hari. Alright, tadi Hairul Azrin pun ini kali pertama datang dekat venue MPL.
Saya first time sebab saya tak pernah sangka macam tengok perlawanan bola sepak di final tau. Ini bukan final kan?
Ini bukan final.
Bukan final tapi dah macam final tadi. Dia ada tukang sorak daripada tim SRG. So best lah.
Best lah. Memang ini vibe. Benda ni dah berlaku dah few season dan kita boleh nampak lepas kemenangan Selangor Giant dekat tempoh hari, tambah lagi vibe tersebut. Right, sebelum saya nak lepaskan Hairul, mungkin ada kata-kata terakhir ataupun kata-kata semangat kepada pasukan Selangor Giant sebab kita ada beberapa minggu sebelum kita pergi ke peringkat play-off.
Betul. Okey, untuk tim SRG kat dalam tu semua kebanyakannya yang saya kenal dan diorang kenal saya. So saya nak wish korang good luck. Dan untuk Mobile Legend ataupun Montun, saya rasa sekarang ni artis ramai main Mobile Legend. So mungkin kita boleh buat satu tournament ke. Come on lah Montun. Sebab kita ada ramai. Fat, Aceh, Challenge Zero, Fauzi Nawawi, Iqmal, semua boleh main Mobile Legend. So kita boleh fight lah. Saya rasa untuk nak lawan tim pro player tak susah kot untuk kami.
Tapi diorang tak boleh nak berlakon. Nanti diorang tak ada job. Korang dah boleh berlakon, korang boleh main game. Alright, thank you so much Hairul. InsyaAllah kita akan jumpa lagi dekat playoff.
InsyaAllah.
Okay, alright. Okay, bye. Alright, thank you so much. Jadi apa-apa, stay tune dengan MPL Malaysia.
Semua orang boleh menyarum jersey kebangsaan. Jadi once you pakai menyarum jersey kebangsaan, you rasa sangat-sangat berbangga you dipilih atau diberi tanggungjawab untuk mewakili negara Indonesia. perasaan bangga tu you tak terangkan dekat semua orang. Cuma feeling you pakai saja, once you pakai saja jersey tu, you akan rasa macam you want to give something to Malaysia.
I think if you guys have any issues, so make sure lean on to each other, talk to each other as much as you can. I think just be proud because tak semua orang dapat this opportunity, and also kena ada that winning mentality, tak kisah pun dekat level mana you guys pergi, and jangan rasa takut, jangan rasa macam you guys are not good enough. Apapun, just ingat bila you guys enter the arena, just do your best and all the Malaysians will be behind you and supporting you guys.
Saya tak ada nasihat, saya kagum dengan apa yang anda semua lakukan. You are all to me personal heroes because I grew up in a time where gaming was seen as a waste of time, but you prove otherwise. You put gaming and you put Malaysia on the world's map. I think you are at a better place to advise me. So again, I want to say thank you for being who you are. Thank you for fighting every day. Thank you for competing for Malaysia because it's something that I can never do. And I live vicariously through you bila I tengok atlet Malaysia compete because what you do is very, very amazing. And I wish you all the best. Deliver for Malaysia because wherever I am on the day when you win for Malaysia, I'll be proud to raise the Malaysian flag and play the negara.
Hi guys, I'm Stormy.
Hi, and I'm Rose.
And I'm Yum.
Okay, so right now we are going to be playing the game called Guess the Hero, where Yums will draw and Rose will guess. Ready?
Let's go! Go, Stormy. Go.
Senang?
Aku lukis satu benda kau dah tahu dah.
Okay. Telur?
Lagi.
Kalau dia mati, dia jadi telur.
Oh, Digi.
Kenapa kau cakap? Tak boleh. Tak boleh itu. Okay, sekali lagi, satu lagi.
A few moments later.
Don't talk. I will remove the mic.
Oh, Ben.
Oh. Huh? What?
Ben.
Wow. Chemistry 10 out of 10. Boleh bantai.
Boleh bantai tak?
Boleh bantai. Okay, so Sepat akan melukis, Nats akan guess. Mari, let's start.
Ada aku nak lukis tau. Spell je.
Spell kepala. Ish. Tak boleh spell.
Okey dah, Diko hero Diko main dah. Ui. Tarit. Bukan.
Ha?
Dia bawa ni dah.
Oh, dia bawa ni.
Last dot.
Ha, last dot.
Dia main lah. Golan.
Lagi, tambah lagi.
Tak faham. Keluar. Tarit. Ruby.
Ni Ruby ke?
Macam tak Ruby. Macam Aldous.
Sini.
Kalau dapat diamond, serius.
5 second dia.
Okay, ready?
Balmon.
Sabar.
Penny. Nana.
Sabar.
Ni apa pun?
Estes.
Sabar. Belum tak ni.
Ni apa siap?
Macam kucing. Klorin.
Tangan, kaki.
Ni weapon apa?
Rafa.
Salah.
Tambah dia punya hiasan ke?
Telinga dia besar.
Oh, Lilia.
Salah. Tak, kau ingat, kau tengok weapon dia betul-betul. Tukul.
Balmon hammer.
Dia
Ni
besar.
ada dua.
Dia
Naga.
besar.
Oh, Yuzong.
Adik saya.
Hello, awak rasa ni hero apa?
Hero apa je?
Robin lah.
Momo, awak rasa ni hero apa?
Salot.
Tak, kau punya susah tu.
Sini.
Aiwan ke?
Sini, Zai. Hero apa ni?
Minotaur.
Ha.
Oh. Bagi saya lukis. Badan ni buat tough sikit.
Tak juga, kepala bulat.
Sama punya lukisan lagi cantik.
Okay guys, so selepas kita cabar 3 pasukan which is Selangor Red Giants, Todak dan juga Vamos, kita dah ada pemenang iaitu Selangor Red Giants lah kan. So kita nampak chemistry diorang memang tip-top. And that is it. I hope you guys enjoy this video and jumpa korang dekat playoff.
I cannot think of anyone, Chok. I think it's me. Alright guys, so we are gonna do what do you think of when you see this hero. For the first one, definitely $1 million pick, Innocent.
Sheesh. Next one, Hayabusa. Let's not be biased. Sige.
Let's not be biased lah.
So next we have Nolan. I also don't want to be biased. Is Chibi, highest BPM in the world.
Farid, it's me. I will take it. So for Julian, definitely Phil, because he's the only mid laner player that play Julian.
Pilot, I think JP because I always see him in MPL playing Hylos.
Next we have Edit, si Yums. Ultimate Edit always carry us. Yeah, Yums.
Moscow. I cannot think of anyone, Chok. I think it's me.
Ling, you know the final MVP MSC? I don't know who is it, but I think I'm gonna give Kyle TZ.
This one so hard to think. For sure, Stormy. He's been playing this hero since birth.
Guys, thank you for watching. Hope to see you guys at M6. Watch us, please.
Tak kisah jago sukan apa jua, jagokan lagi dengan rangkaian 5G termantap dan tanpa lag. Gaming sepantas kilat. Menang di Land of Dawn. Tukar ke Holling Prepaid 5G sekarang.
Tangan aku kenapa ni? Android 5 lagi gatal sangat. Gunalah Head and Shoulders. 100% keyakinan, kelumamu dan kegatalan.
Wiped out. Unstoppable.
Kata simat bila terjatuh aku beringat jalan dah jauh cari titik bermula krak 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 jangan patah semangat semarak api bukan calon-calon biar apa menghalang aku sambut datang 1000 daya 1000 alasan harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan
kami tak senang mengalah kami luar biasa
like me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool. They got me and I got them too. Tak rasa api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita sehaluan. Jangan simpan-simpan, kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Yeah. Are you ready? Can you feel me now? Yeah, 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 yeah. Let me hear you say.
Langkahlah sama-sama langkah, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Okay, Assalamualaikum. Anda masih lagi bersama saya Sid dan juga pelakon-pelakon untuk movie MLBB di mana kita ada Zik, kita ada Ikmal Amri dan juga encik saudara Fauzi Nawawi. Memang dah terkenal, dah lama dah berlakon dekat industri Malaysia ni. First of all, apa khabar?
Baik.
Sihat, Ini saya percaya ini merupakan kali pertama anda semua berada dekat pentas MLBB ataupun Liga MLBB. Apa perasaan? Kita mulakan dengan Zik dulu.
Sangat teruja. Ini first time tengok face to face game yang sangat best pula tu.
Perasaan macam nervous bila tengok ramai orang, macam kita tengok game bola, macam tak sangka MLBB sebesar ini. So macam proud lah to be a Malaysian.
Saya nampak vibe dalam e-sport ni makin maju dah 2024 ni. Yang paling penting vibe juara tu wujud pada hari ni. So tak rugi kita orang datang lah.
Boleh jangka tak yang sebenarnya nanti satu hari nanti, which is hari ni, game ataupun e-sport boleh jadi sebesar ni sampai dah ada movie?
Sebenarnya bila awal-awal Mobile Legends Bang Bang ni berada di Malaysia, saya tak expect bahawa penerimaan masyarakat khususnya peringkat remaja ni boleh sampai ke tahap ni. Ini dah boleh challenge bola dah ni. Sikit hari lagi saya tak heran 2025 yang akan datang population Mobile Legends ni akan jadi lebih besar.
Kita tahu anda bertiga sekarang ini terlibat dengan penggambaran untuk movie terbaru khas untuk MLBB. Boleh tak cerita sedikit sebanyak pengalaman untuk shoot movie tersebut?
Pengalaman dia best, sangat unik sebab saya rasa for Malaysia ini movie MLBB yang pertama kan. So untuk kita orang pun dapat duduk di stage macam player, it's an amazing experience lah for us.
Pengalaman sangat best lah sebab berlakon dengan kawan-kawan dalam industri, and then ini macam impian saya lah menjadi seorang pro player walaupun berlakon je. So macam excited lah nak tunggu filem ni keluar.
Ya, itu semestinya apa yang kita ingin harapkan. Alright, kita masih lagi bercakap tentang movie. Boleh tak cerita sedikit sebanyak watak ataupun karakter yang anda bertiga dan mungkin Puan Lisdawati juga bagi tahu apa yang terlibat ataupun watak dalam filem tersebut.
Okay, so kita orang sama team.
Kita orang daripada pro player daripada Singapore.
Yes sir.
So saya tak nak cakap banyak tentang watak saya bawa watak
jahat.
Sangat-sangat
paling jahat lah. Orang akan menyampah lah tengok dia sebab saya sendiri pun menyampah tengok dia masa syuting.
Okey, watak Cik Fauzi?
Tanyalah buat saya pula. Ibu
kepada watak hero dalam story. So dia sebenarnya ada true story yang telah di-plan untuk jadi lebih menarik untuk tayangan filem Mobile Legends.
Alright, jadi anda semua dah dengar daripada pelakon-pelakon sendiri. Terima kasih ucapkan kepada Zik, Ikmal dan juga Fauzi Nawawi bersama dengan isi Puan Lisdawati. Jadi stay tune, keep in touch dengan kita orang punya social media untuk saksikan movie terbaru untuk MLBB. Nak tahu dengan lebih lanjut, stay tune dekat kita punya social media. Bye-bye. Alright, Assalamualaikum, anda bersama saya Sid dan sekarang ni kita ada tetamu istimewa iaitu pelakon terkenal daripada Pascal. Iaitu saudara Hairul Azrin. Apa khabar Hairul?
Alhamdulillah, sihat bro.
Okey, so apa perkembangan terbaru? Ada filem ke ataupun ada drama ke upcoming?
Sekarang saya dah tak berlakon. So saya sekarang tengah cari tim lah untuk nak main ML.
Faham. Okey, alright. Bercakap tentang cari tim. Saya dah tengok awak pun ada bermain sama dengan pasukan Selangor Giant, tapi berlakon cerita-cerita yang gempak. Tapi kenapa pakai Nana bro?
Ni banyak baca komen Salah, sebab saya tahu pakai tank, saya tahu pakai mage je. Yang lain saya tak tahu.
Faham.
So kalau tanya saya, Nana paling senang nak ni lah. Sebab sebelum ni saya biasa pakai Cyclops, lepas tu Zaz. Tapi sekarang Nana macam dia kena dengan jiwa lah. Sebab Sky sebagai tahu saya, kalau nak jadi jungler yang terbaik, kena training pada Nana. Itu dia punya skill dia.
Permulaan Nana barulah boleh jadi macam Sky.
Yeah.
Okey, tadi dah kita tengok pasukan Selangor Giant dapatkan kemenangan 2-0. Bagi pendapat Hairul sendiri, adakah itu satu perlawanan yang sengit ataupun Hairul memang dah jangka Selangor memang boleh menang 2-0?
Saya tengoklah SRG punya game sebab saya tak pandai sangat, tapi saya tengok daripada apa yang diorang main tadi. So memang diorang ada je cara ataupun ada je teknik yang nak masukkan kalau kata sesuatu problem tu. So untuk tengok first game tu cakap ni menang mudah ni 2-0. Tak boleh nafikan SRG antara tim yang sangat kuat lah di Malaysia sekarang.
Ya, kita pun memang dah boleh nampak sebab mereka pun dah menang untuk kejuaraan dunia pada tempoh hari. Alright, tadi Hairul Azrin pun ini kali pertama datang dekat venue MPL.
Saya first time sebab saya tak pernah sangka macam tengok perlawanan bola sepak di final tau. Ini bukan final kan?
Ini bukan final.
Bukan final tapi dah macam final tadi. Dia ada tukang sorak daripada tim SRG. So best lah.
Best lah. Memang ini vibe. Benda ni dah berlaku dah few season dan kita boleh nampak lepas kemenangan Selangor Giant dekat tempoh hari tambah lagi vibe tersebut. Right, sebelum saya nak lepaskan Hairul, mungkin ada kata-kata terakhir ataupun kata-kata semangat kepada pasukan Selangor Giant sebab kita ada beberapa minggu sebelum kita pergi ke peringkat play-off.
Betul. Okey, untuk tim SRG kat dalam tu semua kebanyakannya yang saya kenal dan diorang kenal saya. So saya nak wish korang good luck. Dan untuk Mobile Legend ataupun Montun, saya rasa sekarang ni artis ramai main Mobile Legend. So mungkin kita boleh buat satu tournament ke. Come on lah Montun. Sebab kita ada ramai. Fat, Aceh, Challenge Zero, Fauzi Nawawi, Iqmal, semua boleh main Mobile Legend. So kita boleh fight lah. Saya rasa untuk nak lawan tim pro player tak susah kot untuk kami.
Tapi diorang tak boleh nak berlakon. Nanti diorang tak ada job. Korang dah boleh berlakon, korang boleh main game. Alright, thank you so much Hairul. InsyaAllah kita akan jumpa lagi dekat playoff.
InsyaAllah.
Okay, alright. Alright, thank you so much. Jadi apa-apa, stay tune dengan MPL Malaysia.
Semua orang boleh menyarung jersey kebangsaan. Jadi once you pakai menyarung jersey kebangsaan, you rasa sangat-sangat berbangga, you dipilih atau diberi tanggungjawab untuk mewakili negara Malaysia. Perasaan bangga tu you tak terangkan dekat semua orang. Cuma feeling you pakai saja, once you pakai saja jersey tu, you akan rasa macam you want to give something to Malaysia.
I think if you guys have any issues, so make sure lean on to each other, talk to each other as much as you can. I think just be proud because tak semua orang dapat this opportunity, and also kena ada that winning mentality, tak kisah pun dekat level mana you guys pergi, and jangan rasa takut, jangan rasa macam you guys are not good enough. Apapun, just ingat bila you guys enter the arena, just do your best and all the Malaysians will be behind you and supporting you guys.
Saya tak ada nasihat, saya kagum dengan apa yang anda semua lakukan. You are all to me personal heroes because I grew up in a time where gaming was seen as a waste of time, but you prove otherwise. You put gaming and you put Malaysia on the world's map. I think you are at a better place to advise me. So again, I want to say thank you for being who you are. Thank you for fighting every day. Thank you for competing for Malaysia because it's something that I can never do. And I live vicariously through you bila I tengok atlet Malaysia compete because what you do is very, very amazing. And I wish you all the best. Deliver for Malaysia because wherever I am on the day when you win for Malaysia, I'll be proud to raise the Malaysian flag and play the negara.
Hi guys, I'm Stormy.
Hi, and I'm Rose.
And I'm Yum.
Okay, so right now we are going to be playing the game called Guess the Hero, where Yums will draw and Rose will guess. Ready?
Let's go! Go, Stormy. Go, go.
Senang?
Aku lukis satu benda kau dah tahu dah. Okay. Telur?
Lagi.
Kalau dia mati, dia jadi telur. Oh, Digi.
Kenapa kau cakap? Tak boleh. Tak boleh itu. Okay, sekali lagi, satu lagi.
A few moments later.
Don't talk. I will remove the mic.
Ben.
Ha?
Ben.
Wow! Chemistry 10 out of 10. Boleh bantai.
Boleh bantai pan?
Boleh bantai. Okay, so Sepat akan melukis, Nats akan guess. Mari, let's start.
Ada aku nak lukis tau. Spell je.
Spell kepala. Ish, tak boleh spell.
Okey dah, Ziko hero ni kau main tak? Ui. Tarit. Bukan.
Ha?
Dia bawa ni Nats.
Dia bawa ni.
Last dot.
Halas.
Dia kau main lah. Golin.
Lagi, tambah lagi.
Tak faham. Keluar. Harit. Ruby.
Ni Ruby ke?
Macam tak Ruby. Macam Algus.
Sini.
Kalau dapat diamond, I serius.
5 second je.
Okay, ready?
Balmon. Penny. Nana.
Ni apa pun?
Estes.
Sabar, belum tak ni.
Ni apa siap?
Macam kucing. Klorin.
Tangan, kaki.
Ni weapon apa?
Rafa.
Alah.
Tambah dia punya hiasan ke?
Telinga dia besar.
Oh, Lilia.
Salah. Tak, kau ingat, kau tengok weapon dia betul-betul. Tukul.
Balmon hammer.
Dia besar.
Dia
Naga. Oh, Yuzong.
Aleko saya.
Elot, awak rasa ni hero apa?
Kau rasa hero apa, Yan?
Goblin lah.
Bobo, awak rasa ni hero apa?
Balot. Kau punya yang susah tu.
Sini.
Haiwan ke?
Sini, Zaid. Hero apa ni?
Minotaur. Oh! Bagi saya lukis. Badan ni buat tough sikit.
Tak juga, kepala bulat.
Siapa punya lukisan lagi cantik?
Okay guys, so selepas kita cabar 3 pasukan which is Selangor Red Giants, Todak dan juga Vamos, kita dah ada pemenang iaitu Selangor Red Giants lah kan. So kita nampak chemistry diorang memang tip-top. And that is it. I hope you guys enjoy this video and jumpa korang dekat playoffs.
I cannot think of anyone, Chok. I think it's me. Alright guys, so we are gonna do what do you think of when you see these heroes. For the first one, definitely $1 million pick, Innocent.
Sheesh.
Next one, Hayabusa. Let's not be biased. Sige.
Let's not be biased lah.
So next we have Nolan. I also don't want to be biased. Is Chibi, highest BPM in the world.
Farid, it's me. I will take it. So for Julian, definitely Phil, because he's the only mid laner player that play Julian.
Hylos, I think JP, because I always see him in MPL playing Hylos.
Next we have Edit, si Yums. Ultimate Edit always carry us. Yeah, Yums.
Moscow. I cannot think of anyone, Chok. I think it's me.
Ling, you know, the final MVP MSC. I don't know who is it, but I think I'm gonna give Kyle TZ.
This one's so hard to think. For sure, Stormy. He's been playing this hero since birth.
Guys, thank you for watching. Hope to see you guys at M6. Watch us, please.
Tak kisah jago sukan apa jua, jagokan lagi dengan rangkaian 5G termantap dan tanpa lag. Gaming sepantas kilat. Menang di Land of Dawn. Tukar ke Holling Prepaid 5G sekarang.
tangan aku kenapa ni? Aduh, lemu lagi, gatal sangat. Gunalah Head and Shoulders. 100% keyakinan, kelomomo dan kegatalan.
Wiped out. Unstoppable.
Aku hembus kata azimat. Bila terjatuh aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool. They got me and I got them too. Terpaksa api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita sehaluan. Jangan simpan-simpan, kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Yeah. Are you ready? Can you feel me now? Yeah, 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 yeah. Let me hear you say.
Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Okay, Assalamualaikum. Anda masih lagi bersama saya Sid dan juga pelakon-pelakon untuk movie MLBB di mana kita ada Zik, kita ada Iqmam dan juga encik saudara Fauzi Nawawi. Memang dah terkenal, dah lama dah berlakon dekat industri Malaysia ni. First of all, apa khabar?
Baik.
Sihat, Ini saya percaya ini merupakan kali pertama anda semua berada dekat pentas MLBB ataupun Liga MLBB. Apa perasaan? Kita mulakan dengan Zik dulu.
Sangat teruja. Ini first time tengok face to face game yang sangat best pula tu.
Perasaan macam nervous bila tengok ramai orang macam kita tengok game bola, macam tak sangka MLBB sebesar ini. So macam proud lah to be a Malaysian.
Saya nampak vibe dalam e-sport ni makin maju dah 2024 ni. Yang paling penting buat juara tu wujud pada hari ni. So tak rugi kita orang datang lah.
Boleh jangka tak yang sebenarnya nanti satu hari nanti, which is hari ni, game ataupun e-sport boleh jadi sebesar ni sampai dah ada movie?
Sebenarnya bila awal-awal Mobile Legends Bang Bang ni berada di Malaysia, saya tak expect bahawa penerimaan masyarakat khususnya peringkat remaja ni boleh sampai ke tahap ni. Ini dah boleh challenge bola dah ni. Sikit hari lagi saya tak heran 2025 yang akan datang population Mobile Legends ni akan jadi lebih besar.
Kita tahu anda bertiga sekarang ini terlibat dengan penggambaran untuk movie terbaru khas untuk MLBB. Boleh tak cerita sedikit sebanyak pengalaman untuk shoot movie tersebut?
Pengalaman dia best, sangat unik sebab saya rasa for Malaysia ini movie MLBB yang pertama kan. So untuk kita orang pun dapat duduk di stage macam player, it's an amazing experience lah for us.
Pengalaman sangat best lah sebab berlakon dengan kawan-kawan dalam industri, and then ini macam impian saya lah menjadi seorang pro player walaupun pelakon je. So macam excited lah nak tunggu filem ni keluar.
Ya, itu semestinya apa yang kita ingin harapkan. Alright, kita masih lagi bercakap tentang movie. Boleh tak cerita sedikit sebanyak watak ataupun karakter yang anda bertiga dan mungkin Puan Lisnawati juga bagi tahu apa yang terlibat ataupun watak dalam filem tersebut.
Okay, so kita orang sama team.
Kita orang daripada pro player daripada Singapore.
Yes sir.
So saya tak nak cakap banyak tentang watak saya bawa watak
Jahat lah,
jahat. Sangat-sangat
paling jahat lah. Orang akan menyampah lah tengok dia sebab saya sendiri pun menyampah tengok dia masa syuting.
Okey, watak Cik Fauzi?
Tanyalah buat saya pula. Ibu kepada
watak hero dalam story. So dia sebenarnya ada true story yang telah di-plan untuk jadi lebih menarik untuk tayangan filem Mobile Legends.
Alright, jadi anda semua dah dengar daripada pelakon-pelakon sendiri. Terima kasih ucapkan kepada Zik, Ikmah dan juga Fauzi bersama dengan isi Puan Lisnawati.
Bila terjatuh, aku beringat jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calang-calang. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa.
Watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool. They got me and I got them too. Api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita sehaluan. Jangan simpan-simpan, kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi idol.
Yeah. Are you ready?
The MPL MY Season 14 Playoffs is happening in Indoor Arena, Educity Sports Complex, Iskandar Puteri, Johor. Powered by Moonton and KPRJ. Official 5G mobile internet hotlink. Best for 5G lightning fast MLBB gaming. Official gaming phone ROG Phone 8. King of performance for mobile gaming. Official lifestyle fashion partner. Up your game with JD Sports. And thank you to all our partners in esports and strategic partners.
Ke playoffs MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. Nama saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. And guys, perlawanan hari ini adalah perlawanan yang sangat-sangat intens. Tadi kita terpaksa cakap selamat tinggal kepada Red Esports selepas Selangor Red Giants dapat bangkit dari lower bracket. And of course, Vamos sudah rebut slot pertama ke M6, dropping Todak to the lower bracket. Dan sekarang kita sudah masuk perlawanan terakhir untuk hari ini, mana satu lagi tiket ke M6 is up for grabs. Which team will be representing Malaysia in M6? Will Selangor Red Giants get their golden road and potentially clinch their first ever back-to-back championship? Or will Todak eventually get their reappearance in the M Series and get their 5th appearance in the world stage? So guys, kita nampak the energy in Educity. It is electrifying. And of course, we can hear Todak's side is already cheering, and we haven't even begun. All right, guys. Okay, let them cheer first before I ask them to cheer for me, because I want to hear the screams of Todak as well. Guys, this is how we Malaysians do it. Ini memang gaya kita, and I cannot wait for M6 to be held in Malaysia. Guys, look at the crowd. Honestly, look at the crowd from Todak's side. They are ready. Nampaknya semua Todak dah ready for this lower bracket finals. Okay, guys, you know what? Oh, they're still going. Okay, they're still going. I want them to cheer, but then let's wait for them to finish. They're vibing, giving support. They're going. You know what? Selangor Red Giants, come join the fun. Come join the fun. Yeah, go on, join the fun, guys. Look, Selangor Red Giants, the family are also vibing. All right, guys, one final final mic check sebelum kita mulakan perlawanan lower bracket finals. Educity, are you guys ready? Without wasting any more time, mari kita ke caster.
Thank you, Rose, and welcome everybody to the English broadcast of the MPL MY Season 14. This is our very final match of today, consisting of two powerhouse teams looking for a second opportunity to reach M6. Here on the desk, my name is Gideon Q. For play-by-play, we have Husky and as well as Abstract as our color, but of course, the Malaysian invasion hasn't been stopped just yet with reinforcements coming in from Singapore. Give it up for Churros here on the desk.
Thank you very much for having me here. A lot of changes I've seen, like me and Abstract was in MPL Singapore, a lot of the meta shifts like we haven't seen before. The things that they're picking up, it's wild here in MY.
It's crazy here in MY. A lot of upsets, and honestly, the way that the bracket has broken down, we didn't expect it to turn out this way. But let's get into the nitty-gritty as the fans are just as excited as we are here on the desk. What are some expectations? Or better yet, straight from the top, hey. Come on.
Yeah.
You SRG, you Todak, and be careful because we're on the Todak side of the crowd.
I know. It's a lot to ask for, and I cannot hear myself over the crowd. And this is not what I'm expecting.
Let me blast this out.
It's just crazy. I have to like just turn it way up.
Bump it all the way.
Yeah, I know.
Turn it off.
I know, but I have to say, like, a lot of changes to see, and I want to see, like, okay, I'm straight from that. I can't even think. Get in.
Don't worry.
It's like if the guys can hear us, but like I really can't hear myself.
Look, I'm telling you, this is how we keep up with the style here with the help of JD Sports. But let's look at the bracket here today. A lot of games have happened to get us to this very moment with our first qualification ticket to M6 going over to Vamos in a 3-1 victory against Todak. But Todak's journey from the play-ins have not been easy, knocking out both MV and even taking a series off of SRG, putting them in the lower brackets. We're expecting revenge. We're expecting a very close series.
Now, of course, when it comes down to Todak versus SRG, we want to see SRG coming back with that kind of a vengeance, especially since SRG, they got themselves a momentum to ride on, and Todak, well, the opposite of momentum.
Yeah, this is essentially what it means, the definition of face intertwine, right? When destinies collide, only one of these teams will make it out of here alive. And like you didn't say, I didn't expect this to be a possible permutation. I personally would love to see Todak back on that world stage, come all full circle, complete what the Chronicle was supposed to be. But now SRG, our reigning world champions of MSC, who has carried the flag for MPL MY, is also at stake. I don't know who to choose.
Well, honestly though, coming from an outsider perspective, quote unquote, SRG has made it through like the MSC champions en route towards the Golden Road. They might be able to do it, but we have seen a lot of changes from not only in MPL MY, but the rest of regions as well. In ID, PH, maybe not Singapore. Singapore still has Team Flash, but everyone else doesn't have like their mainstay teams that like we see. FCAP is not there, Team Liquid PH is not there anymore, Fnatic Onyx ID is not there. SRG, they are one game away from losing it all.
Look, I mean, for Todak and as well as SRG, with the help of lightning fast action, if you're looking to improve your gameplay just like them, or even your rank, consider Hotlink, because that's all you need. It is lower than your latency, but it improves your performance. Let me introduce to you a homestay team, a full local lineup in Todak, Zaim Senpoi, Momo, Zaid, Yanlord, as well as Chiku guys.
The 5 of them coming together as the Swordfishers, they have definitely went through quite a bit here onto the playoffs, and honestly, every single one of these players have really shown what they're really made of.
Especially when you have Chiku guys, 4-time M Series attendee, about to be the 5th if they make it through to this lower bracket finals. He was the only one from the original Todak roster from M1, carrying a bunch of new faces. Yanlord in particular, second season in MPL, from 10th place relegated in season 13 to top 3 in season 14. How amazing is that?
This is a 2-year rebuilding phase for Todak, and they were known as the Comeback Kings, but comeback or not, the current crowned princes and royalty, Selangor Red Giants with Stormy only Krem, Sakai's, Yums, and Innocent standing at the helm to hold it back.
When I think of Malaysia, right now I think of Sakai's. It's all about Sakai's. Played a heck of a game in MSC, but not to discount them, Todak has Chico Guys. All the way from M3 until now, the face of Malaysia has been Chico Guys. Right now there are sort of like these two really strong hot shots in Malaysia coming face to face, and I can't wait to see it.
Honestly, to be perfectly honest with you, I really didn't like the permutation that we got, because now it is coming at the cost of a great storyline coming in from Todak and SRG looking to break the curse. No, it's been what? Forever, actually
14 seasons.
14 seasons, we have never seen a back-to-back champion, even when we were still considered MYSG.
Yeah. This is completely on a different realm. Like I said before, MPL SG, 3-peat, possibly 4-peat at the point on time.
Are you guys caster cursing right now?
Whoa. Let's not shoot those shots.
It'd be you, Gideon.
It probably would be me, but honestly, can Todak return to the world stage, or will the Giants continue their golden road? Because this is the last ticket to M6.
Ironically, right, one team is looking for resurrection, one team is looking to immortality. So very different, diverging paths, man, but they have to converge at one point.
Strictly speaking, if SRG do make it over to M6, as Churros has said it before, this is possibly their most viable golden road, as all, if not many, of the mainstays of these international events have already been out.
Yeah, I want to just drop a quote right here. The wolf on the hill is not as hungry as the wolf climbing it. Right now, SRG has tasted victory in MSC. Todak wants to achieve that back. They are hungry, but then the stress is, if you're SRG, the stress is high. It cannot be higher because the world's eyes are on them. Everyone's looking at Sakai's, everyone's looking at Krem, everyone's looking at Innocent, everyone's looking at the rest of the team because like, oh man, they are the cream of the crop, they are the creme de la creme.
It's true, and even Todak, I think Todak has felt that before, building until SRG finally won their first international, everybody had their eyes on Todak, and of course heavy is the crown for those who hold it, but in these moments, we're expecting to see something to change, and SRG, unfortunately, were the ones who got dropped by Todak in a 3-1 series. I'm hoping that we are seeing a game both SRG as well as Todak.
This is definitely a game that could go both ways, let's be very honest.
And none of, I don't like either of them. I really don't.
No, you know, honestly, I'm expecting a 5-game series. Let's just put it this way. I'm expecting to stay here until like 12 in the midnight because every single game is going to be like 30, 40 minutes long and everyone's not like letting each other go.
I'm not too sure if whether we all want that.
No, but fun fact though, MPL MY has the shortest average completion time for every single game.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
It's easy for those of you who are currently busy right now, but putting this on the side. I ask of you right now to join the fight, scan that QR code and pick up the redemption code for some in-game goodies for y'all as we get this game on the road. Final thoughts here. What should we expect in terms of drafting? What do you expect in terms of playstyle, Husky?
For me, Romas, right? Yelor and Yums have ups and downs today, but they gotta bring that A game.
What about you?
I gotta say it's either Chiku Guys or Innocent.
Ooh, what about you?
I gotta say it's either Sakai's or Zayed.
All right. With that being said, let's get both of our teams onto stage. Introducing the team walk-in. Good luck to both of our teams. Introducing the head of league ops, Rez, and the marshals that will ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches.
Todak.
Having just faced defeat in the upper brackets against Vamos, they now fight to keep their journey alive in the lower brackets.
With a history of dramatic comebacks and a fearless playstyle, they're back more determined than ever to secure the ticket to M6.
After overcoming SRG once before, they're looking to repeat history and book the place in the finals.
Malaysia, get ready because Todak is here to reclaim the stage. Let's give it up for Todak!
Selangor Red Giants.
The top-seeded powerhouse now faces their final test to secure the coveted ticket to M6.
With their sights set on redemption after a stunning run through the lower bracket, SRG is fired up and ready.
Today is not just about staying in the tournament, it's about reclaiming dominance.
As they take the stage, SRG aims to turn the tables and seize their chance at the finals in M6. Get ready, because this is going to be a wild one to watch. Let's give them a roaring welcome, Selangor Red Giants! Introducing the coaches and analysts of the two teams, Coach Kuja and Saiful from Todak, and also Coach Arcadia and Azora Vecchi from Selangor Red Giants. Let's keep it going with fifth bumps between the teams, a true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. This is the Malaysian sportsmanship. Ini Gaya Kita. M6 bound, and good luck to both of our teams.
You know what, I'm not gonna lie, when I was prepping for this lower bracket finals, after seeing the results of the matchup, right, I really can't, I find it really hard to bring myself to write that conclusion, right, the ending for one of these teams, because it is such a rich storyline that we've gathered for ourselves. And you know, you watch a good series and it ends and you know there's no continuation for the next year and even beyond. This is probably the one and only time we'll see Todak in this position. It might never happen again.
That's also true. I mean, 2 years of rebuilding to get to this point.
And of course, by the end of it all, there will still be a certain form of sequence and continuation for the fortunate one, whereby we will eventually see them onto the international stage for that coveted spot.
Yeah, and honestly, we got to keep in mind, one of these teams will have to face Vamos, but let's have a look from...
Maybe there's not much regeneration. But now, in 2014, we have a new regeneration, we have a new player, we have a new blood, and we have new ambition to win M Series. And I hope they can deliver it when they can fight in international scene like M6, not only in local like MPL ID. They can compete it well.
That was a bit of a curveball. I wasn't expecting Ranger Amas of all people, and not only that, speaking in English to get those lines out.
Yeah, he's been talking about like new blood, new ambitions for upcoming players. Todak has a lot of rising stars. Sakai's himself used to be a rising star. Right now, he's really cemented himself as one of the best junglers in the world.
This is a great continuation to what I want to say about the international side, right? How exactly Vamos, as well as the potential next seeders, which is either Todak or Selangor Red Giants, will fare in the international scenes, especially against RRQ and TLID.
I mean, we're looking at the international scenes, but today they need to book their ticket right now. We're looking at the team comparisons here. Churros, walk me through this, because Todak has played 37 games in total compared to SRG's 27.
Well, this really tells me that Todak is all about team fights, all about the early game. They want to do as much damage as possible, take down a lot of the objectives, and Todak is one of those teams that like to play backdoor. They like to play a little bit more sneaky, Chiku guys. So look out for that one. But the first blood rate from SRG has been an overwhelming 63.1%, and this is because SRG is very methodical, very clinical in how to execute their drafts.
Interesting. Do you agree with that, Husky? Because coming into M6, we are expecting the cream of the crop. There's no more grace period anymore. No mercy given to any of these teams.
I think the first blood rate is a good point to bring up, because you also have to draw parallels from the regular season when SRG was still dominating up till Suyo became a thing. They were constantly putting pressure in the early game, right? Something that has been missing since yesterday, because Todak won the early game in all 4 games against SRG. So if they can translate the first blood rate we saw into this lower bracket finals, I think they can get control of Todak.
Okay, all right. Now, Churros, I'm going to throw it back to you. We got 20 seconds for this. What are some of your expectations? You mentioned just now, not only the roamers, the junglers even.
To be honest though, Zayed with the Harley pick yesterday, I mean, does that not say enough?
I feel like
I want to see like a lot of upcoming jungle picks. Maybe Amon will come back in the meta. Maybe we'll see Freya coming in.
Wow.
We don't know what to expect from Todak. And coming from an outsider perspective, that's what I want to see, some exciting action. But of course, you know what else is fun?
What?
Winning.
Winning feels good,
That's
especially
right.
with the M6 tickets on the line. I cannot emphasize this enough here on home soil. We get straight into the draft with SRG taking blue side and Todak taking the red side. Immediate bans, Lo Yi, Fovius, Yiv, and Todak's response, Chip, Fanny, and our last pick, probably Jushin?
Jushin.
I want a Jushin. Please, please, just ban out the juice.
If they don't give it up, Stormy's definitely going to pick it up because there is not a lot of mid lane options left. We were talking backstage, Loi, Yves, and Jusin are the main power picks for the mid side.
I want to scratch your brain a little bit because now it's either Jushin or Suyo. Which do you think is a bigger problem?
Well, to be honest though, Sakai's has been crazy today with the Suyo. Yesterday was a little bit like he was warming up. It feels like he's not in the right stride, but this time around, they're going to be banning out the nades, so opening up both of them.
Wow.
Now the cards are on the table. SRG might be picking up the Suyo first. A lot of early game potential.
I really wanted to pick a point about the fact that Todak don't really focus so much onto picking a Suyo for their side. I thought that they will be like, yeah, you know what? We don't really play Suyo so much. Let's just ban it.
Well, based on the statistics, they have always been first picking Suyo whenever it's open, especially for Sakai's. He wants Sakai's to be able to control that jungle, control the momentum and the tempo, creating that early game pressure, and then starting that fight up from that first turtle onwards.
But here's the thing. I think that Todak is one of the few unique teams that may have been experimenting with potential counters against Suyo.
Yeah, we've seen Suyo actually get manhandle way better than Jushin. I think the number speaks for itself, right? What, 12 games and 10 victories for Jushin? If that doesn't tell you how important this hero is, I don't know what to tell you. But contrary to that, right, Zaz has completely fallen out of favor. No one cares about Zaz anymore.
0%.
Yeah.
Nobody
likes it's just too paper for my liking. Like you can throw Zask in there. Once you get stunned up, you're basically dead because it just takes 2 hits to kill you. So they're taking up the Jusin first. That's a very, very smart pick. And right now you pick up the high loss against Jusin, which gives a lot of opportunities for Jusin to make counterplay. So Stormy really has to watch his position. We know how Jusin builds as well, so we might expect a tank kind of pseudo tank Jusin in the mid side. So a lot of utility right there. But the fact is, Suyo on the hands of Zayed is really, really strong just because of the early game pressure that Todak likes to play around.
Well, speaking of early game pressure, right? When I see high loss, the first thing that comes to mind is like, why would you play it into the Jushin? Tanks generally don't do too well. Maybe I was thinking Matilda might get picked up. Maybe even a Cho even to kind of create some separation, distance, and some heavy execution.
I was thinking Matilda, Gatot Kacha, options, right? The Alpha's not bad as well. With a Jushin, you need someone to prolong the fight. It's all about making the enemy, forcing them to stay in that bubble so you can constantly proc your lantern.
It really tells me that they really want to stray away from the Jusin, or perhaps Jusin is just not exactly the first thing that is in their mind.
I harness it.
Yeah, so the Valentina will be picked up here. I thought that Todak would prioritize the Irithel just because like you want to run it down kind of composition. We've seen that before in the Leomord and the high loss pick. So throwing an Irithel in there, there's like 3 horses running at you, maybe like 2 horses and maybe like a big cat thing.
Yeah, one cheat Jaguar, right?
Well, yeah, running at you. But Valentina is a very, very good option right here, just because like you want to be able to steal the gacha ulti for the escape mechanism. You could always also take like Jusin's ultimate as well, just as a secondary measure. But then it gives a lot of options for Todak to pick up whatever they want, because right now SRG has to be careful because whatever ultimates they pick up that is crucial for their team fights goes in the hands of Valentina. But come to think of it, what they're left is with possibly a roam and possibly a marksman, so I don't think that Valentina will be especially useful.
There will be value in it. There are some decent ults that they could take. Maybe not, obviously the Jushin ult is probably not going to be the best other than trying to kind of move out of the way. Skyguarding the Avatar is also a great option. But Todak, interestingly enough, banning out the glue this time round kind of gives me an indication that they might want to look for something a little bit more engage heavy, the Drizzlas of this world, maybe even throwing high loss into that area too.
Good to go with a CC as well. It worked out well yesterday. I think they picked it up as well, yeah. Because CC works very well against Jusin. You're tanky enough to tank the initial burst damage that comes out when Jusin pulls you back. Gato Alpha comes in. You'll be able to tank enough for the rest of the team to come into position. So I think that works out well. SRG looks to ban out the Lunox right now. I don't think they will be banning out the Harith at all because it's not been doing so well. But it sounds like a pretty good, decent idea right here.
It feels like they're pushing towards it, right? Again, one of the big topics that we were talking about was the Loi, the Yves, as well as the Jushin. One of these 3 is probably going to get let through, but then the second problem is Chiku having an independent lane, and Lunox was top tier for him.
Yeah, that and also we've seen how Vamos deals with it, right? You want me to go into a Harith Irithel matchup, I take the Irithel from you, and now you're in a bit of a pickle, right? I outrange you, I have a lot of damage, I'm hard to catch, and I think in this case, if Todak does take the Irithel, I'm looking something like a Beatrix from SRG.
Hey, Tigro is still open.
That too.
Yeah, Tigro is super powerful pick. You could combo with the Gato as well as the Alpha, and Juicin basically just puts the Lantern right there, pulls everyone back.
In fact, I thought that the Tigro might actually be a pretty good pick for the side of Todak.
Yeah.
So far, they have got great mobility, right? Especially with the Glorious Pathway coming from Hylos. Boom! We've seen that before. But in the meantime, the Irithel pick is also a pretty good thing. They are literally a composition. They can dive and jump really fast.
Cho, the next follow-up ban for the side of SRG in response to the Arlet here. So I guess Todak doesn't want... They don't want sandbags. They don't want people who can find these big counter engages to slow down this fight. Now, with their very first pick on the second phase, this is an important one because they either reveal their flex pick in Hylos or they show their gold laner.
And also 2 important heroes from Todak has been banned out, right? Todak banning out their own Arlet and also Yanlor's Cho. Those were 2 pivotal picks for the opening match yesterday against SRG. I'm thinking of something like a
Beatrix,
like an Edith, but yeah, Beatrix going to the Todak. I do like this choice, right? Irithel have on the table, but none of them are particularly overwhelming for the Beatrix.
I can agree with that, and I think that SRG at this point of time, they've got strong engaged, but they don't have a late game insurance policy just yet. Which one would you prefer, Churros? Do you think that is going to go back into the Harith once more now that both Natan and Lunox are out of the question?
Comfort is definitely on the tables, but I mean, in Singapore we like to pick up the carries for some reason. It scales really well into the late game. It holds itself well against the Beatrix. I don't know if you want to pick that up. The Khalid is picked up
Finally!
What about the Claude? I mean, he doesn't play 2
the
Claude.
Claude, yeah, the Claude works so
bit.
well, especially towards that back line. But then he has to be really careful about the Beatrix because like the Bennett shots really just it's like a ray tracer, just like traces you down, shoots you down. So yeah, it would be Claude.
Very good calls here as we start to finish off this draft. Todak has the very final say. What are you thinking? Because, I mean, we kind of roughly know that maybe Khalid is going to be the dedicated EXP laner. There isn't much of an answer now that Fulvius is out of the question. Maybe some insight from MPLSG?
Would it be too much of a stretch to go for a Hilda right now?
I'm still thinking the Tigro though.
Yeah, no, but the Tigro is difficult to execute just because of Juicin. You don't want to pick like 2 different tanks in the front lines just because Juicin will have a much easier time as well. You need someone who can check the bush. I think Brock would be a good counterplay for the Juicin. That works in MPLSG and other regions as well. Use the Brock to counterplay the Juicin.
Wait, what?
It will be the Franco. It's to lock down the Claude. I think that's their main sort of like their MO right here.
I see. Interesting composition we're seeing from Todak this side. Really cool engage-heavy tools. Even from SRG, counter-engage. It feels like SRG's comp seems very, very standard. But, Churros, break it down for me for both sides. SRG and as well as Todak, which do you prefer and how? What are we expecting to see in the game?
Well, statistics-wise, I think Juicin does have a pretty high win rate so far. Very easy to execute trap with the Alpha as well, so you got the true damage coming in. Easier to layer in your ultimates as well. You got Avatar of Guardian into the Sandstorm, into the Spear of Alpha, and then Juicin just throws everyone else off with the Pepper Spray, and then you got Claude coming in from the back. Easier to execute. I think it's SRG's game to win, but then, you know, you never know what to expect when it's Todak, man.
Yep, Todak looking for that game changer, the game breaker, and the tempo breaker here against SRG as we head straight in to Land of Dawn to kick off our qualifying best-of-5 series between these 2 teams.
What started off as a David versus Goliath story 2 seasons ago and now culminating to the clash of the Titans in this lower bracket finals. Between Todak and Selangor Red Giants, we got SRG on the blue side, Todak on the red.
I really do actually kind of like what Todak has got there for themselves. In the meantime, middle lane, they wanted to go for something really fast. Yinlot did manage to land the hook pretty nicely, actually.
I mean, yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, if you're up against a Jushin, this is what happens, you know?
Yeah, and hopefully, honestly, I'm more curious how Yanlord is going to play this, right? Because again, he was going to be the biggest proprietor in changing this game. Nobody knows when he's going to land an insane iron hook to make everything kind of pop off for Todak's side.
That's a pretty good defensive tool, and of course, engagement as well, right? Especially playing into Chiku guys or perhaps into Zayat. Todak has got really good answers to make sure that they will be able to make full use of his Bloody Hunt.
Speaking of which, actually, I noticed that in terms of the emblem, Zayat is opting to go for Lethal Ignition rather than what we've been seeing traditionally, which is the Impure Rage.
Oh, he does want to go.
Well, I mean, it's First Blood.
We didn't really quite see the Lethal Ignition really come into play, but at least we know that he will want to be extra bursty. That might be enough for Stormy.
Did they not want to go for that dive? That seemed like a very viable dive angle there. I feel like Zayed probably could have Blade Surge inwards, maybe like force out a flicker out of Cram, but I guess he doesn't want to waste any time. He needs to kind of keep up to pace so that Sakai's eventually is going to be down a level against him.
I think teams are still trying to get used to how fast you actually moves, right? We've seen so many of these early mid lane games. Shibi does it a lot as well. Yums is going to get caught. Drops the Revitalize, will survive. Like a 4 from Story, he wants to catch Zayed, brings him back. He's on cooldown, taunted up. The trade back. Yums finds the kill. The rest of Todak arrives, trying to help out Momo with his own Revitalize. Drops the Glorious Pathway. Spiral Falfa, not enough. Time standpoint, finds the kill. Grabs to the back. Concussive Blast. Sends a Sandstorm. Fights two of his own. Stormy as a support system. Time standpoint, still the ready Sandstorm. Comes in, but could not get the kill. SRG comes out on top.
Oh my goodness, both of these teams are playing a fighting game. It's about who's got better combos, who can push buttons better.
Even come down to the frame data, right? When it comes to stealing away the Raging Sandstorm. Okay, this is the point in time when I gotta have to release my Raging Sandstorm. CC immunity, yay, give it to me.
Whew, stressful. 3-3 so far with Minor League going over to Todak for now. That could easily change as you can see the gold deficit hopping back and forth. In terms of the gold lane, it seems things have been going pretty well for Chiku guys at the very least, which is expected for the Beatrix, but I'm waiting for Yanlord. Another hook to instigate another war.
They were gonna have to play kind of slow as well, but do remember that it is a skill shot after all. Todak's way of initiation is either through the hooks or perhaps Momo just running it down. So honestly, it's either Selangor gets caught a surprise or they can literally see the push coming in.
Now they do have access to the Bloody Hunt for Yanlord, so there's an extra 2 of control. The hook does not land. A good taunt to slow down Momo as Zai shows up. Cram dodges it, and now they bring Yanlord back. The 5 breaks out. Cram picks up the kill. Another stolen Raging Sandstorm. Yums will be caught in the crossfire. Sakai goes down. Good placer start from Zayed. Todak bring Chiku in. 3 for the Swordfishes.
They were stacking up all these crowd controls onto Yanlord to ensure that he has got absolutely no way of just locking down the Bloody Hunt onto literally anyone. You can see that he got no way to play around all of these stacking skills at all.
But it was such a decisive fight from Todak. They knew that Beatrix had first move, got into the mid lane, and they initiated the fight before Beatrix even showed herself. So Todak knew that they've got this fight in the bag as long as Chiku guys does not whiff the ult.
How long can you keep the lead and extend it, right? Because they are quite far deep in enemy territory. No Momo drops the ultimate, he's gonna get away. Cram still wants to engage in. His teammate will take some time to follow up. Zai is in the bush, they will check that. The end, Todak disengaged.
Oh, look, bot side though, they could be setting up for a dive.
Dangerous place to be in. Stolen Spear of Alpha, so Innocent, thankfully, clears out the wave in time. Like that, Todak has generated another 1.6k gold lead.
I think that Chiku guys is actually pretty significantly ahead in terms of just raw gold, right? He took basically the entire plating from mid lane. He's able to get at least 1/3 of it down on bot side as well. It looks like he's also got a level lead on towards Innocent, and I see Stormy opting to go for a Sky Piercer. So that means the rest of the team is going to be looking to chunk out, and Stormy is going to be the crux of the comp.
Definitely, I do love to see the Sky Piercer onto him as well, but one thing for sure is that how are they going to revert this?
Stolen Spear of Alpha, counter engage from Sakai, flicker from Yanlord. Here comes the AOD to the back, Time Standpoint isolated. Yanlord will be taken out, snipe from the Renner, Stormy goes down, Zai chips in, Chiku guys in the fight, Yums on top of him as the Glorious Pathway comes right through. Zai finds the assassination on the Innocent, and now Todak, they got the Giants boxed in. Sakai wants to run away, turns it around, doesn't have the health bar, and Crab will try his darnest. He finds Chiku guys, but Todak has just wiped them out.
This is not looking good. This is not looking good at all as SRG, their angles are too linear and Todak is pulling attention away from each one of the members. SRG need to hook up to the Kala at this point. They need to become a hive mind.
And with Stormy getting hooked, that's going to be flickered down for another 2 minutes.
It's going to be a little bit rough considering the fact that the turtle is currently available for the picking. One good thing for the side of Todak at least is the fact that all 3 of them did use their flicker. So at least a flicker Bloody Hunt is not exactly something that Selangor Giants would be expecting. But at least a
there's a Sandstorm. It's big crowd control. SRG refusing to yield, but a stolen AOG from Time Standpoint is the response. Innocent shows up. Here comes the blazing duet. BMI for Zai takes him out. Good control. Sky Piercer execution, and the Prince finds a triple kill.
Big out games. That's what we want to see from SRG, man.
God, this game is just pumping out the clips. It's just pumping out the TikTok clips. Let me tell you that, the YouTube shorts, wherever you watch your short form media. I think that right now, as much as Selangor Red Giants, yes, they tunnel vision in the previous fight. That was a statement, hey, we're not messing around here. We're going to go toe-to-toe for as long as it takes.
You got no Purifier, you got no Flicker. Once I set it up for Cram, then you pretty much know that your entire team will go into shambles once the AOG comes in.
Although I will say, in terms of the macro aspect, it feels like Todak and Selangor Red Giants, they're not looking to play around the map too much. They're trading pretty equally. And as much as I would like to believe that we caught up to the rest of the world, we definitely have our very signature play style. We like to brawl. We ain't like Cambodia where we brawl all the time. But God, when we do, it's no holds barred. It's bare knuckles.
It's a very foreign thing to me. I've mentioned this umpteens of times that Singapore plays it in a way whereby we just look at the macro game. I go for 4-1 split, that kind of stuff. But you guys just go all the way.
We like to dance a little. We like to dance a little. We like to show that we're better in many different aspects. But now Zayed going for the split push on the opposite side of the map with Cram keeping eyes. And right now, Zayed isn't strong enough to one-shot Cram. Oh wait, even getting the hold on. He's facing it. Wait. There's movement from the river. Are they actually going to commit?
No. Doesn't seem like they will be able to catch up. Does seem like SRG also understood Todak's movement, and they have like this very specific time frame where if you do want to make a miracle or rather make a play, that's the only time frame that they have got.
And it feels like both teams have their prize on the line and ego on their sleeves, right? It's all about the brawl, all about a show of strength. Here comes the Analog Flicker. Bloody Hunt. That's the Winter Truncheon, but Innocent, uncontested. Chigu guys picked up in the back line to get rid of Stormy, but the fifth line basically sliced in half. Zayed gets out, but what about the rest of his team? Cram is on him. Time Senpoi has the Jushin out, can still use it to get away. Innocent forced it out. Cram thinks for a chase. Here comes the Flicker raiding Sandstorm. Momo is the target. They want to go underneath the turret, but Momo will stay alive.
Ooh, T2 saves lives. This is the first time I'm seeing a T2 actually not being used for just economy at this point. What a stressful game this is going. And honestly, SRG and as well as Todak are making these team fights look like origami artwork. They are folding upon each other, trading back front line for back line, and you can see the way that they pivot into each other.
The fight is just split up at this point in time, right? AOGs after AOGs, to the point that SRG as well as Todak, they gotta have to work with their own system.
An attempted steal on the Lord. Sakai secures it. The Prince does his job well under pressure. They will lose out Zayed and Momo. The target has been acquired. Target has been found. Chigu guys praise it out. Cram falls. But SRG walks away with the lead.
That's a 2-for-1 in favor of SRG on top of having the first Lord of this game. We haven't seen the gold lead actually break into the 2000s. Now, for the first time, SRG finds 1,000 gold that could easily be swung with a single jungle rotation.
Absolutely love the previous fight when it comes down to Cram. Literally zonal advantage, just buying so much time to ensure that the rest of SRG, they can just focus on the two-person that overextended.
How much damage can SRG do? That's going to be the question, right? With Cram going down, we don't really have a way to take up much space and find it engaged. So Todak, at the end of that, really didn't lose too much, but they did lose the purple buff that Zayed wants.
Yeah, this is still the very first Lord of the game. It's not too strong, but at the same time, you can see that Todak are not breaking formation at all. Nobody is opting to play on the opposite side of the map to deal with the wave. And finally, now that Zayed sees, okay, tier 2 bot side is done, they've shown 4 people, it's safe for me to head up top.
Honestly, both of these two teams are playing like an absolute unit, right? And of course, they have got a very clear idea as to who's going to be the main priority, at least for the side of Chiku guys, right? He's been on the back lines of Todak pretty nicely throughout all of these engagements. Only died 3 times.
Yeah. Cram has the immortality, so I mean Zayed doesn't have the damage for the one shot. Quicksand guard heals him up. 90 seconds until the next Lord, and gentlemen, like you guys mentioned, right? We haven't really seen big macro plays. It has been about all the brawls. Is it time for SRG to start looking into the map?
I would like to believe so, but I think the only person who's capable, well, actually 2 people who are capable of doing it is Innocent as well as Cram. I did see Innocent actually finish off his Trinity build. Yeah, he's already got it. He's looking for that Winds of Nature, and the same can be said about Todak, right? As much as Chiku guys wants to finish off whatever, I mean, it could be like, oh, hold on.
Wow, they actually won Innocent. Lovely Bloody Hunt Flicker into the Winter Crown. Todak needed that target. And finding more though. Dime Senpoi comes in. AOG That one's not going to connect, so SRG loses 2.
Respectively decisive take from the side of Todak. And now that they have got the numbers advantage, at least they will be able to take the control of the river back into their hands. It would be a significant advantage, especially since the Lord is coming out in 40 seconds. Main thing is, they can't lose anyone from this point onwards.
No, let's not forget that, unfortunately for SRG, their high ground defense isn't the best. Oh, wait. Do they want to go for a little bit more? Feels like Momo overextending a little bit, but he's not getting punished just yet.
I want to quickly talk about the Winter Crown into Immortality for Yanlo, right? We saw the application of the Winter Crown. You can't cancel the Bloody Hunt, but it's so defensive from the side of Yanlo.
I agree. Do they need anti-heal now that I think about it? I know that Zyme Senpai already had the glowing wand, already pretty much done. Momo probably is going to go for a Dom Ice. It makes sense if he does so. So I guess that's why Yanlord is allowed to kind of build whatever he wants. And more importantly, he's got the most valuable ult.
Well, the fact that he will be able to just AOG in and just land the glowing wand onto everyone, right? I think that is pretty nice, especially if Yums just decided to, everyone huddle together, here's a free revitalize, get everyone back into tip-top condition.
Well, what a dangerous dance that SRG is attempting. But it seems like they want to finish this tango. No thoughts of stopping. There's a taunt into a hook. Suppression comes through. Cram loses immortality. AOG splits the backline. Killing spree for Stormy. Yums wants to get away. Revitalize keeps him alive. But here comes Zyme Senpai from the back. Yums loses his own immortality. Yellow forced away. Innocent comes in. Wisdom Nature on the Chico guys. They both trade utilities. And now Zion wants to go for the chase. Yums cannot reach him for the taunt. But Chico guys compromise. Surf guys from the back takes him out. Innocent against Zyme Senpai. Beastly 1v1. Zyke got nowhere to go. SRG coming back with 4.
It was way too common for the side of Todak. They know they are in way too deep. And even though it was literally a Zyme Senpai versus Innocent game, Zyme Senpai has been like, I'm just going to fight it to the death.
Yep, can't beat these auto attacks, especially with max stacks on that Art of Thievery. He is one tough cookie, and Innocent, he is extremely bold. With that being said, although Todak were able to kind of split up these fights, they need to drag it out a little bit more. They found Stormy, which is already great, but Innocent cannot be dealt with a single person. I think that even for Chiku guys, his positioning, as much as he wants that traditional front to back, he is not finding it in this game, and I think this is where we're seeing Claude really start to shine with that BMI.
Now, eventually now with the Lord going to be coming in real soon, at least, like we said before, the high ground advantage for the Todak is definitely there, and they do have a very strong ways of clearing up these lanes. As for SRG, just clear out the top lane tier 2, and things are definitely going to be fine.
All right, now talk to me about this, right? Previously, I mentioned it before. Hey, you know, Valentina is going to go for the Starlium Scythe this time around because Edith is around, so it makes sense. No Edith this time. Is there an explanation for it?
All I can just tell is the fact that there is Yums, and Yums is pretty darn annoying on that part, right? You're just gonna have to shred people as much as possible, especially since if Chiku guys can't really do anything much, at least Zyme will be able to deal with the front-to-back approach with what they want.
Oh, that's a hook from Yellow. They want to go in. Winter Crown negates most of the crowd control. SRG fighting in the base of Todak, not really the best place to fight in, but still take care of Chiku guys. And an inhibitor. The hook from Yellow for the second one doesn't land. Fuyo taken down. Some guys re-engages. SRG wants the front blow, and they will get it.
Decisive.
Oh my goodness, what a punch to the throat here. 14 minutes until this game absolutely imploded on itself, and SRG takes game number 1 against Todak. Churros, you gotta come back in here. You saw that game. What are your thoughts about it? I'm gonna hold it for a moment. I know you were giving up. He was saying racial slurs and stuff. So thank God that they didn't put
They censored him out right off the bat.
He evades us, and then he says the most outrageous stuff.
How dare you?
Cost me half an hour away, by the way.
We're in Malaysia.
Thank God Zipper is around to make sure that he doesn't go too far with his
I'm
statements.
supposed to help him. You guys, wait, hold on. I'm supposed to help him.
I'm sending him and you together.
Don't worry.
Okay, I'm not with him anymore.
Remember yesterday when you almost passed away on desk, you know?
Same exact thing. All right, let's bring it over to the panel one more time. Hopefully we can get our boy in to get his thoughts on this.
I'm back.
Hey.
I was holding on my breath for too long. I can't speak.
I can kind of hear it.
I've got a lot of things to say, but we can start with the first point. It's a classic case of like pickup versus team fight. And I think in the early game, Todak went really well. Is that a Lolita, by the way?
Lolita.
I love it. I love how like they have the cosplay. I'm getting a little bit too ahead of myself. I love
telling you.
MPL, man.
It's a culture here. That's why people saw earlier, there was the picture of the festival happening literally right outside. So even if you're not a big fan of MLBB, this is an easy way
Where
to
is
kind
it
of
happening at?
Edu City, literally right outside.
Yeah.
The door is right over there.
There's concert, there's food stalls, there's drinks, there's fun and games,
Yeah.
merchandisers, there's EDM stage.
There's
I
a
saw.
board and a turtle, which I took a picture with
Oh
outside.
yeah, we do have
It goes on
that.
at 12 a.m. every day.
I like to take the picture of the Lord, man.
You kind of made
I'm
it
as big as him. I'm as big as him, I think.
Sure.
I mean, well, I don't know.
Okay, let's get back to the game. Classic is a pick-off versus team fight. I think Stormy really well deserves it. The Skypiercer was a gamble, Gideon.
Yep, it was a gamble, but it just goes to show how much importance they put onto Stormy this time round, especially with an entire team of hard chunkers. They're not the big finishers. They like to whittle them down, and that Skypiercer got a lot of value. But one thing that I wanted to point out here was this brute force breastplate. This is some old tech. This is when Yves was like, man, these assassins really suck to deal with. What do? I get a brute force breastplate.
It's also for the movement speed capabilities. Once you pop in the ultimate, you're able to just chase and gun everyone down with a pepper spray. You just pull them back. So it's sort of like, let's go fishing. If Franco wants to go fishing, I'm going fishing too.
Yeah. Hopefully they're going to keep doing this fishing because I like this composition so far. I really hope that they continue with this idea, but at the same time, could Todak have played this better? I mean, the composition was always based about execution on team fights. I feel like there was so much macro aspects that they could have utilized too.
Yeah. The thing is, it's interesting that Stormy actually bought the Skypiercer and then into the Brute Force Breastplate instead of going for a Clock of Destiny. So he got a Clock of Destiny as a third item, and I was just slowly looking at why he was doing that. And he doesn't really need to deal all that damage because the Skypiercer literally just takes out and executes all low HP enemies. And all he needs to do is just set up for the rest of the team. Because it's a classic case of team fight. In Todak, I think what they did or should have done was basically just Zayed on the offside. It's a macro play kind of a decision making that Todak needs to work with. They're putting all their fruits into one Chiku, if you get that reference right there. But I think you're just putting all their fruits into one Chiku. It's simple as that. Protect the president kind of situation.
Get down, Mr. President. Abstract, walk with me with this one. Do you agree with the statement here? Do you think it's all based around Chiku guys at this point of time? Because those early fights, right? A decisive victory from Todak in those first 3 minutes because Chiku got first rotation off of Innocent.
Honestly, Chiku guys, he is definitely very pivotal to Todak, and being a Beatrix, you can actually pivot yourself to many ways. This is something that we don't really see too much from the other marksmen. In this case, you are able to play around Yen Lord. Once you get the nice little suppress in, boom, you will be able to blast people into oblivion and so on and so forth. But in the meantime, we are also looking at Zayed, great burst capabilities, and we're also looking at Zyme Senpoi. You mentioned about the fact that there was the, I want to say Calamity Reaper, the Starlium side, right? When it comes down to Starlium side to Zyme Senpoi, at least even the Mage have got a pretty good capabilities on dealing with SRG themselves, even if Chiku guys is out of commission.
I think 2 crucial points that we're pointing out. First one is when we look at Todak, right? Suyo Zai is the one that can kind of play that side lane, which is something that I feel like can drag out the game, but he's not safe because there's so much map coverage.
That's right.
You have Cram on the Khalid, you have Yumes with the AOG on the Gatokacha. Secondly, Yanlor on his Franco, I really didn't like it as much when they picked it up because first of all, it's the complete opposite of what Yanlor likes to play, right? He likes to get active, he likes to make plays. Franco is so one-dimensional. You look at the island builds, Boots into Winter Crown, into Immortality. He's a one-way ticket, right? He flickers, Bloody Hunt, Winter Crowns. After that, he's completely useless.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, but I do think that Yanlord in this particular case wasn't exactly handed out the best hand, right? Because again, it's very much so, I catch somebody with the Iron Hook, I need the rest of my team to kind of zone the rest away, and even so, big canceling effects, right? You're already dealing with like technically a semi-global alt and a semi-GOA as well with this Raging Sandstorm. So I feel like no matter what, he was going to get cancelled.
I think the problem comes down to like Todak having the Franco and the high loss. You have STS, basically single target stuns that come into the game. It's sort of like a counter synergy to what Chiku guys likes to do with the Beatrix. You want to land down your Bennett's Rage, but it's not enough sort of like crowd control. You can't stun every one of the 5 members that SRG throws at you, and they like to play team fights. And I think that's what they're, the straw that broke the camel's back. In the early game, they were winning just because they have a lot of early game damage from Zayid, and then Zayid is basically, his second skill is sort of like the lethal counter to what like Belmont has, deals percentage damage damage to lost HP, correct? So it's basically like an execution for that Suyo. So they are able to secure that early game, but come late game, there was just no way because SRG is coming to you in all directions.
I mean, even looking at the post-game stats, the number in terms of damage taken compared to damage given out, there's a huge disparity there where SRG is able to tank through a lot more in comparison, despite Todak actually pumping out a decent number. So I'm thinking what adjustments could be made for this. Husky, I'm going to throw this question to you because again, you were critical on this, Franco. If I swapped it out with maybe a Matilda for an example, could that have made the difference?
I do feel like Matilda probably will have slightly more impact. You do give up the suppression, right? But you exchange it with mobility, which is something that probably would have facilitated the macro play considering that SRG has a lot of map coverage with their heroes. You also have decent sort of multi-target crowd control depending on the circling eagle. I do agree, and I think it fits Yanlo's playstyle a lot more, right? And on top of that, also, the Gatot, we kind of talk about it a lot backstage. We say that it has to go. SRG felt that yesterday. We saw the impact the Gatot had, right? 18 assists out of 21 kills this game.
Wait, really?
Yeah. Ooh. Mad stuff.
I don't know. It feels a little weird because as much as Gatot has kind of been up and down for other regions, it's been kind of working out for us. I don't know if it's just because of our play style or maybe it's just, we just don't know how to handle it very well. But with that being said, before we go anywhere, it looks like we've got a little bit of words with Poji happening on the offstage segment brought to you by Hotlink. So Poji, what's going on your side?
Selamat datang ke MPL Off Station dibawakan khas oleh Hotlink. Dan sekarang saya bersama dengan pemain daripada pasukan Ray iaitu Virgie dan juga Danny. Alright, jadi sekarang saya ada soalan yang pertama. Apa perasaannya lepas tengok pertembungan yang pertama tadi?
Pertandingannya sangat sengit sih. Tadi turtle pertama dapat Todak, tapi SRG dapat momentum lah. Jadi dapat menang.
I see. Tapi kalau macam itulah, Todak, maksudnya dia dindong. Tapi apa yang membuatkan kekalahan Todak dekat dalam game yang pertama?
Mungkin Todak hilang momentum kali ya. SRG dapat momen lah di objektif.
Baik. Selamat jawapannya. So kita tengok soalan sikit lah, lebih sikit. Pada pendapat Virgie, dalam banyak region, sebab ada 16 yang akan bertanding dekat M6, region mana yang boleh bagi saingan dan kuat?
Mungkin ada 3 lah. Filipina, Indo, Malaysia. Ada 3 region lah.
Bangga. So 3 negara. Tepuk sikit lah ada nama Malaysia. Alright. So kita mungkin ada soalan untuk Mr. Danny. Okay, Mr. Danny, saya nak minta sikit lah bagi ucapan kepada pasukan-pasukan yang mungkin akan menang ni dan juga Vamos yang akan mewakili Malaysia untuk M6. Do you understand Malay or English?
Boleh faham.
Boleh.
Okay, yalah. So, buatlah terbaik untuk negara Malaysia lah. Demi Malaysia.
Alright. Okay, one more thing. Saya nak sedikit harapan dan ucapan kepada Trap. Actually, Trap pun tercalon juga untuk MPL Regular Season Award.
Okay. Yalah, sebab kat Team Ray kan, kami tak dapat masuk playoff kan. Tapi performance kami ada 2 player yang main dengan baik lah. So, harap-harap esoknya boleh menang jugalah.
Tak apa, insyaAllah dengan doa, maybe can. Baik, itu saja daripada Virgie dan juga Danny. Hopefully korang dapat semua info yang diperlukan dan semoga mereka berjaya. Salah satu ke M6, let's go.
Let's go, Malaysia.
Woof! All right. Coming back into this. Poji really in his element today. I saw him hyping out the crowd. I saw the way he's handling these interviews. He's really coming to himself and feeling himself here in Johor Bahru. Now, we quickly sent over a text over to our boy all the way in the Philippines, Reptar, or otherwise known as Renmar, as you may know him, on how the meta will evolve as we approach M6. So we asked him, how do you see the meta evolve as you get closer to M6? And he replied, well, we'll see more flexible options for EXP and Roam. Hello Kai. This meta punishes errors and deaths at the wrong time harshly, but can be strangely rewarding to hyper-aggressive teams. If hyper-aggression will continue to be rewarded is my biggest question. Churros, do you agree with the statement?
100%. 100%. This meta sort of seems like it's Malaysia's meta. Very hyper aggressive, and I think in the early it's sort of like you win an early game, snowball through all the way to the late game, because this is how like the itemizations and the gold system works. Once you get all of the gold systems, and then once you get all of the gold, you take control of the economy, you take control of the jungle, you sort of starve your opponent out, and they can't come back. It makes it that much more harder to come back, and it's easier for teams that are ahead to extend that gold lead rather than for teams that are behind to come back from a crucial sort of like base defense.
And this is backed up by statistics, right? Throughout the entire MPL MY Season 14 playoffs, we have been seeing a trend whereby whenever you win the early stages of the game, you are very likely be awarded the late game.
I did notice, I mean, considering that like the meta is evolving, I've already got a little bit of taste what PH, and especially firsthand what ID was able to throw out. A lot of the biggest problems that I'm noticing is that most people are straying away from high ground defense, right?
Yeah.
We're not seeing as much wave play. Even SRG's composition, if you were to ask somebody, hey, which one of these heroes is absolutely great at wave clearing, the closest you would get is Claude and then even Khalid, but that's only for the early section, right?
Maybe Alpha would be possible as well, but
I mean, sure, you're losing out your retry, so that's like an important tool.
That's right.
To move fast.
Yeah, fair.
Now, boys and girls, keep in mind that the M6 pre-sale tickets are open now. M6 happening in Malaysia, so don't miss out on exclusive item discounts when you purchase it. Don't forget, there's also a lucky draw. Prizes worth up to 80 diamonds, and the pre-sale tickets are available from October the 31st to November the 5th. Get it now at www.tickets2u.com.my.
They're gonna be spelling out the number 2.
You have no idea how many dyslexic people are in this world.
Hey.
We have one right on the desk.
I'm so sorry.
Gideon?
Just because I'm dyslexic doesn't mean I can't read a script, okay?
Worcestershire sauce.
It's Worcestershire sauce.
Worcestershire. It's Worcestershire.
In my defense,
Singapore versus MY.
I did my best yesterday, and I condemn him.
Hey, wait, what?
That's
what did I
good.
do?
That's good. Keep them in their place. Keep them in their place.
Wait. Okay, how do you pronounce Z-H-U-X-I-N?
Jushin.
It's not Jushin. Jusin.
Boo!
I know. As a Chinese, I agree.
But we're all Chinese.
As a Chinese,
okay, maybe except for Gideon. What? Except for Gideon.
Hey, I'm yellow on the inside too, just because we're at Type C. Poor guy, dude. All this talk about Type C, the poor guy didn't even hit a bingo and he was basically guaranteed. Now, let's jump into the drafting phase. I want to hear about adaptations for this game. I'm going to assume that both teams are going to switch sides. We're expecting Todak to be on blue, and we're expecting SRG to be on red, as expected. Now, Churros, walk me through it. After the last game, if you're in Todak's position, what do you do to change?
Open up the Jusin, try to prioritize something a little bit more early game, and try to prioritize Chiku guys, because the way that they're playing in the previous game kind of seems like it's 4 protect 1, 4 protect Chiku, and it's just Chiku's game to shine. They really need something that has AoE crowd control, not just the single target stuns. And they need some late game insurance, they need to watch the macro. I think that is their biggest downfall. Because all the way through, SRG was just sending Cram onto the long lane, just clearing out that waves, and then Todak has to send someone back to try to clear that waves, leaving Chiku guys quite wide and open.
Interesting. Husky, does that mean that in these upcoming games, the bans shouldn't change too much? Like, we should expect the draft bans to be quite similar previously.
Yeah, unfortunately, I feel like that is the case. Again, right now, you are choosing between a possible Gatot ban or a possible Yves or Jushin ban, right? So SRG has to make a huge choice, but either way, Todak will still get the shorter end of the stick.
Honestly, for my part, I really feel that when it comes down to SRG, they were very decisive with the way that they engage us in battle. And of course, they have very good counter-engage options coming in from the Gacha. In fact, removing away the Gacha might actually be something that Todak would really want, so that they will be able to engage with great precision and they wouldn't exactly be too punished for it as well.
Okay, let's see. What is it going to be?
Yeah,
Jushin instead. Now, this opens up two options. Gatot Gacha, yes, but Yves also another problem. And Gatot is going to be the one that they lean into.
Yeah, because Gatot has an access pass straight to where Yves is, right? Every time she uses RWM, here comes Superman landing on top of you. I might not be able to stall you out too much, but I sure as heck can threaten a kill.
I think SRG might go for Nolan right here, and then maybe even Loi Yi, just try to get that repositioning.
Really?
I feel like Loi Yi is so much better because Todak likes to play team fight. So you have the Loi Yi, just the yin-yang reactions. Basically, Todak is just stuck in one direction.
What if I do you better? What if instead of Nolan, they go straight into Ling this time round?
Oh, wait.
It is
Big Ling?
Yeah.
It's viable. I mean,
but the guys hasn't been picking it up for a while because it just takes a little bit more time. They want to go for the Alpha and the Yves instead.
Okay.
Interesting. So they're fighting sort of like zone control against zone control.
Yeah, it's great. Decent tank shredders. A lot of utility. Again, right? Zone control, like Churros mentioned, is essentially just you fight in this area, you lose. I still think the Gatot can threaten Yves, right? There's nothing much you can do about it, but at least you have this alpha that can always be the one that says, if you die my Yves, you better protect your backline. You better have someone to protect the backline.
Perhaps we'll be able to look for someone that can also kind of throw or kind of displace people back into the Yves out, especially if Gatot wanted to land right onto the Yves, so that you'll be able to kind of get an immobilization again.
Well, here's the thing. They've already locked in the Valentina as well as Fulvia, so now they have like a pretty clear initiation to it. They don't necessarily always have to throw Gatot into the middle of the mix. Not to mention they have an RWM of their own.
Oh, right.
Yeah, they do.
So what is going to be the answer for SRG, at least from this point? Because now the ball is definitely on the court of SRG. They need to respond to this, and the only thing that they have is an Alpha and a Yves. The control denial from the side of Todak is menacing.
Man, I want to say Tigreal, but looking at Valentina, it doesn't help much. I think Khalid would make a lot more sense.
A lot more sense right here because they already picked up, Todak already picked up the EXP lane to SRG.
Oh,
Matilda also, right?
Wait,
Matilda.
yeah.
You talk about
it's been a while.
Zone control, you want to fight together. I think this is something that I pointed out, right? That Todak maybe should have considered in game one. You want to play around these spaces. Matilda is perfect.
I mentioned about, kind of getting people into the box, but how about getting the box into the...
Into the... No, it doesn't work like that.
You don't drag the Yves into it.
That would be broken.
That's not how it works.
I'm telling you,
it will be great, wouldn't it?
No, but
actually... Yves that takes the guiding wind just for the box is trolling.
But that was the interaction between Matilda and Ixia. So Ixia opens up the barrage. Basically, get the guiding wind all the way into the base.
Wait, it does happen, right? I mean,
it does happen.
That. Yeah.
So someone asked me this interaction. Our talent manager actually asked this, right? You know, glue can stick on the people with split.
Yeah.
He's like, can you take the guiding wind when you're stuck onto someone? And I'm like, no, that's broken.
You press the button for your opponent.
Can you imagine you have a Matilda, you stick onto someone with split, your Matilda uses guiding wind, and you just take them 90 days around the world? Oh my goodness.
I'd be freaking out.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised because of Kagura TikTok kind of videos that I see online.
Honestly, I wouldn't mind that interaction working out as long as I get to have a skin of Jackie Chan. Then it's 90 days around the world. I'll take it. Give me Owen Wilson while you're at it. Now,
the full 2 seconds lockdown.
Full 3 seconds it is. Now, coming into the second phase, we are seeing Tank Buster, X-Borg getting, kind of thrown out of the picture. And I definitely understand where SRG is coming from because Zayed has shown it off before. But even the glue interaction to ensure that this Fulvius has a good time in lane. Will this cause a couple of problems?
Man, I don't think that Fulvius is much of a problem because it's very, very committal. We talked about it backstage as well. Fulvius goes into the back line, and I think if Innocent is not as innocent anymore, if Fulvius doesn't land all of the stuns, he will get trapped inside. And basically, SRG is very good at target prioritization. They will go and protect Innocent. They will turn the tables.
So sorry, I got sidetracked a bit. I saw this kid in the car and he's like, is Yanlord crying? I'm like, go!
Dang.
Calm down, kid. Calm down.
I don't know.
Was there actually? I actually missed it because I was way too focused on the draft.
Nah, don't worry. You wouldn't have understood it if you read it anyways. But
don't worry. It's gonna go on Facebook after this.
Don't worry. The motherland. I know how to speak Bahasa.
Okay, I hope you do because these kids are mean. These kids are real mean these days.
I bet that Dash wrote it for them.
That'd be even funnier if that was the case. Now, coming into the second part, Lunox once again going to get banned out from the side of SRG. They did it in the previous game, number 1, but we're also seeing a Hilda pick, which tells me that Zai wants to play Assassins one more time.
And Nolan definitely would be on the tables, but do you want to risk it? Knowing Zayed, you might... Oh, Damas!
We are coming.
This is the first time in MPL
Bringing it back.
Season 14.
Nasty Cram.
Ooh, I like this.
Reminds me of Flap TZ too.
It does, because I feel like Cram, it suits him when he has something a little bit more lane dominant, right? Again, his laning is really, really dangerous when he has heroes that he knows that he can really abuse against his opponents, and he takes advantage of a lot of these timings. Thamos is one of those very few picks that not everybody can pick up.
Yeah, you want to talk about MVP from game 1, hidden hero, definitely Cram, right? That Curly performance proves all we need to know. This Thamos has a slightly different application. The joy comes out for Zayed.
I am happy. I'm very happy. It's my
talk about deep
favorite
pockets,
hero.
man. Talk about deep pockets.
I actually like this. They don't really have a lot of like crowd controls. The way you want to deal with the Joy is basically through a Tigreal or basically even a Ruby just to disrupt the dashes from the rhythm of Joy. But there isn't any sort of like, you know, AoE crowd control that SRG has. So the turns have tables.
Yeah, it has. And now what does the gold lane play? It feels like he has to go back to Claude one more time to create that space for himself, right? Nobody can really outrun the Joy now that Irithel is technically gone, and it feels bad to take sprint.
There's just so much things going on, right? Todak's side is kind of full-on run-it-down kind of composition. So SRG's final gold laner, mobility is definitely one thing that we want to look out for. Natan is out, Claude is the only one in. I don't think that Melissa is even an option per se.
Yeah, it's all about repositioning for Todak, I think. Like, they have so many heroes with mobility.
They still want Harith?
Yeah.
Wow.
It just combos with the Eve. I think that's what they want to go for. Sort of like fight in that zone. But for Todak's side, yeah, I agree with you. It's all run it down. It's all let's reposition where you position your RWM. Because I'm going to be coming at you from all directions. That's what they're saying.
That's kind of my problem, right? You laid out the Zaman Force and everyone's running it down and you need to stay within the Zaman Force. The AOG is coming in and in the meantime you are just expecting the forward just constantly slamming on you.
I don't know. I'm a little 50-50 on this, but Churros, break down the compositions for both sides. What should we expect from early, mid to late?
Honestly though, I think early game, definitely SRG is going to have a better time just because they have the Thanos. It clears lane relatively easy, able to just go into that jungle, but then in the late game, it's Todak's game to win, man.
All right, with that in mind, we've got the summary of how this game is going to go. Where are the tempo breakers going to be found? Is this going to be another SRG victory, or will Todak equalize the score in this best of 5 as we head into the Land of Dawn?
First strike has been attained by Selangor Red Giants. They will find themselves on the red side for this game. Todak on the blue side. He's got to see if SRG can ride on that wave that they have built for themselves.
All right, let's jump right into this. Todak going to be on the blue side this time against SRG on the red side here. Now, Abstract, do you agree with Churros on this one? Because I feel like as much as both of these compositions will roughly want to scale, I do feel bad for Crab. He is going to fall off pretty hard compared to the rest of his team.
One thing's for sure, right? When it comes down to Thamos, you beat the lane pretty hard. And of course, when it comes down to the early stages, you want... Oh, no, not early stages. All stages. You want to brawl. You want to make sure that you will run it down, same like what Todak is doing. But in the meantime, it is all about crowd control that really halts Cram's potential. So if anyone were to just kind of stop him, there's really not much that a sitting Thamos will be able to do with the Cauldron Inferno up.
That's also a good point here. Looking at the emblems as well as the talents, once again, Chiku, guys, is not going to back down against the Harith with an impure rage and tenacity. He's brave. He's going to go for Master Assassin. Now, mid lane is going to be a very big contention point, right? Because as much as Zyme Senpai wants to walk up, he can't do it without losing a good chunk of his health. So he needs the concussive blast from Yanlord to help him clear that lane effectively.
I like the rotation from Yums as well, arriving top side. I think Cram, even without Yums, he might be able to survive with Vengeance, but we see an attempt from Zayed. He's going to chip away Cram's health as much as possible as the rest of the backup comes in. Yanlord sees this, guys, and Yums shows up. An instant call to retreat from Todak. Maybe they are deciding otherwise. Yanlord has a torn opportunity. Sukai gets caught. Good spill of Alpha to negate that.
Very good buffer. Very good buffer. I think at this point, I don't know, that was a bit of a weird decision, right? I don't think they have enough damage to effectively take somebody out just yet, especially with the Phoveus, right? He doesn't have his ult to get that big burst of damage, and I think the base damage from Yanlord, yes, it's high, but he kind of needs that meter to build up.
Again, trading blows on the top side as Turtle has just spawned. SRG would take priority. Yums and Yanlord have been helping on the XP laners for majority of the first 2 minutes, so level 4 is still basically a full minion wave away.
SRG really seems to really prioritize the Cauldron Inferno for very good reasons, right? In the early stages of the game, that is what you want for thick HP.
RWM from Stormy really wants to take out Yanlord. Revitalize keeps him alive. Here comes Momo. Yums gets slammed on. First blood for Momo. Zyme's endpoint now unleashes the stolen RWM. It's going to be Todak finding the first kill.
Oh, that's a little unfortunate. What an unfortunate way to die. He had Flicker available, just again, really believed that the guiding winds would have been enough. Level 5 for both junglers, but even a kill on the bottom side.
It's going to be a trade for sure, right? Zayed?
Not
Maybe
enough.
not. Oh! Innocent survives death.
Honestly, now, since we were talking about the cram for a bit, you know, when it comes down to Thamus, I'm not particularly a very big fan of the Thamus in this game, right? When it comes down to the 1v1 laning, sure, you kind of win a little bit, but you don't exactly beat Momo, especially once Momo is level 4. All the untargetable moments, you literally have got 0% to hit in order to make full use of your Quarter Inferno. And if picking up the Vengeance as well, you don't really have a claw on the opposite.
Oh, wow, so flicker in for Momo. Still Cram. Take the turtle. They jump on the Stormy. Stormy gets away with the Cyclone Eye. Cram now. He's a beast. Hell unleashed. Hume takes out Yanlord. SRG thinking of one more. They can't find it, but it's good enough.
So you were saying, Abstract, Graham got pretty deep in there. And I think one of the unique aspects of it was the fact that at least Yums can help him come back into that fight, keep him alive long enough for him to get some actual value.
Honestly, if it's ganking potentials, sure. But when it comes down to 5v5, you're literally throwing bodies. I really want to see Cram, you know, coming into action.
I agree. He's really big sandbag. Don't forget, he's also got Vengeance. Oh,
Momo's gonna go down. Too much damage. Way too much. Overwhelming. 3-man gang topside finds the kill. Yum soaks up the XP mid. Yanlord invades the jungle. It's gonna take some space up, but I want to kind of bring attention while Yum's gonna go down, but with Innocent finding their solo kill on Chiku, guys, is that going to be a tipping scale for SRG?
We're gonna have to see the gold difference first. I think if there's 1,000 gold difference, yes, it's basically done for Chiku, guys, until he gets like maybe 3-4 items. But at this point, we've seen Innocent come back from deeper deficits as well. So I would like to imagine that, yes, it's pretty much over for Chiku, guys, but it's not completely over based on the game state.
There's still quite a lot of time, considering the fact that it's coming close to 5 minutes into the game. And SRGs, we definitely want to see them dominating in the early stages of the game. But if whether they can even hold on to the mid stages of the game, mostly is going to be my question. Because Todak, at that point in time, I would expect that Zion has got a pretty good amount of damage onto himself. Momo and Yanlord should be able to survive pretty nicely. And of course, Innocent, the fact that he did manage to pick up a Starlim Scythe itself, that is something that I don't expect too much just yet.
The president is in danger. The presidential model vehicle is just not enough. That's a second kill on the Chiku, guys.
What do you even do there? You know that the dive is going to happen. You can't afford to lose your wave because you're already falling behind against Innocent. Now you're 0-2 and you're losing turtle pressure as well.
Now, of course, with the turtle taken down in favor of Selangor Red Giants, the lead is kind of big. And Yanlord, AOG getting himself out. I'm not too sure if Innocent can take this.
They stagger Innocent a bit
Can he?
with the dark wave, so Yanlord gets out. Momo, again, selfless to keep his teammate alive. Bottom tier 1 falls. SRG is starting to step on the gas.
Oh, this is looking brutal. Like, Yanlord is just a punching bag at this point, right?
Ooh, actually catch Zion Senpoi in the first dash. The Stormy might come in. Oh, doesn't have it. Ooh, Zion Senpoi gets away, but now Zayed might be the next target if he stays there for a bit longer. Hughes commits the flicker. He just wants to close the distance. Circling Ego. Can you dodge it? Zayed doesn't have the dash. He finds no joy in that route to escape SRG with another pickoff. RWM on the Yanlord. It's going to be immobilized at the edge. Escapes the box.
Man, and then Yum's coming to make sure that he can't recall and has to walk back to Man, Yanlord is having such a rough game. He cannot really do much in these scenarios. And this Thamos pick is really showing why it's deadly. 2 levels ahead against Momo. A single dive to end that laning phase. And now it's spilling into not only the jungle, but even the gold lane.
So at least when it comes down to the aggression, SRG has got it handled. Once they have got the lead, they will be able to move along with the lead and doesn't even allow Todak to play that 5-man run it down kind of composition. Because even if they do, they're so heavily behind that even if they jump right in, all 5 of them is just going to be taken down, kind of making Todak kind of think about it. Do we really want to go all in?
Yeah, I think at this point with the 4K gold lead that Selangor Red Giants have, they will have control over the next 2 minutes of the game. But I think that Todak at this point, they just need to mitigate the bleeding. They know they can scale into the later section of the game. And I think that Zayed, he's not going to be relevant until he's got a Holy Crystal in the bag.
when we introduce the two teams, we talk about the Roamers being the ones that need to step up, right? They have had ups and downs, but Yums is on the up for sure. Yanlord getting caught. Yums now circling Eagle, protecting the backline. Chigu guys again goes down. Momo tries his best, but it's just not able to withstand the sheer force of SRG. Double kill for Sakai, 3 for SRG.
Man, you can see that Zayed, he's going in, he goes out, and as soon as he thinks about going back in, he realizes this is too much for me to handle. Right now, with no disengage mechanics for the side of Todak and the constant pressure being applied by SRG, this game is really starting to snowball out of control.
Same thing, one after another. For Selangor Red Giants, they zoom in onto one person, they take this one guy out, and then go on to the next. Todak have got no answers for that at all, even though they have got quite a bit of big outs. But once again, like I said, is very comical. And SRG, they got the game, the early lead, and trying to break that tempo. Wow, it's asking too much.
AOG comes in from Yanlord. That's the pickup. Stormy goes down. Yums with the flicker. Momo catches up. Circling Ego buys the distance. Guy can win. Yums disengage. SRG cutting their losses.
Yums very, very lucky to be alive here. Although not so lucky is Stormy. I think that right now, the biggest mistake we're seeing from SRG's side, and we've seen this actually happen the last time they fought against each other, that Zyme are in these awkward spots, almost playing like Moon during M1, where he finds an angle because nobody checks certain bushes.
It's just kind of like this off-angle plays, right?
I mean, he did start as a roamer at one point, you know?
That's the point.
Roamer mentality, you know, you know both roles.
Kind of playing against SRG, thinking that, oh yeah, this is not gonna be where I am, but ta-da, I am.
Got wave pool. Again, a bit of a stagger, right? If Todak could keep the turret alive, that would be great, but unfortunately SRG just brute force their way through, and with Stormy coming back to life, SRG with the full force, let's see how much damage they can do with this first lord as Zayed cuts down the bot wave to ensure that SRG will only have 1 point of entry, but man, look at that damage. That inhibitor is not going to stand.
No, it's not. Look at this push and pull.
Stolen out of WM as well, but Zion Sempo is forced to retreat. Yanlord finds Stormy in the back, but Sakai is sticking out of him like the glue. Again, Cram with the vengeance, and the ultimate is just staying alive, and Yanlord once more abandoned.
This is probably one of the first few times that Todak kind of went for a pretty nice split push. There was a pretty slow push down to the bottom lane. It's definitely a pity that the turret in the bottom lane didn't go down. But now we're looking at what, 7,000 gold lead?
Yeah, 7,000 gold lead and possible second inhibitor, right? Innocent actually brings Momo to his team. That could be deadly though, 3-man wave. Unfortunately, there's just not enough damage from Todak. So SRG, they will settle for what they can. Zayed with electrifying beast. He's gonna get clipped by Sakai. He himself retreats. SRG not giving an inch.
Yep.
They're gonna go again.
They didn't comment in that fight at all. I mean, 3-man got hit by Momo's S2, but they didn't want to go for it.
Man, RWM again. It's all about structures, right? Holy Crystal for Innocent. What are you gonna do about that?
This is not looking good. This is snowballing too fast.
Yeah.
And I've never, like, honestly, the embodiment of gas. This is what it looks like, man.
This is really gas. I thought that Todak is the one that wanted to go, one step on the pedal and just floor it, but still, Selangor Red Giants still have got the early game and they took control from minute 1.
I want to quickly draw a parallel, right? When we saw Todak go up against Vamos in that best of 5 earlier on, this is kind of the exact situation that Todak was forced into. They don't really like to constantly brawl. Vamos made them play that gas game, and I think SRG have picked that up. They're making Todak fight when Todak feels like, man, I want to take a breather, but SRG are just running at me. Now I've completely lost control.
I love it. I personally love it because at least Cram gets to play the game. Yums can be a little flexible in between, but you can see the raw confidence from Sakai's on an alpha past level 12. His ult is on a really short cooldown timer, so he doesn't mind just throwing it out just for fun, knowing that Yums has the guiding wind.
In fact, the Cram is just standing in front of everyone, right? Menacingly, RWM, Momo flickers in, only finds the guys. Yellow to the back, cannot find anyone, but Stormy will be stepped on by Zayed. Electrifying Beast takes him out, but Momo sacrificed, and now double kill for Zayed. That's the fight for Todak.
They've broken them in half. The backline is dead with no damage dealers. Selangor Red Giants are forced to respect Todak as they still have for one member more over the ones that are currently alive. But even so, I feel like Todak, they don't want to take this Lord. Right now, they got to clear their waves and more importantly, supercharge Chiku guys to replicate this performance again and again.
Zayed is understandably one level below of Sakai's, and even when they want to take for a fight, there is still quite a lot of battles, but it's not available for them.
Who dodges every single spell. That could have been his death, so SRG, they bought enough time for the respawn timers. But that bottom wave is something that Todak needs to keep an eye on, right? It is constantly pushing in. SRG have a wave. Chiku guys, it's going to show on the map right now, so SRG have the man advantage. Yenlord sees this happening. Zai on the end. Yums will see him right now. SRG steps on the gas. It's all about the Lord. AOG cancel on one side. Yenlord shows up and now commits for the dive out of the end use. Yenlord falls. I'm Senpoi will not survive. Momo to the backline. Gets Yums. Chico finally rising on a Ducati. But again, SRG are the true machines.
Man, I don't know. Todak's ideas and concepts there were not good. They engaged, they wanted to find that flank angle, but they waited so long to find an exposed hole. And at least for Selangor Red Giants, like Churro said, they were able to find that reposition time and again.
And not to forget about the fact that there were absolutely no neutral camps for Zayat to even bounce on. The moment that he finished all 5 of his dashes, he didn't have any HP to kind of work around with anymore. And from that point onwards, you didn't even pop your electrifying beats, and you got to run away and unable to play the game.
Yeah, and now he's going to try and go for the recall as the Lord has pushed in, and the last inhibitor should fall.
SRG looking for the coup de grace in this game, number 2. M6 tickets on the line. They want to be in the match point spot. Chiku guys running around the corner, clip on the edge again. Innocent just taps him. You ain't getting a luxury this time. Todak needs to fight back without Chiku guys, and they're mounting up a dang good fight. But Sunrise is too strong. Cram is too strong. Muhammad Ehsan and Ikram brings them to match point.
Unkillable machine from Asada Sakai's.
God, what a play. What a game coming out from SRG's side. It feels like they got underneath Todak's skin, and I think now Todak have to take a real long sit down and think about it. You can see even Crab so excited, bumping the top of his knees underneath that table, and Todak, they're not bummed about it. They know for a fact this was something else.
I think that's a crap, huh?
They have a medical center at their training spot, right? I've been there. The physio is good. Cram will be fine for M6. Where was this SRG yesterday?
I don't know. This is like a whole new side of them. To see them play like this and to really enable Cram and really utilize why he is such a great laner, I think I'm personally all for it.
Look, it's all about the stakes, man. Upper brackets, there's no stakes.
No stakes.
They need to go down to the lower bracket and be like, yeah, we need to go online.
All it took was one comeback win against Red Esports in that game 1 to really flip a switch.
It did. It's something is turned around in them. The motivation is there. But Churros, what do you think about game number 2?
When I was watching the game, it was many dots of blue and just one big red dot. Because SRG was just always together.
They were. I mean,
they were every single time. They're fighting as 5 men. And one of the biggest things that we underestimated was the Alpha Thamus Matilda combo. That's 2 true damage sustained monsters and a freaking fairy that can just pull you away in team fights.
Fairy.
I don't know what Matilda is.
All right. Calm down, Peter Pan, because Todak, I think, with their composition, it was actually really hard once the laners couldn't find their independent stronghold.
Look at the shields. Look at the shields built up from the photo itself. The Matilda just giving everyone the heals, the shields. There's no way that Todak's damage, even though Zayed can find the back line, they can't take the front line because the front line is tanky and they hurt.
Oh, man.
This is way too much.
It's way too much. Give it up for the MVP of the game. Going over to Sakai's on his Alpha, enabled by his entire team with the help of Matilda getting in and out of these fights. He does not. Well, honestly, I would say he is a very generous trigger finger.
You know, I know what it is.
What is it?
They're wearing red today.
Yeah, I saw this comment on Facebook when they lost against Todak.
Because they're wearing blue.
Yeah, someone was like, SRG without red in their jersey, no luck. Wear red.
Hey, from a Chinese, I get you.
Yeah.
I get you.
I don't know what's up with this superstition here, but...
You're wearing pink. You're the one closest to red.
Actually, all of y'all...
You're the one guy without any. You're the one guy without any hint of red.
Yeah, that's true. You call yourself Chinese?
Maybe I'm wearing red underwear. Who knows?
That's That's the guest mentality, right?
Oh, let's move on. Gideon, take me away, please.
Hey, don't worry.
We were so
Don't
close
worry
to
about
him
that.
stripping.
No. We are not letting this man. He is too sexy to start stripping right now, all right? Our focus is on M6 and not Churros on the English broadcast because I'm telling you, there are too many people who would turn around when that happens. Speaking of which, coming into this game, I have to ask, we're going to see the emblems in just a little bit, but do you think it was a mistake for Zyme Senboy to actually take Brave Smite in this game? Like, I get the concept. Like, there's a lot of damage on their side and you want to sustain, but that is a very long cooldown in comparison to taking Impure Rage, for example.
Yeah, honestly though, I think he knows what he's doing. That's why he builds the corrosive scythe as well, Starlium scythe. Now Abstract's got me into it as well, just because of the lifesteal and the hybrid spell vamp that the scythe provides, as well as the Brave Smite, because you need some level of tankiness to come in to tank the frontline damage, especially from Sakai's and now Cram coming in as well. But I do want to talk about like Zaid picking up that Joy. Doesn't really work out well because you're just because of the fact that like RSG disrupts the Joy, you know when to time your iframe, or not your iframes, but basically your buffers into your ultimates, into your stun skills, into your crowd control as well. So, Joy can't proc all 3 beats, and that doesn't deal enough damage to break down that the backline in the early game, and that caused RSG to just snowball their way through. And of course, I think the Olympic jumpers did a heck of a job in the early game. You got
the Olympic jumper?
Yeah, Gatut and Phobius. What I saw was just both of them just like, it's like the Bugs life. Both of them were just like jumping beetles on that back line. But they can't sustain just because like Matilda is right there and they have to tank through Sakai's, but not only Sakai's, you have to tank through Cram.
I do want to okay, that's a good point, but I do want to point out that these side laners didn't get affected too much by the mid lane trio, and I'm not saying that Yanlord is a bad player. I know you netizens already, pitchforks are already out, but this Gato pick was harassed from minute number 1 all the way to the end of the game. Yanlord could hardly make an impact in the first 7 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, one of the rule of thumb against Gato is what do you do when you face up against him? Don't let him punch you, right? And Matilda and Yves, plenty of magic damage. They're just tapping Gato. Yellow walks up, eats the Voice Crystal, eats the Soul Bloom, and it's just tough for him. And I agree. A lot of times he fights the engage. Now he has to deal with Sakai's. He has to deal with Cram. You got a literal hell demon on top of you. There really isn't anything you could do.
Honestly, I'm expecting that Yanlord will be doing okay against Cram because Cram's damage, it slowly adds up. What I mean, Sakai's true damage, it definitely put quite a number on Yanlord. If you put a Yanlord versus Cram, they kind of go against one another. Yeah, that is a wet noodle fight. But if you put Sakai's into the equation, bye-bye Yanlord.
Yeah, that true damage, a little too much to actually handle here. Rich Guy, and as well as the carry, obviously going over to Innocent with best Wingman actually going over to Stormy this time. Sandbag clearly Yanlord on this. 7-17. If this is not a statement that SRG is ready to take on Todak, we need to see an answer from Todak.
Yeah, honestly, in the early game, I saw like at the EXP side, Todak actually sent 2 members up to try to control the Thamas. And I think they took a little bit too much time on that top side that ruined the rotations down into like maybe even the mid side or the jungle invades that they could have gotten. And I think that was one of the main reasons for their downfall. And it just caused SRG to just snowball their way through. And honestly though, it's 7-17 just because you can't take down 2 monsters running in front of you and with the help of a small little fairy.
Yeah, I mean, it comes back full circle, right? Between Yums and Yanlord, we're seeing the polar opposite. Yums having a hot game after that win over Red Esports. Yanlord has been struggling, and it's not entirely his fault. He's getting targeted. Chigo guys also having a rough time. You saw the solo kill that led to a secondary gank. So many things happening that isn't in favor of Todak. They gotta have a sit down. This might be their last game.
It really is, because right now SRG are currently sitting at match point. The discussion needs to be valuable from Todak's side. They felt confident walking out of the hotel today, but this may have crushed a little bit of that confidence. We're gonna be throwing it off to the off stage here, hosted by Pojin as well as Rose. Who's that? It looks like an SRG fan. Let's throw it over to them right now.
Selamat kembali ke MPL Offstage yang dibawa khas oleh Hotlink. Anda bersama dengan saya, Rose, Poji, and of course a fan daripada Selangor, Red Giant. So, memperkenalkan diri awak kepada fans dengan audience yang tengah tengok live sekarang ni.
Okay, hai. Nama saya Ifat. Saya dari Selangor.
Saya dari sana.
Dari sana ke?
Tadi jalan sini.
Oh, okay. Sama lah. Dari sana juga. Dari
Yes.
dalam bilik. Okay, now Fad. Rose nak tanya. Sekarang 2-0. Technically, ini adalah best of 1 dah untuk Selangor Red Giants kan? Betul. Satu lagi mata untuk dapatkan tiket ke Grand Finals dan juga ke M6. Berapa yakin Fad that actually Selangor Red Giants boleh menang 3-0?
Untuk best of 1 ni saya yakin akan jadi 3-0 sebab macam korang tahu SRG kan juara dunia.
Wow. Terus juara dunia.
Bila kita dah cakap pasal juara dunia, Fad, saya nak tanya, menang ke M6, nak SRG jumpa siapa dekat M6?
Okay, so macam kita tahu Indon ada RRQ, Team Liquid, tapi Onyx Philippines lah.
Onyx Philippines. Boleh tak terangkan sikit kenapa nak Selangor Red Giants jumpa Onyx Philippines? Sebab diorang tak pernah jumpa lagi dekat international stage.
Betul.
Sebab nak tengok King Kong lawan adik.
Wow.
I think actually ramai orang tengah tunggu match up adik dengan King Kong. I really agree on that.
Tajam melawan tajam macam tu.
Yes. Okay, Fad. Maybe sebelum kita wrap up interview ni lah kan, apa Fad nak cakap kepada Selangor Red Giants? Kata-kata semangat ke anything? Go on.
Okay, so saya tak ada kata-kata untuk SRG sebab kita dah tahu kita akan pergi M6. Okay, so saya ada kata-kata untuk fans Todak. Ni last game. Walaupun korang kena 3-0 tapi supportlah tim korang
Membina.
And dia yakin boleh
All the
tutup
best.
3-0.
Bagus kata-katanya membina. Tapi sekarang ni Ros, kita tengok kan dekat sini, kat kiri dan kanan. Sebab saya nampak kat sini dah semangat, kat sana macam senyap sikit lah kan. Boleh tak kalau kita nak cheer sikit sini, cheer sana? Boleh tak? Kita nak bagi semangat sikit. Okay.
Alright.
SRG!
Todak!
Tak kuat.
Tak cukup?
Tak kuat.
Tak dengar.
Alright, Todak sekali lagi ya. Todak!
Alright, cuba semua sekali. 1, 2, 3. Nice. Tapi sekarang Fad lah saya nak tanya. Datang daripada jauh ke sini. Takut tak semalam bila tengok kan ditabrak oleh Todak? Cuak tak?
Tak cuak pun sebab saja nak tengok macam mana? Nak tengok sebab asyik menang je kan?
Bagi harapan lah, bagi harapan.
Sebab asyik menang je kan?
Asyik menang, okey. Bosan menang macam tu.
Bosan menang, sengaja kalah ke Fad?
Belajar benda baru.
Wow. Alright, so first of all, terima kasih kepada Fad. And guys, mari kita throw it back to the game. Untuk start game ketiga, adakah Selangor Red Giants boleh tutup game ni dengan 3-0?
Thank you, Rose and Poji. Our cosplayers are coming back in from the festival, getting ready for game number 3. And not to miss the match, because this is something that you don't want to miss. SRG fans real confident with the 2-0 lead they have over Todak.
A bit of a somber atmosphere on the Todak side, right? Like Gideon said, they started the day, Zayed in the hotel lobby was saying, today we go M6. Yanlong was saying it was a dream, felt like a dream that we beat SRG, and right now the tables have truly turned.
Now looking at the stats here, Turtle Mania, this is compiled over the entire regular season, inclusive of the playoffs. So at the bottom, Sakai, surprisingly enough, at 39, one of those kills. And don't forget, SRG played the least amount of games. Then comes the Chibi, last season's and even last year's Turtle Mania monster with only 43 kills. Then we have Sensui immediately after, but at the top, surprisingly enough, is Uni.
Fans are getting a bit rowdy. I mean, even the guy Fad who got interviewed, right? He had to apologize to the Todak fans for his remarks because they were gonna jump him after that.
I'm telling
I'm
you.
so sorry I said it. It was for the PCUs.
Oh, this is interesting. So Turtle is actually prioritized so much more by Sakai. Look at it where he is.
You mean the Lord?
The Lord. is so much more prioritized, and like Uni's right at the bottom.
Exactly.
It's like it doesn't matter if it's like a turtle.
With the
yeah,
least
it's
games
exactly
in the
the
world,
first.
with the least games, and he got the most lord.
It's so funny, but what is? Oh my!
Oh my
God!
God!
I love that so much.
Hey,
Someone censored that though.
The artists, artists in the fandom.
Oh, have you ate swordfish before? Have you had swordfish?
No, is it legal to eat swordfish?
Yeah, it's type of sushi.
Is it? I don't know. I feel like it's a rare animal that I don't personally see, so I can only imagine that it's close to extinction.
Moving on.
Okay. M6, by the way, happening in Malaysia. Take the redeem code and get some in-game rewards, or scan the QR code to save yourself some time. But I don't know. Coming into M6, I feel like it is going to get very rowdy in the audience. If we've got artists like that, who knows once the rest of the world touch down.
I mean, the crowd has confirmed you can't eat swordfishes. That with red chili sauce. The Malay way. The Malay way.
The sweet chili
Or
one, right?
ketchup manis.
Sweet chili. No, ayam masak merah.
With-
Todak masak merah.
Is ketchup manis a Malaysian thing too?
Yeah,
Indonesian,
it's
isn't
like
it?
sweet soy, sweet sauce, right?
Yeah.
But ketchup manis is Indonesian.
Is it? I don't know.
Hashtag dunk claim by Malaysia.
Yeah,
All
I
right,
don't really
let's
care. It's
Is
ours.
laksa Singaporean or Malaysian?
It's ours now.
don't even start.
It is
Curry
ours now.
laksa.
Chicken rice, just chicken and rice.
You guys
Who
have
claims it first?
Peppery bakute.
We'll give you the island, the rest is ours.
Yeah, we'll let them win the small victories. We got the main landmass anyways. SRG now on blue side up against Todak on the red side. First pick here going to be coming through, and it looks like they're going straight in for Jushin Bands on Todak's side. So Lo Yi, Fovius, and Yves responded by Todak. It's going to be Jushin, the Fanny, and Chip.
The one thing that Husky and LaFell has been asking for the entire day yesterday is to get the Jushin out, and now we get it. Jushin has been out for the longest time ever, except for probably one game if I remember correctly. But now with the Suyo being picked up, nothing too out of the ordinary, but it's more on the side. The ball is more on the court of Todak. With Gato Kacha currently still available, and they played it in the previous game, it didn't really quite work out too well for them.
I have to agree here, and I think that Yanlord, I mean, he might just get thrown onto Gato one more time, but at least this time round, he doesn't have to worry about a couple of things. Number one, getting harassed out of his mind by this Yves. Number two, maybe the Matilda, it could go. I think it is a fair shout at the same time, but unless we see Todak have a hard read on that draft, oh my god, they're going to go for the hard read with the Valentina.
Yeah, it's a common thing for Todak, right? This draft is actually, if they put the draft recap for game number 1, basically SRG is drafting the same. They want to prioritize the Suyo or the Jushin, but in game number 1, they opened up the Jushin instead, and then they pick up the they pick up the Jushin. So that's pretty much wide open.
Dude, that's so
the
personal.
text again.
Yeah.
I didn't understand that.
It means that my wife is pregnant, but she came here for Todak.
Hey, it's worth it. It's worth it.
Dude, that's
Come on
crazy.
down, Educity Sports Complex, man.
Hey, M6 comes by and it's just like a baby shower. It's gonna be a gender
We
reveal.
got gender review, right? Our opening
then you
ceremony
name-
is just we reveal the gender for the 100 babies that's closest to delivery date.
Oh my goodness.
It's a horrible idea.
Your name, what, your kid, 1-1?
Sure.
1-1.
I'm gonna digress. I'm gonna digress
November.
a quick bit, right?
Never mind.
There was someone that actually went to labor while waiting for a J-Show concert.
Are you serious?
Yeah, in Malaysia.
Yeah, so what I'm looking out for is like labor waiting for M6.
It's crazy. It's crazy. But coming back into the draft, they've already finished the first phase. After Suyo, we saw the Gato and Valentina, and then the response was Hylos Vixana as Nolan being the final pick in the first phase. Todak jumps straight on it. Thank God they got rid of the Tigreal.
With Tigreal out of the picture, that is definitely something that Todak would be very happy about at the very least. But you know, they have a Valentina. But regardless, they will be able to steal away the Eternal God. That's on fine and dandy. But at this point in time, what are they lacking, and what is something that they probably want to go for? They get great pacing from Nolan. Valentina's great in lane and should be able to rival Vexana pretty nicely too.
I think they need a winning matchup for Chiku. That's number one. But SRG probably going to stick with their similar bans as they did before, right? Always get rid of the Lunox. Irithel is a lot more punishable. And I think that Chiku guys really need to step up for Todak, not even in just team fighting, but specifically laning.
Yeah. I think right now it's either the Beatrix or the Irithel being picked up by both sides right here, because it works very, very well into the Suyo as well. Or Todak could go something wild like they did yesterday as well. But at this point,
I kind of feel like the Matilda does work with SRG, to be honest. Oh, I totally forgot about Nathan. I can't believe that.
No, it's just expectation. I mean, we saw Todak ban it out the last time. I would only assume that they're going to keep on banning it for God knows how long, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they've got the Gatot, so even if they have Harith, that's the main target that they're going to go for. This time, they just don't have to worry about the Yi pounding him from the early game.
I think what's still open, they could ban out the Khalid over on the side of Todak, but it's Cho, yeah. Actually, I was thinking about that for the first phase pick for Todak.
It was a big turn.
Yeah.
Big turn to Suyo, right? I mean, Yanlong put up a great show, right?
Yeah.
Fair. One thing that's for sure, we need some initiating tools from the side of Todak. Even if you steal away the Eternal Guard or having an AOG, they are all great for counter-engage or even follow-ups, but they don't have someone that is really pivotal in really starting all these battles. But Matilda is currently still available in the picture if they really want to go that way. But what else could we possibly look at?
I think they might go for the marksman first.
Yeah,
for the side of Todak. Like the Beatrix will work out well. I think in the first game, Chiku guys picked up the Beatrix first in this slot with practically the same sort of like standard draft that they have right now. But the only difference is SRG doesn't have to choose in. So instead, they like to prove us wrong.
It's not the. I guess it's not the word. I think we only saw Moscow like once, right? By Nets today.
Yeah.
I feel like the fact that this Gatot can still be flexed, I think that's kind of the intention for that last pick being left open. You also want to look at the state of Yanlong, right? What is he feeling? Because I think it has been quite tough for him as an individual today, right? And being one of the youngest players on the team, what is he going to feel good at trying to get them back into Game 3?
Maybe a Hilda? Gonna pick up a Hilda for the side of Todak works out very well. Super aggressive in the early game, especially with the Nolan on hand.
They can go for the Hilda, but I think we need to see what the full composition is first, because as much as I want to lean into the Hilda, at the same time, they could easily just like pick up the Khalid, right? I mean, it hasn't been touched throughout, and we are seeing Claude getting picked up, big chunkers to make sure that Suyo works.
Yeah, they're trying to deny the Hilda going in the hands of Todak. It's either the Hilda or the Khalid, and Gideon, you were talking about this as well. Hilda and Khalid are sort of like the same thing, but like with a different type of ultimate. Hildas are very single target focused, but Khalid actually sets up fights. So it boggles my mind why SRG wants to pick up that Hilda. Maybe you want to just annoy the heck out of Nolan in the early game and try to deny them from being aggressive onto Sakai's when he starts that farm into the mid-side game. And then SRG snowballs from there.
I think at this point, you might as well just play the full dive composition, right? You have Valentina to maybe like at the minimum steal the Glorious Pathway, and then you just full send it into the opposing side.
I think both Matilda as well as Khalid are both pretty good picks, but
We've seen this yesterday too.
Okay.
Okay, for the high loss, Hilda.
I mean, Momo wants to go for lane dominance. He doesn't mind if it's high loss or if it is Hilda. It's most likely going to be Hilda in the EXP because she is able to affect one side of the map rather than having to play in the first 2 minutes where you take more damage in the enemy jungle. With that being said though, Churros, give me your rundown. What is the rundown of the compositions?
Putting me in a spot because this is really a 50-50 draft. It really reminds me of the Filipino kind of meta that they really use, but I know the aggression coming out from both these teams, and it's the Malaysian flavor coming to play. So expect a lot of fights coming in from Todak. Give a lot of distance for Chiku guys to try to get that backdoor opportunity, and I want to see how he utilizes that Moss Hub to do that.
Personally, for me, I feel like right now both drafts are screaming win lane, win game, as it's currently match point for the Selangor Red Giants. They might just be able to book a free ticket to M6 here on this game itself. Good luck to both of our teams, and we're hoping that Todak puts up the fight we're waiting for.
This could be terminus for Todak, a dynasty at stake. SRG on blue side, Todak on red. If you're ready to write a somber ending to this tale, better hold your breath. Todak needs to bring it back.
The 5 appearances in the International Series is now at stake for the Swordfishes. This is definitely going to be a hard series for them to solo.
Yeah, let's look at the emblems and talents straight away. I am seeing, Lethal Ignition coming out from Stormy this time. Looks like he wants to guarantee the burst. Nothing too out of the ordinary. I'm not seeing Master Assassin coming out from Chiku guys this time round. Looks like he's kind of learned his lesson.
It is still a Brave Smite onto Zyme Senpoi as a Venetina still. It still kind of boggles my mind a little bit onto the main idea behind it, all of that. I mean, if they want to play a full dive and he wants to survive, then it will make sense.
Oh my goodness, there's so much damage.
Dude, I don't know. I feel like if Sakai's just tapped the Soul Sever instead of going for the Immortal Form version of it, they might have been able to force a recall. If not, at least guarantee Yanlord to drop his Revitalize.
I agree, especially when you have Impure Rage. You need to proc it on the Blade Surge, but look at Cram, right? I mean, in terms of trading, I definitely think CC at one point is going to be able to match up with Cram, but still early priority given to the Hilda.
I think that honestly, I think this matchup is a lot harder than people imagine, right? As much as Hilda feels like, oh, she's a little bit mobile here, especially when, you know, running between bushes, Momo genuinely does not want to fight Cram this early on. Cram naturally is able to sustain without having to interact with his opponent. Momo must interact with his opponent to sustain.
Try Dash Vengeance. Oh, a feint from Sakai. This ain't good news. No Vengeance, Turtle up.
Oh man. Okay, so we were talking about the Hilda as well.
Whoa.
Yanlord in the midst of things. Revitalized use, keeping the team of Sakai or team of SRG alive. They drop down the big fat mini lord. First blood, SRG. It's just Todak late to respond. I am surprised they wanted to go for that because now they're gonna lose Momo.
Why?
Great drive-through though from the side of Sakai, I gotta have to say, but Todak kind of gave the free kill from the side of Momo.
Yeah, I mean, they were already late. None of them were hitting the level 4s on time anyway, so why still contest for it, especially when you're up against a Suyo anyways? It feels uncanny from Todak's side, but I hope that they get their mental together right now. They need to start making smarter decisions across the map and specifically towards Chikugai's side of the map. Because again, Momo, it's up to him. He needs to hold on to that lane, but Chikugai's is the insurance policy.
I guess the early game kind of thing just kind of filled their head, right? They're just looking straight ahead.
Oh man, please don't do it to him.
Oh.
Is this what bullying feels like?
It does. And the worst part about Yanlord, he hit level 4, he wants to use the AOG, but he's consistently getting cancelled by Cram. There is a bit of a channel time, and Cram does have mini stuns.
And Cram is back to offside.
Are you having fun? Are you having fun, Momo? Look, I lost 0 EXP, by the way. 0.
The amount of mobility that the Hilda is able to bring to the game, and sometimes, and not sometimes, but in the previous iterations, we did definitely see that Cram wasn't exactly that participative in the game.
Zyme Senpoi got a flicker. You look at the ruins of Toda, the castle walls are starting to fall brick by brick. SRG about to pivot top side, that's where Momo is. We talk about him being the pillar, and right now, it seems like this pillar is about to fall again, split in half. Claimed by Sakai, Zayat shows up, Spirit Destruction misses, so no opportunity, he will try, but Stormy survives through it. Zayat now will have to retreat.
Yep, and there's no need to chase. Cram needs to ensure that the damage put on Momo is permanent. They're gonna shove that wave up as soon as possible, and more importantly, if he's able, I mean, if anybody wants to kind of free farm the gold plating, they could, but now Innocent has to survive this dive.
Can be taunted up, Blazing Duets, tries to clear the way, PMI, dodge the Eternal Guard. I mean, what was Todak expecting with that gank? It's a good attempt, I suppose.
Honestly, looking at how Todak has been trying to go on it aggressive against SRG, while SRG is doing the aggressive nicely. Oh, hold on a second. Yanlord.
You get a purple buff at least. I got it, but Yanlord again sacrificed. Just not having fun. How do you play the game?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the flag of Todak on the top of this castle is halfway down the mast now.
It's not really not looking good here. It really isn't. Innocent not having to utilize his Purify at all. Like, Todak has lost every trade in this game thus far. Maybe Momo will be able to get a tier 1 up top side, and I think that is just the generosity of SRG.
I don't think he'll get it because Cram is beelining back top. Under 5 minutes, mid-tier 1 of Todak has been basically destroyed, reduced to rubbles.
This is the type of game where you don't even need a T-Gold in order to implode. Todak, honestly, at every single move that they try to do, the Selangor Red Giants have got a great answer to it. And even when the side of Yanlord, 5 minutes in, 3 deaths, most of it will be the cause of the AOG. Mostly being a sacrificial lamb.
I mean, I guess if you want to look for one way to break a single player, I guess this is it, right?
Just continue to do so. However, there is going to be a gank on towards the top side. I do notice that Zayat is waiting in the bush, and maybe at the very least Momo is able to bait this out, but SRG on the complete opposite to set up another dive towards Chikugai's side. Like, it's starting to get really brutal, and unless Todak is able to make some hard reads on SRG, it's starting to look, worse yet, pretty grim.
There's definitely some possibility for these reads, right? Especially since the middle lane T1 is down. Todak definitely can be for sure that Selangor Red Giants wants to invade.
Oh. Yellow will get away. They want the purple for Zai, and Zai will commit everything. Doing Retribution. Momo will find a retreat. We're essentially witnessing Todak going up against the strongest version of SRG. Oh, Chico guys. Where you going? Yellow will come to save him. Still gets hit by Quell the Evo. The time will only delay his death. Innocent claims it, but he wants more than just one. Yellow once more. He wants to save the president, but Secret Service goes down as well.
They're going to have to play the rest of the map here. As much as Todak needs to sacrifice members, they need to get presence. Top side tier 1 is going to be the first to fall as Zion Senpai clears out that mid wave. And at this point, the snowball for SRG has already started developing from a 2.6 now to a 3K gold lead.
I don't know about the saving play from the side of Yenlord. At the point in time with Chiku having so little amount of HP and that pincer move from the side of SRG, you gotta have to give Chiku guys that death, right? Yenlord going in is just gonna make that value trade from the top lane T1 going down kind of plateau.
I mean, we kind of set up this grand finals. Two dynasties colliding, right? The current one and one that is on the way to rebuild, the restoration, the resurrection. However one you want to put it, but it might be unfulfilled if this continues. We're looking at a 4K gold lead.
Wow.
The damage dealt ranking isn't even close.
Oh my
This is a new crap.
Yeah, I'm about to throw up here. The difference in just damage alone. I mean, they can try, but the rundown though, they got Flicker out of Zion.
I think you just keep running. Keep running at him. Todak out of the element at this point.
They don't have control into the jungle. They don't have control over anything.
Ow.
With all of these waves just crashing right in, SRG would just want to face first onto Todak.
Yeah, good try from you to try to slow Zai down with a glorious pathway. Minor resource committed, but you look at the level difference. Zai is 2 levels behind Sakai's.
Yeah, but honestly, they just need to stop Chiku guys from farming any further. Every time he shows on the map, you should see a response from SRG and Cram. He knows he's strong enough right now. It's not like the previous games where he couldn't get much done. Oh,
there's vengeance out. Innocent is just waiting for it. AO so many spells out. It was all a bait, and they still lost Momo. Because Sakai's wants the killing blow. Yanlord whittled down, just back in. He is dead. Double kill going on for Sakai's, and that's the solo kill right there. Cram cleans Chiku guys in half, and SRG continues to gus.
Oh my goodness, this is unplayable. This is unplayable.
Oh my god.
10-0.
8 minutes and 40 seconds. Holy defense gone.
Yeah, and Chiku guys getting solo killed by Cram as well. This is unplayable for Todak. I think I'm gonna call it early. This is pretty much it unless we see a god play coming out from Todak or Selangor Red Giants really mess up this game.
Honestly, the god play here, what could it possibly be? Going head first against SRG sounds kind of tough. The only thing that it would be a saving grace is Chiku guys somehow manages to slip through the gaps of SRG, have some macro game and just farm out of his mind.
There's no gap now, right? All out of the turrets are down.
Yeah.
You got a Hilda running around, you got a Suyo running around, you got a Lord coming in. Holy defense popped, I believe, on the bottom inhibitor.
Yep.
I don't know where you go if you're Chico guys, honestly.
You just pray. You just pray that you get Trinity, and you pray that a huge combo, like a 5-man Sky Guardian Avatar, plus Zion with Mini Lore dropping down, plus maybe Zion getting some damage on specifically Innocent and Stormy and Sakai's, who all happen to be standing on top of each other. I think that's like literally the only way they can actually get out of this and allow Chiku guys to try and clutch it.
Really, that means just playing into the mistakes of SRG.
Yep, basically.
Okay, talk about mistakes. We ain't seeing one just yet this game.
Can they do this? How can they set up this scenario? I mean, Lord is already pushing down. They're guaranteed to at least get one inhibitor.
100%.
Yeah, they're guaranteed for sure. Because right now,
don't only defense.
I mean, Todak is not strong enough to deal with the Lord.
They don't even have a very good wave clear.
It's almost a 10k goal lead, right? To find the cash, that's gonna be Momo. Looking for a potential final blow. The Lord, pretty healthy. SRG cleaning up the remnants of Todak's corpses. Yanlord gets away, Todak holds on just for a bit, Spear of Destruction lands, but there's no angle to take it. Sam Semper will try, whittle down the members of SRG, but Sakai just quells the evil again, so sever. SRG disengaged, but again, a close to 10k goal advantage with an inhibitor lead.
Oh man, and even SRG making sure that they are taking away the purple buff, but leaving the small camp, so you will never see that being taken by Zayed. He is purple buffless, 3 levels down onto Sakai's. basically impossible to contest for these objectives. They have to play for fights, and Chiku guys literally just got the golden staff at the 11th minute.
Not to forget the basic fundamentals from the side of SRG. They know exactly what is the condition for Todak to win. They don't have to do anything to be too forceful with their approach into the opponent's core. They just gotta have to take things one at a time.
Now, Innocent, he was able to get a Winter Crown purchase for himself, so they could look to bait out Todak into an unwinnable fight here. Goes in Blazing, tries to go for a Blazing Duet, goes into that Winter Crown as the OG comes, and then lets Selangor Red Giants kind of wash the rest out.
Chiku guys also did manage to pick up his Trinity, by the way. I think about a minute ago with that golden staff. So at least there is that conditions unlocked, as per Gideon mentioned. So now is more onto the side of Selangor Red Giants. They need to make a very forceful push, a very desperate attempt, and try to win it down mid, only to find themselves absolutely, well, shattered by Todak.
Yeah, he's a tough ass, man.
It really is.
How do you do with the second Lord?
More like, look at Nolan at this point. Nolan is not even strong enough to deal with the Lord.
Oh my god!
He is 2 items, 4,000 gold behind on this Suyo. It's 12 minutes into the game. It's basically unplayable. The only hope I have is Chiku guys somehow clutching the upcoming fight on this next Lord push.
Oh my god, Stormy.
That's the block.
Great body block.
Imagine if he steals it.
I mean, it could have been a universe that happens, but not this one. This one is within the graphs of SRG.
Hey, look. There was that one universe when Todak won against the Selangor Red Giants.
Yeah, but that one's in the past.
Convincingly.
Yeah, it was in the past. I mean, SRG looking to rewrite that history. No, you right the wrongs.
Look at this, look at this. They're not even bothering to go for like priority lane first to bait out resources. They're syncing up these waves as quickly as possible. They want to close this out, and they want to close it out fast.
I mean, Todak have got no answer to this right now, so this is how they're going to open things out.
Here it comes. Mid push, inhibitor. Not clear out just yet. Good. I mean, Todak does have some defense, right, with Chiku guys. They're gonna drop everything on Stormy. He will flicker away. Momo gets on top of him. The spear helps out Momo. Finds the kill. Trace the slide for it, but it's for the greater good. Todak holds on.
Ooh, that's actually worth it. Trading 1 for 1, especially with a composition who's 9k ahead of you. I mean, the second wave is about to start pushing in. Let's see whether it changes.
And they try again.
Wow.
Winter Crown Blazing Duet is to zone out the members of Todak. They want to turn, but they can't get it, right? The wave once more cleared out. Good attempt on SRG, but Todak are not out just yet.
Okay. Does that mean that they missed out checkmate angle? 2 minutes until the next Lord actually spawns. They got the Wind of Nature out of Chiku guys, but I don't think Todak is going to walk out of their base anytime soon.
No way, right? The other main thing is they gotta have to get Zayat at level 15. He's just one level away, and of course, if they are able to get the control of their jungle again by giving Zayat that purple buff, then I would say that there might be some possibility where Todak steals a Lord one at a time and hopefully just propels them over to the later stages of the game, whereby Zyme's Point is also going to be enabled afterwards.
How long can they actually hold out here? Double Revitalize for Selangor Red Giants. Dom Ice going to get purchased by Cram as well to make sure that Chiku guys doesn't find the value that he needs, and even for the Brave Spine for Zyme's Point. But that's so minimal. I think at this point, Todak, they will get the 42k mark. They should be able to handle SRG, but I think that even SRG understand that it's pretty difficult to high ground defense against a Moskov, especially when you're trying to go for the crystal, and a majority of your heroes are melee.
One of the other things that perhaps I'll be looking out for from the side of Todak is once we're looking at a big 5v5 clash on the composition, Todak's CC doesn't really have got the kit to really do anything in the later stages of the game aside from being a meat shield at this point in time. Even if you throw the yo-yo out, if you throw your ultimate out, let's be very honest here. I'm pretty sure that Selangor Red Giants is just using you as more money, or they are just gonna avoid you altogether.
Well, to be fair, we did see how they defended the last time, right? They sent Yan Lord in first initially, and then Momo kind of snuck his way out. Once they found that separation, that's when you saw Momo go for the all-in towards Stormy's side. And I think they have to kind of simulate that situation time and time again. They expect Innocent to jump their backline, and I think that Todak must be prepared for it. So ideally, if Momo can get a lockdown on both Innocent and as well as Stormy with his ult, then we've got a game.
That's a tall order, right? That's an absolute tall order.
If you can defend against this Lord, I think chances will go up. But it also comes down to whether they can keep even a structure alive. If they lose all inhibitors, I think we go back to square one for Todak. But if they keep even one alive, then I think hope is there.
Yeah, I mean, based on the pattern, right? The second Lord push did take down half of the HP of the inhibitor turrets. So, understandably, this upcoming Lord will take down the entirety of this inhibitor. The question is whether they can even end the game.
Yeah, and now it looks like it's max build for Chiku, guys. He's ready to fight. He's got the Winds of Nature as well. Everybody else a little bit on the poor side, but they're catching up pretty quickly. I don't see situational items, and the people who are eating really, really little is going to be Momo as well as Yan Lord, trying to be cost efficient with their builds.
All 4 of the half builds onto the side of Yan Lord.
It's all about the inhibitors, right? Start it step by step. It might be a heartbreak coming in from Todak. The guys finds the engage. Lord from bot side. What is Todak's move? AOG from Yanlord. Hits on the 2. Momo ties them together. Momo's already dead. They get rid of Zion. Cram still alive. Innocent goes for the crystal. And Selangor Red Giant have fulfilled that dynasty on the ruins of Todak. The hunt is completed. Immortality yet to be severed. They will earn the slot to defend the title and grace the global stage. Welcome to M6.
Heartbreak. Heartbreak for the Todak fans. They worked so hard to get to this moment. One step away from M6 and they just fall short. The SRG fans rejoice as Selangor Red Giants book the final slot to M6 and right the wrongs of the playoffs. GG, well played to both of our competitors.
We'll never see this storyline ever again.
Never again.
It ends right here. There's no epilogue. Only heartbreak.
All right, we're throwing it over to the winners interview. Rose, take it away.
Pasukan kedua yang dapat mewakili Malaysia di M6 that will also be held in Malaysia. Educity, ini adalah defending champions anda. Ini adalah MSC champions anda. Give it up for Selangor Red Giants. Guys, congratulations, amazing game. I rasa kita boleh start dengan Stormy dulu. Alright, Stormy, congratulations first of all. Kita tahu lower bracket ni bukan senang. Tapi, I'm really curious macam mana korang decide to discuss back home and macam mana korang bangkit macam ni. Dua-dua perlawanan yang clean sweep di lower bracket.
I think credits to Innocent and the coaches because kita orang buat full study on the night when we lost. So full credits to the Becky, Arcadia and Innocent.
Adakah kekalahan tu macam satu wake up call untuk korang to not be too competent sebab kita ada banyak lagi competitiveness in the scene? Okay, maybe Becky can answer that. Was it a wake-up call for you guys, honestly?
Honestly, like what we say, preparation is very important. And then MPL Malaysia is really strong. So we were very fortunate to have this lower bracket. And then sayang Todak actually did not make it to M6 because their best friend RQ is there. Yes. Actually, it's kind of sayang. So thank you Todak also. Play a very strong game in the upper bracket. They tell us that we still have a lot of weakness in our meta. That's why last day we really spent many hours. We did not sleep properly actually. Me and Arcadia was discussing until like late 4 AM, stuff like that. So yeah.
Alright, kita boleh nampak hasil hard work mereka pada semalam. Tapi Educity, kita nampak perlawanan macam ni, perlawanan gempa. And of course, orang akan mewakili Malaysia ke M6. Tapi untuk korang, siapa yang MVP? Mari kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada Skies. Adik, congratulations. Now kita tahu dekat MSC Adik adalah Grand Finals MVP. Dan with this title, mesti ada pressure banyak. So, macam mana Adik nak adapt dengan pressure ni to make sure that Selangor Red Giants boleh clinch back-to-back trophy korang esok. And of course, buat yang terbaik untuk Malaysia dekat M6.
Actually, my teammates helped me a lot. Especially it's come to coaching staff, Vicky, Akadia, Jason. Actually, yesterday I was really feel struggle lah, and I feel so bad. And they cheer me up, and yeah, today I'm back.
Alright, kita dah boleh nampak adik yang sebenar. Okay, maybe one bonus question lah kan. Now, kita tahu actually selepas MSC, korang punya schedule memang back to back. Memang packed. Lepas MPL pula, korang ada satu lagi international tournament mana korang akan bawa line up yang beza daripada M6. Now, how ready are you guys for M6 actually with this lineup? Kurang preparation or are you guys just really, really prepared?
Actually, I think we just follow the flow. I think we just give our best and let's see the result.
Alright, terima kasih. Maybe we can pass the mic to Coach Ark. Coach, your players, everybody is saying it was because of your hard work that you guys managed to clinch the last M6 ticket. Now, Coach, as the head of this team, what is your promise to the Malaysian audience when you guys are representing Malaysia in M6?
First of all, I just want to give props to all of these hardworking guys. They really gave everything all out this season. We really had a lot of challenges, but we were still able to make it to M6 and we were really happy. And the one thing that I can promise you, everyone who's watching, is that we're gonna give our best representing MPL MY going to the M6. That's something that we will assure of. And yeah, thank you guys. Thank you again for supporting us. Hopefully we get the back-to-back championship tomorrow.
Sekejap, Sekais wants the mic back. Dia cakap dia nak cakap something kepada Todak. Depan sikit adik. Okay, diorang tengah discuss. Sabar.
That's me, give this way.
Oh, jangan nak cakap dekat mic. Korang tengah discuss. Okay, ke tengah.
Alright, actually semalam time saya MVP camp tu saya ada buat sign macam ni. Actually that's me in reverse sweep and it's not for yesterday but it's for today lah actually.
Alright guys, Educity, give it up for your second M6 representative, Selangor Red Giants. Hari Sabtu yang penuh dengan kejutan. Kita akan saksikan esok whether Selangor Red Giants boleh dapat golden road mereka ataupun Vamos will emerge on top. But before our long-awaited grand finals, mari kita dengar mic check daripada side Todak dan juga Selangor Red Giants.
Tadi terus. Dipan dulu. Tengok ako. No bite. Aku aman.
Simi guys. Position.
Tengok yung.
Tengok yung. Tiago.
Tengok yung. On the way.
Simi.
Be.
Baya.
Sini, stop. Oh, dapat.
No one.
Atas soyo.
Soyo no one. Nice one, Sen.
Aman.
Boleh soyo ah.
Nice.
I solo lot.
Iprosin. Be.
Kamera.
Be.
I tahu. Simi.
Be. Mati. Boleh.
Simi.
Boleh. Tahu. Guys, careful guys. Wait for me.
Jago.
I can kill me, don't worry.
Mampus kau cikgu.
Push up guys.
Gigi tak ada flicker guys. Nak? Boleh?
Boleh do aim tu.
Bagus Gigi. Boleh Aif.
Dapat. Tahu mati.
Ya, aku tak ada.
Dah.
Nice. Just recovery dok.
Obis guys, no player ah. Dia kena initiate tadi. Oh, no, return. Obis.
Just start love us.
Joy here, I think.
Joy hero. Gatot, box.
Box ah.
Hero.
Hero.
Tipat.
Hati. Nice.
Balik. Mati.
Lah.
Aman.
Ayo T.
Nice one. Go. Lah ni.
Aman.
We kanan.
Ya, boleh. Cici. Santai. Cici. Mati. Lah.
No, nice one. Nice ball.
Moskop. Ultim. Cici. Garut.
No. He miss ulti. Hatang.
Dive. Gatot. Manis sama. 3 minit sama.
Revi. Cici.
Dive.
Mama. Kita baca doa ramai guys. Ya Allah, tolonglah Cik dapat tombak.
Cik, let's go Cik.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ya Allah.
Dia dah buat Cik.
Okey, Cik. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim balik Cik.
Hop.
Banyak lagi.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Aman.
Aku revi kau ni.
Cici ulti, aman. Gatot ulti. Balik.
Gatot.
Balik.
Five.
Tahu.
Bye.
Whew, what a way to end the series. Congratulations to SRG, a 3-0 victory and righting the previous wrongs against Todak. But man, it's heart-wrenching to watch. Todak have worked so hard to get to this point.
Yeah, I've got a lot of things to say. Yesterday was like 90% the fans' prediction towards SRG, and Todak turned things around. This time around, this was the SRG that the entire world was expecting to see. SRG never held back, not even for one bit, was all the way. They just dominated the entire game. Was just like maybe one kill onto Stormy on that last front. And I think it was like, yeah, Yoons was taking the entire game personally to him.
I mean, you know you got it in the bag when your opponents are literally praying during the mic check.
They're praying for an SOD steal. Literally praying for an SOD steal. That's how crazy it was.
Yeah.
There's no ending that could properly kind of close out this story for Todak, right? Again, we're never gonna see this again. This could be the last time ever. And the fact that they had to end this way, someone had to go. I'm glad SRG has put Malaysia and MPL MY in good hands and has a chance to go for the back-to-back and make history. But man, to make Todak be the sacrifice, I don't know, man. I don't know. Well, it's really unfortunate that one's story has ended, but at least for Selangor Red Giants, this is a chapter that they're gonna have to write for themselves. It's either a two-peat or back-to-back champions for Selangor Red Giants, and then shortly afterwards, they are heading over to M6, where they broke the curse, where the mainstays of the international teams were no longer there. They are the one that still made it.
I mean, it's going to be a long journey for here on up, right? The ladder continues to grow for them. But give it up for our MVP, Sakai's in this match. 2 games of Alpha, 1 game of Suyo. And in all 3 of these games, he has, again, some of the craziest KDAs we imagine, especially with so many fights happening across the board against Todak. 17, 5, and 29 with an 87% kill participation.
Like, there's a lot of things that we can learn from Sakai. The way that he rotates around, and we always talk about like the mid trio, he was always there. And the Selangor Red Giants have a giant death ball. Pretty much the entire 3-game series today was just 4 members before the 5-minute mark. 4 members just rotating together, and they're layering it in. They're underneath the turret. No one's getting hit. No one's HP was dwindling, and that's how crazy SRG was as a team as a whole. And I think it's not only Sakai's, but the entire team just really like putting Sakai's on that pedestal as well. Like just encouraging him to, you know, do his best, and I'm at a loss for words.
It's really bittersweet. It truly is.
You know what? Zorn sort of predicted this, which is pretty crazy because he said in an interview yesterday, he said that today we're gonna beat Todak 3-2, but it's not a reverse sweep manner, right? They're gonna take a game, we're gonna take a game, we're gonna win, because if we go down to lower bracket, there's a chance SRG beats us. They dodged a massive bullet.
Huge bullet, in a matter of fact. But I don't think it's going to be easy even when SRG has to face off against Vamos, right? We're going to be praying that it's going to be a close series, because last time it was an absolute wash.
It was. Okay, so SRG, they are definitely gonna be making quite a series, especially since they've got the momentum in the earlier parts of today. They got the momentum here against Todak, especially since Todak went with a very convincing 3-1 victory against SRG. SRG, they are definitely not going to be stopping at anything. They are a bullet train running right into the face of Vamos.
Yeah. I think a lot of the... Again, I tweeted this out the last time. Sorry, I X'd it out. I got to make sure that I got to stay on top of my social media platforms. But the fact that SRG initially lost to Todak 3-1 goes to show that not only are we just dominated by two teams, but the rest of us in the region are actually building up, right? We're getting strong enough to maybe contest some of the best teams in the world. And today, it just goes to show that SRG, it's all about preparation, less about execution.
And props to them, man. Coach Vecchi, Coach Arcadia. It took less than a day, probably like 4 hours in the night. They slept at 4 a.m.
Didn't really much sleep.
But it's crazy how fast they adapted, especially the players themselves.
Right?
Like, they had to play an extra series, and I think basically Vamos is just resting at home or in the hotel. SRG is just, they're just watching them. And SRG, they're getting their hands dirty, they're playing the games, and they have to play an extra game onto them. So it's honestly a marathon for them. Tomorrow, a BO7 in the grand finals. It's the adaptability that really makes me really happy that SRG is really representing Malaysia. It's just really showing that they have what it takes to really shine on top of that the world stage and be the first team ever in MPL, not MPL, but Mobile Legends history to ever get the Golden Road.
Yeah, I mean the closest one was Onyx, right? It was Onyx. That was M4, M5. That one didn't happen. That one was a heartbreak as well, right?
Yeah.
Reverse sweep was almost inbound and had to come down to that one moment in the game, in the final game. It's crazy because SRG won the trophy in the third season to the upper bracket. They might have a chance to do it through the lower bracket this season, covering all bases for a back-to-back with the same roster for M6.
Yeah.
Insanity. It's crazy to think about. It really is crazy because this is the first time we might see an opportunity for a back-to-back champion, and that has not been accomplished before, and the closest team to have done that was Todak.
Honestly, when the Todak versus SRG first happened, it really felt as though that we are starting to see signs of weakness from the side of SRG, right? They are definitely manageable, but after looking at today's performance, I think that it is there is definitely a certain part of delulu-ness if you were to think that, yeah, they're manageable.
Yeah, and that's the thing. When I look at Todak and I see these names, these new youngins that Todak has, invested in, Zayed as well as Yanlord, I hope to see them next season. They're going to miss out M6 this time around on home soil, but I'm expecting season 15 to be their moment to shine because they are so close to looking like an international team.
Each heartbreak hurts more than the last, right?
It really
could
does.
see it, like Chico guys, Momo. Here's those two the hardest. Zyme Senpai has came close to international events for quite a few seasons, but always fell short, and this one felt the closest, and they still couldn't do it.
I mean, Todak is a team where they have a football team, right? They have a lot of people. So one thing that I would want to see from MPL MY Season 15 is that Todak keeps this roster and they train up this roster to the point that they will come to a point whereby they are literally going to be hard contention against SRG. All they need is time.
I gotta agree with you. They got so much potential. Zayed played a heck of a game yesterday's game. Zyme Senpai, all 3 games in Valentina, just because yesterday it was one of his comfort heroes, and I think it's his signature pick as of now, doing so well. And unfortunately though, they just couldn't break the curse of SRG.
Yeah, they couldn't. Honestly, I don't know, man, because if we are keeping this roster, that means some of Todak's namestays are going to get axed off. Moon, for an example, is part of the other squad as well. I mean, there's so many people in the other squads that I would like to see. Even Gary used to be nominated and honestly got really far with Team Hawk the last time you saw them on the international stage.
Like, you know the old saying of to move forward, you have to use kind of the corpses of the old generation as a stepping stone, and this is one of those prime examples. I think for Todak, the fact that they defied the odds, most people looked at Monster Vicious to be that team to make it to be in top 3. They've gone through the doubts, they've shattered all of everyone's expectations. The only thing that they fall short of was to an MSC champion, and I think that's something that they can be proud of at the very least.
This is quite the showing here from SRG. It's great to see them back in that form. The question is, when are we going to see that plateau? We saw it before, not enough motivation. We see the inconsistency with this team. The only thing that I hope for is when they go into that international that they're going to be just as fired up.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tougher for them, especially since
everybody's looking at it.
M6, it's going to be a meta change. There's going to be new updates coming in as well. The end of the season, new heroes coming in. I think Lucas is, a little bit teased as well. So they have to adapt faster.
Yeah,
SRG is a very good team. They've shown that they can adapt, but they need to do it much faster, especially in the professional scene, especially in the international stage.
I agree.
Fair. I do hope that it doesn't change too much though, because again, it might just be another scenario where the homeboys are just going to get shafted again, or in this case, Vamos, where they're like, yeah, we absolutely dominated. One patch later, what are we doing, boys?
We just can't do the same. We can't play the same way anymore, right?
Exactly.
Right. So it's all about a game of adaptability, right? It's not about upgrade in the patch.
Even for SRG, right? It took them a month-ish to adapt to the current state of the game. Yeah. And when Suyo and Tusin became a thing, oh man, SRG, they could not catch up.
Yeah. So I was saying they were talking about it in the interview. Stormy was saying like, we just didn't adapt much fast enough to the meta. We wanted to put Hilda and forced it a little bit too much. And right now, they found a way to make it work. And it's not like they're shying away from trying new things. They are trying new things and they're making it work, just changing up their playstyle. Notice how yesterday everyone was just playing at their side and Sakai was just doing his own thing. Right now, they're just playing as one absolute big fat unit. And that is what makes me really, really happy to see this team. They are really living up to their name. They are the Red Giant Death Balls.
Yeah, and they're scary because it always feels like, at least it feels like it comes at it comes at no loss, right? No consequences, no trade on the opposite side.
Now, okay, I want to put a question to the both of you, all right?
Hold on, I want to look at this.
Oh.
Wait.
Hey, what are you talking about?
I just saw this. So we're talking about M6. I put like, this is like without the Malaysian teams right here. So if I had the Malaysian teams, it would still be number 2. But BTK is just the team that made me fall in love. It was like a
David versus Goliath kind of situation
down during M3. Where
hold on, say that again. BTK what? BTK what?
BTK was
BTK what? Say that again.
Was it David and Goliath? Oh, actually, they changed my voice. How did I do that?
It works every time, boy.
How did you do that?
Yeah. Thanks, Zipper.
You sound like you're guessing out.
Thanks, Zipper. Love you. Love you, Zipper. But no, again, like, I would have expected NIP Flash to be on the top of your list for you, but I feel like, Singaporeans generally have been, pretty considerate or realistic in their approach. Yep. But to say that even
realistic. First place?
I was about to get to that.
Okay.
I'm gonna let you finish. Mobile Zane has main character, arc. He never loses.
I don't know. It feels like it's a NAC
honestly, they inspired me to start casting. So honestly, that's why I supported BTK all the way since they were in M3.
I can appreciate that at the very least.
I can respect that.
Sentimental value tops everything else.
But I was actually really scared that they would change my voice again.
I was actually really. Oh my God!
We got him! 2 for 2, baby! 2 for 2! Get him when they least expect it.
Classic entertainment.
Are we?
Okay, there we go. So this is the perfect time for me to ask this question.
Oh, yes.
Well, my voice is still very chipmunky, Okay, so we talked about Sakai's, right? We talked about Sakai's and we were thinking, okay, is Sakai's really, the important guy? We saw kind of like a downfall per se. So now, man of the match. Do you guys think that Sakai's is, not that dominating?
You know what? I think I'm going to have to double down on this. Is an interesting topic. I think yes, he hasn't been at the top of his form for a while, but he does need support, and I think Cram is his crux. If Cram does well, Sakai's does well. But with that being said, let's have a look at the final bracket, the ultimate storyline here. Nobody expected Todak to get this far, especially when their opponents were MV looking to be the favorites, but they showed them otherwise, beating MV and meeting off SRG in the upper bracket semifinals. The JP Niners had to face off against Red and were eliminated 3-0 as we saw Red show a different side of them on the flip of a coin. Then SRG did get knocked down to the lower brackets by Todak, followed up by Red Esports against Vamos, and that's where we saw Red meet their final bow. Then we go to the lower bracket finals, expecting to see something to change as Vamos beats Todak this time 3-1, sending Todak to the lower bracket finals, where we are here today to see SRG meet off against Vamos. Again, two opponents. They've done this before. They're going to do it all over again.
The path to the grand finals is definitely a lot more different than we envisioned, but at least when it comes down to the top two, I believe that most of us believe that this is the grand finals match.
This is tomorrow's grand finals. Vamos up against Selangor Red Giants in a best of 7.
This better go for 7 games, man.
I mean, if it doesn't.
I mean, last time this roster met, again, most of the roster from Vamos met SRG last season. It went to 6 games. And that itself was pretty explosive, but I expect them to push it further.
So we gotta shake hands with Mars at this point in time, right?
I mean, he shook my hand and we go 7 games in season 12, so I should do it again, I guess.
Yeah. Honestly though, I do think it will be a 7 games. Like coming from a spectator point, I think that a lot of the players in Vamos has been playing really well, especially Chibi on his Nolan. Speaking of Nolan, we have a new skin.
Exactly. With infinite dimensions and infinite possibilities, the one that we're living in here today is going to be Nolan's new skin, which will be available in-game on the 6th of November, so don't miss out on that opportunity. Don't make me say that voice.
No,
I know you guys are looking at me.
I have a question. Are you a Nolan main? Are you a Nolan main?
No, I'm sorry, I'm not a jungle main. I don't play Nolan.
He's lying. He plays Ranger.
No, I remember we played together, and like we haven't met each other yet, and we played together, and he was just playing Fredrin, and he only one-trick Fredrin.
Hey man, you
that
know.
and Granger. He plays a lot of Granger.
Hey, Granger's fun, okay? Granger is special to me because he is fun. But do we have any final words from our guests here, Churros, before we close out today?
That has been fun. Thank you for having me. Love Malaysia, love MPL MY. Come on down to Educity Sports Complex because you won't regret it.
Nobody's ever going to regret it. With that being said, we're going to be closing out the show here. Good night and goodbye. This is Churros. My name is Gideon. This is Abstract and Husky saying good night and goodbye with more MLBB action tomorrow.